After being betrayed and killed by my most trusted disciple, I unexpectedly found myself reborn 5 hours before the apocalypse. They believed that by seizing my prophetic tome, they could rest easy, unaware that I had begun my journey with the dual powers of myth. To their astonishment, my newly acquired class, Monarch, allows me to claim everything from them by vanquishing them. In my past life, I possessed a precious class, but now the power of a mythical profession fills me with exhilaration. However, in the next moment, a crimson orb descends, a mythical artifact, the sacrificial lantern. Crushing the second orb, I found myself holding a lantern that flickered with a red light. I understood that it required the sacrifice of body parts to unleash its full potential, but for now, I would utilize it as a source of illumination. In 24 hours, monsters would emerge, and I must swiftly gather orbs to establish an advantage, while also seeking vengeance against Tang Yu, who betrayed me in my previous life. You shall perish within 48 hours. With the lantern in hand, I descended over 70 floors, the Monarch class rendering me fatigue-free. Along the way, I collected orbs, my backpack quickly filled with 13, yet I encountered no more mythical items. Until a rare blue orb fell before me. As I reached for it, a chilling voice commanded from behind, "Drop it. This is our territory." 5 men and 1 woman surrounded me, led by Lu Wei, who wielded a rare weapon, the Radiant Blade. The scrawny figure could discern the orbs in my backpack, and it dawned on me. You are a treasure hunter? This profession can sense treasures, holding immense strategic value. Lu Wei proposed that I join him, demanding half of my orbs as a token of allegiance. Upon my refusal, he swung his blade, the shimmering light slicing through the air. With the explosive power of the Monarch class, I teleported behind him. Lu Wei, filled with rage and astonishment, swung his blade again. But I blocked it with the Tome of Omen, then struck him with the book, sending him flying. The Radiant Blade fell into my hands. The remaining individuals, terrified, begged for mercy, yet I showed no compassion, slaying the scrawny figure. As I placed my palm upon his forehead, I seized his treasure-hunting skill. The Monarch class can indeed absorb skills from other professions, and before ascending, I could claim up to 10. Next, I acquired Lu Wei's rare profession skill, Blade Warrior's Splitting Radiance and Strength Enhancement. Upon activating the treasure-hunting skill, 3 locations of treasures materialized in my mind, doubling my efficiency in gathering. My backpack was full, and as I gazed into the distance, a bold idea emerged within me. With the Monarch class and these skills, perhaps I could venture into more perilous realms in search of storage equipment and greater resources. In a previous life, apart from the Golden Eagle building, there were several moderately sized monster nests scattered throughout the city. Why not preemptively find a spot to lie in wait, so that when the monsters appear, we can swiftly slay them and accumulate survival points? Survival points serve as a form of currency in the apocalyptic environment, akin to money, redeemable for a variety of resources. There are numerous ways to acquire survival points, the most direct being the extermination of monsters. With my kingly profession, coupled with the Radiant Blade, I can easily handle most creatures, provided they are not particularly high-scoring behemoths. After resting for a moment, with a plan forming in his mind, Su Jinhuan set off towards the park. However, Su Jinhuan was taken aback to find that the park was teeming with no fewer than 100 people. Many among them had collected luminous orbs, and various illumination devices were in use. To his surprise, he even spotted numerous individuals with professions among the crowd. "Hey there, would you like to join our team?" A young woman in her 20s, wielding a short staff, approached Su Jinhuan. "Your team? Is everyone here part of it?" Su Jinhuan inquired, glancing at the people behind her. The woman smiled and nodded, extending her hand. "I am Zhouya, a healer. My brother, Zhou Feng, is the team leader." Zhouya pointed at the Radiant Blade at Su Jinhuan's waist. "It seems you are a melee profession?" "Indeed, a blade warrior, a rare profession." "My name is Su Jinhuan," he replied with a nod. "A rare profession?" Zhouya gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "You are quite fortunate. With this, we now have 2 rare professions." "2? Oh, the other must be your brother," Su Jinhuan remarked. "Yes, my brother is a fire sorcerer," Zhouya candidly shared. "Brother, this young man is also a rare profession, just like you," Zhouya exclaimed as Zhou Feng approached. Zhou Feng scrutinized Su Jinhuan for a moment before smiling and nodding. "Hello." Su Jinhuan acknowledged him. "Captain Zhou, I would like to ask you a question. Why gather here?" Zhou Feng replied. "The reason is quite simple. The space and visibility here are wide. If luminous orbs drop, we can collect them immediately. Moreover, being in this location allows more people to see us, attracting them to join our ranks and thereby strengthening our team." Su Jinhuan thought to himself that while the idea was sound, the sheer number of ordinary people without professions would be of no use against a horde of monsters and would only lead to disaster. "Little Su, I'm a few years older than you. Is it alright if I call you that?" "Of course." If the luminous orbs merely yielded food, items, and resources, I wouldn't be concerned at all. However, the fact that they can bestow various superhuman abilities upon individuals makes me rather uneasy, as I can't shake the feeling that supernatural creatures may emerge. Captain Zhou's concerns mirrored his own. Su Jinhua nodded, sitting on a nearby stone step, resting the radiant blade on his knee. I just wonder what kind of supernatural beings will appear in the future. I hope our rare professions can sustain us a bit longer. Brother, you're starting to scare people again. Zhouya, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, could not resist interjecting. Zhou Feng, with a resigned shake of his head, hoped that this was merely a figment of his imagination. Ideally, it would be best if monsters did not materialize at all. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the nearby crowd. Su Jinhui looked up to see a fresh barrage of luminous orbs descending, many of which were heading towards the park. Su Jinhui's pupils dilated as she beheld. Amidst the multitude of white and green orbs, a rare purple orb. Brother, look, it's a purple orb. Zhouya and her brother Zhou Feng also spotted the purple sphere. Almost simultaneously, everyone surged toward the direction where the purple orb was plummeting. And Su Jinhui was no exception. In this chaotic and crumbling world, the only way to survive was to strengthen oneself. Notions of propriety and honor had to be set aside. In an instant, the purple orb descended to a mere 5 or 6 meters above the ground under the gaze of the crowd. A figure suddenly leaped from the throng, aiming for the purple orb, an adept hidden among the masses, for no ordinary person could jump so high. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact with the purple orb, a fireball shot forth from Zhou Feng's palm, striking him squarely. The man was instantly engulfed in flames, shrieking as he fell to the ground, while the scattered embers from the fireball sent the nearby crowd into a frenzy, causing them to scatter in all directions. Apologies for the unintentional injury, Zhou Feng chuckled, offering a light-hearted apology. However, as he reached for the purple orb, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air, prompting him to instinctively retract his arm. In the next moment, the ground was cleaved by a flash of light from a blade. Zhou Feng was both alarmed and furious. Had he been a fraction slower, he might have lost a finger. Pardon me, but this purple orb is mine, Su Jinhui declared, picking up the purple orb and revealing the ring symbol within, her smile radiating genuine delight. A storage ring. After much anticipation, it has finally arrived. What do you mean by that? Zhou Feng retorted, clearly displeased. Su Jinhui promptly crushed the purple orb, adorning her right pinky with the storage ring, and innocently replied, Captain Zhou, what do you mean by that? Such unclaimed objects naturally belong to those with the ability to seize them. Is it permissible for you to take it, yet not for me? Zhou Feng was about to voice further objections when Zhouya interjected, All right, brother, let us not bicker. Since the purple orb is in Su's possession, it rightfully belongs to her. After all, our Team's rule states that whatever one finds belongs to them. Zhou Feng remained silent, his expression glum. Curiously, Zhouya inquired, Su, what exactly is this purple orb? Can you enlighten me? Certainly, Su Jinhui replied, raising her hand. This is a storage ring, capable of holding up to 1,000 luminous orbs, with an automatic categorization function. If you have played any online games, you should be familiar with such a concept, akin to a personal warehouse. A storage ring? Upon hearing the words, Zhou Feng smiled, saying, I thought it was some formidable profession. Turns out it is merely this trinket. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to retrieve it. Consider it a gift. Su Jinhui glanced at Zhou Feng, asking, Captain Zhou, do you believe this storage ring is of no value? If your description holds true, the storage ring is indeed quite advantageous when possessing a multitude of light orbs. However, at this moment, Zhou Feng felt as if an invisible hand from the depths of darkness had tightened around his throat, for Su Jinhui had opened his backpack during his speech, revealing it to be brimming with hundreds of light orbs. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Su Jinhui swiftly stored all the light orbs into the storage ring and carelessly tossed the backpack to the ground. But at this moment, what? Chapter 4. A lesson in deterrence. Zhouya, unlike her brother, was not as circumspect and exclaimed, Heavens, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to find so many light orbs? The number you possess nearly exceeds that of our entire team. Perhaps it is just luck. Su Jinhui replied with calmness, casting a piercing glance around. As anticipated, upon witnessing his vast resources, several individuals began to approach him. Young man, could you? Began a man in his 50s, but before he could finish, Su Jinhui interrupted. No. I haven't even stated my intentions yet. These light orbs were painstakingly collected by me. I have no issue with equal exchange, but if you wish to take them from me without compensation, you may as well save your breath. With so many light orbs at your disposal, can't you spare a few for us? Later, when we find some, we can return the favor, a woman interjected, her tone assertive despite her request, clearly accustomed to getting her way. Young man, one should not be so selfish. We are all part of the same team and ought to support one another, remarked an eloquent elder, adjusting his glasses. Brother, why are you silent? Zhou gently tugged at her brother's arm, noticing Su Jinhui being besieged by the crowd. Zhou Feng replied mockingly, they have a point. Why should I speak on his behalf? If one is to assign blame, let it be for his youth and ignorance of the adage that wealth should not be flaunted. For such displays can sometimes invite calamity. Sis, this matter has nothing to do with us. Zhou Feng grasped his sister's wrist, retreating a few steps, clearly opting to observe the unfolding situation. Su Jinhui took note of the siblings' subtle actions, gaining a clearer understanding of their characters. Zhou Feng was shrewd and calculating, while Zhou Yo appeared to be a naive and sheltered girl, unacquainted with the harshness of reality. Brother, you are a clever individual. Let us be forthright. If you willingly share some provisions, we shall be grateful. However, should you persist in your selfishness, clinging to all those light orbs, it is uncertain what might transpire. I am not threatening you. With so many of us here, including several professionals, should things escalate unpleasantly, your 2 fists will struggle against 4 hands. Am I not correct? Those who are wise will hand it over. We do not require much. Merely 80%. Leave the remaining 20% for yourself. Make a decision swiftly. Our patience is finite. Do not push us to the brink. Under the persuasive rhetoric of those with ulterior motives, the crowd, emboldened by their numerical superiority, began to close in on Su Jinhui, their speech devolving into incoherence. Su Jinhui could not help but chuckle. The person who coined the term foolish resonance was truly a genius. Who are you calling a fool? Mind your language. Are you unaware of the situation? A few young men in the crowd bellowed, their voices the loudest among them. With a flick of his wrist, Su Jinhui conjured 5 white orbs of light, casually tossing them to the ground, declaring, these orbs, I shall leave here. Let us see who dares to take them. Who are you trying to intimidate? I was raised tough. Go ahead, what can you do to us? The young men remained vociferous, but were not foolish enough to advance. One middle-aged bald man stepped forward, bending to pick up a light orb while threatening, if you dare lay a finger on me, my brother is a police officer. In a flash, just as the bald man's finger was about to touch the orb, Su Jinhui struck with a swift motion. In an instant, the crowd witnessed a gruesome sight, accompanied by the horrid scream of the bald man, whose entire right arm was severed with precision, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Zhou Ya's face turned pale with fright, while Zhou Feng's brows furrowed. He had not anticipated that Su Jinhui, with his delicate features and gentle demeanor, would act with such decisiveness. Aya, it hurts. The bald man thrashed on the ground for a while before succumbing to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Who else wishes to test their luck? Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd, and indeed, no one dared to raise their voice again. This display of power, a lesson for the foolish, proved more effective than Su Jinhui had expected. I offered you a chance. Your own ineptitude cannot be blamed on me. With a smile, Su Jinhui collected the orbs, mischievously stating, I am not in good spirits. Should I become unhinged and strike out indiscriminately later, do not hold it against me. The assembled crowd dispersed in a rush, leaving only the barely alive, brave bald man behind. Brother Su, did you intentionally display the orbs to them as a warning? Zhou Feng approached Su Jinhui, his expression grave, addressing him now as Brother Su. Su Jinhui cast him a sidelong glance. Captain Zhou, you are an astute individual. Why feign ignorance? A true master does not reveal the extent of their resources. Are you perhaps interested in my orbs? Of course not. I believe we can collaborate. Zhou Feng replied earnestly. I do not favor partnerships, nor do I see the necessity for one. Su Jinhui, without a moment's hesitation, flatly rejected the proposition. He had no inclination to play the role of a caretaker. A total solar eclipse, an enigmatic sphere of light, the collapse of civilization. How long could such a scenario possibly endure? Even the strongest individual would find it arduous to survive in such an environment over an extended period. Zhou Feng remained undeterred, persisting, only through collaboration can we progress further. And by collaboration, I mean the partnership between you, me, and Xiaoya. Nothing to do with anyone else. He decided to leave it at that. Observing Su Jinhui's lack of enthusiasm, Zhou Feng deemed it inappropriate to press further, offering a respectful fist salute before turning away. The luminous spheres did not appear continuously. Intervals occasionally punctuated their emergence, with durations ranging from several minutes to half an hour. After a few more episodes of the radiant spheres, Su Jinhui raised several white orbs in his hand and called out to the crowd, I am exchanging food, water, and cigarettes for lighting equipment. Candles, flashlights, headlamps, lanterns, any source of light will do. Is there anything to trade? After several calls, a young couple cautiously approached him. What kind of lighting equipment do you have? What do you wish to exchange? Su Jinhui inquired with a smile. A high-powered flashlight. I would like to trade for something to drink, replied the young man, handing the flashlight over to Su Jinhui for inspection. Why does it only have 60 battery left? Su Jinhui shook his head, tossing a white orb to the young man. If it were fully charged, I could offer you 2 bottles, as it stands. I can only provide 1. The young man expressed his gratitude profusely, unscrewing the bottle and handing it to his girlfriend. Wow, you're quite thoughtful, aren't you? Don't you care that your lips are chapped? Su Jinhui called out, his voice rising. Who else has extra lighting equipment to exchange for food or drink, including white professions or white weapons? Initially, the crowd's enthusiasm for trading was tepid. However, upon hearing about professions and weapons, they surged forward, clamoring and vying for the opportunity to exchange. White professions are still professions, far better than being an ordinary person with nothing. As Su Jinhui continued to facilitate the exchange of light sources, Zhou Feng withdrew his gaze from him, peering into the somber sky. He pondered whether this total eclipse might indeed persist for an extended period. In this darkness, the significance of light sources was second only to survival supplies. He considered that he too should offer some of his surplus supplies for trade. With this thought, he rummaged through his bulging satchel and called out from a distance. I have professions and weapons available for trade for light sources. Anyone interested can come to me. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's call for light sources, Su Jinhui silently nodded. Zhou Feng was indeed a shrewd and meticulous individual, and such a person, if not reckless, could typically survive for a considerable time in a post-apocalyptic world. In the ensuing period, there were several more instances of the luminous spheres, inciting a frenzy among the people, who even resorted to violence for the sake of acquiring them. Su Jinhui observed coolly from the sidelines, too indifferent to even collect any. A pile of ordinary white orbs and a few rare green ones held little allure for him in his current situation. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. The ground trembled without warning, and amidst the ensuing panic, a fissure several meters wide and dozens of meters long appeared ahead. Following this, a grotesque structure, its surface enshrouded by a multitude of black organisms, slowly emerged from the crevice. Su Jinhui gazed at the edifice before him, his expression impassive. As he had surmised, this was a secondary monster lair, characterized by the fact that the creatures it spawned were several times, even dozens of times, more formidable than those from a primary lair. With a deep exhale, Su Jinhui disregarded the astonished crowd behind him, unsheathing his radiant blade and striding directly towards the monster lair. Chapter 5. Mowing the grass, Su Jinhui halted approximately 20 meters from the lair, his gaze fixed on the writhing structure that oozed black ichor. His thoughts inadvertently drifting back to his previous life. If memory served him correctly, it was 2 months after the eternal night of the apocalypse that he had faced a secondary monster lair at such a close distance. At that time, his team had grossly overestimated their capabilities, leading to a disastrous failure in purifying the lair, resulting in the deaths of over half the members. Had it not been for the sacrifice of their core member, Zhao Pengzi, who burned his life to fend off the tide of monsters, Su Jinhui would likely have met a similar fate. Even now, the recollection of that harrowing scene sent shivers down his spine. Murmuring the name Zhao Shanha, a flicker of anticipation crossed Su Jinhui's brow, as he hoped to reunite with him soon. Brother Su, this structure is peculiar. It almost resembles a living creature. Zhou Feng's voice jolted Su Jinhui back to reality. Turning his head, he could not help but chuckle in disbelief. The Zhou siblings and over 100 men and women had gathered, illuminating the black substances covering the building's surface with their flashlights. Under the intense light, the black gelatinous matter began to writhe more vigorously. Brother, this thing looks revolting. I'm a bit frightened. Let us leave quickly. Zhouya, who was timid by nature, tugged at her brother's sleeve. Zhou Feng remained composed, reassuring his sister not to be afraid, while addressing Su Jinhui. Brother Su, do you know what this is? Su Jinhui's lips moved slightly, pausing before responding. I am waiting for the monsters to emerge. What are you waiting for? Monsters? Zhou Feng had scarcely uttered the word when an odd slurping sound emanated from the structure, startling him. He quickly turned his gaze back. What he saw was a multitude of black gelatinous forms shedding from the surface of the building, swiftly morphing into humanoid shapes upon hitting the ground. Unlike humans, these beings possessed only limbs and sharp teeth, devoid of eyes, noses, ears, or reproductive organs, their bodies entirely black. The first of these shadows opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deep, rumbling roar towards the crowd. Roar! Monsters! Run! Those who had lived in a peaceful world had never encountered such horrors in real life, and they immediately shrieked and scattered in terror. Zhou Feng's expression mirrored that of fear, Yet after exchanging a glance with Su Jinhui, his trepidation inexplicably diminished. The young man, possessing a delicate visage, remained unfazed, leaning casually on a subtly glowing long sword, as if everything unfolding was entirely within his grasp. Is there a skill called flame enhancement for fire sorcerers? Su Jinhui suddenly inquired. Zhou Feng, taken aback, responded, yes, how do you know? In a moment. Apply flame enhancement to my sword. Zhouya, you use healing mark to lock onto me, and I will let you cast healing spell. Su Jinhui initially intended to slay monsters alone to accumulate points, but with the Zhou siblings accompanying him, it was only fitting to utilize everyone's strengths to their fullest. All right. Zhouya nodded eagerly, raising her short wooden staff and pointing it towards Su Jinhui, a beam of white light instantly soaring into his body. Just as this brief exchange concluded, a dozen newly spawned shadows roared and charged towards the crowd. Zhou Feng, enhance me. Su Jinhui commanded in a low voice, dragging his sword forward to meet them. Rending light. Before Zhou Feng could cast his spell, Su Jinhui had already swung his blade, severing one shadow in half from several meters away. With a flourish, the brilliant blade was enveloped in a searing flame. And a slight smirk graced Su Jinhui's lips as he executed another horizontal slash. The crescent arc of his sword, accompanied by a fierce whoosh, swept through the horde, resulting in several more shadows being vanquished. Power enhancement. King's stride. Su Jinhui silently chanted in his heart, plunging into the throng of shadows. His blade rising and falling as if he were harvesting vegetables, swiftly claiming the lives of a dozen shadows in mere moments. My heavens, he is incredibly strong. I see now, it is not that he is powerful, but rather these dark entities appear fearsome while, in truth, they are not formidable at all. Professionals, charge with me. Witnessing Su Jinhui navigate effortlessly through the swarm of monsters, the courage of the others surged unbeknownst to them. They shattered their light orbs, transforming them into weapons such as swords and halberds, and joined the fray. However, the moment they engaged, they realized something was amiss. Their weapons, while capable of inflicting some damage upon the shadows, fell woefully short of the lethal prowess exhibited by Su Jinhui. Roar! An injured shadow howled skyward, suddenly grasping the shoulders of a man and sinking its teeth into his head. With a sickening crunch, half of the man's skull was crushed, and a bloodied eyeball dangled from a nerve, slipping down his face. Ah, this is bad. Run. By now, it was evidently too late to flee. As the shadows surged like a tide, they were akin to wheat in autumn, mercilessly slaughtered without resistance. Starkly contrasting with the battlefield nearby, where Su Jinhui was effortlessly dispatching clusters of monsters. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare. A cacophony of screams and roars intertwining into a harrowing symphony. Brother, Zhouya trembled at the sight of the mass casualties, tears streaming down her cheeks in fear. Do not be afraid. I am here. They cannot harm you. Zhou Feng stammered, trembling. A dense throng of monstrous figures was torn apart, creating a narrow rift. Su Jinhui, both advancing and retreating, called out to Zhou Feng without looking back. Continue to enhance my flames? What are you dawdling for? Oh. Zhou Feng raised his hand, and the radiant blade was once again enveloped in flames. King's slash. With a thought, Su Jinhui unleashed the radiant blade, which erupted in brilliant light, sending a circular wave of sword energy radiating outward from him. Dozens of shadowy figures were shredded by the force, dissolving into pools of dark liquid. The blade warrior is formidable. Zhou Feng clenched his fists, silently acknowledging the immense power of the king's skill, far exceeding his expectations, but also realizing the significant toll it took on stamina. Given his current condition, using it 3 times in a single battle was already the limit. Well, since we have a healer in the team, sacrificing a bit of blood shouldn't be an issue. Taking advantage of the moment before the shadows closed in, Su Jinhui brushed his left hand across the blade, causing blood to flow profusely. He then performed a gesture that summoned an eerie lantern, radiating a sinister red light. Indeed, the legendary sacrificial lantern. Blood continuously surged into the lantern, intensifying its glow. As the shadows entered the range of the red light, they all slowed down, soon emitting wails before transforming into pools of dark liquid. Zhouya, heal me, Su Jinhui shouted. Zhouya, stunned for several seconds, quickly swung her short staff to cast a healing spell. A soft white light cascaded down from above Su Jinhui's head, rapidly mending his self-inflicted wound. I'm out of energy. I need to rest, Zhouya panted, perspiration beading on her forehead. Without blood as fuel, the sacrificial lantern quickly lost its potency, dimming. What an earnest person, Su Jinhui thought, shaking his head as he retracted the lantern and returned to the Zhou siblings. I asked you to heal me, but I didn't mean for you to exhaust all your spells at once. Do you know this is excessive healing? Zhouya's eyes glistened with tears as she apologized. I'm sorry. We should be leaving soon. Su Jinhui urged, sprinting toward the residential area. Chapter 6. Zhao Shanhe having uttered those words. Su Jinhui dashed toward the residential area opposite the park. Zhou Feng hurriedly grasped his sister's wrist, closely following Su Jinhui. As for the rest of the team, aside from a few who sensed the danger and fled the battlefield early, the others had long been engulfed by the horde of shadows, devoured to the last morsel. Get lost. With a series of dazzling sword slashes, Su Jinhui severed several pursuing shadows. He paused to say to Zhou Feng, "You exchanged quite a few flashlights earlier. Hand them over." Zhou Feng, momentarily taken aback, instinctively retrieved the flashlights from his backpack and handed them to Su Jinhui. Swiftly, Su Jinhui bound 5 flashlights together with prepared strips of cloth, igniting them all before directing the light towards the shadows. The figures caught in the concentrated beam faltered, subsequently emitting horrific cries as their bodies visibly melted away. "This light can harm them," Zhou Feng exclaimed, finally understanding why Su Jinhui opted to trade survival supplies for light sources. Su Jinhui offered no response, skillfully wielding a clustered flashlight to ward off the encroaching shadows while commanding, "Secure the flashlights to the bicycles, ensuring there's one at both the front and rear. Be nimble." Zhou Feng and Zhou Ye hurriedly complied. Before long, Su Jinhui and the Zhou siblings were riding shared bicycles along the road, swiftly distancing themselves from the park area. Inside a residence, candlelight flickered. Su Jinhui sat on a sofa by the window, munching on bread while peering through the curtain's gap, observing the unfolding chaos outside. As numerous shadows flooded the residential area, blood-curdling screams echoed, sending chills down one's spine. "Candles are sufficient for illumination. Do not light the flashlights," Su Jinhui instructed. Lowering the curtain, Zhou Ye, still dazed from the brutal battle, took a moment before numbly extinguishing the flashlight. "What shall we do next?" Zhou Feng asked cautiously, swallowing hard. Though braver than his sister, he was still an ordinary person, and the gruesome scenes from the park had left him with a profound psychological scar. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. Su Jinhui chuckled, crushing a white ball as he took a swig from a bottle of water. "Since you are now aware of the shadow creature's weaknesses, it is time for us to part ways." "Part ways? How can that be?" Zhou Feng exclaimed, his emotions surging. "Su, we were cooperating so well just now. You cannot abandon us." Zhou Ye, wiping away her tears, pleaded, "Please take us with you. I beg you." Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he said, "If you wish for me to accompany you, it is not impossible. The condition is that you must present all your supplies for me to allocate. If you find this unacceptable, then disregard my words." "Absolutely fine." Su Jinhui expected Zhou Feng to hesitate, yet to his surprise, he was more decisive than anyone else, tossing his backpack at Su Jinhui's feet with a look of satisfaction. "As long as you are willing to take me and Xiaoyao along, we shall go east if you bid us, and we will never venture west. If you tell us to hunt birds, we shall not pursue chickens. Are you preparing for an exam?" Su Jinhui quipped, gathering the luminous spheres from the bag into a storage ring. The combined beams from 5 flashlights could inflict fatal damage on shadow creatures, and the fewer the beams, the less effective they became. "Currently, our supplies are limited. We cannot afford to use them recklessly. Each of you may take 2 flashlights for emergencies." "Understood." Zhou Feng nodded eagerly, accepting the provisions Su Jinhui offered. "Su, I recall you exchanged quite a few lighting devices in the park." "Ah, mine are quite useful." Su Jinhui replied earnestly. "Got it." Zhou Feng responded with a slight smirk. "Make the most of our rest. We shall depart in 20 minutes. With that, Su Jinhui closed his eyes, pretending to doze. "Where are we heading?" Zhou Ye whispered. "To gather supplies and, in the process, eliminate shadow creatures." 20 minutes later, 3 figures emerged on the dark and silent street. The Zhou siblings each pushed a bicycle, with flashlights secured at both the front and rear, turned off. Su Jinhui, wielding the glimmering blade, led the way, employing his treasure-hunting skills to gather the scattered orbs of light that lay undiscovered in the vicinity of the residential complex. As for the shadowy creatures that lurked in the corners, they seldom had the chance to approach before being swiftly dispatched by his blade. The prowess of the blade warrior was truly remarkable. Zhou Feng mused inwardly, vowing that if given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly transition into a blade warrior himself. For compared to them, his own profession as a fire sorcerer felt utterly inferior. "Brothers, brothers," as they traversed a quiet street, a feeble cry for help echoed from an adjacent building. Su Jinhui, seemingly oblivious, continued onward. Zhou Ye instinctively felt the urge to respond. But after Zhou Feng squeezed her arm, she swallowed her words, realizing that they were in no position to assist others and had to rely on Su Jinhui for their own safety. Big brother, a young man, around 20, rushed over. Desperation etched across his face. "Where are you going? Can you take us with you?" Su Jinhui remained silent. his gaze drifting past the young man's shoulder to glimpse into the corridor, where flickering lights danced, and several hopeful eyes watched them intently. I cannot guarantee your safety. If you still wish to follow, do as you please, Su Jinhui declared, and with that, he said no more and resumed his march. The young man stood frozen, watching the trio retreat into the distance. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted back to those in the corridor, "Mom, let us follow. This big brother is incredibly strong." He had witnessed Su Jinhui slay a shadow creature with a single stroke. All right. A middle-aged woman emerged from the corridor, followed by a mix of men, women, and children who quietly trailed behind Su Jinhui and his companions. The group had inexplicably swelled in numbers. Let us not waste resources with a flashlight for each person. Just keep the light focused on everyone, Zhou Feng advised the growing crowd behind them. After proceeding for some time, a chilling roar erupted from ahead, drawing ever closer. The sound suggested a considerable number of creatures, though their agitation was a mystery. Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes, raising the glimmering blade. Without needing further prompting, Zhou Feng unleashed a fiery enhancement upon the blade, casting a reassuring glow that comforted the throng of men, women, and children behind them. Help! Someone save me! I can't hold on any longer. Just as Su Jinhui steeled himself for battle, a blood-soaked man staggered around the corner, a towering figure resembling a wall of flesh. Upon catching sight of the group, his face lit up with sheer joy as he bellowed, "Brothers, help!" As the rotund figure barreled toward him. Su Jinhui's eyes widened in disbelief. What a remarkable twist of fate. This hefty man was none other than Zhao Shanha, a man riddled with quirks, whose only redeeming quality was his unwavering loyalty to his brothers. Chapter 7. The stronghold of the university. In the fleeting moments when Su Jinhua was momentarily dazed, the portly man stumbled towards him, bloodied and disheveled, missing a shoe and sporting a large bump on his head akin to a goose egg. "Yuya, tend to him," Su Jinhua commanded, as he faced the onslaught of a dozen shadowy creatures pursuing him. With the flicker of blades, the battle was concluded in under 2 minutes. While the heavy-set man was still panting heavily, he gazed in astonishment at the black ichor coating the ground, marveling at Su's prowess. "What do they call you, brother? How did you attract so many shadows?" Xu Feng, unfazed by the chaos, pushed his cart alongside Su Jinhua and inquired. "I am Zhao Shanha," the hefty man exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing a smile of relief. "I had no idea. I was happily collecting orbs when I stumbled upon those monsters. I ran, and they just kept coming. Where are we headed, good brother?" Xu Feng shook his head, indicating he was unaware. "Huh, you don't know where we're going? That's a bit puzzling," the portly man remarked. "To a high school," Su Jinhua replied without turning. "It's spacious and offers a clear line of sight, making it an excellent temporary stronghold." "A high school? Clever, brother." The man, with an affable demeanor, quickly moved closer to Su Jinhua, his excitement palpable. "I graduated from there. It would indeed make a fine base. The walls are high, and there are plenty of classrooms." Su Jinhua merely hummed in acknowledgement, disregarding the man's chatter as he looked skyward, noting another rain of luminous orbs. This time, the deluge appeared significantly larger than before, and he even spotted several purple orbs among them. Regrettably, they were too distant. By the time he could reach them, they would be but a memory. With a sigh, Su Jinhua redirected his attention and pressed onward. Half an hour later, a school shrouded in gloom came into view. The streets were littered with remnants of humanity and black water, a clear indication of prior conflict. "This is our territory, clear out." A sharp voice suddenly resonated from within the school, and dozens of figures emerged, each brandishing weapons, exuding an air of menace. The foremost figure was familiar to Su Jinhua. Chen Ming, a hypocritical scoundrel who spoke of virtue while secretly engaging in murder and looting. Su Jinhua had previously united with others to bring him to justice in another life. Su Jinhua's gaze swept over the crowd as he coolly declared, "This high school is now under my domain. It is you who should leave." "Fuck! Who do you think you are, you little brat?" Chen Ming spat, brandishing his knife menacingly at Su Jinhua. "Do you believe I won't cleave you in two right now?" Without further ado, Su Jinhua raised his hand and struck with his blade. With a sharp crack, the iron chains binding the door shattered. "Try to strike me. I dare you." Su Jinhua's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Chen Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion as he contemplated the young man's formidable prowess. It was inconceivable that one could feign such strength unless he belonged to the esteemed purple class. If that were the case, he certainly possessed the means to maintain such a facade. "Brother," several subordinates furrowed their brows, casting inquiring glances. At a mere command from Chen Ming, they would spring into action. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Ming waved his hand to dissuade impulsiveness, chuckling heartily as he sheathed his blade. "Good courage, my friend. I was merely jesting." In this environment, It's clear that strength lies in numbers. Do come in. Su Jinhui huffed softly, brushing past him. He could indeed eliminate Chun Ming at that moment and seize his abilities, but he was reluctant to establish himself as a ruthless killer so soon. Once over 100 individuals had entered the school, Chun Ming secured the entrance with iron chains, muttering curses under his breath. You'd best be of a purple class, or I shall relish in your demise. Inside a classroom, flickering candlelight illuminated faces filled with uncertainty about the future. At that moment, Chun Ming entered with his subordinates, distributing water and food while warmly introducing himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Chun Ming, formerly a real estate salesman. I was out in the field when darkness suddenly fell. The rest is well known, so I shan't belabor the point. From now on, we are family. If you lack anything, do not hesitate to reach out, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your needs. Chun Ming's eloquence effectively bridged the gap between him and the crowd. He then shifted the conversation, stating, in our high school, countless classrooms ensure ample accommodation. However, as you are aware, there are shadowy creatures lurking nearby. I need to conduct a personnel and profession tally to prepare for any potential monster attacks. I hope for your cooperation. His words resonated with logic, and the crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. As his subordinates undertook the personnel count, Chun Ming approached Su Jinhui with the acumen of a seasoned salesman. He quickly discerned that Su Jinhui was the leader of the group and sought to ingratiate himself. Let bygones be bygones regarding our earlier misunderstanding. I trust you won't take it to heart. How could I? Su Jinhui responded, revealing his profession as a rare blue-class blade warrior, smiling innocently. Chun Ming, feigning friendliness, inwardly sentenced Su Jinhui to death, thinking, I had expected you to be a powerful class, but you're merely a trivial blue class. Zhou Feng, rare blue class fire sorcerer. Zhou Ya, rare green class healer. Zhao Shanhe, rare blue class brawler. As Zhao Shanhe introduced himself, he failed to notice the glimmer of amusement in Su Jinhui's eyes. Soon, the personnel and profession tally was complete. Chun Ming instructed everyone to rest well before departing with his subordinates. No sooner had Chun Ming's group exited than Su Jinhui hoisted his radiant blade and stepped outside. Zhou Feng and Zhou Ya hastily ceased their conversation and fell in line, while the stout man, perplexed, staggered behind them. Thanks to Zhou Ya's treatment, his injuries had long since healed, and he now brimmed with vitality. Where shall we head next? Zhou Feng inquired cautiously. Naturally, we must gather supplies, Su Jinhui replied nonchalantly. Her gaze swept past Zhou Feng, resting on the eager young individuals who wished to accompany them. Although we have established a temporary stronghold, resources dwindle with each passing moment. If you follow me, you shall find no sustenance. My sole advice is to wait a few more hours until the darkness lessens, as the monsters return to their lairs. Only then can we venture forth to scavenge for supplies. Understood, Brother Su, the young man replied, his expression grave as he nodded in agreement. Minggu, the 4 individuals have exited. Shall we pursue them? In another classroom, a man lowered his binoculars and made a slashing gesture across his throat at Chun Ming. Chun Ming wore a mischievous grin. Why rush? Someone is doing our work for us. I should be delighted, not anxious. We shall wait for their return before seizing our opportunity. Right? What was that woman's name again? Zhou Ya, wasn't it? Quite attractive. We should leave her alive. Laughter erupted among the 7 or 8 men in the room. Brother Su, what do you mean by the term returning to the nest? The stout man inquired curiously. From the moment monsters emerge from their lairs, 2 distinct periods arise, each lasting 12 hours, the hunting period and the returning period. As the name suggests, during the hunting period, monsters swarm the streets, preying on humans. Conversely, the returning period signifies their return to rest in their nests, as long as the nests remain undisturbed. This period is relatively safe for ordinary people. How can we discern whether it is currently the returning period or the hunting period? Quite simple, observe the sky. Su Jinhui indicated the gloomy heavens. During the returning period, the sky is not as dark. I surmise that in 1 or 2 hours, we shall enter the returning period. Brother Su is so knowledgeable. I admire you, the stout man praised, giving a thumbs up. As they meandered forward, the 4 soon arrived at an urban area enveloped in impenetrable darkness, intermittently pierced by the roars of monsters. Scattered nearby were the incomplete remains of human bodies, and not far off, a solitary shadow creature was feasting on a corpse. Upon spotting Su Jinhui and the others, the shadow creature charged with a deafening roar, only to be felled by a single punch from the stout man, who swiftly dispatched it with a few more blows. Damn it. Indeed, close combat reigns supreme. Zhou Feng thought bitterly. This stout man seems to be a rare level brawler. Despite being of the same level, he outshines my fire sorcerer considerably. Brother Su, we cannot proceed any further, the stout man interjected, blocking Su Jinhui's path. I escaped from that direction. There lies a monster's lair filled with an overwhelming number of creatures. We would stand no chance against them. If there were no monster lair, I wouldn't have come here, Su Jinhui chuckled, producing a significant number of flashlights he had previously exchanged for, instructing, form into groups of 5 and bind them with cloth strips. I will lead you to purify the lair. Purify the lair? The three exchanged bewildered glances. Su Jinhui explained, after prolonged exposure to intense light, monster nests will melt away like shadow monsters. This process is known as purification. Once the nest is purified, a plethora of luminous orbs and essential items for class advancement will appear amidst the remnants. It is still too early for explanations. Soon, you shall comprehend the significance of these nest pollutants. Though the Zhou siblings were somewhat bewildered, they complied eagerly, gathering the flashlights. After a moment's hesitation, the stout fellow stepped forward to assist. Before long, the basket was brimming with tightly clustered flashlights, 10 bundles in total, representing nearly all of Su Jinhui's possessions. He had invested heavily to purify the monster nest, and whether he would gain or lose from this endeavor remained to be seen. Let us proceed, Su Jinhui declared upon ensuring their preparations were complete, igniting his headlamp as he ventured into the darkness. After advancing less than 200 meters, a monster nest, significantly smaller than the one in the park, came into view, resembling a grotesque 6-story apartment building. This was a Tier 1 monster nest, specifically a Tier 1 shadow monster nest. Do not shine your flashlights on the nest, or you will alert them, Su Jinhui cautioned. He instructed the group, each of you take 3 bundles of flashlights. Position yourselves every 5 meters, and upon my command, turn on your lights, ensuring they are directed at the nest. Once the flashlights are set, quickly converge towards me. Little Su, it's not that I doubt you, but is this truly reliable? The stout fellow queried, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Su Jinhui patted his broad shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I will not lead you to your demise. Very well, the stout fellow sighed. Soon, the 3 were ready. Turn on the flashlights, Su Jinhui shouted, first illuminating 4 bundles at his feet. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Feng, Zhou Ya, and the stout fellow activated their flashlights. 10 beams of brilliant light converging upon the monster nest. Crackling sounds echoed as dark liquids surged from the areas illuminated by the intense light, accompanied by the anguished cries of the monsters. Howls erupted as hundreds of shadow monsters were roused, recklessly charging towards the source of illumination. Yet, their bodies could not endure the brightness, dissolving into pools of black water, the scene reminiscent of moths drawn to a flame. Goodness, is this how one can slay monsters? The stout fellow murmured, watching as the shadow monsters fell. Zhou Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, and even the timid Zhou Ya momentarily forgot her fear. Fixated on the melting nest. This time, Su Jinhui did not employ the dazzling knife. Instead, he cut his palm, using his blood to activate the sacrificial lantern, enveloping the trio in an eerie crimson glow. Follow me, and do not step out of the red light's embrace. As Su Jinhui approached the monster nest, all shadow monsters within the crimson aura transformed into black water. Brother Su, do you require healing spells? Zhou Ya timidly inquired. From now on, count silently. Provide me with 1 healing spell every minute, Su Jinhui replied with a smile. Understood. Time passed, second by second. The 6-meter-high layer of the monstrous entity appeared to melt like chocolate under the scorching sun, dissipating at a visibly rapid pace. The shadowy creatures residing within were either obliterated by the blinding light or extinguished by the sacrifice lanterns, unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon the 4 individuals. Half an hour later, the monster's nest had entirely evaporated, revealing the ground littered with a multitude of colorful orbs of light, over 100 in total, 3 of which were purple. The rest were blue, green, and white. My heavens, hasn't my mother's son struck it rich? The rotund fellow danced with excitement. Having never fought such a bountiful battle before, Zhou Feng and Zhou Ya stood in stunned silence, marveling at the sheer number of light orbs. If they were to collect them all, it would take an eternity. Zhou Feng gazed at Su Jinhui's retreating figure, clenching his fists resolutely. I am determined to follow him. Even if it costs me everything, I shall never part from him. This is yours. Su Jinhui rapidly collected the light orbs, tossing some blue and green ones to the 3 companions. Rare skill. Fire explosion. A perfect match for my profession, a 100 compatibility, Zhou Feng exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. Light orb technique, though not a healing skill, has an 80 compatibility. Zhou Ya rejoiced, declaring, I shall no longer fear the darkness. The figure of the owl? The rotund fellow clutched a purple orb, his expression suddenly grave. Puzzled as to why Su Jinhui would know that this precious skill matched his profession perfectly. Could it be that he perceived my profession from the very beginning? This little Su is truly enigmatic. Alas, a small profit is still a loss. As the three contemplated their thoughts, Su Jinhui had already stored the light orbs and a mass of pitch-black substance into his storage ring, letting out a sigh of resignation. Of the 3 purple orbs, one belonged to the rotund fellow's professional skill, while the remaining 2 were survival resources. As for the blue orbs, the skills and professions they offered were too subpar. He found them unworthy and intended to trade them instead. Hey, Su Jinhui called out. Are those flashlights just going to stay on? Don't you know to turn them off to conserve power? Must I remind you? The 3 jolted, rushing to switch off the flashlights. With the monster's lair vanishing, the surrounding darkness gradually receded, transforming into a dimly lit area. It is time to return. A glint of ferocity flashed in Su Jinhui's eyes. If all unfolded as it did in his past life, at this juncture, Tang Yu and his companions should have already arrived at high school. Chapter 9. No pretense left at the college stronghold. Brother Su, how is it that you returned so soon? Were you injured? Chen Ming inquired with concern, simultaneously raising his hand to signal his subordinates to open the iron gate, allowing Su Jinhui and his companions to enter. Along the way, most of the light orbs had already been claimed by others, yielding little in terms of gain, so they opted to return early and rest. Su Jinhui replied with a smile, glancing at the dozens of new shared bicycles parked beneath the teaching building. More people have arrived? Indeed, shortly after you left. 2 groups came in succession, totaling around 70 to 80 individuals. Xiaoma has already completed their registration, and I have arranged for them to be accommodated in Classroom 3. Chun Ming explained a phrase before inquiring, on this outing, did you not find any valuable light orbs? Not entirely. There were some gains, Su Junhuan chuckled. And with a flick of his palm, 2 purple light orbs materialized. Chun Ming's pupils constricted, but before he could discern the contents of the purple orbs, Su Junhuan swiftly returned them to his storage ring. Damn it! Chun Ming silently cursed, yet wore a smile as he remarked, Brother Su, you truly are modest. To call this a minor harvest is quite the understatement. Brother Chun, do you have any matters to attend to? If not, I plan to take a short rest. He added. Chun Ming responded, at present, there is a small matter I wish to bring to your attention. We have nearly 300 individuals now, and the number is likely to increase. The daily consumption of resources for food and sustenance is considerable. I am contemplating the formation of a search team composed of formidable professionals to support everyone. I wonder what your thoughts are on this, Brother Su. Forming a search team to sustain everyone? This is fantastic news. Su Junhuan nodded vigorously. Brother Chun, you should proceed with confidence. I am fully supportive. Chen Ming rejoiced. Your endorsement is more than enough, brother. Now, you all should rest. I will prepare the roster for the search team. Everything is up to you, Brother Chen. After a respectful salute, Su Junhuan entered the teaching building. Chun Ming gazed at the retreating figures of the 4, slowly suppressing his smile, replaced by a chilling demeanor. This Chen Ming wears a mask of politeness, but I sense he harbors ill intentions. The rotund one rummaged through his nostrils, muttering, why on earth form a search team? It sounds rather benevolent of him. Has he forgotten that he initially opposed our entry into the school? Zhou Feng, quick-witted, who also harbored doubts about the situation, interjected. Regardless of Chun Ming's plans, Xiaoya and I must remain with Brother Su. We will not separate. Do not judge him too harshly. The formation of a search team is a positive development. We will all heed Chen Ming's arrangements. Now, let us make the most of our time to rest. Su Junhuan concluded, pointing to the currently vacant office. This will suffice. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly. After settling the 3, Su Junhuan ascended to the 3rd floor. His gaze swept across the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the classroom, causing his brow to furrow. Where is Tang Yu? Could it be that my rebirth has induced a butterfly effect? But if Tang Yu is absent, why do his lackeys appear in the classroom? Just as Su Junhuan pondered, Chun Ming's voice rang out from behind. Brother Su, I thought you had gone to rest. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tang Yu, who, like us, possesses a rare profession. Turning around, Su Junhuan found Tang Yu smiling warmly at him, extending his hand. Tang Yu, rare profession, light priest. Die. Su Junhuan's pupils constricted, gripping the radiant blade tightly. At this moment, a mere thought could bring Tang Yu to his end. Little Tang and you are both on the roster for the search team. United, we shall surely endure this solar eclipse, Chun Ming remarked cheerfully, oblivious to Su Junhuan's unusual demeanor. Indeed, is Tang Yu also part of the search team? That is splendid. We can tackle everything together. Su Jinhui felt a stir within and extended a hand to Tang Yu, introducing himself as Su Jinhui, a rare class of combatant known as the Blade Warrior. Brother Chun, I will take my leave to rest. Go ahead. I'll send someone to call for you later. Chun Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the office, Su Jinhui found the trio of portly fellows gathered around a candle, indulging in snacks and idle chatter. Without uttering a word, he lay expressionlessly in the corner, which quelled any impulse the rotund men had to engage him in conversation. In a hushed tone, one of them remarked, "Little Su doesn't he seem to be in the best spirits?" Zhou Feng responded, "Just as well, hurry and eat. Once you finish, rest. I want tea sleep here. I'll head next door. I tend to snore, grind my teeth, and pass gas while I sleep, and I wouldn't want to disturb you. In this apocalypse, who cares about such matters?" Su Jinhui replied with his eyes closed, "We'll take turns keeping watch every 3 hours. No problem, little Su. Rest easy." The portly man chuckled. "I'll take the first watch, Feng will take the second, and Xiaoya the third. It's settled then." The relentless battles had left Su Jinhui utterly exhausted. As he relaxed completely, it felt as though he had plunged into a black hole, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and he vaguely heard the conversation between the rotund man and another at the door. "I've already said, little Su is still asleep. You should inform Brother Chen that he won't be joining the search this time, or you can wait for him to wake naturally." "That's not feasible. Everyone is waiting for him." "I don't care. Even if the king himself came, don't wake him. I'm awake," Su Jinhui announced as he pushed the door open and stretched. "How long did I sleep? That felt wonderful. Little Su, you can really sleep. You've been out for 10 straight hours." The portly man grinned widely. "Brother Chen is waiting for you in the meeting." The young man who spoke was known as Xiao Ma, Chen Ming's top subordinate, appearing simple yet harboring a cunning mind. "Let us go?" As Su Jinhui made his way to the meeting place with Xiao Ma, Zhou Feng and Zhouya followed closely. "Hold on," Su Jinhui gestured. "Brother Chen is looking for me, not you. You can stay here." Zhou Feng hesitated briefly but nodded in compliance, understanding the situation. Xiao Ma smiled in response. The meeting room at the high school stronghold was situated on the 6th floor of the teaching building, offering a broad view. Upon Su Jinhui's entrance, Chen Ming greeted him with a smile. "Brother Su, how was your rest?" "I slept quite soundly. I believe I could take on 10 shadow monsters single-handedly right now." Su Jinhui flexed his muscles, eliciting light laughter from those around. "Taking on 10 shadow monsters, huh? You really know how to boast," Chen Ming chuckled. "Please, have a seat." Once Su Jinhui was settled, Chen Ming delved into the matter at hand, outlining the composition of the search team. "I have divided the search team into 3 sections. The first is close combat, comprising the frontline fighters whose primary duty is to establish a solid defense against the attacks of the shadow monsters. The second part consists of ranged roles, such as hunters, mages, and warlocks, serving as the primary attackers of the team. The third part involves our support, healers who specialize in providing care and enhancements to melee fighters. This is the list of personnel I have drafted for the search party." Su Jinhui gazed at the names on the blackboard, nodding silently. There were a total of 12 individuals. Among them, 9 belonged to Chen Ming, while the remaining 2 were Tang Yu and an unfamiliar healer. They were no longer putting on a fade. Chapter 10, Total Annihilation and the Moon Owl. "If there's no conspiracy here, I'll eat my own words upside down." The chubby man anxiously paced around the room. "Little Su, don't you find this strange? Old Zhou, Xiaoya, and I are warriors, mages, and healers respectively, on par with any of them. Yet, why are we absent from the list while only you are present? That scoundrel Chen Ming must be harboring a grudge, attempting to lure you away on your own. You cannot go to this search party." Zhou Feng concurred. "What Fatty says is true. The scent of a trap is too strong. You mustn't fall for it. If you must go, let the 4 of us accompany you for mutual support." Su Jinhui smiled, offering little explanation. "It's fine." But before the chubby man could voice further concerns, Su Jinhui had already set down some survival supplies and exited the office, promising to return shortly. "Alas, why won't you heed advice? So stubborn," Fatty sighed. At that moment, Zhouya spoke up. "I believe little Su is aware of the possible traps. He simply has unwavering faith in himself. Regardless of strength, one cannot withstand an assault from so many. He is no superhero. Well, you saved me once before, so I shall save you this time. Let us call it even." Fatty's gaze flickered, and a resolution began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, the prepared search party, equipped with a shared bicycle, departed from the university stronghold. After riding east for less than 5 minutes, Chen Ming signaled for everyone to halt in a residential area, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Su Jinhui. Several subordinates skillfully surrounded Su Jinhui to ensure he could not escape. "Su Jinhui, to speak frankly, I have encountered foolishness before, yet your level of naivety is unprecedented. Do you not realize that we brought you out here to deal with you?" Chen Ming declared, dismounting from the vehicle. Raising his hand, a short staff appeared in his palm. He was of the mage class. Swish, swish. The others unsheathed their weapons with wicked grins. "You were so formidable earlier. Why the sudden meekness? You, a rare class, are merely pretending." Why not kneel before Brother Chun and seek his forgiveness? A cacophony of raucous jeers and foul language erupted. Tang Yu and the healer did not join in the raucousness. They were evidently in on the plan, smiling as they observed the unfolding drama. Chun Ming, are you so impatient to act against me that you won't even take a few steps back? Su Jinhui remained composed, which only served to infuriate Chun Ming further. What is it with you? Even now, you continue to feign indifference. Will you perish if you stop pretending? Chun Ming let out a sinister laugh, remarking on the stubbornness of his opponent even in the face of imminent death. I shall witness how long you can maintain that bravado. You formed this so-called search team solely to lure me out, showing no genuine concern for the stronghold. Su Jinhua inquired. Of course, there are hundreds of people at the stronghold, and I am not their parent. Why should I exert myself to gather resources for them? Their fate is of no consequence to me, Chun Ming retorted, rolling his eyes. Hand over the storage ring honestly, and I might grant you a swift death. Su Jinhua shook his head, muttering about the inevitability of his own downfall. Attack. Just as Chun Ming gestured, a colossal white owl perched atop a 6-story residential building nearby, fixated intently on the battlefield, its round eyes darting about. With a deep inhalation, it propelled itself downward towards the fray. Prepare to meet your end. Kill. Su Jinhua faced the onslaught with unwavering courage. A slight smirk graced his lips as he drew the radiant blade, whispering, King's decapitation. As the circular blade aura was unleashed, a chilling aura enveloped the 11 individuals present, leaving them astounded. Such a presence. Such overwhelming pressure. How can this possibly be a skill possessed by a rare profession? They were deceived. Yet, it was too late to flee. They could only brace themselves against the blade's onslaught. However, such resistance was futile. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. You are not a rare profession. What exactly are you? With a swift motion, the blade slashed through, rendering the bodies of the 11 asunder with brutal efficiency. Sheathing his blade, Su Jinhua did not spare a glance at the remains, his gaze drawn instead to the white owl that had followed him from the high school stronghold. The owl now lay on the ground, its massive form cracking the earth beneath it. It inhaled deeply, its round eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. The Elite 11 from the high school stronghold had perished just like that, without even a chance to unleash their skills. Su Jinhua's next words only deepened the owl's astonishment. Fatty, did you come to save me? With a deep breath, the white owl shed its feathers, transforming rapidly into a portly, naked man. His profession was the silver epic moon owl. He clasped his legs tightly and covered his modesty with his hands, offering a wry smile. Hi, little Su. How do you know everything? Su Jinhua merely chuckled, tossing a white orb of light to the man. Put on some clothes before you speak. While the man dressed, Su Jinhua began to absorb the skills of the 11, meticulously filling the remaining 7 skill slots. So, little Su, you had known from the start that they intended to harm you and deliberately went along with them? The man finally spoke after donning his attire. If one cannot discern such an overt trap, perhaps I should refrain from continuing in this endeavor. Su Jinhui approached the lifeless body of Tang Yu and, with a decisive step, crushed his skull. With Tang Yu deceased, the next target is Jiang Limu. However, in my previous life, I encountered Jiang Limu months later. It is still premature. The stout fellow sighed deeply, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. Little Su, you truly are unfathomable. After your transformation, how long can you maintain your formidable form? Su Jinhui shifted the conversation. The stout man replied, without the upgrade, it lasts merely 30 seconds. Now, post-upgrade, it can endure for about a minute. If it's a minute, Su Jinhui chuckled, since we're here, dare you accompany me to purify a level 2 shadow monster lair? Level 2? The stout man gulped nervously. Just the two of us? Is that feasible? I am uncertain. Su Jinhui shrugged. That is why I inquire about the duration of your transformation. Should we fail, at least we can escape. Escape? Oh, are you intending to use me as a steed? The stout man's eyes widened in disbelief. We cannot squander your invaluable flying ability. 2 hours later, 2 somewhat disheveled figures appeared at the entrance of the campus stronghold. They were the unsuccessful Su Jinhui and the stout man. This failure served as a stark warning for Su Jinhui. To consider purifying a level 2 lair so soon after the apocalypse is indeed a folly. Even if he is a mythical monarch, even with the stamina bestowed by the sacrificial lantern, it is all in vain if he cannot keep pace. The guards, surprised to see only Su Jinhui return, exclaimed, Little Su, why are only the 2 of you back? Where are the others? Su Jinhui glanced at them and entered the campus, stating simply, they are all dead. What? I killed them. With these 3 words lingering in the air, Su Jinhui walked slowly into the teaching building, leaving the stunned onlookers behind. After a while, Su Jinhui gathered everyone in the gymnasium adjacent to the teaching building and played a recording of Chun Ming. This recording device, of course, was also extracted from the green orb. Everything had been meticulously planned by Su Jinhui. Naturally, with hundreds of people in the stronghold, he was not their parent. Their survival was of no concern to him. If you hand over your storage rings obediently, I can grant you a swift demise. The expansive gymnasium echoed with Chun Ming's venomous voice. Su Jinhui casually switched off the recorder and addressed the crowd with clarity. This elucidates my reasons for eliminating Chun Ming and his associates. Our personal grievances have been resolved and shall no longer be discussed. However, one point remains. He was correct. I am neither your parent nor a saint. I will not bear the responsibility for your survival. If you wish to live, you must gather resources from the light orbs yourselves. Additionally, if anyone possesses surplus light source materials, skills, or advanced professions, you may approach me for exchanges of other resources. I assure you, fairness will prevail. My words have been spoken. The choice to stay or leave rests with you all. No, this is bad. As the crowd murmured among themselves, several individuals burst through the door, drenched in sweat, and exclaimed, "Outside! There are so many monsters." Chapter 11. Slaying the King. Let us take a look. Su Jinhui summoned the rotund companion and the Zhou siblings, rushing from the gymnasium at breakneck speed toward the railing. There, approximately 100 paces from the school, a vast assembly of shadowy creatures gathered, a dark mass stretching into the unseen depths of the night. Numbering no less than 1,000, an alarming spectacle. Are they gathering? Zhou Feng gasped in disbelief. Why is this happening? How could these monsters have developed intelligence overnight? The stout companion appeared bewildered. There is a leader directing them. Su Jinhui's expression turned grave. Everyone, grab a flashlight and head to the teaching building. Quickly. With lives at stake, no one dared to squander time with idle chatter, and they surged back toward the educational structure. Xiao Su, you mentioned that the leader is a more formidable creature than the ordinary shadow beasts, right? But I don't see it. What does it look like? The stout one, surprisingly unperturbed, thought that as a noble owner of the flying class Moon Owl, he could easily flee with Su Jinhui if the situation escalated. Leaning on the brilliant blade, Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes. Humans acquire professions and survival resources through luminous orbs. Monsters, too, can evolve into more threatening beings by preying on humans and consuming these orbs. I previously mentioned that monsters have two activity cycles, the hunting phase and the nesting phase. During the nesting phase, they return to their lairs to rest, consuming what they have devoured and evolving various abilities. The lead monster is one that has consumed a significant amount, or high-grade luminous orbs, during the hunting phase. Su Jinhui refrained from elaborating further, recalling from past memories that no leader-level shadow monsters had appeared near the stronghold of the academy. It was evident that his rebirth had triggered some uncontrollable changes. Monsters evolve in different directions, and their abilities vary accordingly. The creature we are about to confront is evidently intelligent. Otherwise, it would not be capable of orchestrating such a multitude of shadow monsters to attack us. Upon finishing his explanation, Su Jinhui turned to the fearful crowd behind him. Follow my command. When the monsters come in, shine your flashlights on them. The greatest weakness of the shadow beasts is their fear of light. They're coming, someone shouted. A dense wave of shadow beasts crashed against the railing, surging into the hall. Even Su Jinhui, seasoned in confronting such scenarios, felt a shiver run down his spine. The scale of this was comparable to the chaos encountered during the cleansing of a level 2 monster lair. With a hum, he swung his arm, the fiery glow of the brilliant blade flickering. The first dozen shadow creatures that breached the hall were obliterated by a barrage of concentrated beams before Su Jinhui could even strike, transforming into pools of dark liquid without a single cry. Wow, we did it. Light truly works against them. Perhaps we can win. The morale of those on the second floor surged as they witnessed the efficacy of the light against the monsters. Howl, sizzle, a woo. An increasing number of shadow monsters surged through the front entrance, only to evaporate in an instant. The damage inflicted by dozens of light sources was simply beyond their capacity to withstand. The adage unity is strength proved itself true. I must confess, witnessing these monsters dissolve into water was quite exhilarating. It appeared that we need not lift a finger. As long as we remained here, they could not breach our defenses. The rotund one chuckled. No matter how many come, it's futile. Huh, perish. Young Su, you are truly a genius. Come, you wretched monsters. If you dare, charge in. Fear gradually dissipated with the mass demise of the shadow creatures. Even Zhou Feng's countenance brightened, feeling a sense of assurance. However, upon catching sight of Su Jinhui's grave expression, a chill ran through him, and he whispered, Young Su, is there something wrong with your serious demeanor? Su Jinhui pondered. A horde led by a leader, especially one with intelligence, is never simple. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of shattering glass erupted from above. followed by dozens of shadow monsters bursting forth from various classrooms, frantically attacking the nearest humans. Those without even a basic profession stood no chance against the shadow monsters. And in the blink of an eye, over a dozen lives were extinguished. They have climbed up the exterior walls. Indeed, Su Jinhui inhaled deeply. The assault in the hall was merely a feint. What on earth do we do now? The rotund one exclaimed in horror. An increasing number of shadow monsters poured from the classrooms, and the people fled in panic, causing the light to scatter and the main entrance of the hall to fall without contest. With a swift motion, Su Jinhui felled several shadow monsters with a single strike, cutting his palm to summon the Lantern of Life. Follow me. As he spoke, Su Jinhui led the rotund one and the Zhou siblings out through the front door. As for the others, Su Jinhui lacked the capacity to protect them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Heavens! Turning around, Zhou nearly burst into tears. The walls of the teaching building were teeming with shadow monsters, resembling a nest of beasts, as they continuously wriggled through the windows. Those inside the building will surely perish. Zhou Feng's eyes brimmed with despair. Young Su, I see the leader you mentioned. The rotund one suddenly shouted. Su Jinhui glanced in the direction pointed by him, and indeed, among the dense throng of shadow monsters, one stood out as particularly peculiar. Its form was grotesquely bloated, resembling a mound of black mud. Its size multiple times that of an ordinary shadow monster, its body adorned with human remnants, arms, legs. Most strikingly, at least 100 human heads sprouted from its back, each bearing expressions of rage, terror, or despair, likely belonging to those it had previously consumed. Stay close to me. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If we eliminate the 100-headed monster, the horde will be easily dealt with. Su Jinhui commanded, charging towards the 100-headed monster, while shadow monsters attempted to obstruct him, all falling to the red light of the Lantern of Life. Compared to the king profession, which demands considerable resources and time to ascend, the Lantern of Life proved to be a far more straightforward and practical tool in the early stages. The brain monster distinctly perceived the intentions of Su Jinhui and others. Sensing a threat, it writhed its body, and over 100 heads simultaneously emitted piercing screams. In an instant, the surrounding shadow monsters surged towards Su Jinhui. Even those lurking inside and outside the classroom frantically rushed over, some clinging to the walls plummeting to the ground, scrambling back on their feet and racing towards this direction. This is bad. It seems the red light can no longer hold them back. Zhou Feng cried out in terror. The crimson radiance emitted by the sacrificial lantern possessed the capability to slow down and annihilate shadow monsters. Yet as the number of encroaching creatures increased, its effectiveness markedly waned. Su Jinhui snorted coldly. Today, let us see whether it is your life that is resilient or mine. With a swift motion, Su Jinhui bit off the tip of his left pinky finger. Sacrifice. As the pinky disintegrated into ashes, the red light from the sacrificial lantern expanded several-fold, shining even more brilliantly, engulfing hundreds of shadow monsters and transforming them into dark water. With a regal stride, Su Jinhui left behind a trail of afterimages as he approached the multi-headed beast, fiercely swinging the brilliant blade. The creature's body was cleaved, leaving a deep gash with dark water splattering everywhere. As the leader, the multi-headed monster possessed extraordinary vitality and immediately turned to flee. You shall not escape. Su Jinhui would not allow it to evade, relentlessly slashing with dozens of blows. As an intelligent leader, the multi-headed beast had no defensive capabilities and, faced with the proximity of Su Jinhui, could do nothing but wail and flee. Ultimately, after covering several meters, it collapsed onto the ground. Perish. Su Jinhui plunged a blade into the creature's body and twisted it forcefully. Boom. The multi-headed monster exploded, dark water splattering everywhere. Su Jinhui's pupils constricted, a smile creeping onto his face. Amidst the dark water left by the creature, he discerned not only a multitude of white, green, and blue orbs, but also a shimmering silver sphere. Silver epic. Without time to examine it further, he collected the orb and cast a healing spell on himself. Turning to the trio of portly companions, he said, with the leader vanquished, the remaining shadow monsters are yours to handle. I must take a breather. Having lost too much blood and exhausted his stamina, he now saw everything with a slight double vision. Rest easy, little Su. We will handle this. The portly one shouted, charging into the horde like a human tank, arms wide open, delivering a punch to each shadow monster. Behind him, Zhou Feng conjured a massive ball of flame in his hands, hurling it into the distant cluster of monsters. A thunderous explosion ensued, toppling several shadow creatures. Light sphere technique. Zhou continuously unleashed the light sphere technique, illuminating the surroundings like daylight, effectively preventing the shadow monsters from advancing. Chapter 12. After the battle's respite after a full 10 minutes, The remaining shadow creatures were finally eradicated, leaving the group panting heavily. The stout man assisted Su Jinhui, clumsily wiping away the dissipating dark water that had transformed into ominous black mist on his face, murmuring, "Without you, little Su, I would have perished tenfold." The numbers are simply overwhelming. Beside them, Zhouya supported her brother Zhou Feng, who, though uninjured, appeared pallid as parchment due to severe exhaustion. He opened his mouth to utter something, but a spasm in his stomach betrayed him, and he embarrassingly retched. It is indeed a marvel that anyone survived. Su Jinhui gazed at the flickering beams of light within the teaching building, prompting the stout man to help him return. Upon their return to the dilapidated structure, they were met with the sight of scattered, fragmented human corpses, and amidst the gloom, the mournful sounds of weeping could be faintly heard. Some fortunate individuals who had survived the massacre cast complex glances at Su Jinhui and his companions. On one hand, they expressed gratitude for Su Jinhui's valiant efforts in slaying the beasts and bringing the conflict to an end. On the other hand, they harbored resentment towards him for abandoning them in their most perilous hour, leading to the sacrifice of their loved ones. Nevertheless, their thoughts were of little consequence to Su Jinhui. "Oh, mother." In the pitch-black corridor, a young man clutched the upper half of a corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Su Jinhui recognized this young man, one of the earliest members to join their ranks. "I no longer have a mother," he cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. His eyes bloodshot. The stout man, unable to bear the sight, approached and gently patted the young man on the shoulder, uttering, "Brother, may you find peace." Ascending the staircase, the sheer number of corpses became numbing, blood staining each level. In what had once been a stronghold for hundreds, fewer than 30 survived the siege that lasted less than an hour, resulting in a staggering mortality rate of 95. On the rooftop of the teaching building, over 30 survivors sat around a campfire, lost in thought, devoid of any joy at having survived, their hearts heavy with grief. "Distribute this food among them," Su Jinhui said, leaning against the railing as he tossed a cluster of luminous orbs into the air. Even if tears were to flow, it would have to wait until they were nourished. Zhou Feng took the initiative to distribute the supplies, offering soft words of comfort to each person he encountered. "Zhouya, I'm here," Zhouya responded, startled. As she turned to see Su Jinhui throwing a purple orb, she carefully cradled the precious purple orb, which belonged to the esteemed class of Light Priest, possessing both healing abilities and a wealth of light-related skills. "Thank you, little Su," Zhouya said earnestly before shattering the orb. A flash of white light surged through her being, and Zhouya gazed at her palm for a long moment before waving her hand, conjuring a sphere of light the size of a soccer ball that floated in midair, instantly illuminating the entire rooftop. The survivors looked at the glowing orb, their sorrow momentarily alleviated. "Light brings solace." "Zhou Feng," Su Jinhui called again. "Little Su." Zhou Feng hurriedly jogged over. Before attaining a stronger class, he resolved to enhance the existing skills of the fire sorcerer, aiming to later transition to something superior, hoping to achieve the same instantaneous success as Zhouya. Su Jinhui spoke as he tossed the vibrant orbs of green and blue light to Zhou Feng. After days of camaraderie and battle, Su Jinhui had come to sincerely accept the Zhou siblings. Young Zhou Feng hesitated, words lingering on his lips, ultimately choosing silence as he quietly took the orbs and retreated to a corner to enhance his skills. "Brother, is there one for me?" the chubby boy inquired, his voice tinged with eagerness as he approached with a chicken leg in hand. "Indeed, there are a few," Su Jinhui replied, watching as the boy rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "But I intend to keep them for myself." Observing the chubby boy's countenance fall in an instant, Su Jinhui chuckled. "It's not so easy to elevate an epic class. However, rest assured, once you've recuperated, I will seek an opportunity to cleanse the level 2 shadow monster lair. If something suitable for you arises, you may choose first." "Hee, that sounds splendid," the boy beamed, unperturbed as he resumed gnawing on his chicken leg. "I shall rest for a while. Please do not disturb me unless necessary. Once you are all refreshed, proceed to clear the building and gather resources. There will be no shadow monster attacks in the short term, so safety is not a concern." After speaking, Su Jinhui waved his hand, casting a blue orb that materialized a military tent in the open space before he promptly slipped inside. Upon witnessing Su Jinhui enter the tent, Zhouya hesitated momentarily before dissipating the glowing orbs that enveloped the rooftop. Since young Zhou wished to sleep, it was only proper to dim the lights within the tent. Inside, Su Jinhui nibbled on a modest meal and contemplated the solitary epic orb, his expression turning pensive. The contents of this orb were a vehicular light camper, capable of accommodating up to 10 individuals, fueled by various light sources such as flashlights, candles, headlamps, and batteries. Presently, the camper seemed somewhat superfluous. as the consumption of light was excessively high, rendering it impractical except as a last resort in dire circumstances. With a deep breath, Su Jinhui closed his eyes, pondering the configuration of his skills. After a full half-hour, he successfully reorganized the skills he had acquired. Aside from the inherent King's Stride and King's Slash of the Monarch class, the remaining 10 skills were Rending Light, Treasure Seeking, Power Enhancement, Stamina Enhancement, Healing, Lightning Enhancement, Leap Strike, Eagle Eye, Flare, and Lightning Ray. Among these, Power Enhancement and Stamina Enhancement were likely to remain unchanged in the skill slots for an extended period, and resources would be sought for their upgrades. The others, such as Treasure Seeking and Lightning Enhancement, would be reconsidered for replacement only upon discovering more suitable alternatives. The professional bracelet should manifest in a few days. I wonder how many points I have accumulated. Perhaps 300 to 500, at least. Su Jinhui mused, gazing at the slowly growing pinky of his left hand, before shaking his head and burrowing into the warm embrace of his blankets. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit street, a dozen men and women pedaled their bicycles towards a high school. The procession moved forward in silence. Suddenly, 5 shadow monsters surged from the darkness, attempting to launch a surprise attack. The nearest young woman with a single ponytail let out a soft hum, and with a tremor of her arm, a sharp saber materialized. With a swish, the saber sliced through the air, its sound tearing through the night, and in an instant, 5 shadowy figures disintegrated into fragments. The others were already accustomed to such displays, scarcely bothering to cast a glance back. After a brief moment, the convoy halted before the entrance of a high school, revealing a scene of desolation. It was evident that this place had been besieged by a horde of shadowy creatures, and the scale of the attack was substantial. As all the glass lay shattered, among the group, a bespectacled gentleman, refined in demeanor, furrowed his brows as he surveyed the surroundings, deducing that the shadowy beings must have infiltrated through the outer walls. TSK, it seems these creatures have adopted tactics. Have they evolved? The scent of blood was thick in the air, hinting at the demise of perhaps hundreds. A petite woman in the group inhaled the atmosphere and whispered, "Indeed. This high school is a fitting stronghold, but fate has played its hand. Those who occupy this place likely never dreamed of such a large-scale assault." The leading man, with a grim expression, silently dismounted the vehicle and entered the teaching building. The rest swiftly brandished their weapons and flashlights, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Who are you?" A few survivors rummaging through the corpses turned to gaze incredulously at the unfamiliar group of men and women. To endure an attack of such magnitude and still have survivors was astonishing. The bespectacled man chuckled softly, finding the situation intriguing. "Tao, if my conjecture holds true, there should be a rather formidable team here. Gentlefolk, we are merely passing through. Might you escort us to meet your leader?" Chapter 13. The Codex of Shadow Arts on the rooftop of the teaching building. The unexpected arrival of the newcomers caused the stout man and the Zhou siblings to become instantly alert. "Who are you?" The stout man scrutinized the arrivals. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they appeared to be a group of competent professionals. The bespectacled man inclined his head towards the stout man, declaring, "We bear no ill will. We simply observed a silver orb on the rooftop and came to investigate." "A silver orb?" The stout man turned to the Zhou siblings, casting an inquiring glance. Zhou Feng, quick to respond, remarked, "You've misunderstood. There is no silver orb here. What you saw was my sister's skill." "Skill?" The bespectacled man clearly found this hard to believe, letting out a hearty laugh. "Come now, we have no intention of seizing anything from you. There is no need for deception. It truly is my skill. I am not misleading you." Zhouya raised her hand, and a bright orb of light materialized in her palm, identical to what they had previously witnessed. The bespectacled man's expression faltered, realizing that they had pursued nothing more than a mere skill for quite some time. The grim-faced Tao pondered aloud, "A rare profession, a light priest?" Zhouya nodded affirmatively. "Excellent. Join my team. We just lost our previous priest, leaving an open position for a backline role." Tao's countenance, though grim, bore an unsettling smile. "This is unacceptable," Zhouya exclaimed in disbelief. The rotund man beside them burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a joke. Have you always been this amusing? Who the hell knows you? Why should we join your ranks when we can form our own?" Jiang Yuntao's gaze flickered with a hint of menace. "For that remark, I shall remove all your teeth." "Shut your mouth." The hefty man shouted, "Come on." As his words echoed, a figure darted through the crowd, wielding a long saber aimed directly at the hefty man. Hiss. The man swiftly retreated to evade the strike, eyes wide as he cursed, "You crazy wench. Do you seek my life?" The woman with a single ponytail remained silent, her blade positioned across her chest. "Now, you have two choices," Jiang Yuntao remarked to Zhouya with a sardonic tone. "First, join us. If you prove yourself worthy, I may consider making you a formal member. Second, I eliminate your companions and take you by force. You should know what to choose. You better be aware when I take your mother." The hefty man grinned maliciously, interjecting before Zhouya could respond. "You're digging your own grave. Kill him." Jiang Yuntao snapped his fingers, prompting the ponytailed woman to unleash a swift strike at the hefty man. As the primary attacker of their group, she possessed unwavering confidence in her skills and blade. Some individuals may appear to be alive, yet in truth, they are already dead. Several members of the group smiled, foreseeing the hefty man's demise. The ponytailed Wang Wan, after all, could effortlessly slay a dozen shadow monsters. However, at the moment of collision, all smiles froze. What is this? The ponytailed woman stared in disbelief at the enormous white owl before her, its wings clamping down on her saber with unyielding force, rendering her unable to withdraw it. With a thunderous roar, the owl flapped its wing, its razor-sharp feathers instantly shredding her to pieces. Wang Wen's eyes bled as her words died on her lips, her body fracturing like scattered blocks, innards spilling onto the ground. "You." Jiang Yuntao was taken aback, retreating several steps in alarm. "Be careful, this hefty man is of epic class." Jiang Yuntao lamented internally. "Damn it, if you're of epic class, why didn't you say so earlier?" Yet, it was too late to voice such sentiments. These individuals must perish. The owl let out a piercing shriek and dove into the crowd. A resounding clang echoed as the bespectacled man raised a massive tower shield to block its assault. Despite his seemingly slight and refined demeanor, he was a tower shield warrior, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. "You're courting death," a short woman in their ranks cried out as she leapt into action, producing a dark green longbow in a flourish, her fingers deftly plucking the strings. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows glimmering with green light pierced the owl's body in rapid succession, leaving it battered and torn. Holy healing art. Shield of light. Zhouya stepped forward decisively, casting spells in rapid succession, enveloping the owl in circles of radiant light, thereby alleviating the plump man's suffering to the greatest extent. "Eliminate the priest first," Jiang Yuntao commanded in a low voice, 6 figures simultaneously lunging towards Zhouya. "You must be tired of living." Su Jinhui's chilling voice suddenly resonated from within the military tent. In an instant, the scene before them distorted, revealing a blade glimmering with lightning that engulfed the 6 assailants. "Die." With that single utterance, Su Jinhui sheathed his sword. The 6 corpses crashed heavily to the ground. Gasping in shock, Jiang Yuntao and the remaining few felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. They had never imagined that, apart from the plump man, this seemingly inconspicuous group contained such formidable prowess. Indeed, a crushing power. Could it be yet another epic class? "Wait!" Jiang Yuntao exclaimed in alarm. "I surrender. Spare us." Too late. "Plump man, retreat," Su Jinhui commanded. The moment the plump man stepped back, Su Jinhui executed the king's stride, appearing before the bespectacled man. With a swift stroke, the bespectacled man let out a wail as he was cleaved along with his shield, tumbling down the stairs, his fate uncertain. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted, as a short female figure initiated her attack. A deadly poison hunter? Su Jinhui squinted, deflecting the barrage of arrows and charging towards the diminutive woman. "Oh no!" The short woman gasped in horror, turning to flee. But before she could take more than a few steps, she was struck by a bolt of lightning, her body rolling down the stairs, emitting a charred aroma. Thus, within mere minutes of battle, the once 13-member team was reduced to Jiang Yuntao as the sole survivor. "Please, don't kill me. I truly realize my mistakes," Jiang Yuntao pleaded, collapsing to his knees and bowing repeatedly. "Spare me." Huh. The response he received was a flash of lethal blade light. However, Jiang Yuntao did not perish. Instead, at the moment of the strike, he transformed into a wooden stump, his true self having vanished elsewhere. Wooden substitute technique? Shadow user? Su Jinhui's eyes widened, finally grasping why Jiang Yuntao had been so audacious, brazenly seizing and killing at a whim. He was, like the plump man, also an epic class. "Do you think you can escape?" Su Jinhui scoffed, addressing the plump man, who was currently receiving treatment and wrapped in a large blanket. "First, come with me to deal with him. Healing can wait." In the hall of the teaching building, Jiang Yuntao emerged, drenched in sweat and staggering. He was consumed with regret, lamenting how he had gotten entangled with such a group of freaks. "I am such a fool," Jiang Yuntao thought, tears brimming. Knowing full well that the opposing side could withstand a large-scale monster tide, why had he provoked them? It's fine, it's all fine." Jiang Yuntao frantically reassured himself. "As long as I wish, I can rally a team at any time. Survival is paramount." "Yes, indeed, I can." At that moment, a lithe figure leaped from the back of the owl, cleaving Jiang Yuntao in two with a single stroke. Su Jin pressed down on Jiang Yuntao's lifeless head, murmuring, "The Codex of Shadow Arts often brings happiness so abruptly, leaving one unprepared." Chapter 14, let us commence. The Codex of Shadow Arts. The quintessential skill of the epic class of Shadowmancers records 4 categories of shadow techniques: attack, defense, trickery, and evasion, each containing 3 distinct methods. The withering wooden substitute technique previously employed by Jiang Yuntao is one of the 3 evasion techniques, with the other 2 being mist evasion and wall pass evasion. Among the myriad epic classes, the Shadowmancer stands undisputed at the pinnacle, as it uniquely possesses 12 shadow techniques from the outset, boasting a remarkably balanced array of offensive, defensive, controlling, and evasive capabilities. The sole drawback of this class lies in its lack of sustained combat ability. Once each technique recorded in the Codex is utilized, it necessitates prolonged meditation for re-recording before it can be employed again. How could such a formidable class fall into the hands of a wretch like you? You truly deserve your fate. Discarding Jiang Yuntao's body like refuse, Su Jin leaped onto the back of an owl, which let out a long cry, carrying him back to the rooftop. "I am so sorry, Brother Zhao. I had no idea the light orb would attract them. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured," Zhouya said, filled with remorse, repeatedly apologizing to the portly man. The man had reverted to his human form, wrapped in a blanket, and chuckled, "It's merely a superficial wound. You healed me, after all. Besides, how could this be blamed on you? None of us anticipated that these lunatics would come looking for trouble. What exactly is your profession that allows you to transform into an owl?" Zhou Feng inquired. The portly man chuckled. "Given the circumstances, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. I am not a brawler, but rather an epic class moon owl." An epic class? No wonder it's so formidable, Zhou Feng thought, glancing at Su Jin, who was pressing his hand against the corpse's head. He mused that young Su's profession must also be of epic caliber, as a blade warrior could not possibly be this overwhelmingly powerful. Su Jin swiftly appropriated the skills of several individuals, and upon noticing Zhou Feng's gaze upon him, he smiled and said, "I am indeed not a blade warrior. My profession is that of an epic shadowmancer." Just as I suspected, Zhou Feng nodded in understanding. "Young Su, what are you doing?" Zhouya asked with curiosity. "Oh, shadowmancers possess the ability to replicate the skills of others, provided I am the one to slay them. Next time, fatty, be less ruthless. Leave some for me to finish off." "Got it." The skirmish granted Su Jin immense growth, allowing him to nearly exhaust his repertoire of skills. The only regret was that he failed to acquire the skills of Wang Wan, the single ponytail girl, and was left oblivious to her profession. "Let us depart to the gym for some rest," Su Jin remarked, surveying the blood-soaked rooftop littered with corpses, a hint of resignation in his voice. In the perpetual night of this environment, the concept of time was rendered almost irrelevant. For the next stretch, Su Jin led a remarkably simple life, sleeping when weary and immersing himself in the meditation of the shadow techniques inscribed in the Codex, until 2 days later. He finally recorded all 12 techniques within the Codex. It is time to set forth. Su Jinhui glanced at the overcast sky, deducing that it was now the time for returning home. He resolved to once again attempt the purification of the secondary shadow monster lair in the park area. "Are we just the 4 of us? Shouldn't we bring others along?" the plump one inquired. Su Jinhui surveyed the surviving members and shook his head. The ferocity of battling a secondary shadow monster lair was no less intense than the previous siege by monsters. Bringing along this group of lower-tier professionals would be akin to sending them to their demise. Although Su Jinhui was indifferent to their fates, he could not bring himself to lead them to such an end. Given that it is now the time for returning home, the outside is relatively safe. We must seize the opportunity to gather supplies. By the way, try not to act alone. In this environment, humans can often be more terrifying than the monsters, Su Jinhui stated before stepping outside. "Hey, can you not just leave us behind?" The young man, Wei Zheng, clenched his fists and said, "I can take care of myself. Wherever you go, take me along. I want to go too. I promise I won't hold you back." Upon hearing Wei Zheng's words, the other survivors stood up and voiced their agreement. "The place I am heading to is extremely dangerous. I cannot look after you. Do you still wish to follow? Are you not afraid of death?" Su Jinhui asked, his expression devoid of emotion. "Of course I fear death," Wei Zheng murmured, lowering his head. "But does fearing death mean one can avoid it? I want to possess abilities like you, Brother Su, Brother Zhao, and Sister Zhouya. I do not wish to only scream in terror when facing monsters or cower in a corner when attacked by evildoers. I want to fight. We all want to fight. Brother Su, please take us with you. Even if we die, we will not blame you. If we must die, let us die with dignity. Faced with the crowd's pleas." Su Jinhui let out a heavy sigh and turned back from the door. For people require a strategy for 4, Over 30 people necessitate a plan for more than 30. Wei Zhong, I hereby appoint you as their captain. I promise you, if you manage to survive the impending battle, each of you shall at least attain a rare blue profession. Thank you, Brother Su. The group nodded vigorously, excitement evident in their expressions. Now, gather all light sources together and listen to my instructions. 2 hours later, in the park area, Su Jinhui led the group into the darkness, approaching the colossal structure. So it was a secondary shadow monster lair we faced before. No wonder so many perished. Will there be tertiary or even quaternary lairs in the future? Zhou Feng murmured. The memory of their first encounter with the monster tide, where nearly their entire force was annihilated, haunted him like an unshakable nightmare. Certainly there will be, Su Jinhui affirmed. As humanity continues to evolve and grow stronger, so too do the monsters. Now is not the time for such discussions. Everyone, take out your candles and arrange them in 5 rows. The group promptly retrieved various candles and placed them on the ground. In no time, hundreds of candles formed an internal space large enough to accommodate 100 people in a rectangular formation. Everyone shall follow closely behind me, using clustered flashlights to illuminate the monster's lair. Regardless of what occurs or what we witness, there is no cause for alarm. Retreat is only permitted if I command it. Should anyone dare to flee and jeopardize my plans, Wei Zhong shall deal with them. Understood. Wei Zhong tightened his grip on his steel knife in affirmation. Fatty and Zhou Feng, while safeguarding our flanks, also strive to conserve your energy. The lair of a secondary shadow monster typically harbors numerous elites and leaders. Sometimes even 2 or 3. We must not cry fatigue before encountering the leader. Fear not. With so many flashlights at my disposal, they are not mere decorations. Fatty patted the numerous clustered flashlights strapped to his waist. Zhouya, regardless of who is injured, including myself, do not attempt to heal. The only skill you may employ in this battle is the light sphere technique. Release it only when I instruct you to do so. Agreed. Zhouya nodded earnestly, her gaze resolute. Thus, Su Jinhui exhaled a deep breath. Let us commence. Chapter 15. The Battle of the Purified Nest, Part 1. In a realm of utter darkness. The monster's lair loomed ominously. The group arranged themselves into 2 lines as directed by Su Jinhui. Despite having recently endured a hellish siege by monsters, their mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, facing the lair at such proximity instilled a sense of trepidation. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. What is there to fear? I stand before you. If calamity strikes, I shall be the first to fall. At this juncture, there are but 2 outcomes. Either we succeed or we perish. Su Jinhui turned to soothe the group's anxiety. He then produced the sacrificial lamp, gripping the flashlight in his right hand, and declared, 3, 2, 1, illuminate. Whoosh. Over 30 beams of clustered light converged upon the twisted monster's lair, splattering dark liquid in all directions, accompanied by a cacophony of frenzied roars emanating from within. Almost instantaneously, countless awakened shadow monsters surged forth from the lair, their gaping maws lunging recklessly towards the crowd. In a fashion reminiscent of a high-stakes battle, under the overwhelming density of the light beams, they disintegrated into dark liquid before even reaching the throng. Su Jinhui's expression turned grave as he continuously adjusted the flashlight's position to eliminate any stragglers. Crack! A remarkably elongated, glossy black claw suddenly emerged from the melting lair, the light proving utterly ineffective against it. Do not waste your light on the elites. I shall handle it. Su Jinhui relinquished the flashlight to Zhouya at his side and unsheathed his radiant blade. Boom! 6 glossy black claws gradually extended from within the lair, soon revealing the monster's true form. A colossal creature resembling a spider, its body glistening black, measuring 5 meters in diameter, covered in stout pores from which dark mist billowed with each breath. The spider monster let out a skyward howl and then swiftly advanced towards Su Jinhui. Wielding its 6 claws, Su Jinhui bit his finger, drawing blood to offer a sacrifice to the sacrificial lantern, and then leapt high into the air, wielding his blade to strike at the body of the spider monster. This creature, truly an elite-level foe, displayed a ferocious demeanor, undaunted by the crimson glow emanating from the sacrificial lantern as it swung its exceptionally thick pincers toward him. Clang! The knife met the pincers with a resounding clash, generating a shower of sparks, as though striking metal, yet it suffered no damage whatsoever. Unfazed by light, its defenses were formidable. Where lay its weakness? The vents on its back? Su Jinhui furrowed his brow slightly. The spider monster charged forward, attempting to disrupt the crowd, but Su Jinhui would not allow it to succeed. With a powerful push off the ground, he leapt once more, raising his palm to send a hissing, burning yellow talisman flying directly toward the creature's back. The art of explosive talismans from the Book of Shadow Techniques. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, causing the spider monster to stagger, with a significant portion of the vents on its back obliterated. The power of an epic-class skill should not be underestimated. It is effective. The back is indeed its relatively vulnerable point. Su Jinhui's eyes brightened as he withdrew the resplendent blade stuck in the ground and executed the king's stride, leaping forcefully onto the back of the spider monster. Power amplification, lightning amplification, toxin amplification, buzz. The brilliance of the resplendent blade flickered in rapid succession, and before the spider monster could throw Su Jinhui off, the blade had deeply embedded itself into its back. With a fierce twist of the hilt, a torrent of black liquid erupted forth, resembling a black fountain. The spider monster let out a piercing howl of agony. Die! At the moment Su Jinhui withdrew the resplendent blade, he forcefully inserted the sacrificial lantern into the wound. With a thud, Su Jinhui landed steadily, observing as the spider monster trembled violently, soon collapsing into a large pool of black liquid. Within the dark fluid lay not only the sacrificial lantern, but also numerous luminous orbs. Little Su is truly formidable, remarkably strong. Witnessing Su Jinhui swiftly dispatch the elite foe, the morale of the crowd surged. However, Su Jinhui was not as optimistic as they were, hastily retrieving the sacrificial lantern and stating, "It is premature to sing praises. We must wait until the purification is successful. We have only just begun. The level 2 nest will not be easily purified. Damn it, when did these ghastly creatures come around?" Suddenly, the stout man on the left cursed loudly. Su Jinhui turned to see that the shadow creatures, recognizing the difficulty of a frontal assault, were attempting to encircle the crowd from both flanks. Change formation. Su Jinhui had anticipated this and barked an order. Immediately, a dozen beams of light shot out in perfect unison toward the sides, and the dozens of shadow creatures were transformed into black liquid before they could approach. Little Su, another big fellow is coming. What in the world is that? Amidst the stout man's exclamations, an enormous head emerged from the apex of the nest, formed from countless human skulls, both male and female, young and old, sending a chill down one's spine at just a glance. Wow! The head suddenly opened its mouth and let out a terrifying scream. The piercing and sharp sound wave surged forth, instantly dispelling the protective crimson light that shielded the crowd. Alas! Several men and women within the throng shrieked in horror as they fell, their orifices streaming with blood, already lifeless. Such a potent soundwave attack. Su Jinhui cursed under his breath, biting off a substantial piece of flesh from his left arm to offer as a sacrifice to the death lamp. The crimson light flared magnificently. The second wave of sound assault from the head was entirely neutralized by the brilliance of the red glow. Healing spell. Su Jinhui cast a healing spell upon himself to prevent excessive blood loss, which could jeopardize the ensuing battle. How am I to deal with that colossal head? It is too distant for me to reach, unless I devise a plan. Su Jinhui shouted towards the rotund companion. "Fatty, carry me over." The rotund man was taken aback. "What? Are we really doing this?" "Of course. You can fly. What is there to fear?" Su Jinhui retorted, grabbing the collar of the rotund man's shirt, nearly choking him in the process. With no other choice, the rotund man transformed into a moon owl, carrying Su Jinhui as they charged towards the massive head. "Closer, closer." "Yes, just like that. Fatty, remember to catch me." "Huh." Just as the moon owl's head quizzically emerged, Su Jinhui leapt forward, propelling himself into the cavernous, dark maw of the enormous head. Swish. A whoa. Blades of light erupted, transforming the great head into a cascade of black water, while Su Jinhui plummeted, only to be caught just in time by the moon owl. Ha ha. The moon owl cackled joyously as it returned Su Jinhui to the group. Just as Zhouya draped a blanket over him, the rotund man resumed his human form, laughing heartily. "Impressive, little Su. Bold and meticulous in your maneuvers. This is exhilarating." "Not good." Su Jinhui raised a foot and kicked the rotund man away, just as a slender black arm emerged from the ground. Had Su Jinhui not sensed the danger in time, the rotund man would have met a disastrous fate. "Retreat," Su Jinhui shouted. Chapter 16, The Battle of the Cleansed Nest, Part 2, as a divine class professional known as the King. Su Jinhui possessed an acute perception of danger that surpassed that of ordinary individuals by many folds. Even with his prompt warning, he was still a moment too late. As the crowd retreated, a dozen black, monstrous hands erupted from the ground, ensnaring several men and women who were unable to evade, impaling their innards as they emitted horrific, anguished cries before succumbing to death. "No, don't." A young man, witnessing the carnage, succumbed to despair, screaming as he turned to flee. But having barely taken 5 or 6 steps, a flash of blade light surged forth, as Wei Zheng lunged forward, cleaving the young man's head nearly in half. The corpse crumpled to the ground. Wei Zhang's face contorted in a snarl as he brandished his steel blade, bellowing, "Those who abandon the fight to flee shall perish." At his fierce proclamation, those who had contemplated retreat exchanged glances, reluctantly burying such thoughts deep within their hearts. "Little Su, how do we deal with these creatures lurking beneath the ground?" The corpulent figure, wrapped in a blanket, sprinted alongside the group while shouting boisterously. Su Jinhui remained silent, wholly absorbed in locating the subterranean appendages. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She observed the ground 5 meters ahead shifting, as a dozen dark hands erupted from the earth, obstructing the retreat of the people. With the grace of a monarch, Su Jinhui deftly maneuvered to the cluster of black hands, carelessly tossed her radiant blade to the ground, and grasped one of the dark appendages with a single hand, bellowing, "You, get out here!" Employing the art of shadow and the technique of amplified strength, Su Jinhui instantly felt her power surge exponentially, as if she were uprooting a mere onion, forcibly extracting the subterranean creature. This entity resembled an oversized coffin with a pointed lid, grotesquely deformed. Once yanked from the soil, the monstrous coffin flailed in panic, attempting to burrow back into the ground. Yet, Su Jinhui would not allow such an escape. Seizing the moment while her augmented strength persisted, she struck decisively, cleaving it in two. "Impressive!" the rotund man exclaimed with a voice that cracked. "Everyone, turn back." Su Jinhui, with a grim countenance, noted that the purification process was already halfway complete. She refrained from uttering the cliché that perseverance equates to victory. But she understood that to abandon their efforts now would render all their toil meaningless, and many lives would be lost in vain. Despite their trepidation, the group resolutely followed Su Jinhui back to the initial battleground, utilizing cluster flashlights to further evolve the nest. It seemed that due to an overproduction of elite monsters, this melting lair had ceased to mount any significant counteroffensive. Even the shadow creatures no longer appeared, surrendering to the beams of light that dissolved them. This monster nest has run out of energy." Zhou Feng's smile was somewhat twisted, his excitement overshadowing his fear. "No," Su Jinhui replied gravely, shaking her head. "The ones I previously dispatched were elites. The leader has yet to show itself. Its lack of defense is merely a ruse to accumulate energy for a final counterstrike." Unfortunately, Su Jinhui lacked the ability to perceive the inner workings of the nest. Had she been able to see, she would have been taken aback by the sight of countless shadow creatures morphing into black water, nourishing a colossal black egg, within which a monstrous form was dimly discernible. "Have you noticed? The sky around us isn't as dark anymore," someone pointed out, observing the change. As the group entered the lair's territory, the environment had noticeably transformed from pitch black to a dim gray due to the skirmishes. "Look, the nest is absorbing the surrounding dark energy," another exclaimed, pointing towards a specific area. Indeed, a significant amount of black energy was being consumed by the nest. "Hey, little Su, I suddenly feel nauseous. What's going on?" The corpulent man muttered, his stomach churning as he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. The stronger one's profession, the more acute their perception. "You are being stimulated by the aura of the nest's leader, making it difficult to contain your discomfort," Su Jinhui explained. "But why are the others unaffected?" the man questioned, puzzled. "The weak, in contrast, are oblivious to the strength of their adversaries, much like ants unaware of the might of a tiger." As Su Jinhui sat on the ground, seizing the opportunity before the leader's appearance, he diligently tended to his injured arm, striving to regain his strength. Time flowed slowly, and he observed that 2/3 of the monster's lair had already melted away. Suddenly, an overwhelming swarm of shadowy creatures surged from all directions, frenziedly charging towards the crowd. Reminiscent of the chaos on the day the monsters besieged the city, just before the demise of the brain monster. Retreating back into the candle formation, Su Jinhui was not taken aback. He led everyone back into the protective circle. As the candles were lit one by one, they formed a barrier against the shadowy beasts, which, despite their fury, could only enter through a solitary entrance. Yet, there awaited several beams of concentrated light, making it impossible for even the largest numbers to breach the defenses. Why did the monsters flee so suddenly? They had the advantage. What could have prompted this? Nearby, a team of several dozen was fiercely battling the shadowy creatures, but in the midst of their struggle, the monsters abandoned them and fled. The team leader furrowed his brow, glancing in the direction of the retreating monsters, sensing that something significant was unfolding. "Follow me," he commanded. "Damn it, come back. If you dare to run, face me." My 40-meter blade is still thirsty for battle. With tears streaming down their faces, a dozen men and women wept, embracing each other in despair. They gathered towards the park. Was something calling them? The park area housed a colossal monster lair. Could someone be attacking it? "Boss, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Should we gather all combat personnel and head towards the park? Such scenarios unfolded continuously in the vicinity, unbeknownst to Su Jinhui, who was focused on adjusting his breath in preparation for the final confrontation. Judging by the current situation, the purification had already succeeded by 80%. Come out. Let me see what you are. Su Jinhui rose, his fighting spirit ignited. Why? Why do you treat me this way when I love you so dearly? Love is about giving. It is a profound sense of debt, a willingness to sacrifice everything for the beloved. What grounds do you have for resentment? Within the lair, the voices of men and women conversing drew a look of astonishment from Su Jinhui. The stout man shrugged, uncertain. Are there humans in the monster's lair? Or am I merely imagining things? I don't know. Su Jinhui shook his head. In his past life, he had never encountered a monster capable of speech. You left me and ran away. You are a man. Men have been sacrifices since time immemorial. You speak nonsense. How dare you insult me? Break up. Let's end this. I will kill you. I will kill you. The exchange between the man and woman swiftly escalated into a quarrel. Soon after, the remnants of the dilapidated monster lair collapsed with a thunderous roar, from which emerged a grotesquely deformed creature. In that moment, Su Jinhui's pupils suddenly contracted, and she immediately recognized the pair of individuals engaged in a furious exchange of blows, cursing at one another, embedded within the grotesque creature's chest. Chapter 17. Victory? Just days prior, Su Jinhui had conducted a light orb transaction in the park, and this young couple was the first to approach for redemption, thus leaving a lasting impression on her. Later, when the nest appeared, she had assumed that this couple, like others, had met their demise, never imagining they had merged with the monstrous leader. Were they human or monster? Zhou Feng also recognized the couple, now growing from the grotesque creature's chest. His brow furrowed in concern. There was no distinction. Su Jinhui scrutinized the approaching grotesque entity. Towering at 3 meters, its body was a twisted mass of terror. If one were to liken it to an object, it resembled a dark, gnarled tree stump quite aptly. As the surrounding black mist was absorbed through the orifice atop the tree stump, a series of nauseating cracking noises erupted, and numerous elongated arms sprouted from its torso, while several deformed legs materialized below. Ow! You hit me. You no longer love me. Ever since you abandoned me to flee, I have ceased to love you. The couple embedded in the creature's chest continued their mutual assault. They had transformed into monsters oblivious to anything but their quarrel at that moment. The man's fingers plunged into the woman's eye socket, from which black liquid flowed instead of blood. Boom. The tree stump creature suddenly leapt several meters into the air, crashing towards Su Jinhui like a mountain. How swift! A chill ran down Su Jinhui's spine as her body instinctively recoiled. The moment the creature landed, it lunged forward, its numerous arms flailing wildly. Sacrifice. Faced with the leader of a second-tier nest, Su Jinhui dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. She resolutely bit off her left pinky finger to offer as a sacrifice. Buzz. A crimson glow surged forth. Enveloped in the radiant light, the speed of the tree stump creature indeed diminished significantly, and its body began to emit black mist. As long as it feared the light, it would be manageable. Witnessing this development, Su Jinhui felt a surge of joy. Evading the creature's fluid yet erratic strikes while calling out to Zhouya, used the light orb technique to ensnare it. Understood, Zhouya replied, commencing her incantation as luminous orbs flew into the fray, surrounding the tree stump creature and amplifying the damage dealt to it. After unleashing a barrage of light orbs, Zhouya felt her vision darken. Had it not been for her brother Zhou Feng's vigilant oversight, she would have surely collapsed. Xiaoya, how are you holding up? Zhou Feng inquired anxiously. I'm fine, just resting a bit, Zhouya weakly responded. Don't just stand there. Shine the lights on it. Illuminate it to death. The stout man bellowed, directing the survivors to illuminate the tree stump creature with their clustered flashlights. Subjected to the combined assault of the crimson light, the light orbs, and the clustered flashlights, even a leader-level creature could not withstand such an onslaught, twisting its body in an attempt to flee. Dream on. Stay put. Shadow arts, ensnaring vines. With a resounding roar, Su Jinhuan struck the ground with his right palm. Crack. Countless blue vines, each the thickness of an arm, erupted from the earth, ensnaring the tree stump monster securely. Power enhancement. Lightning enhancement. Toxin enhancement. Su Jinhuan swiftly closed the distance, leaping into the air to deliver a fierce strike aimed at its head. Thud. A substantial chunk of flesh, weighing at least a dozen pounds, was cleaved away, and black liquid poured forth. Howl. 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 The embedded man and woman emitted piercing cries of anguish. Though the tree stump monster lacked a mouth, it seemed capable of vocalizing through the two, indicating true pain. King slash. Su Jinhuan paid no heed to the screams, intent on a swift resolution. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, and the tree stump monster was effortlessly sent flying, shedding numerous pieces of flesh in the process. The most challenging aspect of purifying a lair typically lies in the myriad troubles that arise during the purification process. The leader, in contrast, proved less formidable. A slight smile graced Su Jinwen's lips as he denied the tree stump monster even a moment's respite, relentlessly executing strikes until the once complete creature was reduced to disjointed fragments. We are on the verge of victory. This is exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. The surviving 10 or so individuals erupted into cheers. At that moment, the attention of everyone, including Su Jinwen, was wholly focused on the tree stump monster, oblivious to the dozens of pairs of eyes concealed in the shadows, intently observing the battle. That fellow is extraordinarily formidable, exceeding my wildest expectations. What caliber of profession could possess such power? He has purified an entire lair and rendered the monster utterly defenseless. He appears even stronger than our leader's epic profession. No need to speculate. He is indeed superior to my profession, perhaps even a golden tier profession. The man speaking, in his 40s and with a grave expression, was Wang Haoyan, the leader of their group. Brother Tian, what shall we do next? A woman inquired. Wang Haoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. In these exceptional times, exceptional measures must be employed. Although they were strangers, for the sake of resources and the team's future, he must act decisively. When that tree stump falls, everyone charge. Leave no one alive. Understood. The woman nodded gravely. I apologize, unknown friend. For survival, I must act thus. Wang Haoyan inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. With each strike, Su Jinwen felt his strength waning. Finally, the tree stump monster collapsed, torrents of black liquid streaming from its myriad wounds. Then, with a resounding boom, the monster's body ruptured, revealing a multitude of colorful orbs scattered across the ground. White, green, blue, purple, silver, and even one golden orb. The total number of orbs exceeded 200. We struck gold. What a thrill! Su Jinwen let out a triumphant howl, first securing the most vital orb, a second-level pollutant exuding dark energy, and then swiftly stashing the golden and silver orbs into his storage ring. We have triumphed. At last, we have emerged victorious. Whoa, we have triumphed. A multitude of survivors, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as they embraced one another, having endured relentless pressure for so long. Now, with the tension released, their bodies felt feeble. Little Su proclaimed that each of us could attain a blue rank or higher in our professions. We shall no longer fear monsters, for we can now confront them. Wei Zheng, tears of joy streaming down his face, cast aside his steel blade and wiped his eyes vigorously. Mother, rest assured, I shall live on. Suddenly, a blade glimmered from behind, severing Wei Zheng's head. As it soared through the air, his face bore a smile filled with aspirations for the future. Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill. No, please. A horde of men and women surged into the crowd, akin to lions invading a henhouse, swiftly toppling everyone in their path. Even Zhou Feng and Zhou Ye could not escape. Before they realized what was happening, they were pierced by blades, collapsing into pools of blood, their fates unknown. Curse it! The only survivor, Fatty, sensing the dire situation, transformed into a moonlit owl and took to the skies, narrowly escaping death. Su Jinhua, while collecting light orbs, spun around at the sound of the screams, his pupils constricting in horror. Just moments ago, vibrant lives filled the area. Now, it lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Chapter 18. Escape from death. Su Jinhua rubbed his eyes, initially believing he was merely fatigued and hallucinating. A group of armed men and women, led by Wang Haoyan, approached with determined strides. You cannot escape, Wang Haoyan stated coolly. Hand over your storage ring, and I can assure you a less painful demise. With the mantis poised to catch the cicada, Su Jinhua gasped heavily, a wave of despair washing over him. He had hurried to collect the light orbs in fear of an ambush, yet, unexpectedly, he was too late. Fate had other plans. We all strive to survive. I implore you to understand. Wang Haoyan was not a patient man. Seeing Su Jinhua's in action, he raised his hand, maintaining a safe distance. Attack! Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, a barrage of colorful skills rained down upon him. Su Jinhua acted decisively, biting off his left ring finger to utilize the augmented crimson light, shielding himself from the onslaught of ranged attacks. What weapon is that lantern in your hand? Such formidable defense. Quite impressive, Wang Haoyan remarked, his eyes gleaming with delight. However, you are running on fumes. How much longer can you endure? Continue the assault. The relentless attack resumed. Wang Haoyan's words rang true. The purification of the secondary nest had drained Su Jinhua's stamina, rendering him incapable of executing the king's strike in his current state. However, being unable to fight back did not equate to the absence of an escape opportunity. A glance at the moonlit owl, anxiously circling above, sparked an idea within Su Jinhua. Surely, you do not expect that flying creature to rescue you? Wang Haoyan appeared to perceive the innermost thoughts of Su Jinhui. He gestured towards several individuals at his side. Armed with longbows, they were hunters, adept at countering aerial professions. Su Jinhui's forehead glistened with perspiration as he silently cast a healing spell upon himself, and then turned to flee. He resolved to avoid direct confrontation, determined not to allow his pursuer to escape, knowing that eventually, fatigue would claim victory. Wang Haoyan raised his hand, and a woman beside him transformed into a crimson leopard, swiftly leaping ahead to closely follow Su Jinhui. A rare profession, the leopard-shaped pursuer was a formidable threat. Su Jinhui retracted his life-ensuring lantern and executed the King's stride repeatedly. Although he managed to create some distance with each maneuver, the relentless predator would soon catch up again. Su Jinhui understood the grim reality. Once targeted by the leopard-shaped pursuer, escape was nearly impossible for anyone other than a flying profession. Thus, he contemplated the idea of eliminating the threat. However, while the thought was noble, reality proved harsh. The leopard-shaped pursuer, remarkably astute, ceased its pursuit, crouching down to groom its paws. Do not fall into my grasp. I shall surely rend you asunder. Su Jinhui could only curse in frustration, momentarily at a loss for an effective plan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His gaze fell upon a severely dilapidated hotel building. Following days of monstrous havoc, there were no signs of human activity remaining. With a determined thought, Su Jinhui dove inside. Has she given up the fight? The leopard mused, choosing to remain in place and await reinforcements. Before long, a team of dozens arrived in succession. Upon learning that Su Jinhui had taken refuge in the hotel, Wang Haoyan narrowed his eyes and declared, he is waiting for that flying white owl to rescue him. Hunters and ranged professionals form groups of 3 and lay in ambush on the nearby rooftops. The moment the owl appears, strike immediately. Whether we can slay it is irrelevant, but we must not allow it to assist him. Understood. The ranged professionals dispersed. You come with me. The others were instructed to guard the perimeter. They were resolute. He must not escape. Wang Haoyan drew his long blade, selecting several elite members, and led the charge into the hotel. Damn it. What do we do now? We cannot get close at all. The owl form could only be maintained for a minute. Little Su, you must not perish here. Not far away, atop a residential building, a chubby man wore a troubled expression. Inside the hotel, Su Jinhui leaned against the wall, striving to regulate his breathing, seizing every precious second to rest. Upon hearing noises from below, he smacked the wall with his right hand. The art of shadows, wall passing technique. In an instant, Su Jinhui emerged from the thick steel and concrete wall. Before his body could plummet, he silently struck at the half-suspended space. The art of shadows, mist form technique. Su Jinhui transformed into a cloud of gray mist, seamlessly blending with his surroundings, and silently descended upon the rooftop of the adjacent building. Without a glance back at the hotel, he sprinted towards the direction of the school. Inside the hotel, the scent seemed to permeate through the walls. The leopard spoke with human words. What? This is a wall. How did he manage to pass through it? Wang Haoyan's face displayed astonishment. The leopard sniffed at the wall, confident that the scent beyond it could not be mistaken. He had indeed escaped. Damn it. How could he have gotten away? Can he pass through walls? Wang Haoyan struck the wall with a knife, revealing a group of perplexed team members downstairs, none of whom had witnessed Su Jinhui's escape. Damn it. Is it still possible to pursue him? It seems unlikely. The scent is faint. The leopard shook his head. Damn it. Wang Haoyan cursed vehemently. This ambush not only failed to procure resources, but also attracted a professional and enigmatic enemy, marking a significant defeat. In a high school gymnasium, a bloodied hand gently pushed open the door. It was Su Jinhui, who had returned to the temporary stronghold. He illuminated the darkness within with his flashlight. In the beam of light, the equipment and supplies of the people remained intact. Yet, those who had only moments ago engaged in quiet conversation had vanished forever, never to be seen again. Su Jinhui silently crawled into a military tent, retrieving food and water, devouring them voraciously. Having lived 2 lives, he understood well that sorrowful tears hold no value. Only vengeance serves as the antidote. Su Jinhui consumed his meal with utmost haste, delving into his storage ring to examine his spoils. The sole golden orb contained a legendary longbow, the Meteor of Fire. This bow was resplendent in fiery red and exquisitely crafted, heavy in his hands. Had I known, I would have retained a hunter's skill. However, it matters not, for I possess ample hunter abilities. With a flick of his hand, Su Jinhui absorbed the meteor of fire into his being and began to inspect the other luminous orbs. Suddenly, a faint creak echoed. Su Jinhui grasped the radiant blade and burst forth from the tent, only to find a stout figure standing at the entrance. Zhao Shanha? Little Su? Yes. Su Jinhui felt a weight lift from his heart. Oh, I'm so relieved you're safe. The stout man rushed over, embracing Su Jinhui and weeping uncontrollably. Damn it, Lao Zhou and Xiaoya, their deaths are so unjust. Su Jinhui silently crushed a blue orb, and a large platter of roasted meat materialized in his palm. He shoved a piece directly into Zhao Shanha's mouth. It was better to eat well before lamenting. This meat is absolutely delicious. Oh, how tragic their deaths were. The stout man chewed the roasted meat while wiping away his tears, managing both tasks simultaneously. Chapter 19. Candlelight Battle Suit. Once the roasted meat was devoured, Su Jinhui tossed a silver orb and 3 purple orbs, along with a multitude of blue and green orbs, to the tearful Zhao Shanha. The stout man was momentarily taken aback. The Candlelight Battle Suit, once donned, prevents your transformation from causing a wardrobe malfunction. And this attire possesses considerable defensive capabilities along with certain storage functions. Had it not been for Wang Haoyan and his Group S interference, Su Jinhui would never have utilized the silver orb so prematurely. After all, this item could be obtained for free once the Profession Ascension opened in due time. The remaining 3 purple orbs can slightly enhance your transformation duration and stamina recovery speed. The others are merely everyday supplies. The purple orbs are precious, and Su Jianhuan would not distribute them carelessly. Each decision is made after careful consideration, ensuring that valuable resources are utilized effectively. The stout man did not hesitate to seize them immediately upon their availability. When he re-entered the military tent, he was clad in a perfectly fitted silver battle suit adorned with a flame emblem on the chest. It was truly high-tech. Wearing it felt as if he were donning nothing at all, comfortable, warm, and breathable. The stout man tugged at the fabric of the battle suit and questioned, "But if you give me your clothes, what will you wear?" "I do not require them for now," Su Jianhuan replied, silently casting a healing spell upon himself. "There is something I need you to do. You need not say more, I know what to do. Am I to locate that group of scoundrels' hideout?" The stout man's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Upon Su Jianhuan's nod, he turned to leave. "Rest assured, even without your prompting, I will not spare a single one of those rascals. Do not engage them. Their team comprises a complex array of professions, and they coordinate seamlessly. Acting recklessly could lead to our demise. Just ascertain their hideout and return to inform me. I will take care of them myself." As Su Jianhuan spoke, his eyes were tightly shut. Understood. The stout man rubbed his eyes and exited the tent. "Be cautious, and do not act recklessly. Return to inform me once you have located them." Su Jianhuan's admonition echoed behind him. "Worry not. I value my life." The stout man managed a forced smile. After his departure, Su Jianhuan seized the opportunity to tend to his wounds. The severed fingers would take at least 3 to 5 days to heal. Moreover, following this battle, he had expended a significant portion of the shadow techniques from the tome, necessitating at least a day or 2 of meditation to replenish them. Days later, on a dimly lit street, a disordered light suddenly emerged as a team of 11 individuals supported one another, arriving near a high school. They had evidently just endured a bloody conflict, each member appearing utterly exhausted and bearing numerous injuries. The leader had lost an arm, which, although bandaged, continued to seep blood. "I am sorry, this is all my misjudgment. I had no idea there would be so many shadow monsters," the man lamented, filled with profound guilt. Originally, their team had numbered in the dozens, but greed had led them to provoke the monster nest, resulting in heavy casualties among their ranks. "Boss, do not speak like that. None of us wished for this outcome." A woman, her face smeared with blood, comforted him. "Furthermore, purging the nest was a unanimous decision. No one blames you." "Indeed, boss. Please do not berate yourself. Were it not for your leadership, we would have perished long ago," a jovial elderly man in the group added. "I think this place is decent. Perhaps we should rest here for a while." The man surveyed the area, noting signs of past monster attacks and surmising it might not be safe. As the saying goes, the likelihood of a shell landing in the same crater is merely 1 in several 100,000. Since this place has already been attacked by monsters, it is unlikely to face another assault, am I right? "Crow, please silence your ominous predictions. I felt safe here until you spoke, and now I am filled with uncertainty." "Indeed, Crow, refrain from speaking further." The man, lamentably referred to as Crow, gestured helplessly as if to sew his lips shut. "Enough of the teasing," the man jested. "Isn't the quiet Crow rather endearing?" With a chuckle, they decided to rest momentarily before entering a high school building. Inside, numerous corpses lay desiccated, evidently having perished some time ago. What horrors must they have endured? Alas, They were besieged by monsters. What else could it be? The group meticulously searched the building from top to bottom, confirming its safety before settling in a relatively clean classroom on the third floor as their makeshift stronghold. The small oil lamp, though dim, illuminated the room sufficiently, providing a modicum of comfort. Gathered together, the group either rested with closed eyes or engaged in hushed conversations, creating a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, what was that? After a brief respite, the sole female member of the team, Chu Hongyu, rearranged the furniture in an attempt to block the shattered window, only to exclaim in alarm, "Shadow monsters." The group hurriedly converged, witnessing a vast assembly of shadow creatures gathering a mere 10 meters from the school entrance. Unlike their usual chaotic skirmishes, they appeared to be waiting for something. Are they assembling? Yang Tian gasped in disbelief. Are intelligent shadow monsters leading them? There are so many, at least 100. Can we hold our ground? Anxiety surged among the group, fear blossoming in the darkness. What we see now is merely a fraction. Who knows how many more lurk in the distance? If we attempt to hold firm, we shall surely meet the same fate as those who came before us, scattered remains. Yang Tian decisively commanded, "We cannot confront them head-on. We must retreat. Quickly, let us leave." The group hurriedly gathered their belongings and rushed downstairs. However, upon reaching the ground floor, they found the throng of shadow monsters had already surged into the campus, their gaping maws bellowing in a terrifying roar. It is over. Darkness enveloped their vision, and despair gripped their hearts. They feared they were doomed. "It has been my honor to team up with you all," Yang Tian declared, his face etched with hopelessness as he drew his long knife and crossed it over his chest. "Damn my foul mouth," Crow lamented, striking himself across the face as tears streamed down. "Let us not despair. We may not lose." Chu Hongyu seized her longbow, exclaiming, "Let us fight." "Yes, damn it. Let us fight. Prepare your flashlights." Understood. The crowd leaned against the teaching building, bracing themselves for the onslaught of shadow monsters. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads, their tension palpable. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the horde of shadow creatures charged towards them. Just as panic threatened to engulf the group, a meteor streaked across the sky, plummeting directly into the midst of the shadow monsters. The resulting shockwave obliterated dozens of creatures at the epicenter. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure of remarkable stature emerged, akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. The burly man clad in silver combat attire merely cast a peculiar glance at the crowd before diverting his attention. With a swift motion of his arm, a magnificent double-bladed axe appeared as if conjured from thin air. Without hesitation, he plunged into the fray, the axe illuminating the surroundings with each swing. In mere moments, he cleaved through the horde, ultimately delivering a decisive blow to the grotesque leader hiding within. Deprived of their commander, the remaining shadow monsters scattered like headless flies. The imposing figure showed no inclination to pursue them, instead gathering several luminous orbs from the dark waters to stow within his combat attire. Astonishment gripped Yang Tian and his companions as they witnessed such extraordinary prowess. It was as if the man wielded the very power of a war god, effortlessly dispatching the monsters as if they were mere stalks of cabbage. Who is this formidable individual? I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Yang Tian regained his composure and respectfully bowed to the burly man, a wave of apprehension washing over him. The man's ability to effortlessly slay the leader among hundreds of shadow creatures made Yang Tian acutely aware of the potential peril they faced. The burly man was none other than the rotund figure searching for Wang Haoyin's stronghold. He waved his hand, dismissing the gratitude, and assessed the group of a dozen individuals with a grin. "This is my stronghold. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience, so do not dwell on it." With that, he began to stride towards the gymnasium. "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" Yang Tian was astute enough to seize any opportunity to align himself with such a powerful ally, especially one as formidable as this man. "Zhao Shana, why do you seek my name? Do you wish to become my lackey?" The burly man chuckled heartily. "Indeed," Yang Tian replied earnestly, undeterred by the bluntness. "Monsters roam the streets, and our mere numbers cannot ensure our survival for long. Only by aligning ourselves with formidable individuals like you, Brother Zhao, can we hope to endure. If you would not mind, we are eager to follow you." The others quickly echoed their agreement. "We are willing to follow you, Brother Zhao." This is not solely my decision," the rotund man replied, taken aback by Yang Tian's forthrightness. He scratched his head. "I must consult my leader and see if he consents." Brother Zhao, you too have a leader? What is this?" Yang Tian and his companions stood frozen, their minds reeling. The notion that someone as powerful as Zhao Shanha had a superior was entirely beyond their comprehension. Who, then, was this leader of his? What manner of being could surpass such strength? The stout fellow ceased to speak further, swiftly turning around to push open the grand doors of the gymnasium. Xiao Su. I have returned, he announced. Have you gathered the information? Su Jinhui inquired as he emerged from the gymnasium, clad in a black trench coat with a long blade sheathed at his waist. His 2 severed fingers had long since healed. This young man. Is he the leader of Zhao? How formidable must he be? I cannot even begin to fathom. A group of individuals following at a distance, led by Yang Tian, whispered cautiously among themselves. In truth, Su Jinhui had noticed their presence from the moment they infiltrated the stronghold. Yet he chose to refrain from playing the role of a meddlesome do-gooder. At this moment, he merely cast a cold glance at the crowd and shifted his focus elsewhere. I have 2 pieces of news. The first is that during my investigation, I passed by the park battleground. While I discovered Zhou Feng's corpse, Zhou Ye's body was nowhere to be found. I suspect she might still be alive, perhaps rescued or captured. Zhou Ye's body is missing? Su Jinhui mused, pondering the implications. The likelihood of her being captured is quite high. Otherwise, she would surely have returned to the stronghold to regroup with us. This, at least, is a glimmer of hope. And what of the second piece of news? Su Jinhui pressed. I could not locate the enemy stronghold, but I did find one of their smaller teams. The camp of the Cheetah Woman's squad lies in the Western District, approximately 50 kilometers away, at a rehabilitation center. There are 7 individuals accompanying her, all of rather mediocre strength. I could have easily subdued them, but recalling your warning, I restrained myself. Very well, Su Jinhui nodded. Allowing them to survive for this long is a mercy. It is time to exact our vengeance. And what of them? The stout fellow indicated toward Yang Tian's group. Upon noticing the stout fellow's gesture, Yang Tian and his companions lowered their heads, displaying utmost reverence. In this terrifying apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. We are off to attend to some matters. Should you still be here upon our return, I may consider allowing you to join our team for some menial tasks. If you are unwilling, you are free to depart at any time. I do not insist. Yes, we shall await your return, Yang Tian replied eagerly. Then we shall take our leave. Su Jinhui leapt, while the stout fellow transformed into a colossal white owl, soaring into the sky and vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Silence lingered for an extended period. Yang Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Was Zhao the mount of this Xiao Su? In the sky, the moon owl flew at breakneck speed, ascending and descending in a humanoid form. Initially, Su Jinhui thought the stout fellow was attempting to jest, but soon realized the rationale behind his actions. The owl form could only be maintained for about 2 minutes, with a recovery time of approximately 1 minute. This meant that if the stout fellow flew high enough, the time taken to fall to the ground would exceed a minute, allowing for a seamless transformation midair. Was this not a form of alternative flight endurance? Albeit with an erratic trajectory akin to a series of triangles? A distance of 50 kilometers would typically require considerable time by car. Yet the stout fellow traversed it in less than 10 minutes. How could one not regard professions that soar through the skies as noble? Within a dimly lit drug rehabilitation center, shrouded in despair, the staff and those seeking recovery had either perished or fled, leaving the place desolate. In a semi-enclosed room, a flicker of light emerged. 8 individuals, 3 women and 5 men, sat in a circle around a kerosene lamp, their hushed conversations occasionally breaking the oppressive silence of the eternal night. Suddenly, a woman raised her brow in alarm, exclaiming, "Oh no, we're under attack." Barely had her words left her lips when the door was split open with a mighty axe. 2 men, one stout and the other slender, entered. Su Jinhui and the fat man Su's gaze swept across the room, landing on the woman as he calmly inquired, "You remember me, don't you?" The woman gasped, recognizing him as the one who had escaped that fateful day. "Attack," Su commanded coolly. The fat man brandished his dual axes with a sinister grin and advanced. "Kill." In a mere 35 seconds, 7 lay dead and 1 was wounded. Su Jinhui understood that this was not the fat man's limit. He looked down upon the woman, whose leg had been brutally severed, as she writhed in agony amidst a pool of blood. "Will you cooperate and answer my questions, or shall I resort to torture?" he asked. Her eyes, filled with venom and despair, spoke volumes. This narrative unfolds in a small town on the outskirts of a city, once known by another name, but now called Anshi Town, a name chosen by the surviving townsfolk, symbolizing safety and joy. With over 600 residents, more than half possessed combat capabilities, rendering it a thriving community. Today, the town celebrated a feast, happiness and contentment radiating from every face. The leader, Wang Haoyan, sat by the bonfire. A son and daughter nestled at his side. "Haoyan, ever since that day you returned, you've seemed troubled. I know you fear that man will come back for revenge. But it has been so long. If he were coming, he would have done so by now." A poised woman gently squeezed her husband's shoulder, offering solace. I understand you are fundamentally good, and that you only ambushed that group for the sake of our survival. Do not blame yourself. This is a world where the strong prevail. With a heavy sigh, Wang Haoyan caressed his wife's hand. You might find this amusing, but since that day, I have been deeply unsettled. That man is peculiar. Peculiar? His wife asked, puzzled. I have refrained from telling you, fearing you would share my anxiety. He hesitated before continuing. A rational person, witnessing their comrades ambushed and slaughtered, would naturally feel anger, would curse and scream. Yet he said nothing, only focused on his escape, and indeed, he managed to evade capture. Such calmness is frightening. I believe you are overthinking it. Perhaps he merely viewed those so-called teammates as expendable labor. Their demise would be inconsequential to him. After his wife finished speaking, she gently pecked her husband on the cheek and playfully remarked, I'll be waiting for you in the room. Do hurry back with our eldest and youngest. She had informed them that, starting today, they would be sleeping in the small room. All right, I'll sit here a bit longer before returning. Wang Haoyan smiled as he watched his wife walk back to their room. At that moment, however, a sudden, ominous sound pierced the dim sky. A red cheetah, its leg broken, plummeted from the heavens, crashing directly onto his wife. In the blink of an eye, she was transformed into a gruesome mass, her life extinguished. Brain matter splattered everywhere. The red cheetah too lost its vitality, slowly morphing into a woman with blood streaming from her 7 orifices. Wang Haoyan stood in shock, gazing at the carnage, reminiscent of Su Jinhui from that fateful day, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Surely, I must be dreaming? Chapter 21. The massacre of the town. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Before they could comprehend the horror, a white owl descended from the sky, transforming into a rotund man wielding a double-bladed axe. Following him was another figure, expressionless, looking directly at Wang Haoyan. Did you not expect us to meet again so soon? Moon ring. Confirming the reality of the situation rather than a nightmare, Wang Haoyan's eyes reddened as he beheld his wife's lifeless body, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Su Jinhui held a knife with one hand, tilting her head to observe him, her gaze sweeping over the children whom Wang Haoyan had instinctively shielded. She murmured, They are rather adorable. It was I who ordered the ambush that day. Others bore no responsibility. If you seek vengeance, come find me. Wang Haoyan's eyes blazed with fury as he roared in anguish. He killed my sister-in-law. Why did he do it? I recognized him. He was the man who had escaped from the park that day. What? The massacre in the town attracted numerous residents of Anqi town, surrounding Su Jinhui and her companion. You are fortunate, she said mockingly. At least you can still stand on your moral high ground and shout a few words before your demise. Many of those you slaughtered didn't even realize how they met their end. Wang Haoyan trembled, his face ashen. Su Jinhui unsheathed a resplendent long knife from her waist. This blade, named Brilliant Rainbow, was a purple epic weapon, far surpassing the power of the glowing knife. Pointing the blade at Wang Haoyan, she spoke slowly. I initially did not intend to lead them to the purification nest, for many among them were ordinary people without even a profession. The chances of survival in such a battle were minuscule. Yet, I could not resist their pleas, so I promised them that if they survived, I would help them become capable protectors. However, your team's appearance has rendered my promise meaningless. It is lamentable. They had just created miracles before you slaughtered them. Their deaths shrouded in mystery. Of course, I do not blame you. Any team would be tempted by the allure of the luminous orbs. The only pity is that you failed to eradicate the root of the problem. What was that saying? I recall it now. Fear not greed. And let not greed instill fear. Do not call death. Su Jinhui chuckled suddenly, asking, Are you prepared to embrace death? Take the bow and air bow away. Wang Haoyan commanded in a low voice, and immediately several men rushed forward to seize the 2 wailing children. Did I grant you permission to leave? Su Jinhui's voice echoed in the air as he approached the men. In an instant, the glint of a blade flashed, and 2 heads fell to the ground, their lifeless bodies collapsing in a shower of blood. In the face of the formidable Su Jinhui, not only rare professions, but even the most esteemed and legendary vocations would meet their demise. Do not touch my children. They are innocent. Wang Haoyan's hand trembled around his knife. You are truly disgraceful, Su Jinhui retorted, driving his blade through the boy's chest, twisting his arm to shatter the boy's innards. The corpse fell to the ground. Dabao! Wang Haoyan wailed in despair. Back then, when you slaughtered my entire team, did I utter a single curse against you? Su Jinhui sneered. Are you unable to handle this? Please, do not kill Bao. Kill me instead. It is all my fault. I should not have harbored greed. Wang Haoyan wept blood, a towering man, kneeling before Su Jinhui in front of everyone. Kill me. It is all my fault. Boss, Captain, Tiangu, get up. With so many of us, are we to fear them? We can fight. The crowd was stirred. Chaos ready to erupt. Su Jinhui seized the girl's head with one hand, surveying the eager faces around him, many of whom he recognized as members of the park massacre. Release Air Bao, and I will let you do as you wish, I beg you. Wang Haoyan pleaded. As for me, Su Jinhui laughed, I generally avoid trouble. But if someone provokes me, crack. With a slight squeeze, the porcelain-like girl's skull shattered, her body collapsing. Under normal circumstances, I would annihilate their entire lineage. Wang Haoyan, consumed by rage, spewed forth blood. Enough, Su Jinhui raised his blade. I now present you with a choice. All who participated in the park massacre must commit suicide before me to atone, if even one is absent. I shall decimate the town. You speak nonsense. Let us all attack and kill him. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Haoyan bellowed, flames enveloping him as he charged recklessly towards Su Jinhui. The elite surrounding them sprang into action, vowing to slay this demon who slaughtered the innocent. This is your own choice. Fatty act, Su Jinhui shouted, slicing his palm to summon the sacrificial lantern, plunging into the throng. The fatty brandished his double-edged axe, spitting as he roared, Lao Zhou, Wei Zheng, Wu Haisheng, Guo Linlin, Feng Su, Chen Wei, I will avenge you today. Su Jinhui was unfamiliar with the deceased in the team, but that did not mean Fatty was equally oblivious. In fact, of the 30-odd members, Fatty could name more than half. The battle erupted, or rather, a one-sided massacre commenced. Blood splattered. Severed limbs flew through the air. Anshi town transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Su Jinhui and the chubby man, resembling two demons risen from the depths of hell, rampaged through the crowd with relentless ferocity. No one could stand in their way. After several minutes, Su Jinhui found himself amidst a sea of corpses, surveying the desolation. Realizing that Anshi town had found its eternal rest, devoid of any living souls. The chubby man sat on the ground, drenched in blood, his expression one of despair. Su Jinhui understood that this marked the conclusion of his vengeance, leaving behind a profound sense of emptiness. He approached the chubby man and sat beside him, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering it to him. The chubby man paused, took one out, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, murmuring, Brother Su, do you think we may have gone a bit too far? Why do you think that? Su Jinhui replied with a dismissive smile, I did not deny them a choice. Besides, during an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. They all deserve their fate. The chubby man pondered this. Half an hour later, the moon owl flew Su Jinhui away from the ghost town of Anshi, heading towards the high school stronghold. Inside the high school gymnasium, candlelight illuminated several faces. That Brother Su seems refined and gentlemanly. He doesn't strike me as a villain. I think we should stay. Villains do not wear the word evil on their faces, another countered. Yes, I acknowledge that Brother Zhao saved us, but he also said he was just going home. Rescuing us was merely incidental. I can't shake the feeling that Brother Su is somewhat terrifying. Why don't we be democratic and vote? Raise your hands if you wish to stay. The minority must yield to the majority. Agreed, let us do it. Boom. While this group engaged in their democratic process, the white owl had already carried Su Jinhui through the ceiling, landing on the floor. Su Jinhui glanced at the crowd and chuckled. Oh, you haven't left? From now on, you all belong to me, Su Jinhui. What? A few who were not in favor of staying exchanged glances, but dared not voice their objections. Chapter 22. The lighted caravan in the gymnasium. Brother Zhao noticed the chubby man emerging from the military tent, prompting Yang Tian and the others to rise quickly. Greeting him respectfully, the chubby man waved his hand. Hey, no need for Brother Zhao, just call me Chubby. Sit down, why are you all so tense? Once everyone was seated, the chubby man approached the campfire and said, Brother Su has instructed me to record your names and occupations, including the colors of your professions. Then, please bring forth any surplus light source equipment. Remember, it must be surplus. Keep some for yourselves in case of emergencies. Understood. Yang Tian nodded vigorously, swiftly jotting down the information, then passing it to the next person. In no time, the identities of 11 individuals were recorded accurately. The chubby man turned and delivered the notebook along with a large bag of light sources to the military tent. A few minutes later, the chubby man reappeared, tossing several blue light orbs onto the ground. Those with sanitation professions, come here to collect your light orbs. Sanitation professions? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. The term toilet profession refers to white-collar jobs, while green is designated for grass huts, blue for residential homes, purple for luxurious mansions, and silver for villas. The chubby one, having recently acquired knowledge during a casual chat with Su Jinhui, eagerly shares this seemingly trivial information. Why do you refer to him as the chubby one? Chu Hongyu, intrigued, cannot help but inquire. The higher the rarity of a profession, the more precious and complex the materials required for ascension. Su Jinhui explains as he steps out of the military tent and joins the group by the campfire. Consider this. The materials needed to construct a toilet are vastly different from those required to build a villa. Ah, now it makes sense. This analogy is indeed quite fitting. She reflects. But what exactly is ascension? Even Yang Tian and the others are left perplexed. You shall soon understand the concept of professional ascension. It is too early for an explanation now. Oh, Su Jinhui pauses, smiling as he addresses the group. Regarding the distribution of spoils, I will take 50%. The chubby one will take 20%, and the remaining 30% you may allocate amongst yourselves. Does that seem fair? Absolutely fair. Everyone nods in agreement, secretly thinking they would not dare voice any dissent even if you were to take it all. Where were you just now? The 11-member team, mostly young individuals in their 20s and 30s, feels more at ease now that Su Jinhui is friendly. Chu Hongyu, the only woman in the group, asks the question. We went for revenge, Su Jinhui replies with a grin. Previously, we had over 10 members who had just purified a monster's den when another group ambushed us. Almost everyone perished, leaving only the chubby one and me. Did you succeed in your revenge? Of course. If we had tea, what would we have been doing? The chubby one chuckles. Everyone, take a brief 2-hour rest, and then we shall set out. Su Jinhui stretches leisurely. Oh, where to? To purify another den and gather resources. 2 hours later, as Su Jinhui emerges from the military tent, having adjusted his skills, he finds Yang Tian and the others already prepared, each pushing a shared bicycle and lined up neatly in 2 rows. They appear less like a group heading to purify a den and more like a cycling expedition. Little Su. The group greets him enthusiastically. Su Jinhui nods slightly, gesturing, just leave the bicycles behind. Yang Tian interjects, Little Su, the bicycles are our only means of transport. Without them, it would take us over an hour on foot to reach the nearest monster den. Who said you had to walk? Su Jinhui, under the watchful eyes of the group, produces a silver orb of light. Gasp. A silver epic. Ah, good heavens, it truly is a silver epic. The crowd gasps in astonishment. The light sources I collected from you earlier were intended as fuel, Su Jinhui declares, shattering the silver orb and tossing it far into the distance. A dazzling silver light flashes, revealing an enormous double-decker RV, equipped with 16 colossal tires, standing majestically like a 3-story building. It was precisely during the last monster siege on the college stronghold that Su Jinhui discovered the luminous RV, which had erupted from the core of a creature. He had refrained from utilizing it for quite some time, for although this vehicle boasted exceptional defense, its consumption of light sources was excessively high, a burden he could not afford at that moment. However, now that his fortunes had changed, even in the absence of supplies from Yang Tian and the others, he could indulge for a spell. Step aboard, he commanded with a wave of his hand, and the door, crafted from a special material, swung open automatically. Oh my heavens! Chu Hongyu was the first to dash inside, only to be met with a shriek. This vehicle is utterly extravagant. Goodness gracious! It even has a private bathroom. And look, there are shampoo and perfume. The others hurried in, their eyes darting about in awe, utterly astonished by the luxurious interior. Is there really any difference between this and a mansion? Suddenly, a sob broke the spell. Yang Tian, puzzled, inquired, Crow, why are you crying? Crow wiped away her tears, collapsing onto the plush sofa in the living room. I'm overwhelmed by the feeling of being in a home like this, something I never even dreamed of. The others were similarly affected, their eyes glistening with emotion. Such a secure haven had been absent from their lives since the onset of the apocalypse. Can we not act so childish? It's merely an RV, the chubby one remarked, rubbing his eyes. As Su Jinhui tossed a collection of luminous orbs into the combustion chamber, the previously dark RV was instantly illuminated as if it were daylight, with various auxiliary functions activating accordingly. I must take a hot shower first. Chu Hongyu screamed, rushing into the private bathroom. There's even a television. Yang Tian stared in awe at the 100-inch screen in the living area, feeling as though he were in a dream. The RV featured 2 levels, with a master bedroom and 9 guest rooms. You all can discuss how to arrange the sleeping arrangements later. As Su Jinhui utilized the RV, the layout and operational instructions appeared in his mind automatically. Others might destroy the vehicle, but it was utterly impossible to drive it away without Su Jinhui's consent. Of course, I shall accompany you, little Su. The chubby one, overcome with excitement, began to babble nonsensically until Su Jinhui gave him a firm kick in the rear. Laughter erupted among the group. Let us set off. Su Jinhui settled into the spacious driver's seat and turned to the only elder in the team, who had approached with curiosity. What should I call you? He was the sole elder in the group, over 50 years of age, yet his spirit was vibrant, his eyes shining with life. Wei Dong. Just call me Old Wei, little Su. I used to drive buses for over 30 years without a single incident. The elder replied with a smile. A bus driver? Su Jinhui's eyes lit up with excitement as he willingly vacated the driver's seat. Old Wei, please take a seat. Is that appropriate? Am I fit for this? Old Wei hesitated, though his demeanor was quite earnest. There is no one more suited for this position than you. When the opportunity arises, I will even arrange for a co-driver for you. For now, I shall grant you the permissions and teach you how to operate this vehicle. Su Jinhui instructed with utmost care, while Old Wei absorbed the lessons with remarkable diligence. How could one not regard Old Wei as an experienced driver? In less than 10 minutes, he completely mastered the method of operating the lighting RV. Old Wei, from now on, you shall be our driver. Matters of combat will be entrusted to us younger folks. Rest assured, Brother Su, I shall not betray your trust. Old Wei thumped his chest earnestly, intending to pledge his loyalty to Su Jinhui, but inadvertently struck himself too hard, resulting in a fit of coughs. Onward, to the monster's lair. Su Jinhui pointed toward a marked nest on the radar. Chapter 23. Mass Purification. Having taught Old Wei how to drive, Su Jinhui exited the cockpit and returned to the hall to prepare for the impending purification of the nest. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chu Hongyu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a pristine white towel after her shower, and the two nearly collided. Chu Hongyu momentarily froze, but upon recognizing Su Jinhui, an unexpected impulse caused her to slightly puff out her not-so-full chest, a rosy hue blossoming on her delicate cheeks. What a charming young lady. Su Jinhui observed Chu Hongyu and, noticing her bashful demeanor, understood the situation but chose not to address it directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "Hurry and change your clothes. We shall gather in the hall." Chu Hongyu nodded, biting her lip as she stepped into one of the guest rooms. When she re-emerged, she donned a short-sleeved crop top and shorts, radiating youthful exuberance. The others chatting in the hall were captivated by Chu Hongyu's appearance, each one taken aback. Yang Tian murmured, "Hongyu, I truly didn't expect you to look this beautiful when dressed up." Chu Hongyu laughed. "Brother, what are you saying? Even without dressing up, I'm beautiful, all right? It's called natural beauty. That's true, but before, you were all grimy. Your face was either covered in dirt or blood, making it hard to discern your features. And you had quite the odor." This teasing remark came from a young man who pointed at the crow. The crow quickly protested, "Hey, when did I ever say that? I'm innocent." Laughter erupted among the group, filling the atmosphere with joy. "All right, everyone, let's settle down." Su Jinhui appreciated the lively ambience, but he knew that while merriment was welcome, they could not afford to treat the purification of the nest lightly. He produced a pile of gleaming white spheres and instructed the portly fellow to teach everyone how to create a clustered flashlight. "Brother Zhao, we know that flashlights can counter shadow monsters, but why bind 5 together? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Yang Tian questioned, puzzled. The portly man rolled his eyes, sensing it was time to show off. He scoffed, "You don't understand anything. Clustered flashlights can not only restrain shadow monsters, but can also eliminate them." Eliminate? What? The group was taken aback by his revelation. "This is a monster-slaying technique discovered by Brother Su. Just learn it. And I guarantee not a single one of you will speak out of turn." While the portly man was putting on a show, he made sure to include Su Jinhui. As the saying goes, one must flaunt together. With the illuminated RV, a journey that once took an hour has been reduced to a mere 15 minutes. Just as the collective flashlight was completed, Old Wei inquired via the communication device in the driver's cabin whether Su Jianhuan intended to drive into the vicinity of the monster's nest. Su Jianhuan grasped the intercom and instructed, "Activate the spotlight first, then proceed into the area, halting approximately 15 meters from the nest." Understood. Aside from Old Wei, the others gathered their clustered flashlights and climbed atop the vehicle. After Su Jianhuan's command, he made his way to the roof. As the RV drew ever closer to the monster's lair, an audible sigh rippled through the crowd. Turning to investigate, he noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Su Jianhuan pondered, somewhat bewildered. Yang Tian rubbed his eyes and murmured, "It's just that we've been here before, little Su. Those corpses belong to our former comrades." "Really?" Su Jianhuan was taken aback. "We had over 30 members previously. Our attempt to cleanse this monster's den ended in tragedy, leaving only 11 of us to escape." Chu Hongyu's eyes were red-rimmed, although the remains had been gnawed beyond recognition. The scattered fragments of clothing and personal belongings confirmed their identities. Su Jianhuan sighed, feeling at a loss for words to offer comfort, and opted to shift the conversation. "Fatty, you will lead this operation. Are you up for the task?" Fatty chuckled heartily, brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, little Su, a mere level 1 monster nest is no challenge for me, having weathered many storms and as a participant in the level 2 nest purification." Fatty truly regarded the current level 1 nest with disdain, not out of arrogance, but from unwavering confidence in his abilities. "Very well. I shall refrain from intervening and will observe your performance." Su Jianhuan nodded, instructing the others to heed Fatty's commands. Understood, they acknowledged, though internally they were profoundly shaken. Why did the arduous task of purifying a monster nest seem to have transformed into a trivial endeavor in the words of these two? Is this the confidence of top-tier warriors? Hongyu, since you wield a bow, this skill is for you. Su Juanhuan tossed a blue orb to Chu Hongyu. She accepted it with a nod, and then leaped down from the roof to join the others. After a brief moment, under Fatty's direction, the group launched their assault on the nest. From the onset of battle to the successful purification, a mere 20 minutes elapsed, during which not a single shadow creature managed to approach them. The elite that appeared at the end was dispatched by Fatty before anyone could discern its appearance. The entire encounter was devoid of peril or surprise. Brother, it's done. Here are the spoils, all collected. Fatty returned to the RV with the jubilant group, cradling a large number of luminous orbs, roughly estimated to be over 100. Su Juanhuan gathered his share and addressed the group, as previously agreed. Let us divide the orbs and make the most of this time to rest. Old Wei, where is the next monster nest located, and how long until we arrive? We should reach it in about 20 minutes, Old Wei replied. Allow me a moment atop the vehicle while you go about your business, Su Jinwei suggested. He ascended to the roof, indulging in a cigarette and a drink, his gaze fixed on the ruins of houses and streets receding into the distance. A profound tranquility enveloping his heart. Time slipped swiftly through his fingers, and before he realized, 10 hours had passed. During this interval, the rotund man led a group of 10 to purify 6 level 1 monster nests. The resources obtained not only compensating for the losses incurred during the purifications and the mobile light unit, but also enabling Yang Tian and Chu Hongyu among the group to ascend to the esteemed rank of purple-class professionals. Thank you, Su Jinwei, Chu Hongyu timidly called out, her presence on the rooftop accompanied by a bottle of liquor. Su Jinwei smiled faintly, questioning her motivation for climbing up instead of seizing the opportunity to rest. What kind of good person can purify so many monster nests and still find sleep? The gentlemen downstairs are even more exhilarated than I am. Chu Hongyu settled beside him, pouring herself a drink and downing it in one gulp, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Su Jinwei. Thank you for giving me and everyone else hope for survival. And how do you intend to repay me? Su Jinwei inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Chu Hongyu's face flushed crimson as she leaned closer, a teasing glint in her eye. Isn't my company sufficient for your drinking? Do you wish for me to offer more? You possess a certain charm. Offering more is not out of the question, Su Jinhui replied, pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 24. Hell on earth Wu Yu, fortune favors you. Tomorrow, you shall face execution, yet today, you are graced with a rare total solar eclipse. Do not linger in your cell. Come out and take a stroll, the prison guard's voice resonated from the doorway. Wu Yu, tears streaming down his face, curled up in a corner, sobbing, I do not wish to go. I lack the spirit. Suit yourself. Wait, what are all those orbs of light? What in the world are they? Red orbs? What are these? Wu Yu stared blankly at the luminous spheres crashing onto the ground through the window. Just kill me already, please, end my suffering. You wish to die? It will not be that easy. Do you recall my words? I shall torment you until your last breath. In a dimly lit room, saturated with the scent of blood, a young woman covered in crimson pleaded desperately. Yet the man showed no signs of mercy, intensifying his brutality. Just as he retrieved a rather sinister item from the cabinet, an untimely knock echoed from outside the door. What is it? Speak. Wu Yu inquired, furrowing his brow, well aware of his subordinate's nature. They would not dare disturb him unless the situation was dire. With a respectful demeanor, the bespectacled advisor reported, Boss, the lookout has returned, stating that a mobile home has been seen roaming our territory. He seeks to know if we should take action. A mobile home? As far as I know, only those with purple orbs and above can possess vehicles. It appears these individuals are quite affluent. We cannot let them slip away so easily. Wu Yu raised an eyebrow, closing the door behind him as he stepped out. Where are they located? The distance is less than 10 kilometers, and Old Fourth Ho is keeping a close watch. Let him remain vigilant and quickly ascertain the number and profession of the adversaries, so that I may dispatch individuals to seize the opportunity. Understood. Wu Yu glanced towards a row of metallic cages along the corridor, where dark, grotesque creatures lay emitting low, mournful moans. As the lantern's light illuminated the scene, it became evident that the cages housed men and women, their limbs cruelly severed, a sight too harrowing to bear. Wu Yu, growing impatient, remarked, Are they nearing their end? Go fetch that healer. Without my permission, none of them are to perish. I am a man of my word. If I declare that they must endure suffering worse than death, then they shall. Understood. The advisor chuckled and turned to leave. Moments later, when the advisor reappeared, he bore a thick iron chain, attached to a metallic neck collar, which adorned a ragged woman resembling a beggar, Joya. The boss has decreed, should any of these individuals die, you shall accompany them to the grave. I understand, Joya responded softly, employing her healing abilities on the wretched souls within the cages. After a while, having completed her task, Joya was dragged by the chain into the prison chamber. The dark, damp cell exuded a foul stench. Joya curled in a corner, clutching a luminous orb in her palm, lost in a daze. Xiaozhou, are you all right? They haven't troubled you, have they? A woman's voice resonated from next door. Yes, I'm fine. Joya leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Why must he torment those people? If he truly harbored such hatred, why not simply allow them to die? Alas, some of those individuals are prison guards, while others are former inmates who had tormented him. How could fate be so unjust, granting such a wretched soul such perverse power? Suddenly, Joya sensed something amiss and hurriedly called out, Sister Huang, what is wrong? Speak to me. With an eerie, bone-chilling sound, the iron door next door creaked open, revealing a bloodied and flayed woman, Sister Huang, who had been Joya's companion during these harrowing days, approached her slowly. Huang, Sister Huang, you? Haha. Sister Huang's eyes gleamed like brass bells, her smile unsettling. Surprised. Aren't you, little priest? You are Wu, boss Wu. Joya trembled uncontrollably. This woman dared to label me as scum behind my back. Hence, she too shall endure a fate worse than death, or else she shall share her fate with them. Ha 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 ha. Sister Huang stepped into the cage, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Kill me. Please kill me, Sister Huang pleaded. I'm so sorry, Joya cried out, weeping as she cast her healing spell on Sister Huang. This is no prison. It is a veritable hell on earth. How many nests have we destroyed now? The crow inquired, observing the melting remnants of the nest. I've lost count. Just assume an average of 5 nests per day. It's the 4th day now. We should be nearing 20, I suppose, came the reply. Do you think that if we were to cleanse all the monster nests on Blue Star, the sky would illuminate? Hee hee, what a delightful thought, but alas, it is virtually impossible. Yang Tian lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs. Not to mention that these monster nests continuously absorb darkness and grow. Do you have any idea how vast Blue Star is? Wasn't there a renowned explorer who once conducted an experiment? He flew from one end of Blue Star to the other, and excluding the time spent resting and switching flights. It took him over half a year, and he had only traversed half the distance. Why only half, you ask? Well, because the other half consists of undeveloped areas, devoid of airports. Otherwise, how could it be called the wasteland? The stout man, carrying a bundle of luminous orbs, strolled back and overheard their conversation, chuckling as he chided. You lot are getting increasingly lackadaisical. Last time, it took only 12 minutes to purify that monster nest, and now it's taken 14? If you keep this up, I might just have to reprimand you. Yang Tian grinned mischievously. Hey, don't blame us. Today, Hong Yu is absent, and Wei is on leave due to illness. It's only us few left, so our efficiency is bound to be somewhat diminished. The stout man narrowed his eyes. Nonsense. You're all at purple profession level now, and you've upgraded your skills. Efficiency should only increase, not decline. I stand corrected. Seeing that the stout man genuinely seemed upset, Yang Tian ceased his jesting and lowered his head. Ahem, I will certainly urge them to improve their efficiency. That is more like it. Let us be off. Inside the brightly lit mobile home, it was as bright as day. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, the large bed was in disarray. During this time, the stout man and the ever-strengthening team members were responsible for clearing out monster nests, while Su Jinhui had become the hands-off manager, spending his days indulging with Chu Hongyu in bed, aptly living up to his name of enjoying life to the fullest. Bro, I've left the spoils at the door. The stout man's voice echoed through the door. Where are we now? Su Jinhui opened the door, yawning as he inquired. Old Wei says we're currently in the southern part of the city. The stout man handed over a storage ring to Su Jinhui. All the luminous orbs are in here. You can choose the ones suitable for me later. I'm too lazy to think and can't distinguish which skills are good or bad. Lazy as ever, aren't you? Su Jinhui laughed, raising an eyebrow. Southern part of the city, isn't there a prison there? The stout man nodded. Yes, Guang City Prison. A buddy of mine, it's about 11 or 12 kilometers away. What is up, bro? You want to check it out? Not going. Su Jinhui shook his head. In his previous life, Guang City Prison, much like the Golden Eagle building, was a forbidden zone, rumored to harbor great terrors. Even though the team's overall strength was considerable now, Su Jinhui had no desire to engage in any senseless risks. If, by chance, that prison was a level 3 monster nest or harbored some exceptionally powerful leader, there would still be the danger of unforeseen calamity. To survive well in this post-apocalyptic world, it all boiled down to 4 words. Maintain stability, do not act recklessly. You go tell Old Wei to steer clear of the prison and head towards the city center. Understood. Zhao Su. Zhao. At that moment, a young man named Wei rushed forward, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "There's a situation." "What is it?" "The crow just caught a sneaky fellow who was watching us." Chapter 25. The Lord Class Profession. Su Jinhan responded with a soft "oh," beckoning the rotund man to accompany him downstairs. Upon arriving in the hall below, they beheld a gaunt, bloodied man sprawled on the floor. Judging by the bite and scratch marks on his body, it was evident that the crow had left these when pursuing him. The crow was merely a nickname. His profession was that of a bloodhound. "I swear to heaven, I was just passing by, not watching you." The man shrieked in despair. "Stop your nonsense. If you weren't guilty, why would you run?" The crow retorted with a cold snort, turning to Su Jinhan to report, "Little Su, I swear, this fellow was indeed spying. I wasn't. You were. I wasn't. Hey." Su Jinhan interjected with a wave of his hand, chuckling. "Whether you were spying or merely passing through can be determined with a little interrogation. There's no need for such a commotion over a trivial matter." With that, Su Jinhan produced a dagger, grinning as he said, "I'll first stab you 17 or 18 times, and if you still insist you were merely passing by, I shall let you go. Big brother, don't joke around." The gaunt man wailed. 17 or 18 stabs. Will I even survive? 2 stabs and I'm done. Please, spare me. Are you Ho Si? The rotund man suddenly shouted. Huh. Ho Si blinked in surprise, and upon recognizing the rotund man, he scuttled over, clutching his leg, and exclaiming, Shanha, Shanha, I can't believe I see you here. You're alive." Su Jinhan sheathed his dagger and glanced over. The rotund man assisted Ho Si to a sofa, both visibly emotional as he recounted their relationship to Su Jinhan. It turned out that Zhao Shanha and Ho Si were childhood friends, having grown up together, even attending the same elementary, middle, and high schools. Later, while Shanha went to university out of town, Ho Si entered society early, falling into bad habits during that time. He was eventually imprisoned for fraud, and Shanha had even visited him in prison during one of his returns home. "Oh, had I known you were one of us, I wouldn't have been so harsh. My apologies, brother. I didn't realize you were a friend of Zhao." The crow scratched his head sheepishly. "Someone take care of his injuries," Su Jinhan instructed, calling over the team's healer for Ho Si. After embracing the rotund man and weeping for a while, Ho Si steadied himself and slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Damn it, what else with your theatrics?" Shanha glared at him. Ho Si hurriedly replied, "We need to leave now. I was indeed sent by the boss to spy on you, and the news has already reached the prison. A large group may come here soon." "You scoundrel." Shanha couldn't help but give Ho Si a light smack on the head, scolding, "At least you have a conscience, treating me as a brother. If they come, let them come. Who is afraid?" "Exactly. You never feared a fight," the others chimed in, laughter echoing as they expressed their confidence in their strength. Ho Si was exceedingly anxious, shaking his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, absolutely not. You have no idea how formidable Wu Laodao is. He is an invincible presence." "Invincible presence? How invincible?" The chubby one naturally doubted, as he believed that true invincibility lay only with Su Jinhan. "You must believe me. Under no circumstances should you provoke Wu Laodao, nor should you enter the prison zone." The very mention of Wu Laodao seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, causing Ho Si to tremble uncontrollably. Curling into himself, he pleaded, "I beg of you, please leave quickly. Will you?" "What rarity is this Wu Laodao's profession?" Su Jinhan inquired gravely, instinctively associating the myriad rumors of the prison from his previous life with this Wu Laodao. Ho Si shook his head. "All I know is that on the day of the total solar eclipse, with but a single thought, Wu Laodao severed the arms and legs of all the prison guards." "A single thought? What are you saying? How could that possibly be?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. What kind of profession was this? Was it truly so exaggerated? "If I am lying, then I am no human," Ho Si exclaimed hurriedly. "Moreover, Wu Laodao can hear every conversation within the prison. Anyone who dares speak ill of him or show him disrespect will face the dire consequence of having their skin flayed and their tendons stripped. I assure you. I mean it literally, not as a mere figure of speech." Su Jinhan furrowed his brow. It sounded akin to a certain lord-type profession. "A lord? Is that powerful?" The chubby one had now also ceased his laughter. Su Jinhan nodded. "The lord-type profession is an extensive series, capable of owning territory and engaging in battles within it. He could even defeat those of a higher rarity. However, this profession bears a significant flaw. Once one leaves their territory, their power diminishes by 80 or even more." "Please elaborate. Has this Wu Laodao ever left the prison?" "Never," Ho Si asserted decisively, "not even once. There was an occasion when he was drinking and in high spirits. He proclaimed that no matter what danger we might face in the future, we should simply run to the prison. Once inside, it would be as if a god had arrived, and he could demonstrate his prowess. Such audacity, Yang Tian remarked, frowning. Su Jinhun pondered deeply. If Ho Si's words held any truth, then it was certain that this Wu Laoda belonged to the Lord-type profession. Nonetheless, there existed numerous variations within Lord-type professions, each varying in strength according to rarity, making it impossible to generalize. I ask you, we have not provoked him. Why would he send you to monitor us? The chubby one complained. Of course, it is for the purpose of committing murder and robbery. The prison serves as our center, with a monitoring radius of 10 kilometers. Anyone who dares to enter this area, whether they be monsters or human teams, Wu Laoda will orchestrate our plunder. We have carried out such tasks countless times. The men are killed on the spot, while the women are captured. Of course, I was coerced. I dare not disobey him. When he commands me to kill, I must comply, lest I become the next victim. No one blames you. Now, please continue speaking about the prison. Su Jinhui harbored no ill feelings towards this Ho Si. After all, one must bow their head under the eaves. His willingness to disclose Boss Wu's plan upon meeting the rotund man revealed his loyalty. Alas, the military strategist was trying to contact me. Ho Si gazed at the communicator in his hand, which was flashing a green light, and cast an inquisitive glance at Su Jinhui. Did you not leave already? Although I might face reprimand, Boss Wu would not be enraged enough to take my life. No. Su Jinhui waved his hand. Relay your original plan as intended. Let them come over. The rotund man interjected. Little Su, do as you are instructed. Spare us the needless chatter. Understood. Ho Si gritted his teeth and pressed the button. Old Si, why did you take so long to answer? I thought something had happened to you. A man's mischievous voice emanated from the communicator. I indeed faced a predicament. Ho Si grumbled. I was chased by a mad dog from the RV team for quite some time, nearly bitten to death, and only managed to shake it off. What did the boss say? The voice on the other end grew slightly awkward, scratching his head. You mean, you were exposed? The tone became frosty. Did you say you were exposed? Ho Si quickly replied, no. In their eyes, I am merely a passerby. After serving as a sentinel for so long, how could I be exposed? Oh, as long as you are not exposed, the boss wants you to ascertain the personnel and occupational information of their team. He also mentioned that vehicles like RVs are rare, and we must acquire one. Understood. I will gather the intelligence promptly. If you manage this well, perhaps the boss will reward you with that little priestess, as I know you have long coveted her. Chapter 26. The Book of Omens. Upon ending the communication, Ho Si noticed that everyone in the room was staring at him with peculiar expressions, causing him to panic. He quickly defended himself. Why are you all looking at me like that? It's not merely about lusting after the priestess. It's for her own good. If she falls into the boss's hands, she will be tortured to death. Furthermore, my status in prison is neither high nor low. If I do not engage in some dirty work, am I not just waiting for death? Living, even in a regrettable state, is better than dying. Who said anything about you? The rotund man scoffed. Ho Si rubbed his face and sighed. That said, I truly should not have rescued the priestess from the battlefield. Letting her perish, there would have been preferable to bringing her back to prison. Alas, whenever I see her, I cannot help but think of my beautiful wife. Stop spouting nonsense, all right? I wasn't he present at your wedding, was I? I've seen your wife. She is a big, dark, hefty woman. How does that even come close to beautiful? Besides, didn't she run off with a little yellow-haired fellow right after your sentencing? The rotund man ruthlessly exposed him. Flustered by the revelation, Ho Si angrily retorted, you damned. Su Jinhui, attentive and keen, attempted to interrupt the quarrel between the childhood friends with a tentative inquiry. You mentioned rescuing a little priestess from the battlefield's location. It wasn't he in the park area, was it? Ho Si, taken aback, responded, Little Su, how did you know? Indeed, it was within the confines of the park area. When our search team arrived that day, amidst the chaos, only the young priestess remained, gasping for breath. Finding her quite beautiful, I instructed someone to tend to her wounds and brought her back to the prison. No wonder Zhou Ye did not return to the academic stronghold to rendezvous. She had indeed been captured. Su Jinhun furrowed her brow with concern. The plump fellow exclaimed, Is that young priestess a light priest? Is her name Zhou Ye? Ah, yes. How is it that you know her profession and name? Brother, it is indeed Xiao Ye. The plump man's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Su Jinhun nodded thoughtfully. What on earth is happening? Ho Si, somewhat bewildered, inquired further. The plump man rubbed his eyes and said, The corpses you saw in the park were our former teammates. Zhou Ye was one of us, and apart from myself and Xiao Su, she was the only survivor. Ho Si fell silent, grasping the reason behind the plump man's agitation. The plump man pressed, Ho Si, is there any way to rescue Zhou Ye? That is simply impossible. Ho Si shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum. She is confined in a cell, and without the leader's consent, no one can extricate her. The only way to save her would be to storm the prison. But the difficulty of that endeavor is akin to reaching the heavens. Su Jinhun proposed, Yang Tian, disclose your professional information to Ho Si, enabling him to complete the task. We shall first lure out the elite guards from the prison and eliminate them. If we manage to draw out Wu Yu, splendid. If not, I shall devise another plan. Understood. Brother Ho, our team of 11 possesses the following professions. Are you all of the rare purple classification? This is utterly astounding. The more he registered, the more Ho Si sensed something amiss, unable to believe his own ears. To claim that a team of fewer than 20 members includes 3 or 5 with purple professions is somewhat plausible, but for all 11 to be purple is exceedingly absurd. Where did they acquire so many light orbs? The most critical point is that if all the team members are of the purple classification, what rare professions do our leader and vice leader, Xiao Su and Zhao Shana, possess? I ask you, with our entirely purple profession team, do we stand a chance against Wu Yu? A crow cawed ominously. Ho Si muttered, the masters within the prison are predominantly of the purple classification. Wu Laoda is indeed among the most formidable. Do not be overly optimistic just yet. Having gathered the intelligence, it was up to Ho Si to report back to the prison. Su Jinhun was untroubled, confident that Ho Si was an astute individual who knew precisely what to convey and what to withhold. Upon reaching the upper floor, Chu Hongyu had just awakened, rubbing her eyes and inquiring about the commotion. Su Jinhun smiled gently. I require a moment of solitude. Please step outside. Very well, Chu Hongyu replied, promptly dressing and exiting with haste. We are all adults. Some matters are best left unspoken, preserving the nature of our relationship. After Chu Hongyu departed, Su Jinhun turned his palm over, and the Book of Omens coalesced within his hand. Su Jinhun was astonished to discover that the Book of Omens had undergone a significant transformation since he last beheld it. The title had expanded to Book of the Omens of the Divine. What could be the reason for this? Is it possible that this is the true essence of the Book of Omens? Has my rebirth transformed it into its complete form? Su Jinhui found himself puzzled as he opened the contents of the book, only to have his eyes widen in disbelief. The pages that once detailed various professions, items, peculiarities, and monsters had vanished, replaced solely by 3 pages dedicated to a bestiary. Shadow Monster Kill Count. Substantially completed, Shadow Elite Kill Count. Partially completed, Shadow Boss Kill Count. A few completed. The transformation of the Book of Omens left Su Jinhui somewhat bewildered. Yet one thing was certain. Upon slaying a sufficient number of monsters, unexpected outcomes were bound to arise. It was my fault for merely treating it as an encyclopedia. Since the first day I wielded it as a weapon, I had not revisited its pages. Su Jinhui pinched his temples, realizing that had he known the Book of Omens would undergo such a change, he would not have idled away these past few days, indulging in trivial matters, thereby missing out on a significant number of kills. However, it mattered not. In this apocalyptic world, monsters were abundant. There was no end to them. Formulating a plan in his mind for what to do next, Su Jinhui steadied his thoughts and recalled the characteristics of the Lord-class profession. Before long, Chu Hongyu knocked on the door. Little Su, there's news from Ho Si. Su Jinhui exited his room and descended to the hall. What did they say regarding the prison? He inquired into the communicator. Little Su, just now, the advisor contacted me. Given the strength of our team, they have decided to deploy the 8 great warriors and the Hound Squad. You must be extremely cautious. The stout man interjected. Can you be a bit clearer? What are the 8 great warriors and the Hound Squad? Are you filming a martial arts movie? Ho Si retorted. What do you know? Wu Laoda is a martial arts enthusiast, so he categorized his subordinates based on their strengths into 3 tiers. The strongest among them are the 10 great villains. Though I am unaware of their professions, the 8 great warriors are all of purple rank, while the Hound Squad consists mainly of blue ranks, with a few captains among them. The stout man frowned. Wu Laoda has quite a few experts under him. If the 8 great warriors are all purple ranks, then the 10 great villains must be of silver rank? How did he cultivate such talent? Su Jinhui remained silent, contemplating that it is indeed challenging for a typical lord-class profession to nurture so many experts without leaving their territory. However, if the opponent were legendary or divine, it would not be impossible. If that were the case, rescuing Zhouya would undoubtedly prove to be more difficult than anticipated. Chapter 27. Complete victory in the ruins of the city. Dozens of figures darted among the crumbling walls, swiftly arriving at the rendezvous point, a small villa's terrace. Esteemed great warriors, captains. Ho Si bowed respectfully. Ho Lao Si, is the information you provided genuine? Is this team truly that formidable? The 8 great warriors have not united for a long time. Is this not a bit of an overreaction? The man speaking was exceptionally tall, covered in tattoos, with a chest as solid as iron, nearly bursting through his vest. Ho Si chuckled. Senjingang. I wouldn't dare to spread false information even if I had the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. Do not be deceived by the small size of this team. They are indeed extraordinarily formidable. I personally witnessed a nearby monster lair being purified in merely 10 minutes by them. Surely, this feat requires at least 8 individuals of the purple profession, does it not? San Jingang let out a hearty laugh, clenching his fists with enthusiasm. To purify a monster lair within 20 minutes, it appears we are in for an exhilarating night. In contrast to San Jingang's robust stature, the lithe woman clad in armor gazed toward the RV, her voice laced with caution. Old San, do not be overly eager for play. The task assigned by the boss takes precedence. Understood, De Jingang. San Jingang replied with a hearty chuckle. The advisor has repeatedly cautioned that the boss is quite fond of this RV. When the Eagle Hound team creates a diversion, let us draw them out and eliminate them, ensuring we do not damage the boss's prized possession. With a swift motion, De Jingang signaled to commence. Yes. Over 30 agile members of the Eagle Hound team approached the illuminated RV with remarkable speed. However, before they could close the distance of 100 meters, one team member emitted a soft gasp, glancing down to discover he had stepped on something. As he furrowed his brow, preparing to raise his foot, a burst of flames engulfed him, along with 7 or 8 others nearby, inflicting varying degrees of injury. Caution! There are traps nearby. One of the Eagle Hound captains bellowed. No sooner had the warning escaped his lips than a chorus of piercing arrows, imbued with ice elements, rained down upon them, transforming the struck members into statues of ice. Their faces frozen in terror. In an instant, the 30-strong team was reduced to a mere dozen. Emerging from the shadows were 9 men and 1 woman. Chu Hongyu flicked her azure bow, proclaiming with a resounding voice, "Who dares attempt to ambush us? What gives you the audacity? Retreat!" The Eagle Hound captain's pupils dilated as he shouted, turning to flee. Yet, before they could escape far, a rotund figure clad in silver battle attire brandished a double-edged axe, blocking their path. Without uttering a word, the hefty man swung his axe with fervor, and even the combined efforts of the 3 Eagle Hound captains could barely withstand his relentless assault, leaving them utterly powerless to retaliate. On the terrace of the villa, De Jingang remarked quietly, "This fellow is rather interesting. He must be the leader of this squad. To hold his ground against 3 opponents while maintaining the upper hand. He is undoubtedly of the silver profession." Ho C's intelligence was not mistaken. This is indeed the most formidable team we have encountered to date, without exception. If we do not intervene soon, the 3 Eagle Hound captains may very well meet their demise, cautioned Jingang, an elderly man with white hair. So what if they perish? De Jingang replied with a cruel smile. If not a few more lives are lost, how would the boss come to understand our struggles? Oh, ha 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 ha, De Jingang speaks wisely. The remaining Jingang members erupted into laughter, just as Jingang had surmised, without reinforcements. The Eagle Hound team stood no chance against the onslaught of the rotund man and Yang Tian, swiftly leading to their complete obliteration. It is time for us to make our move. The mighty King Kong snorted coldly and leaped off the terrace, followed closely by the others, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. A band of inept fools attempted to ambush, utterly oblivious to the meaning of death. The rotund figure laughed boisterously. "King Kong, I concede you possess some skill. How about we engage in a test of strength?" As he spoke, he twisted his wrist, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. The hefty man hoisted his double-bladed axe onto his shoulder and scoffed, having just dispatched a group, their corpses still warm. How can another wave emerge? Are you all in cahoots? These worthless wretches, how dare they consider themselves our equals? Watch my fist. King Kong bellowed as he charged toward the hefty man. Just as that colossal fist was about to collide with the rotund figure's face, Yang Tian staggered forward and positioned himself in front of the hefty man, delivering a kick to send King Kong sprawling. Rubbing his nose, Yang Tian remarked, "For a minor character like you, does our esteemed leader Zhao need to intervene? Wow, quite impressive." King Kong sneered, "Let me test your mettle." "Test what nonsense? Did I summon you for a duel? Focus on the task at hand. Attack together. Kill." The hefty man brandished his axe, and in an instant, both sides were entangled in a fierce melee, a cacophony of vibrant skills clashing, resonating with thunderous roars. Wei observed from a distance, concerned, "Little Su, are they truly all right?" Having lived together for so long, Wei had come to regard Yang Tian and his companions as family. "They will be fine," Su Jinhui reassured with confidence rooted in reality. During this time, Yang Tian's team had engaged in high-intensity purifications of monster dens daily, enhancing not merely their profession's rarity, but also cultivating remarkably effective skill combinations under Su Jinhui's one-on-one guidance. Their team's synergy had elevated several tiers through continuous combat. It would render their existence meaningless if they were to lose to the so-called 8 kings under such favorable circumstances. An hour later, in the prison, Wu Yu reclined in a grand chair, munching on grapes, his gaze menacing as he surveyed the kneeling 8 kings below. So, what you're implying is that the Eagle Dogs team, numbering over 30, including their captain, has been utterly annihilated, and you all sustained injuries. Yet you failed to take down a single opponent? Boss, the strength of the RV team far exceeded our expectations, and they had the advantage in numbers. We barely escaped. King Kong tugged at his empty sleeve, severed by the hefty man's axe, and despondently stated, "We truly did our utmost. We implore you to forgive us for this initial failure. Are you suggesting that your suffering counts in lieu of merit?" Wu Yu's eyes glinted mockingly. "No, not at all." King Kong trembled. "Boss," the advisor leaned in closer to Wu Yu, "the 8 kings are fiercely loyal to you. Perhaps you might consider sparing them this time, allowing them a chance to redeem themselves. Since you have spoken up, I shall temporarily overlook this incident out of respect for you." Wu Yu yawned and straightened his posture, realizing that to subdue them, he must take decisive action and summon the 10 infamous ones to meet him. "Boss, the 10 infamous ones have heard about the defeat of the 8 great warriors and have been waiting at the entrance since early morning," the advisor said with a smile. 10 figures, varying in height and build, appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. "Boss," they chorused in unison. Chapter 28. The villains. What 8 great warriors? To me, they are merely 8 great fools, utterly incompetent. Especially that one great warrior. I have finally come to understand the phrase "a silver shell with a waxen tip," appealing in appearance, but utterly useless. Ha! The hall was as bright as day, filled with the exuberance of those returning from a victorious battle, their spirits soaring high. This was their first time engaging in combat as a team against another, and the results were immensely satisfying. Throughout the fray, aside from a few minor injuries among the front line, the rest remained unscathed. The victory was overwhelmingly easy, a complete rout. I believe that with our small team's strength, even if faced with the 18 great warriors, we would emerge victorious today. Surely, I didn't even exert my full strength. It sounds as if anyone actually used their full strength. Huh? At this moment, Su Jinwei happened to descend from the upper floor, and upon hearing the laughter and chatter of his comrades, he felt a mix of speechlessness and a hint of pride. After all, this 10-member combat team was personally nurtured by him, with their professions and skills meticulously selected and matched. To achieve such a resounding victory in their first skirmish was indeed a matter of pride. Little Su. Upon seeing Su Jinwei come down, everyone immediately ceased their conversations. Rising to greet him, Su Jinwei waved his hand for them to sit, and took a seat on the sofa, smiling as he said, "Is it truly worthy of such joy merely to have defeated a few novices? If I were Wu Yu, I would certainly dispatch the 10 infamous ones for vengeance next. Do you all have confidence in defeating them?" "Absolutely," replied Wei, the youngest in the team at just 18, his impulsive nature causing him to brandish his fists and shout. Su Jinwei nodded. "Since you are so confident, when they arrive, try to engage them in combat. Remember, do not act recklessly. Maintain your formation. As long as the formation remains intact, unless faced with something particularly outrageous, you should be able to withstand for a while. Little Su, will we let the 10 infamous ones go this time?" Yang Tian inquired. "No," Su Jinwei replied, shaking his head. "The 8 great warriors are merely bait. Letting them go is a strategy to lure in the bigger fish, the 10 infamous ones. If they truly come, we shall eliminate them all, leaving not a single one alive." As Su Jinhui's chilling words echoed in the air, a palpable shiver ran down everyone's spines, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. "Ho-si." The communicator suddenly flickered with a green light, and an ominous voice resonated. Ho-si, who had been silent until now, jolted awake and quickly answered, "Yes, I'm here." "Is it Brother Whiteface? Have they left?" "No, I have been keeping a close watch on them." Ho-si cast a glance at the subtly expressive crowd. "We are en route. Stay vigilant and inform me of any movements." "Understood." The pale-faced man spoke up. "If I may be so bold, this group possesses formidable strength. How many formidable villains do we have on our side? I mean no offense, I am merely concerned." "Concerned?" Ho-si scoffed. "All 10 of us are here. Consider it a mere breath of fresh air." He ended the communication. Ho-si's face turned ashen. The notorious 10 villains had all arrived. My goodness, I have never witnessed such a grand assembly. Xiao Su, Shan He, they truly are powerful. Should we not retreat? Ho-si, you should join them. The rest of us ought to rest while we can. Su Jinhui interrupted Ho-si and rose to ascend the stairs. To him, whether it was the 8 great warriors or the 10 villains, they were all inconsequential. His focus had always been solely on Wu Yu. Less than 200 meters from the RV, within an abandoned supermarket, Ho-si concealed himself, taking a drag from his cigarette. He thought to himself, "You underestimate the 10 villains. They are on an entirely different level than the 8 great warriors. Any one of those villains could easily take on an 8 great warrior. However, good counsel often falls on deaf ears. Since you refuse to listen and insist on a confrontation, do not blame me. Regardless of who prevails, I, Ho-Si, shall ultimately emerge victorious. With a deep exhale of smoke, Ho-Si wore a wry smile. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed behind him. Ho-Si turned sharply to find a dozen dark figures standing at the entrance of the supermarket. I have seen all the leaders of the villains. Ho-Si scrambled towards them, practically groveling. The foremost figure, a man wearing a white mask, chuckled. Ho-Si, you have quite the knack for choosing locations. You managed to remain undetected at such a close distance. Hee, white-faced brother, you flatter me. I am quite the professional when it comes to scouting. Ho-Si grinned broadly. Yes, the white-faced man patted Ho-Si on the shoulder. Go tell the people in the RV that we have arrived, and instruct them to come out. Oh, what? Ho-Si was taken aback. What, are you afraid? A woman beside the white-faced man, adorned with a fox mask, sneered. All the 10 villains wore different masks. I will go. Ho-Si trembled, stumbling as he rushed towards the RV, inwardly cursing. What 10 villains? They are nothing but a bunch of worthless scum, degenerates, and beasts. Once they are done using me, they will discard me like trash. What, is a worthless life not worth living? Damn it, thank goodness I am a double agent, Upon reaching the vicinity of the RV, Ho-Si steadied himself, took a deep breath, and shouted, Listen up, those inside. White-faced brother demands that you come out. The hefty man, Yang Tian, along with others, began to emerge from the RV. The hefty man raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting towards the distant crowd. He approached Ho-Si and delivered a kick that sent him flying. Ouch! Ho-Si tumbled across the ground like a rolling gourd, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth. Though appearing to be in a state of unconsciousness, he was, in reality, unscathed. Inwardly cursing the hefty figure. Was such theatrics truly necessary? Never mind, he would feign death for the time being. The notorious group of 10 passed by without even casting a glance at Ho-Si, moving past him as if he were mere refuse. The figure in the white mask tilted his head, surveying the crowd. Who is the leader? I am what of it? The rotund man brandished his double-edged axe as he stepped forward. The masked figure gestured towards the ground, instructing him to kneel and gouge out his own eyes, declaring that he could dismiss the previous incident as though it had never transpired. Once we return to prison, I shall personally plead your case to the boss, he added. The hefty man narrowed his eyes, mimicking the white mask's gesture. Kneel before your fat father and then sever your own head. I can choose to disregard your earlier words. For my fat father never quibbles with the dead. The masked figure sighed. Such a pity. Earlier was your sole opportunity for survival, yet you failed to appreciate it. Is it only after losing something that one truly learns to cherish it? As he spoke, a resplendent white rose materialized in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, it sent forth a cascade of twinkling light. In the ensuing chapter, the hefty man's moment of glory emerged. The brilliance emanating from the white rose swiftly coalesced into over 100 diamond-shaped small swords, hurtling towards the hefty figure with incredible velocity. He scoffed, refusing to dodge, instead slamming his axe into the ground. Instantly, a visible barrier manifested, thwarting the assault of the diamond blades. As the commander of Yang Tian's team, Su Jinhui had invested the most effort into the hefty man, providing him with the finest skills and equipment. The technique he had just executed was known as the mountain barrier. The greater the power of the user, the stronger the defense. Oh, quite impressive. As expected of the captain, can you withstand the next strike? The masked figure spoke, casually swirling his arm. The radiant white rose transformed into a magnificent longsword, and he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of over 10 arcs of light. Indeed, the notorious group of 10 lived up to their reputation. Su Jinhui and the driver, Elder Wei, stood at a distance, observing the battle, unable to suppress their admiration. As the saying goes, a master reveals his skill in an instant. The masked figure's presence, weaponry, and abilities far surpassed those of the 8 formidable warriors, placing them in entirely different leagues. Elder Wei felt a pang of anxiety. Old Zhao won't lose, will he? Not a chance, Su Jinhui replied with a smile. The hefty man not only outmatched the masked figure in strength, but also excelled in equipment. As they conversed, within the battlefield, the hefty man sneered coldly, charging forward with his twin axes. The arcs of light shattered against the mountain barrier, unable to penetrate his defense. Mountain splitter, the hefty man thought, flames erupting from his double-edged axe as he aimed for the masked figure's head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The masked figure, sensing the fierce attack, dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly pivoted, retreating several steps. Mountain slash. The corpulent figure seemed to have anticipated the retreat of the pale-masked adversary. As the colossal axe was poised to strike the ground, he suddenly altered his approach. shifting from a vertical cleave to a horizontal slash. The ferocious light of the axe, enveloped in flames, surged toward the pale mask. Humph! The pale mask's gaze was icy, and his reflexes were remarkably swift. He hurled his longsword, silently invoking shield formation. With a resounding hum, a brilliant light flashed, and the sword transformed into a radiant shield. The axe's light collided with the shield, shattering it instantly and sending shockwaves that nearly toppled the pale mask, causing him to stagger. Crimson droplets trickled from his chin. Still pretending to be unruffled, the corpulent figure tilted his head, mocking, "Is this all you've got?" The pale mask's eyes glinted with menace as he raised a hand, grasping the dimly glowing white rose, which morphed back into a long sword. "Old boy, are you not embarrassed enough? Withdraw now." Just as the pale mask prepared to launch another assault, a burly man among the top 10 villains, donning a black bear mask, spoke in a deep voice. Everyone turned to see the black bear mask swaggering out of the ranks, cracking his knuckles menacingly. "Let me have a go at him." Humph. The pale mask retreated angrily, realizing he had underestimated this hefty opponent. "And you are? State your name." The corpulent figure, buoyed by his initial success, grinned widely, exuding arrogance. "They all call me Black Bear." The black bear shook his hands, and astonishingly, his massive frame leapt into the air, adopting a boxing stance with empty hands. "Are you a boxer?" The corpulent one waved his dual-bladed axe, asserting, "Are you sure you want to use a weapon? I lack any chivalrous spirit. I want to drop my weapon to brawl with you. It matters not what weapon you wield." The black bear replied nonchalantly, "I'm used to fighting with my fists." "Truly audacious. I'll give you 2 axe strikes, and you'll be compliant." The corpulent figure scoffed, launching an offensive. His ferocious axe strikes fell relentlessly, yet the black bear evaded them with astonishing agility. Having completed 3 exchanges, it was now my turn. The black bear's head snapped up, and before his words could fully escape his lips, he had already dashed forward, leaving a trail of afterimages before the corpulent figure. So swift. The corpulent one was taken aback, realizing he no longer had a chance to defend himself. Shattered piece fist. The black bear unleashed a punch that struck the corpulent one directly in the heart. The nearly 300-pound mass of flesh was sent flying. The black bear exhaled a breath of satisfaction, truly deserving of the name Black Bear. The villains erupted in laughter, the outcome having been well within their expectations. Old Zhao, pale as a ghost, glanced at the unfazed Su Jinhui beside him, who appeared utterly indifferent to the chaos. "I've dealt with the big one. The rest of the small fry are yours." The black bear turned to rejoin his team. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual expression on his comrades' faces. Turning back in astonishment, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The corpulent figure had risen, supported by Yang Tian and Chu Hongyu, vigorously rubbing his chest and cursing, "Damn, that hurt. My ribs nearly broke." Not only had he not perished, but he could also rise to his feet. The black bear exclaimed in disbelief. "What are you thinking? Do you fancy yourself a Superman? Do you think a single punch could fell your rotund father?" The hefty man patted the area where he had been struck, merely dusting off some grime. "You're courting death." The black bear roared, taking swift strides forward, once again employing his rapid momentum to charge, arriving before the hefty man in the blink of an eye. Unlike before, this time, his right arm sprouted an abundance of dark fur, resembling a bear's limb. "Get lost." The hefty man bellowed skyward, his body ablaze, swinging a massive axe to meet the oncoming fist. Boom. The clash of fist and axe sent a tremendous shockwave rippling outward. The black bear staggered back 5 steps, his mask shattered, revealing a nondescript, dark visage. In stark contrast, the hefty man remained unmoved, a wicked grin plastered across his face. "You." The black bear gripped his right wrist with his left hand, managing to stabilize the tremors from the injury. "Who's next?" The hefty man feigned a look of seriousness. "Brother Zhao is truly formidable." Yang Tian and the others were filled with envy, yet a question arose in their minds. If the hefty man had grown this powerful, what kind of strength did Xiao Su, who rode him, possess? Since they had joined, they had never witnessed Xiao Su in action. "Black Bear, shall I have a go at him?" Another villain interjected, his face obscured by a monstrous mask. "No need for that." The black bear waved his hand dismissively, flexing his fists with a sinister grin, stating, "I haven't encountered a worthy opponent in quite some time. He shall perish at my hands." With that, the black bear returned to the battlefield, clenching his fists and recalling, 3 years ago, after finishing my training at the boxing gym, I encountered some ruffians harassing single women on the street. I intervened to do the right thing, but in my inability to control my strength, 3 perished and 3 were gravely injured. For this incident, I was sentenced to 9 years. The hefty man rolled his eyes. "What do you mean? You're rambling on. Trying to elicit my mercy?" "No, I merely wish to convey that since that day, I have never fought with my full strength. Today, You shall witness my true power. Howl. With that, the black bear let out a fearsome roar, his clothes shredding to pieces, and in an instant, he truly transformed into a towering 3-meter-high black bear. He is doomed. I haven't seen the black bear transform in ages. The game is truly over this time. The villains exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 30. The King / Brother Zhao, be cautious. Everyone prepare to support Brother Zhao at a moment's notice. In stark contrast to the villain's composure, Yang Tian and his companions were exceedingly tense. As members of the purple class, they could distinctly feel the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the black bear's form. Howl. The black bear planted his palms on the ground and charged ferociously at the hefty man, rising to stand upright, his bare paws, akin to massive iron skillets, swung violently toward the hefty man's head. Despite the hefty man's usual carefree demeanor, he was astute and perceptive. Recognizing the weighty force of the black bear's onslaught, he chose not to engage directly, but instead emitted a sound and deftly darted backward, evading the brunt of the assault. With a single strike thwarted, the black bear charged once more, its powerful paws slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Just as it struck the second villain, it transformed. What are the 8 behind? The hefty figure, while deflecting the black bear's assault with a massive axe, pondered silently. At that moment, Su Jinhui shouted from behind, "Fatty, stop overthinking. The enemy has unleashed their ultimate move. Why hold back?" Upon hearing this, the hefty man laughed heartily, leaping back 5 steps to steady himself. He casually tossed his dual-bladed axe to the ground and bellowed, "Is that all you can do?" In the midst of his words, his form rapidly expanded and twisted, sprouting sharp feathers, and he astonishingly transformed into a white owl. Remarkably, the silver battle attire adorning the owl remained utterly unscathed. The black bear, taken aback by the revelation that its opponent was also a shapeshifter, momentarily hesitated. Yet, with a fierce roar, it propelled itself forward, intending to execute a bear hug on the moonlit owl. With a swift flap of its wings, the owl remained motionless, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp feathers that shot forth like 100 dazzling swords, striking the black bear with precision. Caught unawares, the black bear was swiftly pierced by the feathers, blood gushing forth as it howled in agony. Nevertheless, despite its injuries, the bear's ferocity remained undiminished. It rose again, disregarding the feathers embedded in its body, and charged ahead. The moonlit owl, with its large, round eyes, took to the skies just before the bear could ensnare it in its embrace. As the black bear looked up, it beheld a beam of moonlight cascading down, only to realize it was the owl's glimmering behind. The moon descended. With a resounding crash, the owl landed upon the bear, rendering it unconscious, its dark fur dissipating to reveal a robust, naked man face down on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The hefty man reverted to his human form, rubbing his nose, and inquired, "Who's next?" The villains, under his gaze, remained mute. The extent of his power surpassed their expectations, but their attention lingered on the seemingly benign young man standing beside the elder. It was evident that the hefty man was not the true leader. It was the young man who had offered the crucial reminder. Thus arose the question, if the hefty man was so formidable, what strength did the young man possess? The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, one villain clad in a mask with a spear spoke up, "Let us finish this quickly. We've dallied long enough. If the boss is displeased, we shall all face dire consequences." Clang, clang, clang. At this cue, the villains brandished an array of peculiar weapons, and the 8 formidable companions accompanying them similarly readied their arms, striking combat stances. On Yang Tian's side, preparations had already been made, forming a battle array to confront the impending conflict. "You are ill-prepared for such a confrontation. Retreat." Su Jinhui stepped forth from the crowd, gripping the hilt of his sword as he surveyed the more than 10 adversaries before him. He had not originally intended to take action, preferring instead to allow the chubby guy to lead the team in testing the depths of the 10 notorious villains. If possible, he hoped they would resolve the matter themselves. However, it soon became evident that the 10 villains were far stronger than he had anticipated. Should he remain a mere bystander while the 2 teams clashed, it was highly likely that Yang Tian's team would face total annihilation. Xiao Su Ge hesitated, words caught in his throat. "There's no need to say anything. This is not your fault." Su Jinhui chuckled lightly and stepped into the center of the battlefield, declaring, "Your opponent from now on is me. Are you planning to take us all on by yourself?" One of the villains asked in astonishment, clearly perplexed. "Is that not permissible? Who dictates that one cannot challenge you all at once?" Su Jinhui drew his sword, the radiant hue dazzling, and urged, "Hurry up, I lack patience." A burst of laughter erupted, seemingly initiated by one among them, followed by the entire group of villains, including Jin Gang, who doubled over in mirth. They had encountered arrogance before, but none had witnessed someone as brazen as Su Jinhui. Ha! Young man, you've gone too far. You've turned yourself into a fool. One villain guffawed. The ignorant often possess a strangely inexplicable courage. The villain clad in a mask brandished his spear, halting the laughter. If you seek death so eagerly, then let us oblige, he commanded. Zhao Gu. Chu Hongyu exclaimed nervously. Su Gu, he, in truth. Not only Chu Hongyu, but everyone felt a wave of anxiety for Su Jinhui. Even the chubby guy was no exception. Yet, he harbored a blind confidence in Su Jinhui, narrowing his eyes and asserting, Su Gu must have his reasons for this. He will prevail. Will he? Yang Tian inhaled sharply. In a flash of lightning, over a dozen figures leaped into action, charging towards Su Jinhui beneath the night sky amidst the ruins. The corners of Su Jinhui's garment fluttered without wind, creating a resonant sound. He raised his head, facing the elite adversaries, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, King's decapitation. In the prison, a gruesome female corpse was dragged from the master bedroom, leaving a horrific trail of blood on the ground. Wu Yu wore a sinister expression. The wretch chose to end her own life by swallowing her tongue. Had I known, I would have stuffed her mouth to silence her screams. It would have made the experience far more enjoyable. His gaze swept across the room, landing on a group of women wearing collars, all trembling and bowing their heads. Let us see who will be my companion tonight. Wu Yu's finger danced over the women, selecting one after another. After repeating this twice, his finger finally settled on one among them. Zhouya. Wu Laodano. Zhouya cried out, collapsing to her knees in desperation. Please, I beg you don't. No one dares to refuse me, Wu Yu replied, his finger curling. Immediately, Zhouya was lifted by an unseen force, her body suspended in the air. The collar around her neck tightened, depriving her of breath, and her legs flailed helplessly until blood streamed from her nostrils. Ah, boss, the advisor nudged his spectacles, hesitating momentarily, feeling the need to offer a reminder to prevent future reproach. She was a healer. If she were to perish, those trapped in the iron cage would be left without care. You see, a healer? Wu Yu pondered for a moment, flicking his fingers. Zhouya was instantly sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth, her eyes, nose, and ears streaming crimson, a pitiful sight indeed. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wu Yu reproached mildly. Oh, I was merely concerned about dampening your spirits, boss, he chuckled. By the way, it's been over an hour. Why haven't they returned? Perhaps you should inquire if they succeeded. Calculating the time, it seemed about right. I shall contact them at once. Which of these women shall I select? I suddenly have no desire for women. Send me a few handsome young men, cleaned up and delivered to my quarters. Understood, boss. Watching Wu Yu retreat to his room, the advisor waved his hand. And immediately his subordinates tugged the chains, leading the women away. Can they still leave? The advisor kicked at the limp Zhouya. I can. Zhouya struggled to her feet, swaying as she followed the advisor toward their lodgings. At that moment, the advisor's communicator lit up. With a smile, he answered, Bai Lian. Why has it taken you so long? Did that RV sustain any damage? Are you the advisor, or Wu Yu? The voice from the communicator startled Zhouya, who stood behind the advisor. That voice sounds so familiar. Is it Brother Su? Chapter 31. The advisor's betrayal. I am the advisor. And you are? The advisor's brow furrowed as he realized Bai Lian's communicator was now in the hands of this individual. Could it be that the notorious 10 evildoers and 8 titans had been utterly vanquished? The advisor was taken aback by his own thoughts, yet apart from this explanation, there seemed no other possibility. Tell Wu Yu that his subordinates are all dead. I will be visiting him shortly. He should prepare himself. The voice on the other end concluded abruptly, severing the connection. The advisor pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to Zhouya, his emotions in tumult. Do you recognize the person on the other end of the communicator? Zhouya was taken aback, unsure how the advisor could detect her unease, and adamantly denied, I do not know him. You are lying. The advisor seized Zhouya by the throat, his voice sharp. Do you believe I won't hand you over to the boss right now, allowing you to experience what it truly means to wish for death? Ugh. Zhouya, already injured at her neck, felt the pressure aggravate her wounds, and the blood that had just stopped flowing began anew. Confess to me, who is he? I do not know him. Zhouya insisted vehemently, denying any acquaintance with Su Jinhui. What is the commotion outside? Wu Yu's voice suddenly resonated from the main hall. Zhouya's face drained of color, realizing that if the advisor were to reveal her situation to Wu Yu, her demise would be certain. Yet the advisor remained silent, smiling instead. It's nothing, boss, just a woman who refused to listen, and I gave her a little lesson. Oh, Wu Yu appeared unperturbed. Come with me. The steward released his grip, letting out a cold snort, signaling Zhouya to follow him. Confounded by the steward's decision to conceal her acquaintance with Su Jinhui, Zhouya stumbled behind him to a secluded room in the prison. The steward closed the door with a deliberate motion and whispered, "You need not hide anything from me. Your recent emotional upheaval has already revealed your connection to that individual. I refrained from informing the boss because I wish to ascertain the true strength of this person and whether he possesses the capability to annihilate." He made a gesture across his throat, indicating the direction of the main hall. Zhoya widened her eyes. "Steward, I came here for financial crimes, not as a deranged psychopath. Do you comprehend the psychological strain of following someone so capricious day after day?" The steward adjusted his glasses, irritation evident in his tone. "Yet I find myself unable to extricate myself from him. As you are aware, the outside world is rife with monsters, and various factions are lurking with predatory intent. Once we leave this prison, who can predict how long we might survive? I hope you will cooperate and provide me with information regarding this man." Observing the steward's serious demeanor, which betrayed no hint of deceit, Zhoya hesitated before responding. "He is Su Jinhui, the captain of my previous team." "What rarity of profession does Su Jinhui possess?" the steward inquired, nodding earnestly. "I truly do not know. All I am aware of is that Su is exceptionally powerful." Zhoya replied, shaking her head repeatedly. The steward began to pace within the confines of the room, engaging in a mental brainstorming session. The ability to handle the top 10 villains and the 8 formidable warriors implied that, even if he was not as strong as Wu Yu, he was certainly not far behind. Why not let the two tigers contend and reap the benefits as a fisherman? Should Wu Yu prevail, he could continue to be the steward, revered by many. If Su Jinhui triumphed, he could join forces with him and escape Wu Yu's grasp. Either outcome would be a victory. With this thought, the steward seized the communicator and pressed the button. In the caravan camp, Su Jinhui sat on the steps of the caravan, one hand gripping the communicator, contemplating his next course of action. The portly fellow and his companions were busy tidying the battlefield, following Su Jinhui's instructions to sever the heads of over a dozen men, storing them in the refrigerator of the caravan. As for their purpose, Su Jinhui had not disclosed, and who would dare question this harbinger of death? With a single strike, he had dispatched half of the villains, and within 2 minutes, he had butchered the rest with the ease of slaughtering livestock, leaving them utterly defenseless. Such prowess had long surpassed their wildest imaginations. They had always known Su Jinhui was formidable, but never to this extent. "Su, this black bear still draws breath. Shall we finish him off?" the portly fellow asked as he approached the black bear. Su Jinhui shot him a glance, poised to command action, when he saw the black bear propping himself up, kneeling bare before the portly fellow, wailing, "Fat dad, Su, spare my life. I truly do not wish to commit evil. It was Wu Yu who forced us to do this." "Goodness, are you feigning unconsciousness as well?" Hosi, pretending to be busy, was startled when the black bear suddenly sat up. "What?" The black bear gulped, repeatedly bowing to the portly fellow. "Do not kill me. I implore you." The stout man scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He took a piece of clothing and handed it to him, urging him to come closer. Su Jinhua waved his hand dismissively. Someone presented the black bear with trousers and a shirt. Once dressed, the black bear scurried to Su Jinhua, bowing his head submissively, expressing his gratitude for being spared by little Su. Su Jinhua cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "Isn't it a bit premature to thank me now? Tell me, how much do you know about Wu Yu's profession?" The black bear furrowed his brow, responding, "Wu Yu has never disclosed his occupation to us. Our knowledge is quite limited. However, one person is well informed, his ever-present mentor. I am willing to capture the mentor and bring him to you for interrogation, to atone for my wrongdoings." Su Jinhua remained non-committal, observing the incessantly flashing green light on the communicator before pressing the communication button. "Is this little Su?" A tense and weakened voice from Zhoya emerged from the device. Su Jinhua abruptly stood up. "Zhoya, little Su." Zhoya, already prone to tears, could no longer contain her emotions upon hearing his voice, bursting into sobs. The mentor, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "What are you crying for? Why are you wailing so loudly? Are you worried that Wulada can't hear us?" The mentor seized the communicator, stating earnestly, "Little Su, I am the mentor, the one who just spoke with you." Su Jinhua's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. "Are you attempting to use Zhoya to threaten me?" "No, absolutely not." The mentor hastily clarified. "I inadvertently learned of the relationship between you and Miss Zhoya. I contacted you to inquire about your profession's rarity. What relevance does that have to you?" Su Jinhua frowned. He would never divulge that he held the divine profession of monarch to anyone else, no matter how dire the circumstances. The mentor's voice lowered ominously. "Wu Yu is a red sphere profession. If your profession's rarity is lower than that of a gold sphere, I advise you not to come to your demise." The mention of red sphere caused Su Jinhua's pupils to constrict. Wu Yu, astonishingly, shared the same divine profession as he did, lord-class divine profession, Domain Master. How I proceed is not your concern. Do you have a way to extricate Joya? Extracting her is somewhat challenging, the mentor admitted awkwardly. We can only be authorized to leave the prison during missions. At all other times, we are under Wu Yu's watchful eye. Every move we make, even our conversations, are monitored. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the communicator. The mentor gasped in terror. Alauda? What happened? I trusted you completely, yet you betrayed me? Wu Yu's sinister laughter echoed. Sujin, why is it? I will give you 1 hour. If you do not come to the prison, I will make this girl, Joya, suffer immensely. Little Su, please don't come. Joya shouted in panic. 10 minutes from now, at the prison. Before that, do not harm her. Su Jinhua stood resolutely. Oh, how amusing. It seems this woman is quite significant to you. Wu Yu clapped in mock approval, laughing heartily. Very well, I shall await you for 10 minutes. Chapter 32. The thin line between life and death. Upon severing the communication, Su Jinhui gestured to the hefty companion, who promptly transformed into his moon owl form. Little Su, take us along. Having more people is advantageous for support, Yang Tian urged hastily. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jinhui declined. If Wu Yu truly embodies a god-tier profession, the number of us is inconsequential. Ensure the safety of the RV camp and remain vigilant against that black bear. Should it harbor any ill intentions, eliminate it. The black bear's expression soured, but before it could express its earnest surrender, the moon owl whisked Su Jinhui into the inky abyss of the sky, vanishing like a shooting star in the nocturnal expanse. Soon enough, the moon owl delivered Su Jinhui to the vicinity of the prison entrance. Wait for me here, Su Jinhui instructed, patting the hefty companion's shoulder before summoning the ritual lantern. Little Su, do you feel confident? The trepidation was palpable in his voice. I do not know, Su Jinhui replied, shaking his head. This marked his inaugural confrontation with an opponent of the same god-tier caliber, and anxiety gnawed at him. You previously mentioned that in the domain of a lord's profession, the adversary is nearly invincible. If even you lack confidence. The hefty companion hesitated to finish his thought, yet Su Jinhui grasped his implication and replied with a serene smile. I am aware of my own capabilities. With that, Su Jinhui grasped the flickering red lantern and strode directly into the prison, permeated by a pungent scent of blood. As the metallic door swung open, a scene akin to a hellish nightmare unfolded before him. Countless bloodied skins fluttered on flagpoles, while nearly 100 human monstrosities were confined within blood-stained cages, their agonized wails echoing through the air. A multitude of tortured corpses lay haphazardly piled to one side, forming a small mountain that exuded a repugnant stench. Su Jinhui furrowed his brow and advanced cautiously. Welcome, Brother Su. A thunderous voice reverberated from above as a colossal metal throne descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. Reclining upon it was a young man with his upper body bare, flanked by the wretched and shackled Joya. Little Su, Joya wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aside from her deceased brother Zhou Feng, Su Jinhui was the second individual who had treated her with such kindness. I have come to bring you home, Su Jinhui smiled gently. Wu Yu tossed a grape into his mouth, grinning as he remarked, one must seize joy in life. What a splendid name. However, attempting to take her from this prison without my consent shall not be so simple. What do you intend? Su Jinhui maintained an air of calmness, though his heart was on high alert, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The earlier Book of Omens did indeed contain references to domain lords, albeit vaguely. He remained uncertain of the true extent of the opponent's abilities. Wu Yu spat out the grape skin and, wiping his mouth, straightened up, saying, being cooped up in this wretched prison is quite tiresome. If you can amuse me, perhaps I might feel generous enough to release you. Alas, I am not a woman, thus unable to provide you with amusement. Su Jinhui shrugged, signaling his inability to assist. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuxiao laughed heartily, asserting that one need not necessarily be a woman to find amusement. He was not one to be picky. Su Jinhui remained silent. Ho Si's description of Wu Yu was strikingly accurate. He was indeed a depraved individual, unrestrained in his malevolence. Master, on what grounds do you believe he could defeat me? You two have never even met, and with just a few words, you've turned against me. Is my treatment of you not sufficient? Wu Yu suddenly directed his mocking words at a bloodied figure suspended on a cross. This person was referred to as the meat lump because his skin had been flayed away and blood continuously dripped from his exposed flesh, which was being mercilessly feasted upon by numerous insects. Upon hearing Wu Yu's inquiry, the meat lump stirred slightly, laboriously raising his head to rasp. No matter how wicked I may be, I remain human, whereas you are a soulless monstrosity. My presence beside you is a matter of necessity. I truly wish for your swift demise. You have disappointed me greatly. Wu Yu flicked his fingers dismissively, retorting, without me, you would have been devoured by a beast long ago. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. The meat lump coughed up blood, declaring, dying at the hands of a monster is far preferable to serving you. How many innocent lives have you tortured to death? Wu Yu. What difference is there between you and a monster? Wu Yu pondered seriously for a moment before chuckling. I find this quite advantageous. If I do not torment them to death, how will they understand the terrifying power I possess? The meat lump muttered curses under his breath, calling him a pervert. Wu Yu then shifted his gaze back to Su Jinhui, stating, though I consider the 10 great evildoers to be mere trash, your ability to eliminate them indicates your strength is commendable. Kneel before me and become my domain slave, and I shall spare your life. And if I refuse? Su Jinhui retorted, I detest being rejected. The fate of those who defy me is one of suffering beyond imagination. Wu Yu stood up, his not particularly tall frame emanating a terrifying aura that instilled a sense of immense threat in Su Jinhui. However, Su Jinhui was never one to willingly place himself in perilous situations. His presence here suggested he possessed at least some confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. The divine artifact, the sacrificial lantern, was his greatest reliance in this battle. Without hesitation, Su Jinhui bit through 2 of his fingers. Instantly, a brilliant red light surged from the lantern. Su Jinhui transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing towards the metallic throne. What is this? Such a powerful aura. Wu Yu sensed something amiss with the red light and dared not approach carelessly, propelling himself into the air to evade the crimson glow, hovering aloft. Su Jinhui seized Zhouya, shattering the shackles around her neck, and turned to flee. This is a prison, not a public restroom. You think you can come and go as you please? Wu Yu laughed in anger, his fingers splayed as he murmured, life and death hinge on a single thought. Buzz. An invisible, terrifying force pressed in from all directions, causing the once invincible red light to visibly weaken under the pressure, the flames within the lantern flickering violently, on the verge of extinguishing. This is the divine profession, the skills of a domain lord. Mastery over life and death lies within a single thought. Sacrifice. Su Jinhuan plunged his fingers into his own eye socket, forcibly extracting one of his eyeballs. The intense pain caused him to involuntarily gasp. As the eyeball transformed into an offering and was absorbed, the sacrificial lantern blazed forth with a brilliant crimson glow, akin to being doused in gasoline, obliterating the monstrous force. Oh, witnessing this, Wu Yu smirked and murmured, no wonder you dared to enter the prison to rescue someone. It appears you possess a treasure. With the activation condition requiring a fleshly sacrifice, I am curious to see how many pieces you can offer up. By the way, I forgot to mention, life and death being a mere thought is merely my basic attack. Yet you have even unleashed your ultimate move? Ha ha ha. With a swift gesture of his fingers, the monstrous force surged forth once more. The terrifying pressure intensified. Although the sacrificial lantern managed to withstand this assault, the crimson light visibly waned. The skills of the domain lord are simplistic, brutal, and insurmountable. The king stride. Su Jinhuan, unwilling to linger in battle, turned and departed. You cannot escape. Wu Yu grinned. Prison God Domain. Chapter 33. Sacrifice. As Wu Yu uttered a low command, Su Jinhuan felt a flash before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery transformed. Here, the mountains of corpses and seas of bones remained, the iron cages that imprisoned the human puppets, the banners made of human skin, the flesh spheres on the crosses, and the mountainous piles of corpses were all present, yet the prison itself had vanished. To break the prison God Domain, one must first kill me, and to kill me, one must first break the prison God Domain. Wu Yu's voice echoed in the sky, a sinister laughter ringing in the air. I hope you can endure longer within the prison God Domain. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an intriguing opponent. Ha ha ha. Su Jinhuan squinted his remaining eye and decisively severed his left hand with a knife to sacrifice for the lantern, maintaining the intensity of the crimson light to resist the monstrous pressure within the prison God Domain. Next, Su Jinhuan reached out with his right hand, crushing a purple orb that contained a vial of potion. Gulping it down, he witnessed his severed hand and eyeball visibly regenerate at an astonishing speed. The Fountain of Life, also known as the Great Purple Potion, is a remarkably precious and rare elixir capable of healing injuries and restoring severed limbs in an incredibly short time. In his past life, every vial of Great Purple Potion had been auctioned for astronomical sums, for it equated to a life, no matter how grievously injured. As long as one had a breath left, consuming the Great Purple Potion could bring them back from the brink. Su Jinhuan had acquired only 5 vials of the Great Purple Potion through his companions, purifying numerous monster nests. As for the even more potent and rarer silver and gold potions, Su Jinhuan possessed none. The domain lord is far more formidable than I had anticipated, quite troublesome. Su Jinhuan murmured. Your ability to endure under Wu Yu's hand for so long truly exceeds my expectations, spoke the suspended flesh sphere as it coughed up blood. Joya, disregarding the tears at the corners of her eyes, raised her hand to cast a healing spell, then hurriedly descended her mentor from the rack. Su Jinhuan held a lantern in one hand and rested the other behind his waist, surveying the domain space. The domain space was an extraordinarily peculiar realm. Unless one possessed a power far surpassing that of the space itself, escaping it would require the demise of its creator, a feat exceedingly arduous. The atmosphere was steeped in sorrow, anger, and helplessness. The advisor, having received treatment, gradually developed skin and regained much of his strength. He gazed around at the iron cages and murmured, "You can sense the emotions of others. Are you a psychologist?" Su Jinhuan inquired with curiosity. The advisor nodded, affirming, "Yes. I am indeed a psychologist. Were it not for the nature of my profession, I would have likely met the same fate as those who once served Wu Yu, brutally tortured to death for the slightest mistake." The advisor staggered to the edge of the iron cage, tearing off a massive iron lock. His face etched with pain as he lamented, "At the very least, they should attain freedom before they perish." Su Jinhuan sighed softly, turning his focus to contemplating a means of escape. Compared to the weight of life and death, the capacity for intrigue within the prison god domain was evidently diminished. The sacrificial lantern could sustain itself for an extended period, yet it was not a long-term solution. If no means of escape could be devised, the resources would inevitably be exhausted, leading to a slow demise. "Advisor," one of the human monstrosities rasped, "ask those over there, if it's me, if we risk our lives. Can we eliminate Wu Yu?" "What do you mean?" The advisor was perplexed, but Su Jinhuan understood. Furrowing his brow, he approached the iron cage and addressed the human monstrosity. "To dismantle the domain from within requires numerous sacrifices. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Yet, it was indeed a viable method. Haha. The human monstrosity erupted into frenzied laughter. "Look at us now, neither human nor ghost. Death would be a form of liberation. If we could replace that beast Wu Yu before we die, it would be a tremendous gain. Ha 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 cough, huh? Kill Wu Yu. Kill him." Within all the iron cages, those who still possessed the ability to speak echoed their fervent cries. Some without tongues, and others with their eyes gouged out, could only writhe in agreement. Su Jinhuan gazed at the multitude of human monstrosities, and after a prolonged silence, he produced a multitude of blue and purple orbs, bowing deeply to the crowd. "Esteemed ones, I, Su Jinhuan, vow here that as long as I can escape the prison god domain, I shall slay Wu Yu and avenge you all. This is the finest sustenance I can offer. Joya, please feed them." "All right," Joya said quietly, tears streaming down her face. "My brother is truly thoughtful, not wishing for us to starve to death." "Haha, no need for such trouble. Hand me the lantern." The human monstrosity, eyeing the sacrificial lantern within reach, grinned maliciously. "I am Liang Qixuan, the captain of the prison guard. Wu Yu, may you rot in hell." With that, Liang Qixuan bit into the sacrificial lantern, and as he felt the conviction of his self-sacrifice, a brilliant red light erupted from the lantern. Immediately, a figure emerged within the shimmering light, none other than Liang Qixuan himself. He gazed in disbelief at his hands and feet, realizing that he had experienced freedom, an unprecedented freedom. Su Jinhui was equally astonished by this sudden revelation, perplexed by the extraordinary effect of the sacrificial lantern. Wait, the sacrificial lantern, a vessel of life. This indeed seems to be its true purpose. Brothers, sisters, haha, come, unite with me within the light. Let us join forces to vanquish that wretched Wu Yu. Liang Qixuan laughed heartily. The others, witnessing this, rushed eagerly towards the sacrificial lantern, one after another offering their lives. Just like Liang Qixuan, after sacrificing their physical forms, they appeared in the luminous veil as ethereal beings, retaining their memories from life, men and women, young and old, all together. "Mommy, mommy." A little girl embraced her mother. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I have hands and feet. My dear, my darling, you have suffered." The mother wept, holding her child tightly. The advisor murmured, "This female prison guard's husband was a firefighter who died in the line of duty. She had no choice but to bring her daughter to work and was discovered by Wu Yu. Xiaoya, thank you for taking care of me during this time." A woman addressed Joya. "Sister Huang, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Joya cried out in despair. "I never blamed you." The woman named Huang replied gently. Within the crimson veil, over 100 ethereal beings embraced one another, some weeping, others laughing. "Friends, it is Wu Yu who has wronged us. Let us aid Brother Su in shattering this accursed prison of the gods." "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone responded in unison. Liang Qixuan took a deep breath and shouted, "Follow me, charge forward, charge." Hundreds of red figures converged into a resplendent crimson sword, piercing fiercely towards the heavens. With a thunderous crack, a gash was cleaved into the entirely sealed domain. However, in that moment of unleashed power, the ethereal beings disintegrated into ashes, ceasing to exist. Inside the prison, Wu Yu reclined on his metallic throne, indulging in grapes when suddenly a strange unease gripped his heart. Alarmed, he wondered if something had gone awry within the prison of the gods. But how could that be? The prison of the gods was impervious to internal destruction. Just as he prepared to inspect the inner workings of the prison, a spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Wu Yu let out a cry as he fell from his throne, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The domain was linked to the user's body. If the domain was harmed, the user would inevitably be injured as well. Wu Yu roared. How on earth did you accomplish this? As he bellowed, Su Jinhui, holding the sacrificial lantern in one hand, had returned with Zhou Ye and the advisor to the realm of reality. Wu Yu, you shall perish, Su Jinhui shouted, drawing forth a brilliant rainbow that transformed into a beam of light, shooting forth with great velocity. At the moment the long blade was about to pierce Wu Yu's brow, 2 fingers suddenly clamped down on the edge of the blade, forcefully halting Su Jinhua's assault. Wu Yu's face contorted in a grimace, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. Do you think that breaking my prison god domain allows you to kill me? As long as I remain in this prison, I am invincible. Chapter 34, The Fall Invincible. My foot. Su Jinhua yanked back the long blade and slashed relentlessly, offering Wu Yu no chance to retaliate. He understood well that fighting on the opponent's home ground, where they had the advantage of time and place, necessitated a swift resolution. The longer the battle dragged on, the slimmer his chances of victory became. Conversely, Wu Yu's thoughts were entirely opposite. In his domain, his attributes surged exponentially. If he could prolong the fight, his wounds would heal rapidly, and at that point, no matter how fiercely Su Jinhua struggled, his demise would be inevitable. Resolute. Wu Yu's lips curled into a cold smirk as he swiftly retreated, crossing his arms to assume a defensive stance. Crack. Su Jinhua bit down on his fingers once more, offering the sacrifice to the life lantern, and the radiant blade continued its relentless assault. Thud, thud, blood splattered from both arms. And Wu Yu's expression grew ever more grotesque as he cursed inwardly. If Su Jinhua did not possess that peculiar lantern, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Damn it, if this defense continues, I will be hacked to pieces. With a thought, Wu Yu soared into the sky. Get down here. Su Jinhua discarded the radiant blade and plunged his fingers into his own eyes. As he sacrificed his sight, he crushed a purple orb and drank the potent purple medicine. Under the embrace of the crimson light, Wu Yu was horrified to discover that his ability to fly had been stripped away. Not only that, but his movements became sluggish, and his body was under relentless assault. You bastard. This was the first time since Wu Yu became a domain master that he felt fear. Death seemed alarmingly close. I am invincible. No one can kill me on my turf. Not even a god. Wu Yu roared as terrifying power surged forth. The prison, as if imbued with sentience, sensed its host facing a life and death crisis and trembled, desperately compressing the red light barrier. As the red barrier thinned by 1/3 in an instant, Su Jinhua gritted his teeth fiercely. This time, he not only gouged out his own eyes, but also tore out his intestines, snapping them as an offering. Xiao Su. Zhou Ye watched in shock from the side. He's gone mad. The advisor felt a chill run down his spine. Gulp. Su Jinhua collapsed to the ground, consuming 1/3 vial of the potent purple medicine. If strength was insufficient, then he would compensate with potions. The excruciating pain subsided as the medicine took effect, and the crimson barrier appeared denser than before. Wu Yu's anguished howls echoed as blood sprayed forth. Stop. I surrender. Unable to withstand the might of the red light, Wu Yu knelt heavily on the ground, barely managing to keep himself from collapsing. Yet, to any discerning observer, it was evident that he was at the end of his rope. Don't kill me. I am willing. I am eager to serve as your subordinate. Wu Yu continuously coughed blood, imploring, consider, truly consider, with a subordinate as formidable as I, your camp would be impenetrable. I beg you spare me. Do you truly believe that is possible? Su Jinhui stood before Wu Yu, looking down with disdain. Not long ago, I vowed to kill you in retribution for those you have harmed. Please. Wu Yu wept blood, tears streaming down his cheeks. I have genuinely realized my mistakes. Huh. Su Jinhui's fingers curled into claws, descending violently towards the crown of Wu Yu's head. With a thunderous sound, Wu Yu's skull shattered completely. This once great figure of exceptional prowess perished instantly. In that very moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. A thread of crimson light erupted from Wu Yu's body, transforming into a luminous sphere that ascended toward the heavens. Su Jinhui's heart sank. She hastily reached out to grasp it, but the speed of the red sphere was astonishing. And even as the crimson veil slowed it, she was still a fraction too late. Su Jinhui felt despair wash over her as she could only watch the sphere breach the luminous barrier. This was the sphere that contained the essence of a god-level domain master. With a splutter, Su Jinhui, overwhelmed by rage and despair, coughed up blood. Yet at that moment, she sensed a force within her body surging uncontrollably outward. Upon focusing her gaze, she beheld the book of prophesied divinity, which, for reasons unknown, had manifested and floated in midair. The pages of the book slowly turned, locking onto the crimson sphere in the sky. No matter how the sphere struggled, it was futile. The power of the pages gradually pulled it back, ultimately transforming it into a wisp of red light. The book of prophesied divinity closed and shattered into fragments, returning to Su Jinhui's being. What on earth was this? Su Jinhui wiped the blood from her lips and instinctively turned to look at Zhou Ye and the advisor. The advisor, being exceptionally astute, immediately turned away, sighing, "Ah, what splendid weather today. Wu Yu's demise is indeed fortuitous. Oh, little Su, what transpired just now? Is there something amiss?" Su Jinhui replied, "Little Su, are your injuries serious?" Zhou Ye, being rather naive, was entirely preoccupied and rushed over to examine Su Jinhui's body, her small hands fidgeting restlessly. "I am fine." Su Jinhui smiled as she retracted the lantern of life. Little Su. At that moment, the portly fellow and Yang Tian, along with others, burst in. Upon seeing Su Jinhui unharmed, they collectively exhaled in relief. "How did you all arrive?" Su Jinhui inquired with a smile. The portly fellow bellowed, "How could we not come? You are our leader. There's no way a leader should be battling ahead while their subordinates cower in the back. Where is that scoundrel Wu Yu? Come out. Your fat father has arrived." "Huh, you've had your say," Su Jinhui chuckled, kicking Wu Yu's headless corpse. "Go engage with him." The portly fellow glanced at the body and sighed. "To have not faced this man in battle is indeed a great regret of my life. I had intended to inquire whether my axe is sharp enough." "Brother Zhao." Zhou Ye began to weep again. "Little Ye, it is a relief that you are safe." The stout man felt a warmth in his eyes and hastily wiped the corners, declaring, "I have avenged your brother's grievance with the boss." At this, Zhou Ye wept even more earnestly. "I, the Black Bear, am willing to follow Brother Su, steadfastly and without concern for life or death. Should there be any betrayal, let the heavens unleash their wrath." The Black Bear rushed forward, prostrating himself at Su Jinhui's feet and shouting, "Fatty, Yang Tian, let the steward take you to see Wu Yu's storeroom. I need to rest for a while." Su Jinhui disregarded the Black Bear, rising with the support of Chu Hongyu and Zhou Ye. Although his physical wounds had healed, the scars on his soul required time to mend. The very thought of the pain from severed fingers and gouged eyes sent chills down his spine. It was excruciating, too excruciating. "Please follow me," he said. "That wretched Wu Yu has hoarded quite a collection of treasures, all stored away." As he watched them depart, Su Jinhui momentarily suppressed the murderous intent within him. The matter of the prologue of the gods was far too significant, while Zhou Ye was indifferent. The steward had just harbored murderous thoughts against him. If he lingered any longer, his fate would be sealed. With a soft sigh, the steward quietly slipped away into the shadows of the dimly lit city ruins while everyone else sought Wu Yu's hidden treasures. In the illuminated RV, the main bedroom, Su Jinhui summoned the prologue of the gods. Upon one of its pages, he beheld a sealed divine profession orb. Divine professions are unique and thus cannot have their skills plundered. Upon the host's demise, they return to the celestial realm, awaiting another fateful soul when the next orb rain descends. Fortunately, the peculiar abilities of the prologue of the gods had captured it, or else he would have suffered a great loss. Su Jinhui extracted the crimson orb from the book, murmuring to himself, "Theoretically, a person cannot possess two professions simultaneously. However, if I could plunder a profession capable of creating avatars, such as that of a twin or a bionic puppet, wouldn't I be able to embody two divine professions?" Chapter 35. Reflection. Su Jinhui carefully returned the domain master orb to the prologue of the gods and reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to rest while reflecting on the harrowing battle with Wu Yu. This confrontation did not last long, barely an hour in total. Yet the perils it entailed now sent shivers down his spine as he recalled it. A moment's carelessness could have led to dire consequences. Had Liang Qixuan and the others not sacrificed their lives, Su Jinhui pondered, he could indeed have broken free from the god prison domain by consuming a substantial amount of the potent purple medicine. But what then? Faced with the advantageous Wu Yu, what could he possibly use to contend with him? Excluding all objective factors, his chances of defeating Wu Yu alone were less than 30%. While fleeing was an option, after all, once the god prison domain was breached, Wu Yu would not be able to use it again for a while. allowing him to evade the fight, he sighed. Compared to a domain master with such perverse divine powers, a king could not gain any advantage in the early stages without having plundered sufficient strong and numerous skills. Su Jinhui initially felt weary, but as he sought to invigorate his mind, his thoughts gradually clarified. He decided to sit up from the bed and focus intently on his contemplation. His most pressing issue currently lies in the excessive balance between attack, defense, endurance, and mobility, leading to a lack of any standout attributes. This is evident when he faces other rare profession opponents, and even more so when confronted with equally formidable divine-level adversaries, where his shortcomings become glaringly apparent. Take, for instance, his most potent skill, the King's Strike. Its lethality against Wu Yu is not entirely negligible, yet its impact is undeniably minimal. Thus, I must construct a complementary skill sequence centered around either a singular skill or a sufficiently powerful weapon to avert encountering similar predicaments in the future. With this thought in mind, Su Jinhui flipped his palm, and a longbow materialized in his grasp. This bow, the legendary meteoric falling flame, is the highest rarity weapon he currently possesses. Until he acquires a more formidable skill or weapon, he has resolved to build his abilities around the meteoric falling flame. Little Su, we've thoroughly cleaned out Wu Yu's stash, and there are indeed many intriguing items within, said the rotund companion, tossing him a ring as Su Jinhui descended the stairs. Upon inspecting the orb within the ring, Su Jinhui was left speechless. Wu Yu possessed a bottle of large silver medicine and 2 bottles of large purple medicine, had it not been for Wu Yu's arrogance. Believing himself invincible in his own domain, even a single bottle of the large purple medicine could have led to his downfall today. Underestimating Wu Yu, he truly met an untimely end. Su Jinhui sighed softly and tossed a bottle of the large purple medicine to his companion, instructing him to keep it close. All right. The rotund one beamed, accepting it eagerly. Let us have a delightful meal tonight, both to celebrate Xiaoya's return and to commemorate the defeat of that freak. Wu Yu. Su Jinhui was not one to be stingy. He promptly produced over 10 blue orbs and scattered them across the table. These blue orbs were not ready-made food, but rather fresh ingredients that required culinary preparation, yielding superior taste and effects compared to food of the same rarity. Contingent upon the chef's skill. In his past life, Su Jinhui had a team member who was a culinary wizard, capable of creating dishes that bestowed various enhancement effects for extended periods, an essential skill for the later stages. Wonderful. With so many ingredients, I shall demonstrate my culinary prowess at once. The rotund man laughed heartily, beckoning Yang Tian and others to assist in setting up the barbecue and bonfire. Although the vehicle was equipped with a small kitchen, it was evidently insufficient for showcasing his culinary talents. Suddenly, the rotund one recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, little Su, I forgot to mention, I can't find the master anywhere. I've searched high and low for him." Indeed, he was a clever individual. Sensing the murderous intent directed at him, and understanding that remaining by my side would spell doom, hence his escape. Su Jinhui's thoughts stirred as he retrieved a frozen head from the freezer, speculating that perhaps team life was not suited for him, fearing the sorrow of farewell. He may have chosen to depart alone. Oh, the rotund one shrugged, gesturing towards the frozen head. That's certainly isn't on my menu. You wish for a feast? Su Jinhui chuckled, pulling out over 10 heads and carrying them back to his room. In a state of bewilderment, the crowd exchanged glances. An hour later, Su Jinhui emerged from the master bedroom. Although her appearance remained unchanged, she radiated vitality, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Stepping out of the RV, she subtly nodded in approval. Centered around the RV, the group had fashioned a rudimentary outdoor lighting camp, illuminated by flashlights. With the core area laden with an array of culinary equipment, such as large barbecues, steam pots, and slow cookers. The rotund chef and Yang Tian, both culinary professionals, were bustling about energetically, the air rich with the aromas of various dishes. Su Jinhui skewered several slices of salmon, their patterns distinct, and dipped them in wasabi soy sauce before savoring them, nodding in delight. The fish was well sliced, and the sauce was perfectly balanced, quite commendable. The black bear, squatting at the entrance of the camp, felt a flush of pride as he overheard her. He mused that before his imprisonment, he had indeed been a chef, possessing some culinary skills. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. He resolved to seize the opportunity to showcase his talents. Why are you squatting here? Su Jinhui inquired with curiosity. The bear replied earnestly. Fat Dad said that a bear's keen nose must stand guard and cannot join the feast. This remark caught the attention of the rotund chef, who could not help but erupt in a tirade. Black Bear, how dare you report on me? Just wait. I'll see if I don't take you down a peg. You're a fallen general. Do you understand what that means? Little Su, the black bear lamented. wearing a woeful expression. Su Jinhui chuckled heartily, choosing to ignore the exchange, as the bear's standing in the team was indeed lower than that of a dog. Moments later, over a dozen individuals gathered around the bonfire, indulging in a hearty meal, laughter and conversation filling the air, each face aglow with the joy of this hard-won happiness. Look, a shower of luminous orbs. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, someone pointed skyward. Su Jinhui looked up to see an array of luminous spheres shimmering in unusual colors, vibrant and dazzling. Unlike other orbs, these multicolored lights were converging in one direction, not dispersing. Wow, I've never seen such colorful orbs before. What are they? I know. Those are even more advanced than divine professions, super divine professions. The rotund chef was once again showing off. Those are professional rings. Su Jinhui set down her chopsticks and, in a commanding tone, declared, "Everyone, finish your meals within 10 minutes. We must seize the professional rings." With her words, the laughter and merriment faded, replaced by the sounds of clinking dishes and hearty chewing. Why do I feel a bit chilly? Is the air conditioning set too low? We should consider the elderly in the RV, Elderway remarked, shaking himself as he grabbed the intercom. Old man, don't be ridiculous. What season is it? What air conditioning? It's clearly getting colder. If you can't stand it, I can turn on the heating, Yang Tian replied with a grin. Brother Tian, I also feel a bit cold. Perhaps we should turn on the heating? The crow suggested, pulling his head in closer. Is the thermometer broken? Why is it only 10 degrees? Previously, the temperature was clearly 23 degrees. Chu Hongyu expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, why has it dropped to 9 degrees? Why is it still getting colder? This was no ordinary drop in temperature. Su Jinhui entered the hall and took a seat, her expression grave as she stated. It signifies the onset of the second phase of the apocalypse. Apart from the plummeting temperatures, have you not noticed that the sky outside has grown considerably darker? Upon Su Jinhui's reminder, the others, somewhat belatedly, turned their gazes toward the window, and indeed, the outside world appeared significantly more ominous. Little Su, what does the second phase of the apocalypse entail? Inquired the rotund individual, unperturbed by the cold, even chewing on an ice pop. His ample physique provided sufficient insulation against the chill, and having donned the candlelight combat suit in advance, he was hardly one to fear the cold. Su Jinhui silently lit a cigarette, stating, there will be extreme cold, new monsters, but humanity will also have new hopes. Chapter 36, Chasing the Light this time. They were undoubtedly doomed. A group of more than 10 individuals gazed in despair at the countless shadow monsters surging forth from the darkness. They resigned themselves to their fate, closing their eyes and awaiting death. The howls of the shadow creatures echoed incessantly in their ears, the wind generated by the monsters' movements causing them to shiver. Yet, contrary to their expectations of being torn apart, no such agony ensued. After what felt like an eternity, someone mustered the courage to open their eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, what is happening? Why are the shadow monsters not attacking us? The others, hearing this, also opened their eyes and turned to look. Witnessing all the shadow monsters dashing towards a singular direction, completely disregarding their presence, soon vanishing without a trace. That direction was where a multitude of colorful orbs of light congregated. Someone in the group pointed out. The illuminated mobile home traversed the desolate, frigid ruins of the city. Su Jinhui sat in the passenger seat, resting her eyes to gather strength for the impending battle. Time passed, and eventually, Elder Wei expressed his surprise, saying, Little Su, what is that? At his words, Su Jinhui opened her eyes. In the distance, several hundred meters away, stood a building shimmering with a myriad of colors. In such profound darkness, this structure was exceptionally radiant, resembling a beacon. Eagle-eye, she silently murmured, and her pupils gleamed with intensity, rendering the distant edifice strikingly clear. She observed countless shadow monsters, akin to moths, rushing eagerly into the building. No wonder every professional building in her past life was guarded by numerous shadow monsters. Su Jinhui thought, as some of her lingering questions from her previous life were unwittingly resolved. Little Su, there's a situation. The rotund individual knocked and entered, stating, many shadow monsters are flocking towards that glowing building, and strangely, they are not attacking us. They are not refraining from attack. Rather, they are congregating within the building to vie for the professional wristbands, Su Jinhui clarified. The rotund individual scratched his head, murmuring, are these professional wristbands that crucial? Are they something we must obtain? Su Jinhui cast a sidelong glance at him, reminding him that any profession, regardless of rarity, could advance realms. With the prerequisite of obtaining a professional bracelet. Only by possessing this bracelet could one comprehend the conditions and materials required for such advancement. If one wished to remain stagnant, they could certainly forego the pursuit of the bracelet. Upon arriving at the base of the building, Su Jinhui informed Elder Wei before exiting the cockpit with the rotund companion, alerting everyone to prepare for battle. Soon, the luminous mobile command center reached the building's entrance. At this moment, not only were numerous shadow creatures surging towards the structure, but several human factions also gathered around, ranging from small groups of 5 or 6 to larger assemblies of dozens. Upon witnessing Su Jinhui and his entourage arriving in the mobile command center, astonished and envious gazes were cast their way. Who wouldn't desire a vehicle that offered both comfort and mobility in a post-apocalyptic world? Such a scene was unimaginable in any other context. As the group descended from the mobile command center, they gazed at the building, now infested with shadow creatures, expressing their sentiments. What is the strength of this mobile command team? The captain, wielding a large sword on his back, whispered to the female team member clad in mage attire beside him. She cradled a glowing orb, which, upon the activation of her skill, radiated a vast expanse of purple light. Her expression turned to one of horror. Nearly all of her profession was imbued with purple hues. This group was exceedingly dangerous. The sword-wielding captain inhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. I had thought we were the only all-purple team. I never anticipated. Wait, the female team member suddenly exclaimed, their captain, like you, possesses a silver profession. What a terrifying team, the captain murmured. The stout man swaggered down, brandishing a double-bladed axe, casting a glance over the nearby crowd before redirecting his focus to the building. Su, when do you think we can enter? We will naturally be able to enter once the teleportation point in the building is activated. Su Jinhui's voice resonated as he stepped down from the mobile command center. In that instant, from a nearby small team, the glowing orb in the female team member's hands cracked, subsequently erupting. Blood poured from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears as she collapsed in terror into the arms of the sword-wielding captain. He. Su Jinhui coldly glanced at the 6-member team. Do you wish to die? Apologies. Quickly leave. The captain, his scalp prickling with fear, hurriedly lifted the female team member and retreated until they were over 100 meters away from the mobile command team. Xiao, are you all right? The captain asked anxiously. I'm fine, Xiao said, wiping the blood from her lips, and quietly cautioned, that person, his profession, is unfathomable. We absolutely cannot antagonize him. You needn't say. I am aware that anyone capable of shattering your divination crystal ball must be of a golden profession. The team members collectively gasped, fully aware of the terrifying prowess of the silver profession captain, yet unable to fathom the magnitude of a golden profession with their limited imagination. The Greatsword team must undoubtedly be the most formidable among this group, comprising 1 silver class and 5 purple class members, a truly luxurious assembly. A man with a grim visage, clad in a purple robe, murmured to himself. Beside the purple-robed mage stood a woman, her complexion as pale as a corpse, resembling a lifeless being. In a hoarse voice, she remarked, Do you see that caravan over there? The individuals emerging from it are predominantly of the purple class, especially that young man who disembarked last. He's terrifying, truly terrifying. Oh, the purple-robed mage furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the scene. Su Jinhui, perceptively sensing the ominous aura, turned to look. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the mage was engulfed in a chill, as if a primordial beast had fixed its gaze upon him, causing his very soul to tremble. Begone! The chilling command reverberated in his mind, and the purple-robed mage trembled, clasping his fists in a hasty salute to Su Jinhui before fleeing. The woman, devoid of expression, chased after him, exclaiming, I warned you it was terrifying. Why did you still look? I had no inkling he would be so outrageous. Even from this distance, it feels as though he could annihilate me. The purple-robed mage was drenched in sweat, daring not to pause his hurried steps. Little Su, has that black bear provoked you? Why are you so irate? The plump man queried, perplexed. Black bear? No, you impertinent fool. Su Jinhui scoffed. It's merely a rude lunatic, recklessly wielding his perception abilities. I don't quite understand. The plump man scratched his head. I thought it was Black Bear who upset you. Black Bear, plump fool. I'll knock you out. Black Bear, what kind of look is that? Are you cursing me in your heart? The plump man shot a glare at Black Bear. A smile broke across Black Bear's dark, glistening face. How could that be? Plump father, you're overthinking it. Chapter 37. Entering the building as time passed. An increasing number of shadowy creatures congregated around the building, drawing nearby small groups into the radiant spectacle. The crowd grew from an initial 200 or 300 to now well over 1,000. Among these 100-odd groups and over 1,000 individuals, not all were mere passers-by. A select few emanated a terrifying presence that even Su Jinhui could not help but steal a few glances at. A burly man, his face obscured by a ghostly mask and wielding a resplendent giant blade, occupied a vast area all by himself. with no one daring to approach within a 100-meter radius of him. Several young men and women, clad in mage attire and engaged in lively conversation, cast a friendly glance towards Su Jinhui upon realizing he was observing them, led by a golden-haired mage. Additionally, a young couple nestled closely together, their affectionate gestures almost daring to enact a scene of intimacy in public. Why not find a nearby ruin to indulge in your antics? A robust man quipped, unable to bear the sight. The woman, interrupted in her affectionate display, shot him a frosty glare. With a flick of her fingers, the robust man suddenly clutched his chest. You speak too much, you're courting death. With a surge of force, the woman caused the man's heart to burst forth from his body with a scream. The vibrant and pulsating heart was crushed by the woman, yet she seemed unfazed as she continued to kiss her boyfriend. What kind of profession is this, where killing is as casual as slaughtering a chicken? The stout man shivered slightly. The fool should keep his mouth shut. If he doesn't die, who will? Su Jinhui found a certain admiration for the woman's ruthless methods. As for the deceased robust man, well, he had it coming. At that moment, a team of over 10 approached, led by a congenial-looking man who clasped his fists in greeting and asked Su Jinhui, "Pardon my audacity, but are you willing to trade your RV? I am prepared to offer a handsome price." "Trade? Certainly," Su Jinhui replied with a smile, "for 10 silver orbs." "Haha. My friend, you truly are amusing." The man chuckled as he turned to leave. "What about negotiating 8 orbs?" Su Jinhui shouted after him. "Not enough, not enough." Perhaps Su Jinhui's interaction with the man had sparked the interest of other groups. With time to spare, why not seize the opportunity to conduct business with other teams and exchange surplus orbs for items they needed? Thus, centered around the building, people spontaneously began trading, shouting out their offers. Silver orbs for the specific purple skill, Celestial Moonlight Slash. Is anyone interested? A plethora of white and blue orbs for purple combat classes. As long as the class is worthwhile, don't doubt I can provide orbs. Don't miss out. Great purple potions, life spring water. In exchange for an equivalent purple class, 2 orbs. Su Jinhui had no particular skills to exchange at the moment, so he crossed his arms and sat back to enjoy the spectacle. It felt reminiscent of a bustling market in the civilized world. However, amid the commotion, the lack of order and oversight led to frequent arguments and altercations. Su Jinhui even witnessed a short, familiar-looking middle-aged man being deceived by a few unscrupulous individuals during a transaction in the ruins. Minutes later, the man emerged, picking his teeth, his clothes stained with blood that hadn't even been wiped clean. The stout man let out a sigh, utterly astonished. After waiting for about half an hour, at the pinnacle of the 10-story building, colorful arcs of light began to spread, each floor shimmering as if illuminated by electricity, a striking sight in this dark world. Suddenly, a blue light curtain appeared, measuring 50 meters in diameter. The crowd was bewildered and quickly dispersed. Su Jinhui turned to the stout man and instructed, "You all stay here and keep an eye on the RV. I'll be out within a day at the latest." The stout man queried, "Little Su, are you sure you can manage alone? Shouldn't I accompany you?" "There's no need for that. It wouldn't be of any use." Su Jinhui shook his head. The teleportation point randomly sends individuals to any floor, so there is no concept of grouping. While we could agree to meet on a specified floor, the uncertainties are too numerous. Just trust me. All right, then we'll wait here for you. The stout man plopped down onto a chair. "Be careful, little Su," Joya cautioned. "Rest assured," Su Jinhui replied with a smile as he stepped into the azure light curtain. Observing that Su Jinhui emerged unscathed, the others followed suit, entering one after another. Moments later, as the blue curtain dissipated, a man who had hesitated before stepping through found half of his body vanish into thin air, while the remaining half collapsed, spilling a gruesome array of entrails. This shocking spectacle elicited gasps from the crowd. In this post-apocalyptic world, danger lurks at every corner. Inside the building, Su Jinhui focused his mind, activating his night vision. Instantly, the enveloping darkness transformed into a vibrant panorama. The interior of this structure was vastly more expansive than its exterior suggested, revealing a landscape of crumbling walls and debris. Enhancing his senses, augmenting his agility, and activating his treasure-finding skill, Su Jinhui sprinted toward the nearest treasure. With a chilling roar, a horde of shadowy creatures charged at him. With a swift motion, Su Jinhui drew his radiant sword, effortlessly extinguishing the lives of these specters. Upon reaching the treasure site, disappointment washed over him. It turned out to be merely a blue orb of light. Perhaps he should find someone to trade resources and elevate his treasure-finding skill upon his return. Such delays were vexing. As he dashed through the ruins, dispatching nearby shadows, Su Jinhui fumed at having collected only the 7th blue orb after what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, 10 meters ahead, a purple figure materialized. The purple-robed mage who had previously spied on him with a skill, only to be sent fleeing by Su Jinhui's admonition. Spotting Su Jinhui, the mage gasped. Friend, do not act impulsively. Su Jinhui ignored him, brushing past without a word. Once he was certain Su Jinhui had departed, the purple-robed mage collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow with a trembling hand. For a fleeting moment, he had felt as though death was imminent. Outside the building, it became apparent that a teleportation point appeared every 10 minutes, each lasting 5 minutes. The situation inside remained shrouded in mystery, as communication devices failed to connect. This peculiar edifice seemed to harbor its own realm. What extraordinary phenomena lay within? They would only discover the truth upon their exit. Not everyone possessed the courage to tread into the unknown. The majority chose to remain observers. Look, that masked figure is about to enter, someone exclaimed. That couple is going in too. The crowd parted instinctively as the masked figure, disdainful of the affectionate couple, snorted before stepping into the blue curtain. Chapter 38. The terrifying ascension conditions. Boom. Boom. A kaleidoscope of skills erupted upon a colossal monster, sending dust clouds billowing. A 6-member team, having somehow gathered in unison, stood their ground. The leader, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, regarded the towering beast, which had risen once more a mere 10 meters away, with a grave expression. The creature resembled a massive black worm, towering over 3 meters in height, its body adorned with a profusion of fuzzy appendages. Despite enduring 2 rounds of relentless bombardment from the team, it emerged with merely minor injuries. This beast proved far more resilient than any elite monster they had previously hunted in the outside world. It appeared to possess weak defensive capabilities, yet its toughness was astonishing. The mage within the team murmured, retrieving a vial of potion and downing it to replenish his strength. Iron Pillar, follow my lead and secure some respite for them. The captain of the Sword and Shield Brigade commanded, charging forward alongside a middle-aged man. Utilizing their shields, they defended against the creature's relentless attacks. Each strike of its appendages against the shields producing brilliant sparks. Experience the might of my great hammer, Iron Pillar. The middle-aged man roared, seizing an opportunity to leap into the fray, his hammer crashing down with a resounding thud, severing one of the appendages. Iron Pillar is formidable. The team cheered. Huh. A successful strike. Iron Pillar returned to the captain's side. Captain, we are nearly restored. A female team member called out. All right, I shall create an opportunity for you. The captain replied. As he spoke, the captain's eyes widened in horror. Beware behind you. For mages and priests turned in shock to find another smaller black worm of the same kind had silently approached them from the rear. With a deafening roar, the black worm lunged forward, its appendages slashing wildly and creating arcs of light. In a moment of panic, a young male priest failed to cast his shield in time, and the black worm severed his upper body, resulting in instant death. Brother, the captain screamed in anguish. Captain, it's coming. Iron Pillar warned. The imposing black worm advanced unsteadily, initiating another wave of assault. The captain, suppressing his sorrow, instructed Iron Pillar to assist the mages while he held off the large creature for a moment. Iron Pillar complied and charged toward the smaller black worm, but to everyone's shock, he suddenly halted midway, his face pale with terror. Iron Pillar, what are you doing? Come help us. His teammates urged. Don't freeze. We can't hold out much longer. As a class with limited defensive capabilities, the mages knew that being caught in close quarters meant certain death. Trembling, Iron Pillar pointed toward the right, where 3 additional black worms had appeared, stuttering. There are more. The group's hearts sank at the sight. 5 black worms were far beyond their capacity to handle. I don't want to die, Iron Pillar shouted, abandoning his companions and fleeing to the left, vanishing in a series of swift movements. Iron Pillar, you traitor. Damn you, the captain roared, only to be struck by a heavy blow that sent him flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, landing perilously close to 3 of his teammates. 4 individuals stood back to back, drenched in sweat. At that moment, 5 large black insects slowly approached their prey. Captain, are we doomed this time? Don't speak such defeatist words. The shield-bearing captain gritted his teeth, raising his shield defiantly. Let us fight them to the bitter end. That beast Wang Taiju. He preaches righteousness and brotherhood, yet when disaster strikes, he abandons us. The young mage shouted in indignation. With a collective roar, the 5 black insects simultaneously howled towards the sky before lunging at the 4. It was over. All 4, including the captain, shut their eyes. Unless a miracle occurred, their demise was inevitable. If I had known today would be my last, I should have confessed to Mayu yesterday, or even earlier. Alas, life offers no regrets. How I loathe this. After what felt like an eternity, the captain cautiously opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that the 5 black insects had been silently slain, their forms dissolving into dark waters. A strikingly handsome young man, wielding an ornate red bow, was collecting the colorful orbs from within the insects. As he gathered them, he mused, I told you, one cannot be unfortunate forever. After toiling for over half an hour without obtaining a class ring, now I've got 5. What a windfall. This bowman was, of course, Su Jinhua, who had rushed over upon hearing the sounds of battle. Without acknowledging the stunned quartet, he crushed one of the colorful orbs, causing a multicolored ring to materialize on his wrist. This ring was formerly known as a class ring. Are you kidding me? Su Jinhua exclaimed, glancing at the data displayed on the ring, unable to contain his expletives. He understood that advancing to a god-tier class was exceedingly challenging, requiring vast amounts of points and materials, but no one had informed him it would demand so much. To elevate a ruler to the level of candlelight, one needed 2,000 points, 5,000 white orbs, 500 green orbs, and 500 blue orbs. While these 4 conditions seemed daunting, they were manageable with sufficient efforts in purifying nests. However, the requirements of 100 purple orbs, 50 silver orbs, and 5 gold orbs? This was merely for the transition to candlelight. What materials would be needed for the subsequent ascension? Su Jinhua couldn't help but exclaim, this is utterly absurd. Feeling a pang of distress, he realized this far exceeded his expectations. The shield-bearing captain spoke cautiously, thank you, friend, for saving our lives. Su Jinhua took a moment to compose himself and turned his gaze towards them. His thoughts racing. Do any of you possess silver or gold orbs? I could exchange my ring for them. The captain forced a wry smile, my friend. If we had such orbs, we wouldn't have nearly faced annihilation. However, we do have a few purple orbs. A few? Su Jinhua shook his head vehemently. That's far too few. I would need at least 20 to make it worth my while. Just then, a middle-aged man wielding a hammer stumbled over from the left, appearing quite disheveled. The captain of the sword and shield furrowed his brow, brandishing his weapon as he cursed, Wang Taizhu, you beast. How dare you return? You have caused my brother's demise. I will kill you. Wang Taizhu, seemingly taken aback by the survival of the sword and shield captain and his companions, paused momentarily before exclaiming, now is not the time for this. There is something far more terrifying behind us. The few who had narrowly escaped death instinctively turned to look. Amidst the dark ruins, a creature of indeterminate form approached with alarming speed. In an instant, it was upon them. This monstrosity resembled a giant cockroach standing upright, sporting numerous arms and legs. Even at rest, it exuded an aura of dread and unease. Chapter 39. The moment of the hunt, be cautious. The captain of the sword and shield warned, instinctively raising his shield to protect his companions, his gaze coldly fixed on Wang Taizhu. If you wish to redeem yourself, attack this giant cockroach now and test its abilities. Otherwise, once we vanquish it, I will be the first to end your life. His hatred for Wang Taizhu ran deep. Had it not been for this coward's flight, his brother would still be alive. Wang Taizhu's face turned ashen as he gripped his hammer tightly. How is this any different from sending me to my death? This cockroach could effortlessly annihilate a team of over a dozen. Then go die now, the captain bellowed, swinging his blade. Wang Taizhu hurriedly raised his hammer to block the blow, cursing vehemently, Song Ting, have you lost your mind? The monster is in front of us. Why are you attacking me instead? I want to kill you and avenge my brother. Are you insane? I did not kill your brother. Enough arguing, it's coming. A female mage in the group shouted. The giant cockroach leapt into the air, a pair of wings unfurling from its back as it dove towards them. Faced with this imminent threat, even the deepest enmity had to be set aside. Song Ting raised his shield high and activated his defensive skill, conjuring a massive light shield. Crash! The sound of a tremendous impact echoed as the light shield shattered under the cockroach's talons as easily as if it were mere paper. The 4 were sent crashing backward, with Song Ting spitting blood and sustaining significant injuries. The best strategy is to flee. May you all perish. Wang Taizhu's eyes narrowed as he turned to flee in another direction. Initially, the cockroach had targeted Song Ting and the others, claws raised in preparation to strike. But Wang Taizhu's retreat drew its attention. It twisted its head, emitting an unearthly screech as it flapped its wings and pursued him. Soon, anguished screams from Wang Taizhu echoed through the darkness. Run! Song Ting urged as the 4 supported one another, retreating in the opposite direction. They understood well. The strength of this giant cockroach far exceeded any monster they had previously encountered, and facing it meant certain death. Friend, are you not leaving? Song Ting pressed as he noticed Su Jinhuan standing frozen in place. Hurry! This creature is too powerful. Without a team of dozens, we cannot defeat it. Su Jinhui remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand for them to depart. Sighing, Song Ting, noticing the peculiar temperament of the other, ceased his attempts to persuade and hurried away with the remaining 3 team members. Before long, the giant cockroach returned, hovering in midair, its fist-sized eyes curiously scrutinizing the humans below. This creature must possess at least 10 points, Su Jinhui mused as he raised his arm, summoning a meteor of fiery descent. Aiming it at the cockroach's body, the creature emitted a series of bizarre cries, seemingly unfazed, before charging forward. Silent arrow. Boom. The cockroach's body was directly pierced by the arrow, exploding into fragments, from which 3 vibrant orbs of light fell. Su Jinhui glanced at the point data on his wrist device, nodding in satisfaction. His points had risen from 46,787 to 47,689 after vanquishing the cockroach, a creature perilously close to yielding 10 points, which explained its formidable strength. Fortune had smiled upon him. He pocketed the radiant orbs and treaded cautiously into the darkness. With no monsters in sight, the area seemed secure. It was time to rest and recuperate. Song Ting led his 3 companions into a concave structure amidst the ruins, consuming some food and medicinal supplies, gradually restoring their spirits. They should not have risked entering this building. It nearly cost them their lives. Regret gnawed at Song Ting. Do not blame yourself. This was a collective decision, remarked Mayu, one of the 2 female mages in the group. What we need to consider now is how to exit this wretched place. Exit? Song Ting murmured, pondering the difficulty of such a task. Just as they were recuperating, a cacophony of sounds erupted nearby. What in the world is that creature? How can it possess such strength? The monsters seemed to have not pursued them, and they thought it prudent to rest for a while. The 5 individuals, clearly a makeshift team, discovered the concave structure and deemed it a suitable resting spot. Hastening toward it. Ah, someone has already claimed this spot, they observed upon seeing Song Ting and his companions. Noticing their injuries, Song Ting addressed them. There is ample space here. If you do not mind, come in and rest. If we keep wandering about, we are certain to encounter another monster. Thank you, brother. The 5 expressed their gratitude, entering the concave structure to recuperate and tend to their wounds. Was the creature ahead particularly powerful? Song Ting inquired. Powerful? It was exceedingly formidable. I do not know if you've encountered it, but it resembled a cockroach. Fast, strong attacks, and it can fly. Over 30 of us barely managed to defeat one. And before we could share the spoils, another appeared. One man lamented, shaking his head. Had I known it was this dangerous, I would have stayed away. Song Ting smiled wryly. He was not the only one regretting their decision to enter. After a brief respite, the group was suddenly alerted by the faint sound of heavy footsteps echoing from outside. Silently, they crept to the entrance, pressing against the wall to peer out. Before them loomed a colossal creature, not the giant cockroach they had encountered previously, but a different kind of monster, towering over 3 meters. Its grotesque body was embedded with numerous human limbs, and in its grasp, it wielded a chilling weapon, a severed cockroach leg, continuously dripping black liquid. It appeared that these monsters could potentially engage one another. Song Ting mused on this possibility, lowering his voice to speak. The man beside him nodded in agreement, asserting, that must be the case. The most basic are the shadow monsters we often encounter outside, followed by those large black worms, and then the cockroach monsters. This creature before us has evidently vanquished even the cockroach monsters, indicating it is a being of a far higher order. We must not be discovered. The group held their breath, extinguishing all sources of light, peering cautiously from their corner. Fortunately, the limb monster's senses were rather dull, as it lumbered past them without detection. Just as the group began to relax, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the concave structure, and they turned to see a white figure darting out at an astonishing speed. It was a woman, as slender as a wisp. And she was the source of the cry. Damn it! They erupted in expletives. Upon hearing the noise, the limb monster retreated. Its head, filled with human skulls, tilting as it scrutinized the trembling individuals. Run! Someone screamed in panic, and instantly, everyone sprang into action, fleeing in all directions. The limb monster exhaled heavily, casually tossing the cockroach leg, which penetrated the back of a man with a sickening thud. It then dragged the dying man close, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth on its belly. Despite his desperate pleas, it swallowed him whole. Perhaps due to consuming the man, the limb monster visibly grew larger. With a focused gaze on the retreating Song Ting and his companions, the creature suddenly surged forward, its unwieldy form moving with the swiftness of a cheetah. Why is it only pursuing us among so many? Song Ting thought, drenched in sweat as he noticed the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Brother, you're alive? Song Ting exclaimed in surprise. Su Jinhua raised an eyebrow, replying, what do you mean by that? Without pausing, Song Ting brushed past Su Jinhua, urging, run. Something even fiercer than the cockroach monster is behind us. In Su Jinhua's ears, this message was automatically translated to, quick, take it down. There's a monster behind that has devoured more professional wristbands and possesses greater points. Chapter 40. Bodyguard Huan Gu Su Jinhua glanced at the advancing limb monster and, without hesitation, raised his hand to unleash a silent heavy arrow. This skill, derived from a nefarious figure, was a purple epic level ability, although it could only target a single entity. Its formidable power and the element of silence rendered it a pivotal skill in Su Jinhua's arsenal. The mutilated creature surged forward, but when it caught sight of the arrow that emerged from the darkness, it was too late to evade. With a dull thud, a significant portion of its head was obliterated, and its grotesque form collapsed heavily to the ground. As Song Ting and his companions fled for their lives, they couldn't help but glance back at the commotion behind them. Upon realizing that Su Jinhui had single-handedly felled the terrifying mutilated creature with a single arrow, they halted in awe, their mouths agape as if they could swallow several goose eggs whole. What profession is he? How can he possess such strength? Perhaps if we follow him, we might survive. A thought flashed through Song Ting's mind as he beckoned his teammates to return to Su Jinhui's side. Just as he was about to utter a few flattering words, Su Jinhui waved his hand and murmured, "This is quite intriguing. It possesses a vigorous vitality." Initially bewildered, the group's expressions turned to horror as they witnessed the mutilated creature, with a gaping hole where its head once was, shakily rising from the ground. With a deafening roar, the creature expelled a severed cockroach leg. Su Jinhui did not retreat but advanced instead, with a powerful thrust of his right arm. He sent the makeshift projectile hurtling away and swiftly unleashed 3 arrows in succession. The arrows, engulfed in flames, struck the mutilated creature one after another, eliciting anguished cries. With a silent heavy arrow, Su Jinhui executed another shot without hesitation. However, learning from previous encounters, the mutilated creature disregarded extinguishing the flames on its body and leaned to the side to dodge. "Let's see how many times you can evade," Su Jinhui smirked, raising his hand again to unleash a barrage of flaming arrows, forcing the creature into a frantic dance, unable to approach him. How formidable! Song Ting and the others were left speechless. They could hardly fathom that such a fearsome beast was being subdued by an archer. Every creature, no matter how resilient, has its limits, and the mutilated creature was no exception. After enduring countless rounds of arrows, it finally let out a wretched scream, transforming into a pool of black liquid. It turned out to be a creature worth 13 points. No wonder it was so formidable. Su Jinhui glanced at his wristband, nodding to himself in approval. Just as he prepared to collect the vibrant orbs from the black liquid, a woman's voice interrupted. "Friend, could you spare me one of those colorful orbs?" Su Jinhui looked up to see the powerful couple, the woman beaming with friendliness. 20 purple orbs for one, a trade if you wish, if not, no matter. He replied swiftly, picking up 5 colorful orbs. "I don't have that many purple orbs on me right now. How about a silver orb for each?" The woman suggested after a moment's consideration. "Oh," Su Jinhui's eyes lit up. "That is perfectly acceptable. As Su Jinhui, reborn anew, well understood. Such unique items as professional wristbands are only valuable at the outset. Their worth diminishes over time, swiftly becoming commonplace trinkets found at street stalls. In contrast, the silver orbs retain their worth across all eras, their value unscathed, regardless of their abundance." With a flick of her wrist, Su Jinhui tossed a colorful orb toward a woman. Surprised by Su Jinhui's decisiveness, the woman picked up the orb, a smile breaking across her face. "Thank you then, goodbye," she exclaimed, and without further ado, she and her boyfriend turned to flee into the shadows. Su Jinhui narrowed her eyes, her figure blurring as she vanished from sight. What a fool, utterly lacking in caution. How on earth has such a person survived this long? The couple dashed away, teasing each other as they ran. "Are you really going to steal my loot? Have you lost your mind?" Suddenly, a mocking voice beside them sent a chill down their spines. "How did you catch up so quickly?" They gasped, retreating in haste. Facing the menacing figure just a few meters away, the woman swallowed hard and tossed the colorful orb back to Su Jinhui. "Fine, I'll return it." Without even glancing at the orb, Su Jinhui grinned wickedly. "What about the interest?" "What interest? What do you want?" the man retorted in a low voice. "Interest? That would be all the orbs on you," Su Jinhui replied, her tone chilling as she drew her weapon. The woman cried out, "Let us talk this over." "Talk? To hell with that." Su Jinhui showed no mercy, striking relentlessly. Despite the couple's desperate attempts to defend themselves, they were quickly overwhelmed. Within 2 minutes, Su Jinhui plunged her weapon into the woman's heart, ending her life instantly. "Wait," the man cried out in terror. "She's dead now. Can't you let me go? I haven't done anything." "Haven't done anything?" Su Jinhui laughed, pointing at him. "Do you think you're the only clever one in the world? That no one can see you're a dreamer? What?" The man's face paled in shock. "How do you know?" "A silver class. The dreamer can conjure a companion who inherits half of their attributes," Su Jinhui explained with a smile. "As one's realm increases, so too does the number and attributes of the conjured allies. Am I correct? Then I'll fight you." The man snarled, gritting his teeth. With a push of his arms, a fully armed warrior appeared, bellowing, "Come on." What a fool, refusing to see the grave danger. Su Jinhui ceased her chatter and began to strike, swiftly dispatching the warrior with a few blows before charging at the man. "I surrender. I'll give you all my orbs," he cried, realizing he could neither fight nor flee. Seeing his desperation, Su Jinhui stored away the radiant orb and accepted the storage ring he tossed her. A quick glance revealed a considerable number of orbs inside, lifting her spirits immensely. Scram. Why yes. The man fled the scene without daring to look back. The entire process of Su Jinhui defeating the illusionist was witnessed by Song Ting and the others, leaving them in a state of profound shock that was difficult to articulate. Slaying a silver-tier adversary seemed as effortless as butchering a chicken. This individual's strength was indeed unfathomable. If my assumptions are correct, we are likely in the elite tier, and with your current capabilities, survival here will prove challenging. However, I have a proposal, and I wonder if you would entertain it. Su Jinhui glanced at Song Ting and the others before continuing. I can serve as your bodyguard and ensure your safe departure, on the condition that each of you provides 100 light orbs of any color. This proposal is quite appealing, but 100 per person is beyond our means. Collectively, we may only possess a little over 200, Song Ting said with a bitter expression. Only over 200? How impoverished. Su Jinhui scratched his head, then declared. Never mind. As your first patrons, I shall offer you a half-price deal. Pay for the light orbs first, and then we can proceed. Is there any objection? Song Ting cast a questioning glance at his three companions and then stepped aside to confer. Ma Yu whispered, there are plenty of light orbs. We only have one life. Surviving to leave is of utmost importance, and I agree. I have no objections either. Given his strength, if he intended to rob us, we wouldn't stand a chance to escape. Since he has chosen to engage in business with us, it indicates he is not malicious. Agreed. We will pay for the light orbs. After their discussion, Song Ting immediately tossed the storage ring containing the light orbs to Su Jinhui for inspection. Upon confirming the quantity, Su Jinhui beamed and said, Thank you, esteemed patrons. Follow closely. Once I accumulate more points and wristbands, I will escort you out. We shall adhere to your arrangements. Song Ting replied with a slight bow. I am Su Jinhui, he introduced himself. Brother Huan, Song Ting responded eagerly. Chapter 41. A great humiliation outside the building. Each time a teleportation point activated, teams chose to enter the floors in search of treasures, yet thus far, no one had emerged. The hefty man sat in front of the mobile home, observing the diminishing vibrant lights of the building's floors, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. Have you noticed? Initially, the colorful lights on each floor were quite intense, but now they have dimmed considerably. Does this not suggest that the light orbs have been collected by someone? Yang Tian nodded. It's highly likely, but several hours have passed, and yet no one has come out. Is it possible that they must wait for a specific time before being released? Just be patient. Given Brother Su's strength, even if everyone inside were to perish, he would emerge unscathed. The hefty man laughed heartily, showing no signs of impatience. As the group engaged in idle chatter, a sudden emergence of over 10 white light screens appeared on the other side of the building. Amidst the commotion, individuals began to step out from the white light screens gradually. Some wore faces brimming with joy, evidently having reaped substantial rewards, while others appeared dejected, clearly having returned empty-handed. The majority, however, were bloodied and battered, and upon realizing their return to the outside world, they burst into tears, having forever lost their loved ones during the treasure hunt. What transpired? What is the situation inside? Where are Away and the others? Were you not all together when you entered? Do not weep, my friend. What transpired within? A crowd gathered, clamoring with inquiries. The portly fellows pricked up their ears, keen to absorb the murmurs of information regarding the building. Just as Yang Tian had surmised. Approximately 2 hours after entering the edifice, 2 distinct teleportation points would manifest, one leading to a random floor and the other facilitating an exit from the structure. At that moment, the young man who had earlier proposed a trade for the mobile home approached with a broad grin. He was among the few who appeared genuinely cheerful. The portly fellow scoffed, noting that the man was clad in an identical candlelit battle attire, a clear indication of his successful ascension. I had a feeling your attire was rather unique. Little did I know it was a special garment bestowed upon ascension. The man glanced at the building and remarked, Since that young lad is absent, shall we engage in a conversation? Do I know you? What would we possibly discuss? The portly fellow retorted with a sidelong glance. We are lacking in transportation, and I have my eyes set on that mobile home. Name your price. Not for sale, not at any price. The portly fellow declined outright. Oh, given your obstinate stance, do not be surprised if I take it by force. The man's expression darkened. Take it by force? Upon hearing this, Yang Tian and the others sprang into action, drawing their weapons and assuming defensive stances. With a swift swing of his axe, the portly fellow warned, "Step aside." "Do you hear me?" The man's lips curled into a smirk. "The one who should step aside is you." Buzz. As his words hung in the air, a brilliant light erupted from the camel-lit battle attire, radiating a formidable aura. The man summoned a long spear and thrust it towards the portly fellow's chest. The latter's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he raised his axe to block the attack. With a resounding clang, though the massive axe intercepted the spear's tip, it could not contain the force surging forth. The portly fellow was sent sprawling, crashing heavily against the mobile home. "Zhao. The crowd gasped in shock. The portly fellow, recognized as the second strongest in the team, had been struck down in one blow. Such an event, if not witnessed firsthand, would be deemed unbelievable. "I shall reiterate, that mobile home is mine. Those who obstruct me shall meet their end." The man wielded his spear, pointing it threateningly at the restless Yang Tian. "Do you wish to test your mettle as well?" Yang Tian's eyes blazed with fury. "Even if I grant you the mobile home, it would be futile." The portly fellow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clutching his chest as he stood resolutely. "The mobile home belongs to my leader. You lack the authority to take it. Does your leader intend to drive it?" The man laughed heartily, cautioning, "I advise you not to test my patience. I harbor no desire to take lives, but should you continue to dally, do not blame me for my lack of civility." The portly fellow's feelings of frustration were beyond articulation, yearning to transform and confront the adversary. Yet, upon reflection, the man's camel-lit battle attire evidently bestowed extraordinary power. Even in transformation, he might not be a match. Thus, it seemed wiser to bide his time and await the emergence of Xiao Su. As the elder of the team, Wei Lao, with his more mature perspective, proactively stepped forward before the situation deteriorated. He clasped his fists together and declared, "I am the driver, and I possess the authority to operate the RV. Do not harm my friends. I shall go with you." "Wei Lao!" exclaimed Yang Tian and others in a state of urgency. Wei Lao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I am merely an unarmed driver. If you were to kill me, who would drive for you?" The elder's wisdom shone through. The man laughed heartily, gesturing for Wei Lao to enter the vehicle, and then he beckoned his 10 or so companions to board the RV one after another. "Drive." The man sneered as he closed the door. Watching helplessly as the RV drove away, Yang Tian's forehead throbbed with anger, and the rest gritted their teeth in frustration. To be subjected to such humiliation was unbearable. Yet they felt powerless to act. "Damn it!" Yang Tian exclaimed, throwing down his weapon in frustration. "Everyone, calm down." The stout man also suppressed his inner fury, feeling the weight of unprecedented indignation. "Ho-Si, find a way to follow the RV. All right, and what about you? I will go inside and inform Xiao Su about this matter. The rest must not act recklessly." "Understood." The stout man, with a stern expression, entered the blue teleportation point. Inside the building, Su Jinhui was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. He cast a satisfied glance at the bosses behind him, noting that their number had increased from 4 to 13, all of whom he had acquired along the way, thus making a handsome profit. "Well, this is the teleportation point to the outside world. You may depart now," Su Jinhui indicated towards the nearby white light screen. "Thank you." The group, eager to leave, wasted no time in expressing their gratitude before sequentially entering the teleportation point. Song Ting also cupped his hands towards Su Jinhui, signaling his teammates to follow. "Brother Song," Su Jinhui called out, "please, once you are outside, inform my companions by the RV that I am well inside, and there is no need for concern." "Understood, farewell," Song Ting replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. After sending off a group of bosses, Su Jinhui hummed a tune as he continued his search for random teleportation points. He had nearly eradicated all the elite monsters on the elite level and felt it was time to explore other floors. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the building, the stout man wielded dual axes, standing amidst a pile of corpses, gasping for breath. Sweat beads, the size of mung beans, trickled down his forehead. The prowess of these massive black insects far surpassed that of the elite monsters outside. Fortunately, there were only 3. Had there been 5, he would have had to flee. Wiping his sweat haphazardly, the stout man picked up 3 colorful orbs of light. He crushed one of them and placed it on his wrist. "So this is what the professional ring is all about," he mused, observing the various data displayed on the ring. He grimaced, muttering to himself, "Damn it. It requires so many materials to level up. With just 300 points, I'd be saving for ages." Just as little Su remarked, the rarer the profession, the more materials are required, and the more arduous the ascension becomes. Conversely, the less rare the profession, the simpler the conditions for advancement, leading to a swifter elevation. "Hey, you over there, rotund fellow. While he was deep in contemplation, a gruff voice suddenly rang out from behind him, demanding he hand over his bracelet. Chapter 42. The Golden Profession. The King of Terror. Not long ago, the plump man had his RV snatched away, and a pent-up fury brewed within him. At this moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed as he roared at the group of over 10 individuals. Damn it. Do I look like an easy target? Why do all sorts of lowly creatures come to steal from me? After his outburst, the plump man sensed something was amiss. For among the group confronting him, a significant portion donned the flame of the candle battle attire. Enough chatter. Hand it over, or do not blame me for being merciless. A man extended his hand, beckoning. Fine, I'll give it to you. You can take your sister. The plump man gritted his teeth, feigning a search in his storage ring, only to produce 2 blue orbs and simultaneously crush them. Flashbang. The blinding light flickered momentarily, rendering the crowd momentarily incapacitated. Once their vision cleared, they beheld a hefty owl soaring into the distance, flapping its grand wings. After it, those scoundrels dare to deceive us. The group, incensed, cursed as they hurried in pursuit. Uncertain of which level they were on, it appeared that the professional bracelets on this floor had all been claimed. Su Jinhui employed his treasure-seeking technique, surveying the area and confirming its emptiness before planning to search for a random teleportation point to venture to other floors in hopes of better fortune. After all, having entered this place, it would be a loss not to emerge with a bountiful reward. As he advanced, he unexpectedly spotted a white owl clad in the flame of the candle battle attire ahead. Su Jinhui was astonished, pondering how this moon owl bore such a resemblance to the plump man. Could it be a long-lost sibling? Little Su, the moon owl, possessing exceptional night vision, transformed into human form upon seeing Su Jinhui and exclaimed, "Plump man, weren't you supposed to guard the RV? What are you doing in here?" Su Jinhui's eyes widened in confusion. Despite the plump man's myriad flaws, he was a staunch ally who never faltered in critical moments. The RV was stolen. I came to inform you. The plump man wiped sweat from his brow and gestured behind him. There are many bastards chasing me. Their profession rarity isn't high, but they have all ascended, and I fear I cannot contend with them. After listening to the plump man's account, Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent gleaming as he regarded the approaching group. You foolish plump man, do you think that by finding a helper, we would be afraid of you? Hand over the professional bracelet, or no one leaves. The crowd swiftly encircled Su Jinhui and the plump man, ensuring they could not escape. Su Jinhui remained silent, his wrist flicking as the resplendent rainbow sword was drawn. King S/. Screams, pleas for mercy, and cries echo throughout the desolate structure. Su Jinhui, with an expression of cold indifference, gazes at the severely injured individuals before him and commands the stout man, retrieve the storage rings from them. Should anyone dare to hoard even a single item, execute them immediately. The stout man, harboring a grudge, seizes the hair of the leading man and delivers a flurry of resounding slaps. You sought to rob me, did you not? Do you still wish to? And no, I won't rob again. I was wrong. Please spare my life. The man's face swells grotesquely, tears and blood mingling with mucus, dripping onto his battle attire. Young Master Su, all the storage rings are accounted for. Not a single one is missing. After venting his frustrations, the stout man presents 12 rings to Su Jinhui. Su Jinhui responds with a brief acknowledgement before turning to depart, inquiring, "Now, tell me in detail who it was that attempted to seize our vehicle?" It was that group who initially sought to purchase the vehicle from you. They also abducted Elder Wei. The leader possesses formidable strength, likely a purple-class flame master. We had no chance in a confrontation, the stout man admits, a hint of unease in his voice, fearing Su Jinhui's ire for his inability to safeguard the vehicle. To his surprise, Su Jinhui bears no semblance of reproach. Instead, he comforts him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. We can always reclaim the vehicle. If a life is lost, it cannot be restored. Advancing in rank not only significantly enhances one's attributes, but also grants the understanding of new skills pertinent to one's profession. Unless you are a gold class, the odds of overcoming a purple class flame master are minimal. Avoiding conflict is indeed the wisest course, and you have acted rightly. No wonder you previously remarked on the importance of advancement. The enhancement of combat capability seems somewhat exaggerated, the stout man mumbles. Su Jinhui merely smiles in response. In truth, at this stage, the purple class is the most potent profession, possessing commendable combat prowess, with rank advancement being relatively manageable. As for the silver class and beyond, while the potential is immense, the difficulty of advancement increases exponentially. I surmise that your rank advancement requires several hundred points, correct? Indeed, a staggering 300 points. Alongside a plethora of colorful orbs. It's utterly ridiculous. The stout man scoffs. Su Jinhui thinks to himself that such a requirement of merely 300 points is indeed a fortunate blessing. As they walk further, they encounter a white evacuation teleportation point ahead. However, Su Jinhui is perplexed to see numerous individuals queued there. In this apocalypse, they still adhere to such decorum and civility? Upon approaching, Su Jinhui realizes the truth. These individuals are not in line, but rather blocked at the teleportation point's entrance. A fearsome figure in a ghostly mask leans on a vibrant long knife, obstructing the entrance and demanding a toll of 50 orbs per person, color irrelevant. Such a lack of public spirit. Su Jinhui grits his teeth, lamenting, "What a lucrative opportunity. How did I not think of this?" With that, Su Jinhui strides to the front of the line, standing beside the masked figure, and declares, "The price has risen, 100 orbs per person. If you do not wish to pay the toll, you may find another floor to traverse." The masked figure glances at Su Jinhui with a sidelong stare, his voice a low rumble. "Are you seeking death?" With a sly grin, Su Jinhui lowered his voice. "My friend, I am well aware of your true nature. As the saying goes, wealth is best shared. If you insist on hoarding it all for yourself, I shall expose you, and we can part ways without a second thought. I do not comprehend your words." The figure in the ghostly mask retorted sharply, an aura of terror radiating from him, causing the portly individual to shudder involuntarily. "I suspect you are the king of fear in the realm of gold professions, possessing little combat prowess beyond your intimidating presence." The ghostly masked figure remained silent, then declared, "Each person must contribute 100 luminous spheres. Those who dally shall perish." "All right, we will comply," the crowd exclaimed in alarm, hastily producing the luminous spheres as tolls. "That's the spirit," Su Jinhui thought to himself, elated by the outcome. His ability to deduce the masked figure's profession stemmed from the fact that he had overplayed his hand, exuding an aura that even a supreme profession such as himself found unsettling. There could be no other explanation for it. Chapter 43. The three major forces they have emerged. Little Su, Brother Zhao. Upon seeing Su Jinhui, the portly man exited the shimmering barrier, and Yang Tian along with others rushed to greet him. Song Ting and several others in the queue also acknowledged Su Jinhui with a fist salute, Brother Huan. Observing the pallor on their faces, Su Jinhui surmised they were troubled by the matter of the RV, and he chuckled, "In this world of the strong preying upon the weak, a mere RV is not worth your concern." He then tossed a purple luminous sphere to Yang Tian and the others, stating, "I am merely lending these to you. They must be returned later, with each of you repaying 5 spheres in total. This is a professional wristband." "Thank you, Little Su." The group rejoiced, expressing their gratitude fervently. Song Ting watched this scene with envy, pondering how fortunate it would be to have such a formidable leader, as it would surely aid their survival in this apocalyptic realm. "By the way, allow me to introduce this individual. He is Old Ghost." Su Jinhui pointed to the ghostly masked figure nearby. "From now on, he is one of us, and you shall address him as Brother Ghost." The masked figure appeared momentarily taken aback and looked over, his voice deep and resonant. "When did I agree to join you?" Su Jinhui approached, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "I shall enhance your reputation, and you need only maintain your bravado. Do you not see that we are a perfect match?" After a brief silence, the masked figure sheathed his gleaming blade and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. How amusing. I shall accompany you on this journey." A tremendous wave of laughter, accompanied by an immensely terrifying aura, surged from the masked figure, creating invisible ripples that spread outward. Those affected trembled in fear, as if the scythe of death loomed overhead, ready to claim their lives at any moment. Su Jinhui nearly succumbed to laughter, but maintained a fa of reverence, cupping his fist and saying, "Brother Ghost, please reign in your powers." At his request, the masked figure dissipated his menacing aura, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His cold, penetrating gaze caused those in the vicinity to bow their heads in trepidation. Avoiding his stare, "Portly one." "Yes, here." The portly man hurriedly approached. "You contacted Ho Si, inquiring about his whereabouts, and informed him that we would soon meet him." After Su Jinhui finished speaking, he raised his arm, causing a dozen purple orbs to float in midair. He shouted to the astonished crowd nearby, 200 blue orbs for 1, 20 purple orbs for 1, 1 silver orb for 1, 10 gold orbs for 1. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Bargainers, scram. I have no time to waste with you." The masked figure squinted, tossing several colorful orbs to Su Jinhui. "Help me sell these as well." "Why don't you sell them yourself?" Su Jinhui asked, puzzled. "I'm not as shrewd as you," the masked figure replied solemnly. In the city center, a large shopping mall had been transformed into a stronghold. Elder Wei, with curiosity etched on his face, followed the group, surveying the surroundings. "Brother Yanhai is back." "Brother Yanhai?" A few children, around 5 or 6 years old, rushed out, their frozen cheeks bright red, and threw themselves at Zhang Yanhai. "We're back." Zhang Yanhai laughed heartily, lifting the pair of twins. "Have you been good while we were away?" Nothing happened, right? We've been very good, just hiding in the base as you told us. Well, aside from being a bit cold, nothing else happened. The girl's rosy cheeks resembled little apples, and Zhang Yunhai couldn't resist giving her a kiss, sighing. So chilly. Let us get inside quickly. We wouldn't want you catching a cold. The group entered the interior of the mall stronghold. As he surveyed the scene, Elder Wei was secretly astonished. There were actually 200 to 300 people residing here, and the lighting inside was completely concealed from the outside, rendering it remarkably discreet. Zhang Yunhai turned to Elder Wei and said, "There's plenty of space here. Feel free to find a place to rest. Since you are here, you might as well make yourself comfortable. As long as you cooperate, I assure you will be quite safe. Of course, I'm merely a driver." "I'll do whatever you ask," Elder Wei replied. Zhang Yunhai nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, off you go." While the two were conversing, Elder Wei suddenly heard an incredulous exclamation, "Dad?" He paused, focusing his gaze, and was stunned to see a pair of familiar figures emerge from the crowd, his wife and daughter. You. Elder Wei was momentarily lost in thought, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "Dad." "Old man." The family embraced, instantly dissolving into tears. "I thought you were gone." Elder Wei wiped his tears away, smiling through his sorrow. "At that time, my daughter and I were shopping in the mall when suddenly the sky darkened. If it weren't for Captain Yunhai and Captain Wang Fu, we would have been devoured by monsters long ago. How did you manage to survive with your old bones?" His wife laughed and cried simultaneously, never imagining she would reunite with her companion of nearly 30 years. "My story is quite lengthy," Elder Wei said as he returned to the crowd with his daughter's support, accepting a can and a bottle of water from a stranger, thanking him while wiping his tears and recounting the harrowing journey of the time apart. Zhang Yunhai observed all of this, silently reflecting on how fortunate Elder Wei's family was to reunite under such circumstances. "Yunhai, that fellow who has been trailing us relentlessly. Are you certain you do not wish to deal with him?" Wang Fu inquired as she approached. "She is the vice captain of our stronghold in the marketplace." Ignoring her question, Zhang Yunhai shook his head. "The act of theft and the act of murder are two distinctly different concepts. Focus on ascending your rank. As long as the flames of our base burn brightly enough, we need not fear the numbers of our adversaries." "Very well," Wang Fu nodded, turning to call upon the team members for resource consolidation. Moments later, she emerged alongside 7 other men, clad in form-fitting combat attire that accentuated the flames. Their accumulated points and luminous orbs were nearly depleted, while advancing to the blue level was manageable. The materials and points required for elevation to the purple level were excessively demanding. Wang Fu reported her findings, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, swaying in the breeze. The combat attire perfectly highlighted her curvaceous figure, exuding both valor and sensual tension. However, Zhang Yunhai's thoughts were elsewhere as he tended to the bonfire, remarking, "To ascend to the purple level requires a staggering 100 points. This revelation has taken me by surprise. When we purify a nest, it is uncertain whether any of us will acquire even 5 points. It appears we must prepare for intense battles ahead." Pausing briefly, he redirected the conversation, asking, "Have there been any developments at the Diwan and Nanyuan strongholds?" Just as I was about to report, when we were heading to the western colorful tower, Chen the Blind and Lu Erdeo also mobilized their forces toward that same location. The scouts reported that the two traveled together, conversing amiably. "Is there a possibility?" Wang Fu's eyes flickered with concern. "This region harbors 3 dominant factions: Zhang Yunhai's marketplace stronghold, Chen the Blind's Diwan stronghold, and Lu Erdeo's Nanyuan stronghold. Shortly after the onset of Eternal Night, these 3 powers swiftly emerged, probing one another in pursuit of broader search territories. During this time, skirmishes and small-scale battles occurred frequently. However, due to mutual restraint among the 3 factions, their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a balance of power over time, with each side reaching a tacit agreement regarding territorial divisions. Now, with Chun the Blind and Lu Erdeo inexplicably entangled, could they be considering an alliance against the marketplace stronghold? This was Wang Fu's foremost concern. "I doubt it," Zhang Yunhai reflected. "Both harbor ulterior motives and remain wary of one another. I truly cannot fathom a reason for their alliance. As for your observation about them traveling together, have we not also collaborated with Chun the Blind and Lu Erdeo in the past? Perhaps I am overthinking this," Wang Fu sighed. "Yunhai Gu, Fu Jia, trouble is brewing." A young man rushed in from outside, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Chun the Blind and Lu Erdeo are headed our way, and they bring a large force." Chapter 44. Until next lifetime, alright, everyone quiet down. The last professional wristband has been exchanged. If you wish to acquire more, add me to your communicator, and I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity when new stock arrives. Su Jinhui revealed his communicator number and added in a clear voice, in addition to transactions. My team and I also engage in various services, such as providing rescue in emergencies, purifying nests, treasure hunting in perilous locales, and offering bodyguard services. To summarize, as long as the ball is in play, the glass shall shatter. Suddenly, the communicator in the hands of the portly man flickered with a green light. After answering, he leaned toward Su Jinhui's ear and whispered, "Little Su, there's trouble at the commercial outpost where our RV is stationed. It's under siege. Shouldn't we hurry over to take a look?" Old Wei is still in their hands. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhui clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, should you have any business, do not hesitate to message me. I am Su Jinhui, and I must attend to urgent matters now. I shall take my leave." With that, he instructed Yang Tian, "With Ghost Brother around, your safety is assured. I will accompany the portly man to retrieve Old Wei. Let us depart." With a resounding cry, the portly man transformed into a moonlit owl, soaring into the inky sky with Su Jinhui, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Observing this spectacle, the surrounding crowd nodded appreciatively. It was evident that this Su Jinhui, who could ride the silver beast, was indeed formidable and reliable. At the entrance of the commercial outpost, Zhang Yunhai, accompanied by 8 key members of the Candlelight faction, including Wang Fu, approached the opposing forces. Gazing at the formidable array of 2 great powers separated by a mere wall, Zhang Yunhai inwardly cursed. Wang Fu's words had proven true. Chen the Blind and Lu Erdeo had indeed allied. Chen the Blind, true to his name, had lost his left eye and donned a patch over it, while his remaining right eye gleamed with a sinister light. Upon seeing Zhang Yunhai emerge, he grinned widely and said, "Brother Yunhai, long time no see. I've come with old Lu to discuss a matter with you. Speak plainly, and do not beat around the bush." Zhang Yunhai replied, his voice low and assertive. He was well acquainted with these two, knowing their tendencies to bully the weak and fear the strong. The more he appeared subservient, the more likely he would invite calamity upon the entire outpost. Conversely, a firm demeanor might instill a semblance of caution in them. Chen the Blind chuckled, "It's nothing too serious. We just need to borrow some funds for the Brothers' Light spheres to ascend. If you don't trust us, we can issue you an IOU. Do we look like we are particularly affluent?" Wang Fu raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the Candlelight members beside her. "Who among us hasn't expended their resources for ascension?" Lu Erdeo sneered, "Old Chun, there's no need to waste breath dancing around the subject. As per our previous agreement, the people inside belong to you, while Wang Fu and the ladies are mine. I've been on the verge of bursting." Chen the Blind sighed, "Old Lu, why are you in such a rush?" "It's not me who is impatient," Lu Erdeo replied, gripping his trousers tightly. "It's my second brother who is desperate." Laughter erupted among them. Chen Xiezi let out a few wild laughs and pointed at Zhang Yunhai. "Zhang Yunhai, given that we have had a decent rapport in the past, I shall grant you a chance at survival. Aside from Wang Fu, you may take these few candles of light with you. Of course, you must leave behind your vehicle. Do you believe this is feasible?" Zhang Yunhai's gaze was frigid. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. "Do you think you and old Lu can defeat us if we join forces?" Chen Xiezi tilted his head. "You are an astute individual. You ought to know how to choose wisely. Enough of this nonsense. If a fight is to ensue, let it be. Even if I cannot vanquish you today, I will at least carve off a few pounds of flesh from you." Zhang Yunhai roared as he summoned his long spear. Upon witnessing Zhang Yunhai's movement, the others hastily drew their weapons. "Fools! If it is to be this way," Lu Erdeo licked his lips, his gaze aggressively wandering over Wang Fu's sensitive areas as he bellowed, "Seize the mall stronghold. Whoever captures Wang Fu, I shall allow them to indulge for 2 hours. I speak only the truth." "Ha! Boss, this is your word. Do not go back on it. Kill. Like attracts like, what manner of leader exists? So too do their subordinates." Upon hearing they could first play with the model Wang Fu, Lu Erdeo's men gaped with wide eyes, roaring as they charged forward. "Do not linger, kill." Chen Xiezi shouted, drawing his curved blade to join Lu Erdeo in besieging Zhang Yunhai. The 3 factions clashed instantaneously, an array of skills illuminating the entire area. Inside the mall, old General Wei shielded his wife and daughter behind him, his countenance grim. He had overheard Lu Erdeo and Chen Xiezi's words and could scarcely fathom the torment his daughter would endure should Zhang Yunhai's side falter. With a resounding thud, in less than 20 exchanges, Zhang Yunhai was sent flying by a blade, blood spilling from his mouth incessantly. Faced with the onslaught of 2 violet tier candles of light, Zhang Yunhai found himself overwhelmed. Though Vice Captain Wang Fu was also a violet tier candle of light with formidable combat prowess, she could not withstand the relentless barrage and soon exhausted her strength, receiving a brutal kick to the abdomen. She screamed in agony, crashing against the wall, where a man awaited, pressing a knife to her throat. One could not help but remark on her intoxicating allure. Could she possibly be a virgin? The man inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming increasingly twisted. Haha. Chun, Lu Erdeo strode forward confidently. Zhang Yunhai, this is the consequence of your refusal to heed my warning. Until next life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. I shall surely return to rescue you all. Suddenly, Zhang Yunhai's pupils constricted as a purple orb shot forth. The orb detonated midair, a cloud of dust engulfing the crowd. When the dust settled, there was no trace of Zhang Yunhai. Lu Erdeo frowned. A dust explosion pearl? I did not expect this lad to have such a trick up his sleeve. Yet, in the face of calamity, he abandons his comrades to flee alone. I had always envisioned him as an indomitable hero. Chun, the blind man, let out a hearty laugh, declaring that it is better to survive than to perish, questioning the existence of heroes in this world. Am I not right, Wang Fu? Wang Fu's face turned ashen. Her once bright eyes now dulled. Come, let us see if Zhang Yunhai has left behind anything of value. As Chun and Lu ventured deeper, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing everyone to instinctively look up. Descending from the sky was a colossal owl, landing squarely in the midst of the battlefield. The owl transformed into a stout figure wielding a double-bladed axe, Su Jinhui dusting off his attire. Is that you? Wang Fu exclaimed, recognizing the stout figure immediately. Has my RV been scratched? Su Jinhui disregarded the others, promptly inspecting his RV's lights. Chen furrowed his brows, questioning. Who are you, kid? What do you mean your RV? Everything here belongs to us. And who might you be? Su Jinhui shot him a sidelong glance. Lu Erdeo chuckled, stoking the flames. Old Chun, can you tolerate this? The esteemed purple-ranked flame, mocked by someone who hasn't even ascended? If it were me, I couldn't stand it. You little brat, we shall meet in the next life. Chen's eyes turned icy as he swung his blade at Su Jinhui. With a snort, Su Jinhui's figure vanished in an instant. Chen's blade struck nothing but air. And as he stood, bewildered, a chilling voice echoed from behind. See you in the next life. In a flash, Chen's head was severed from his body, an undeniable glint fading from his one eye. Chapter 45. The new stronghold silence enveloped the scene, so still one could hear a pin drop. Upon witnessing Chen's head, eyes wide open and unblinking, Lu Erdeo couldn't help but rub his eyes. He was slain in an instant. The esteemed purple-ranked flame, dispatched by someone who had yet to ascend. Even with the evidence before him, Lu Erdeo found it absurd and unbelievable. Could this person be of golden rank? No, he must be. The thought sent a chill down Lu Erdeo's spine, and he quickly donned a smile, addressing Su Jinhui, esteemed friend. Su Jinhui flicked the blood from his blade and shot him a glance. Who said you were my friend? Do I know you? Ha. Lu Erdeo clasped his hands, signaling the others to step back. Stout one, who has dared to rob us of our RV? Point them out. The stout figure resembled a child who had lost a fight, bringing along an older cousin for revenge. He first indicated the corpses on the ground, then pointed at Wang Fu, noting the leader who had vanished. Su Jinhui grinned, addressing the man with a knife to Wang Fu's throat. Get lost. Yes. The man hurriedly complied, fleeing in a panic. Where's your leader? Tell him to come out. The blade pressed firmly against Wang Fu's throat. Su Jinhui asked coldly. Captain Yunhai has escaped. Wang Fu's face turned ashen, her emotions a tumultuous storm difficult to articulate. XJ knew and furrowed his brow, contemplating how to deal with WF, when he noticed old W.I. hastily emerging with his wife and daughter, exclaiming with excitement, Little X. Hey, old W.I. Everything all right? XJ knew and smiled broadly. I'm here to take you home. Old W.I. beamed with joy, introducing XJ knew N to his family. This is Little X. He has been so good to me. With him around, we are safe. Hello, Little X. Old W.I.'s daughter, 19 and not conventionally beautiful, but rather charming, greeted him sweetly. Oh, hello. It seems this so-called YNHI has inadvertently done a good deed. XJ knew and stroked his chin, pondering the minuscule odds of reuniting with family in a world overrun by monsters. Little X, old W.I.'s wife said cautiously. Deputy Captain W.F. is a good person. Could you please refrain from harming her? Mind your own business. Old W.I. quickly tugged at his wife's arm. After a moment of contemplation, XJ knew and sheathed his knife, stating, since the vehicle is here and no one has been harmed, you may escape the death penalty. However, daring to steal my car warrants a lesson. What do you intend to do? W.F's face turned ashen. With a swift motion, XJ knew and struck W.F's delicate face with his fist, sneering, What? Stealing my car, and you still think you have a right to protest? W.F., reeling from the blow, felt stars in her eyes, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Observing her subdued demeanor, XJ knew and turned to Lee RDO and the others, asking, Do you have any business here? No. Then why are you still here? Scram. Yes. Li Rdo and Ch Nshizi's subordinates hurriedly retreated, not daring to linger for even a moment. For this was a terrifying presence capable of extinguishing life as easily as crushing an ant. Lead me inside to take a look. XJ knew and instructed Wing F to show him around the shopping mall stronghold. He discovered that the place was well managed, boasting comprehensive facilities and defenses, with a reasonable internal layout, making it suitable as a temporary base. Thus, he declared with a grand gesture, from today onward, this shopping mall stronghold belongs to me. XJ knew and those willing to stay may do so, those unwilling can leave. Fatty, you and old Wi return and bring them back. Understood. After their departure, Wing F, stealthily accompanied by a dozen individuals, prepared to leave. Did I grant you permission to leave? XJ knew and inquired with a smile. I was referring to the ordinary people here, Wing F retorted, biting her lip. Are you an ordinary person? With the captain absent, you must bear the consequences. What do you truly want? I've been beaten and scolded, and besides, it wasn't my idea to steal the RV. Why are you raising your voice? XJ knew and glared. Do you wish to be struck again? Wing F's eyes brimmed with tears, her grievances unspoken. Tell me how your stronghold operates, and how you manage to support such a large number of people. XJ knew and realized that the stronghold housed nearly 300 individuals, and the daily sustenance required was a considerable expense. Currently, with resources stretched thin, he was reluctant to take on such an unwarranted burden. They did not raise them. Everyone was self-sufficient, merely banding together for warmth. Each time the luminous orbs fell, they would spontaneously form teams to scavenge for them in their territory, returning either for personal use or for trade. Wang Fu recounted the rules of this place, to which Su Jinhui nodded in agreement. This was indeed the case. He had no faith that in this collapsing order of the apocalypse, there existed any altruistic souls willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Go tell them that the rules remain as they were. I am not responsible for their survival. As for what you just mentioned about the territory, elaborate further. And what of that group from earlier? Wang Fu steadied himself and replied, the one you killed is called Chen Xiazi, and the one who escaped is Lu Erdeo. They are the leaders of two nearby strongholds, standing alongside our market stronghold in a tripartite balance. Oh, I see, Su Jinhui remarked with curiosity. Are there no others besides your 3 strongholds? Initially, this area boasted dozens of smaller strongholds, but after several waves of monsters, many perished or fled, leaving only the 3 of us. Occasionally, some wandering teams might pass through, but generally, they do not dare to provoke us. Su Jinhui pondered. With over 300 people and only 5 streets of territory, it is indeed too small. When the others return, you take Yang Tian and the rest to drive Chen Xiazi and Lu Erdeo away. If they choose to leave, let them go. If they resist, eliminate them without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Fu's eyes sparkled, and biting her lip, she agreed, understood. Su Jinhui gestured, within a 5-kilometer radius centered on our market stronghold. I do not wish for any other powers to exist. By the time Wei and the others returned, an hour had passed. Noting that aside from Ho Si and He Xiong, Yang Tian's team had successfully ascended to the Purple Ember class, Su Jinhui nodded in satisfaction. With over 10 Purple Ember members, their combat prowess was not in question given the current environment. Ah, Brother Song, why are you all here as well? Su Jinhui inquired, casting a curious glance at Song Ting and his trio. Song Ting clasped his fists in salute towards Su Jinhui, exclaiming with excitement, Little Su. We wish to join your team. Ah, welcome. Su Jinhui laughed heartily. Yang Tian will inform you of our team's rules. By the way, where is Ghost? Yang Tian replied. Ghost said he likes this RV and intends to reside in it, forbidding us from approaching without his permission. Oh, Su Jinhui acknowledged, Wang Fu. Please take Yang Tian and the others to work. The rest of you, do not dawdle, move swiftly. In this apocalypse, idleness is tantamount to courting death. Inside the RV, on the 2nd floor in the master bedroom, Ghost removed her helmet with a sigh, revealing a lovely face that seemed to belong to a girl no older than 17 or 18. She hastily shed her heavy armor and sat on the soft bed, lost in thought. After a while, for reasons unknown, she inexplicably raised her foot to her nose and took a whiff. Ugh, it smells awful. The young girl grimaced in distaste, pinching her nose before diving into the bathroom. The earlier we return, the better. Later on, Fatty will treat everyone to a nice meal. Su Jinhui stood at the entrance of the RV, exclaiming, Long live. Long live Little Su. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wait, why is it me treating? The chubby one exclaimed with widened eyes. Because I am impoverished, Su Jinhui laughed heartily and stepped into the RV. He needed to have a word with the ghost mask. Chapter 46. The setup Ghost Brother? Ghost Brother? Su Jinhui searched the 1st floor but found no trace of Ghost Mask. He then ascended to the 2nd floor. where the sound of running water emanated from the master bedroom, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This fellow truly does not regard himself as an outsider. Having just joined the team, he has already claimed my bedroom. Ghost brother, I have matters to discuss with you. Su Jinhui pushed the door open. Coincidentally, at the very moment he entered, a girl emerged from the bathroom. Their eyes met, and the girl screamed, covering her vital parts. What are you doing? Get out. Su Jinhui's eyes widened in shock. He had never anticipated that Ghost brother was, in fact, a girl, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. You still dare to look? The girl, clearly startled, hurried back into the bathroom, indignantly exclaiming, Do you believe I will gouge your eyes out? Regaining his composure, Su Jinhui laughed heartily. I had no idea you were bathing. It was merely a misunderstanding. Besides, this room was originally mine, so if anyone should be leaving, it ought to be you. I am Su Jinhui, and you are? Yin Yin, the girl replied coldly. After a moment, when she re-emerged, she had changed into a brand new, form-fitting outfit. Unfortunately, Su Jinhui had already reached a point of mental detachment. What is it that you need? Yin Yin inquired. Her displeasure evident. I have prepared some lines for you based on your profession. You must memorize them, as they will be immensely useful for your future endeavors. Su Jinhui handed her a note, explaining, Previously, I noticed that although your appearance is passable, your intimidation factor could use a slight enhancement. But fret not. We shall start with the dialogue, and when circumstances allow, I shall provide you with a formidable entourage and vehicles. Yin Yin fell silent, glancing at the script in her hand, murmuring, With the sun and moon in hand, I shall pluck the stars. In this world, none can compare to me. As the Ghost Mask King, what need have I to explain myself to you? Heaven did not give birth to me, the Ghost Mask King. The path of battle stretches on like a long night. If you do not wield a blade, you may see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. But if you do wield a blade, you will see me as a mayfly in the vast sky. Did you write these words? Yin Yin looked up in astonishment, deeply resonating with the lines. Absolutely. Tailored just for you. Are you not moved? Su Jinhui thought to himself, grateful for his previous indulgence in web novels on Earth, allowing him to effortlessly conjure such grandiloquent phrases. Yin Yin scoffed. Who would have thought you possessed some literary flair? I shall graciously accept these lines. Su Jinhun chuckled with delight. As the pinnacle expert of the team, it was imperative for you to maintain a low profile, cultivating an aura of mystery. You must also be mindful of your rhythm and intonation when speaking. Fortunately, you have demonstrated commendable proficiency in both aspects, which reassures me. Yin Yin arched her elegant brows, remarking, Do you really need to tell me this? Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have been adept at concealing my true self, never once faltering. The King of Fear, before his true nature is unveiled, can be regarded as the most formidable gold class, for few would dare extend a claw towards you. Yet, once exposed, he swiftly transforms into the weakest of the gold class, possessing combat prowess only slightly superior to the violet class's flickering flame. Rest assured, as long as you remain in my company, you are entirely safe. Once I ascend to a higher realm, I shall frequently take you along. Your advancement is assured under my stewardship. Noticing Su Jinhuin's grand claims, Yin Yin chuckled lightly. You certainly paint a grand picture. Do you comprehend the amount of points and materials I require for my ascension? How dare you boast so? Isn't it merely around 1,000 points and a few thousand light orbs? With a bit of effort, I could amass them within half a month, Su Jinhun replied confidently. Yin Yan's eyes widened in surprise. How could you be so well informed? Could it be that you two are? You should aim higher, Su Jinhun interjected, rising to approach the door. I am not like you. While you are merely posturing, I am genuinely formidable. Humph, how boastful. Yin Yin rolled her eyes elegantly, thinking to herself that when it comes to bravado, you truly excel. Several hours later, the plump man, Yang Tian, and others returned, accompanied by several hundred men and women. Unable to contain himself, Su Jinhun exclaimed, I instructed you to drive people away, not to recruit them. Why have you brought back so many? The plump man sighed. Little Su, they are all slaves detained at those two strongholds. Slaves? Su Jinhun furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He noted that more than half of these individuals appeared emaciated, clearly suffering from prolonged malnutrition, while the others, primarily women, bore the marks of severe trauma, their eyes reflecting profound terror. Witnessing this, Su Jinhun could surmise their harrowing experiences without further explanation from the plump man, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. In an era governed by laws and order, slave islands and flesh factories still existed. How much worse was it in this apocalyptic world where the strong dominate? The weak could only be trampled underfoot by the powerful, living lives that might well be worse than those of pigs and dogs. Whoever brings these people back is responsible for their sustenance and shelter. With a sweeping gesture, Su Jinhun tossed some blue and purple light orbs to the plump man. These illumination devices could last for 24 hours. Find a suitable place on the rooftop to install them and light up the marketplace within a matter of minutes. As a dozen large lamps were illuminated simultaneously, the previously dark marketplace stronghold was enveloped in radiant light. Everyone lifted their heads, mesmerized by the glow. It had been ages since they had felt the warmth of such illumination. Some individuals were moved to tears. Light not only brings safety and hope, but is also paramount in driving away the monsters lurking in the eternal night. Through the glass window, Yin Yin gazed upon the brightly illuminated commercial hub, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she mused that Su Jinhui indeed possessed a certain charm. Did he truly consider himself a deity? As the divine uttered, "Let there be light," so there was light? In the realm of pretense. She realized there was still much for her to learn. I must strive harder. Yin Yin seized the script, diligently studying, and whispered, at the pinnacle of divinity. Proud amidst the world, first there is the ghostly visage, then the heavens. What? You want me to follow Ghost Brother? Black Bear's face was etched with fear, his robust frame trembling. He was terrifying. I dare not. Su Jinhui glared at him, reminding him that they were comrades, and there was no reason for fear. If Ghost Brother had chosen you as his pet, consider it a blessing. Do not act coy after receiving such a favor. Yet, Black Bear hesitated, wanting to say more. But Su Jinhui interrupted him, reassuring, "Do not worry, I will not harm you. He collects beasts. It's merely his personal preference to have exotic creatures as subordinates, unrelated to his profession." "Oh, in that case," Black Bear reluctantly responded, "I shall feel at ease, little Su, but I have yet to ascend. Will I bring shame to Ghost Brother?" Ask Ghost Brother. He surely has surplus occupational rings. Chapter 47. How have you survived until now? After meticulously arranging both grand and trivial matters, Su Jinhui enjoyed a restful night at the base. Early the next morning, he made slight adjustments to his existing skills, greeted everyone, and prepared to venture out alone in search of resources for ascension. Though he referred to it as adjusting skills, in truth, he had merely overwritten the treasure-seeking technique with the leopard transformation technique, enhancing his mobility during solo endeavors. As for the issue of transforming into a bear man, it was easily resolved. Su Jinhui simply borrowed a combat suit from a certain green-class ascendant at the base as compensation, providing him with a purple-class light orb in return. I will be away for at least a month, possibly 2 or 3. The base is entrusted to you all, Su Jinhui remarked, casting a glance at the plump man, Zhouya, and Yang Tian. With Ghost Brother present, the safety of the base should theoretically be assured. However, should an uncontrollable crisis arise, remember my words, protect yourselves. Flee when necessary, do not play the martyr. The plump man patted his prominent belly, chuckling. Rest assured, we know what to do. Be careful on your journey, little Su. Zhouya added. Su Jinhui smiled. Time waits for no one. I must be off. With that, he transformed into a majestic red leopard and vanished from sight in a few swift leaps. The plump man exchanged a glance with Zhouya, narrowing his eyes in jest. If you like him, just say so. If you remain silent, how will he know of your affections? Zhouya did not refute this, pursing her lips, her expression earnest. Shanha, are you planning to hunt as well? Take me along. The plump man laughed heartily. Do I even need to be told? Of course, I must bring you. Our radiant priest. Come, let us return and discuss how to form a scientifically sound team. Not long after, Su Jinhui reappeared at the place where it all began, the Golden Eagle building. Observing the flickering lights within the towering edifice and the myriad shadows flitting about, Su Jinhui surmised that the transformation of what was once a perilous forbidden zone into a bastion for humanity likely stemmed from his acquisition of 2 crimson spheres, the Divine Monarch and the Sacrificial Lantern. These luminous orbs granted various abilities to humans, and similarly, monsters could consume them, with the rarity of the spheres directly influencing the monster's forms and strengths. With resources evidently depleted in this locale, Su Jinhui refrained from wasting time, once more transforming into a sleek cheetah and darting into the darkness, racing in a singular direction. Should he take advantage of the still valuable profession wristband to procure some items for resale, or should he seek out and purify a monster den directly? The former hinged on luck, while the latter promised relative stability. Ultimately, he resolved to act according to circumstance. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Su Jinhui found himself seated in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts, tallying his recent accomplishments. His current score stood at 128, 515. He had successfully gathered an abundance of white, green, blue, and purple orbs, yet the quantities of silver and gold spheres remained woefully inadequate. This was not a reflection of his efforts, but rather a consequence of the exceedingly low drop rates. Over this period, he had purified no fewer than 80 monster dens, yielding a few silver spheres, yet not a single gold one had manifested. At this pace, he could scarcely fathom when he might ascend to the next tier. A divine profession was indeed remarkable, yet the conditions for advancement were exceedingly daunting. In a fit of frustration, Su Juanhuan took a hearty bite of the tender roasted leg of lamb. Suddenly, he perked up, ears attuned to the sounds outside, accompanied by the roar of engines. A convoy came to a halt before the warehouse, and the wooden doors were pushed open. A dozen shadowy figures emerged into the light cast by their headlights. Clearly caught off guard by the presence of a living soul in such a remote location, they paused momentarily. The leader gestured for his companions to extinguish the headlights and tossed a sphere the size of a football into the air, illuminating the entire warehouse. Upon realizing that Su Juanhuan was the sole occupant, the man smiled and clasped his hands in greeting, addressing him courteously. "Friend, we are merely passing through. Would it be possible for us to rest here for a while? If it is inconvenient, we can seek another location." Su Juanhuan waved dismissively, replying, "I am also just passing through. Feel free." The man expressed his gratitude and, along with his companions, began to enter the warehouse. The group comprised over 20 individuals. Apart from the slightly older leader, the rest were young adults in their 20s, resembling students from a university. They set up a bonfire in the open space of the warehouse and began preparing their meal. Curious eyes furtively scrutinized Su Juanhuan. "Teacher Lin, should I use my observation skill to discern his profession?" A young woman whispered. Teacher Lin shook his head, admonishing her, "Xingyu, refrain from employing such intrusive skills. It is quite impolite. Do you not recall the incident last week that led to conflict?" The woman known as Xingyu is perhaps the most beautiful in the group, though her features carry a hint of harshness. Hearing the conversation, she pursed her lips and remarked, "It's been so long since that happened. Teacher Lin, why do you still bring it up? Let's not discuss it further." Teacher Lin smiled and shook his head, urging everyone to eat and rest quickly. As they still had a journey ahead, Xingyu returned to her boyfriend, Zhou Su, and whispered, "Teacher Lin is so overly cautious in everything he does. There is only one person on the other side. What does it matter what his profession is? Does he dare to turn against us? With so many of us here, a single spit from each could drown him." Zhou Su chuckled, "Please don't say that. If it weren't for Teacher Lin's meticulousness and caution, how could we have survived this long? It's better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Here, have a chicken leg. Teacher Lin can say that. But why do you have to agree with him?" Xingyu retorted, annoyed as she pushed away the chicken leg Zhou Su offered. "You've changed. You used to always side with me." Zhou Su replied with a bitter expression, "Xingyu, can things still be the same as before? We are in the apocalypse now, with monsters lurking everywhere. Stop. Not this old argument again. I'm getting calluses in my ears from hearing it." Xingyu felt frustrated. Spotting Su Jinhui devouring the remnants of a roasted leg of lamb, she huffed, "I want roasted lamb too. I'm so tired of chicken legs every day." Zhou Su shrugged helplessly, "I want it too, but where could we find it? Just the other day, I gathered enough light spheres to level up. You keep saying I'm causing trouble. How am I causing trouble just by wanting to eat roasted lamb?" As her annoyance grew, the usually obedient Zhou Su's reprimand stung her, causing her voice to rise. "Have you forgotten how you used to chase after me? No matter what I craved, even in the dead of night, you would climb over walls to get it for me." Zhou Su fell silent, lowering his head. "Say something. Have you lost your voice?" "I don't care. I want roasted lamb today, so you'd better get it for me." Xingyu kicked Zhou Su playfully. "Xingyu." Teacher Lin could no longer bear the sight and interjected, "Stop bullying Zhou Su. Go to sleep. Class monitor, if you're not sleeping, how can we?" Another voice chimed in. "If you want to argue, could you do it somewhere else?" "Exactly. Given the circumstances, we should be grateful for whatever food we have, without being picky. Haven Tea we encountered enough who have frozen or starved to death on this journey." The others, who had long harbored grievances against Chen Xingyu, joined in, their patience worn thin by Teacher Lin's intervention. "You all," Chen Xingyu's eyes turned icy as she exclaimed, "I knew it. You've always been jealous of my looks and my affluent background. Now your true colors are finally showing." Suddenly, laughter erupted, interrupting Chen Xingyu's tirade. Dozens of gazes turned toward the source. Su Jinhui cleared her throat, tossed aside the lamb bone, and said earnestly, "Apologies. I generally do not laugh unless I cannot help myself. Please, continue." Chen Xingyu, infuriated and ashamed, exclaimed, "What is so amusing about my words? It's not your words that are laughable, but rather you as a person. I haven't encountered someone as abstract as you in ages. How have you managed to survive until now?" Chapter 48, Strange Objects. The Golden Scales. "Who are you calling abstract?" Chen Xingyu stamped her foot, summoning a short dagger adorned with jewels, and menacingly declared, "Dare to say that again?" Su Jinhui stood up, narrowing her eyes and retorted, "Not only are you abstract, but you're also a fool. I will kill you." Chen Xingyu, burdened by pent-up rage, screamed and charged forward, disregarding her boyfriend Zhou Su's attempts to restrain her. "Xingyu, stop." Teacher Lin reprimanded. "Get lost." Su Jinhui kicked Chen Xingyu in the chest, producing a dull thud as Chun Xingyu was sent flying several meters, collapsing into Zhou Su's arms and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Teacher Lin's pupils contracted, and the others rose in unison, hands resting on their weapons, awaiting Teacher Lin's command to attack Su Jinhui. Although they harbored disdain for Chun Xingyu, even a hint of dislike, she remained their classmate and the class leader. Throughout their university years, both boys and girls had benefited from Chun Xingyu's affluence, while her ostentation regarding her wealthy background was apparent. They had indeed enjoyed the fruits of her generosity. Xingyu, Zhou Su, witnessing Chun Xingyu's grievous injury, exploded in rage, pointing at Su Jinhui. Why did you strike so harshly? Su Jinhui, seldom at a loss for words, thought to herself that such a dichotomy could not exist in a shared bed. She attacked me with a knife, and you dare question my response? Initially, Su Jinhui's mood had been relatively good. Had it not been for this altercation, she would have shown restraint, merely injuring Chun Xingyu. However, since reason had fled, her murderous intent surged forth, uncontrollable, gripping the hilt of her dagger with one hand. Su Jinhui approached Zhou Su, mockingly saying, I've seen sycophants, but none as pathetic as you. Has the little head gained control over the big head? What did you say? Zhou Su seethed through gritted teeth. Zhou Su, be quiet. Everyone, do not act impulsively. Sheath your weapons. Teacher Lin shouted, signaling the students to lower their arms. Then bowed slightly to Su Jinhui, saying, My friend, it was indeed Xingyu's fault, and your reprimand is justified. Teacher Lin, you? Zhou Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jinhui tilted her head, appraising Teacher Lin with a faint smile. No wonder you all have survived until now. It seems there is a rational mind among you. Teacher Lin sighed with a wry smile. I am Lin Jianfeng, their mentor. Xingyu is not inherently bad. She has simply been spoiled, leading to her erratic behavior. If there has been any offense, I sincerely ask you not to take it to heart. I am willing to offer compensation. With that, Teacher Lin presented 2 purple orbs with both hands. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. In light of Lin Jianfeng's actions, Su Jinhui found it rather unseemly to continue her aggressive demeanor. He tucked away the 2 purple balls and, with a wave of his hand, declared, Since you are so perceptive, I shall refrain from engaging with her on the same level. However, you should not linger here. I fear I may change my mind shortly. Very well, let us depart. Lin Jianfeng asserted decisively. Teacher Lin? Why, Teacher Lin? With so many of us here, can we not overpower just one person? Silence. Lin Jianfeng, shedding his previous courteous demeanor, admonished sharply leave. The students exchanged glances and ultimately chose to follow Lin Jianfeng out of the scene. After the convoy had traveled several dozen miles, assured that Su Jinhui had not pursued them, Lin Jianfeng signaled for the vehicle to stop and rushed to the roadside, heaving violently. In another vehicle, Chun Xingyu, having received treatment from her classmates, was no longer in grave danger. Stepping out with red-rimmed eyes, she exclaimed, Teacher Lin, you have always been so fond of me. Why, when I was bullied, did you not seek revenge, but instead compensate that person? Do you realize I almost faced a fatal kick just now? Lin Jianfeng, still retching, noticed Chun Xingyu had approached him and, in a moment of fury, slapped her across the face, shouting, Shut up. Chun Xingyu, stunned, felt stars dance before her eyes, and the other students were taken aback. Having never witnessed the normally genteel Lin Jianfeng resort to such harshness, let alone physical violence, Lin Jianfeng's complexion darkened as he pointed at Chun Xingyu and rebuked. You nearly brought us all to ruin. A slap is too lenient. What? Chun Xingyu, thoroughly frightened, covered her face, choking back tears, realizing he may have overstepped. Lin Jianfeng rinsed his mouth with water, calming himself before saying, There is something I have not disclosed to you all. The reason I have been able to guide you thus far is not merely due to my caution, but because of a peculiar artifact. Peculiar artifact? The students exchanged glances of confusion. Behold, Lin Jianfeng flipped his palm, revealing a dazzling golden balance scale. The golden scales. This scale possesses no offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole function is to assess the strengths of both parties and predict the outcome of their confrontation. Do you understand the implications? Should we engage that man? What do you suppose the result would be? Lin Jianfeng's expression darkened as he continued. I have seen a dismal outcome that I have never witnessed before. We would all perish without a grave. There is not a shred of chance. What? This cannot be. There are so many of us, and he is but one. Could it be inaccurate? The students widened their eyes, unwilling to accept such a grim forecast. The golden scales do not err. Lin Jianfeng wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grave. The opponent's strength surpasses our imagination. He is undoubtedly a gold-level practitioner. There may even be divine-level potential. A collective gasp echoed around them as the gravity of the situation sunk in. I apologize, Teacher Lin. Chun Xingyu was genuinely terrified. weeping as she apologized, vowing never to act so capriciously again. Lin Jianfeng nodded, preparing to utter a few soothing words to ease the tension between them, when suddenly his pupils constricted, revealing an expression akin to having seen a ghost. Emerging from the shadows was a crimson cheetah, now taking on a human form. It was Su Jinhun, who had sensed something amiss and had followed them. Su Jinhun tilted his head, grinning as he said, "I knew something was off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. You clearly had the numerical advantage, yet you chose to concede without a fight. It turns out it was because of that intriguing artifact, the golden balance. Why not hand it over to me? Friend you." Lin Jianfeng felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Su Jinhun continued cheerfully, "Do not worry. I won't take it without compensation. I can assist you in return." Before Lin Jianfeng could respond, Su Jinhuan's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression darkening. "If you dare to refuse, do not blame me if Zhao Shanhe resorts to violence for treasure." Chapter 49. Journey to Tang City. Lin Jianfeng was drenched in sweat. Despite his reluctance, the instinct for self-preservation prevailed, and he reluctantly tossed the golden balance to Su Jinhun, acknowledging that his strength was insufficient to possess such a legendary artifact. Su Jinhun pocketed the golden balance, his smile returning. "I appreciate your understanding, Teacher Lin. Now tell me, what assistance do you require? But let me be clear, I do not have any spare light orbs." With a sigh, Lin Jianfeng clasped his fist in salute. "Brother Zhao, we are preparing to seek refuge in Tang City. If you could escort us there, it would be most beneficial. If not, we will understand." "Tang City?" Su Jinhun exclaimed in surprise. "You are heading in the wrong direction. The path to Tang City lies that way. Are you not only straying further?" Lin Jianfeng replied helplessly. "Brother Zhao, you may not be aware, but the road directly to Tang City is fraught with monsters. We have no choice but to take a detour." "Full of monsters?" Su Jinhuan's eyes brightened. "How many? I don't know, as we did not dare approach. I suspect there are numerous monster nests interconnected in that area," Lin Jianfeng explained, adjusting his glasses with a worried expression. "Areas with multiple nests must harbor great treasures and high-scoring monsters." Su Jinhuan's mind raced, turning to Lin Jianfeng. "Taking the detour to Tang City will take at least a day and a half. If we head straight to Tang City, it can be done in less than half a day. Teacher Lin, would you dare to accompany me back?" Su Jinhun intentionally posed the challenge. If Lin Jianfeng accepted, he would uphold his end of the bargain and escort them back to Tang City. If he declined, it would reflect his own lack of courage. And Su Jinhun had no qualms about pursuing the multiple nest area in Tang City regardless. Those are not monsters. They are glaring points and light orbs. A broad avenue towards ascension. Lin Jianfeng appeared conflicted. Testing fate had never been his nature, yet as Su Jinhun stated, the detour was exceedingly far. One could never predict what obstacles lay ahead. While monsters were manageable, encountering a powerful and malevolent human faction posed a far greater threat. Having lost the golden balance, he was uncertain whether he would even dare to engage in combat. "Teacher Lin, given this person's formidable strength, he might indeed lead us into Tang City. Even if, hypothetically, he fails to navigate through that perilous area, can we not simply flee?" A male student lowered his voice further, suggesting that the best outcome would be if he perished alongside the monsters, thereby allowing the golden scale to return to you, teacher. Just as Lin Jianfeng was about to respond, he heard Su Jinhui laughing from a distance, saying, "What are you thinking? I traveled all this way just to perish with the monsters? Do you understand the saying about not attempting a porcelain task without a diamond drill?" The male student turned pale, silenced by the retort. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jianfeng clasped his hands in salute to Su Jinhui and said, "Brother Zhao, since you are so confident, we shall rely on you." "Very well, let us set off then," Su Jinhui replied without hesitation as he climbed into one of the vans, gesturing to Lin Jianfeng. "Teacher Lin, would you mind driving?" Lin Jianfeng acquiesced, joining him in the vehicle. Soon, this small convoy of over 20 individuals in 8 vans retraced their route towards Tang City. During the journey, Su Jinhui curiously inquired why they were determined to seek refuge in Tang City. Lin Jianfeng had nothing to conceal, responding, "We recently learned through another team that there exists a large shelter in Tang City, known as Dawn, controlled by a group of professional soldiers. I reasoned that rather than enduring a precarious existence in the wilderness, it might be wise to venture to Tang City and see if we could establish a prolonged stay." Understanding dawned upon Su Jinhui as he nodded. Although he had never been to Tang City, he was aware that it was a military town, historically garrisoned by numerous soldiers during peacetime. If the Dawn shelter truly existed, he indeed wished to see it for himself. Hours passed in silence until the convoy halted by the roadside. Ahead, 100 meters away, lay an impenetrable darkness, from which eerie wails and howls emanated, chilling the spine. "Are we truly going in? I'm scared," Chen Xingyu admitted candidly, clinging tightly to Zhou Su's arm. Zhou Su reassured her, Fear not. I will protect you. Su Jinhui surveyed the group and commanded, those with illumination skills, activate them. If not, use your flashlights to provide light. Maintain a distance of about 15 meters from me. Do not stray too far. Teacher Lin, please take care of your students. When the fighting begins, I may not be able to attend to you. Lin Jianfeng nodded, advising, Brother Zhao, do not overestimate your strength. If you encounter a formidable monster, do not hesitate to flee. Su Jinhui extended his fingers, cradling the golden scale in his palm, and smiled. Teacher Lin, would you care to reconsider the implications of your words? Lin Jianfeng focused intently on the scale, his mouth agape in astonishment, as disbelief washed over him. No danger? Is this for real? Teacher, be cautious. Monsters are approaching, and there are many of them. As only a few individuals entered, a short, plump girl in the group exclaimed in astonishment while clutching a crystal ball. Goodness, there must be hundreds of them. Lin Jianfeng, addressing Zhao, called out, and at that moment, Su Jinhui stowed away the golden scales, revealing a vibrant red longbow in her grasp. Firefall. With a flicker of thought, Su Jinhui drew the bowstring repeatedly. A cascade of flames rained down from the heavens, transforming into a deluge of fire that struck the ground. The once pitch-black surroundings were instantly illuminated by the flames, searing the grotesque figures of shadow monsters, which emitted anguished wails. A massive, worm-like creature crushed several shadow monsters standing in its path and surged forward. Without even a blink, Su Jinhui released an arrow into the sky, silently uttering, Meteor. A colossal fireball plummeted from above, striking the monstrous worm with precision, piercing and incinerating its form. Standing a mere dozen meters away, Lin Jianfeng and the students were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a method of exterminating monsters. Was this too easy? How could one be so powerful, dispatching shadow monsters as effortlessly as mowing grass? And why could even elite foes be obliterated in a single strike? The male student who spoke was also an archer, his eyes wide with admiration, feeling a sense of fulfillment and optimism for his own future. It was also surreal, akin to a dream. The students were left in a daze, each profoundly impacted by the sight of Su Jinhui's silhouette amidst the flames. This moment was destined to be etched in their memories forever. Chun Xingyu, filled with admiration and awe, felt a tumult of emotions, realizing how audacious he had been to confront such a formidable being. So powerful, he thought. Lin Jianfeng took a deep breath, murmuring, It is difficult to fathom that this is the combat prowess achievable by humanity. In the command room of the Tang City shelter, a man clad in flame-fighting attire rushed in to report, General, a large-scale battle has erupted in the eastern part of the city. According to radar data, it appears that a team of several dozen to 100 individuals is engaged in combat with the monster tide. They display considerable strength. Should we dispatch troops for support? The middle-aged man, referred to as General, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, instructing his subordinates to bring forth a map. Gazing at the heavily marked area on the map, he spoke gravely. The east of the city is the most densely populated region of the monster nest, teeming with creatures, including numerous elite monsters rated at 10 and above. Our combat forces are already stretched thin and cannot bear further losses. General, this team is the strongest we have ever encountered. If they cannot breach the eastern front, how can we withstand the next monster siege? I dare to suggest that we give them a chance. The general furrowed his brow in contemplation before eventually responding, Your reasoning has merit. Inform the Dawn combat team to assemble. If they can endure for an hour amidst the monster tide, while maintaining their efficiency in slaying foes, we shall send them to reinforce the eastern front, otherwise. Understood. The man departed swiftly, determination in his stride. With a heavy sigh, General Lee expressed his hope that this team would not meet the same fate as those before them, merely becoming fodder for the monsters. On the eastern battlefield, the sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. Su Jinhui, akin to a deity of slaughter, traversed through the tide of monsters, effortlessly dispatching them with each draw of his bowstring. Not a single creature having dared to approach within 10 meters of him. However, despite the thrill of the kill, a sense of unease crept into Su Jinhui's mind. He had purified numerous nests before, yet the density of monsters here was unprecedented, giving the impression that they multiplied rather than diminished. How many nests lay hidden in this area? As he pondered, he silently unleashed a heavy arrow that shattered an elite beast. Suddenly, peculiar sounds emanated from the darkness to his right, and Su Jinhui discerned a formidable aura, one that eclipsed all preceding foes. He recognized that a leader-class creature could no longer contain its impulse to confront him. With a crack, he crushed a purple orb, consuming a stamina-restoring potion known as the Purple Body Elixir, distinct from the Greater Purple Elixir, which, while lacking healing properties, could rapidly replenish vitality and was valuable, second only to the latter in market price. Then it came. Just as Su Jinhui finished his potion, a colossal rat-like monster charged forth from the shadows. Its size comparable to that of an elephant, its sharp rodent visage adorned with decayed human heads, evident trophies of its hunts. The giant rat brandished its numerous thick tails, rising on its hind legs to shriek at Su Jinhui, the stench assaulting his senses. "Silence!" Su Jinhui exclaimed, raising his hand to release a silent heavy arrow. The beast swayed, one of its tails powerfully striking the arrow, causing a thunderous sound as it shattered. Oh! After the rat deflected the attack, its massive body quivered, and its tails lashed out like steel whips from all directions towards Su Jinhui. He swiftly retreated, hearing a series of crashing sounds as his previous position was carved with deep furrows, a testament to the rat's might. With a frustrated screech, the giant rat lowered itself to the ground, charging towards Su Jinhui with reckless abandon. Despite its size, it moved with surprising speed, closing the distance in an instant. Yet, Su Jinhui was prepared. His longbow vanished, replaced by the radiant longsword of splendor. He murmured a word, and the blade's brilliance surged forth. Royal slash. The giant rat, now enveloped in the blade's light, realized the imminent danger too late. It hastily swung its tails to shield its head. As the light faded, Su Jinhui frowned slightly. Though the tails had been severed, spilling dark liquid upon the ground, the giant rat remained largely unscathed, continuing to shriek in pain. This creature deserves far more than a mere 10 points. It is at least worth 15 or more. Su Jinhui has traversed this path, having vanquished countless formidable leaders scoring above 10 points, yet none have proven as troublesome as this giant rat. As he pondered a strategy to break the deadlock, he observed the severed tail of the rat regenerating. Unlike its previous dark and filthy form, these newly sprouted tails were a nauseating pink, plump and repulsive to behold. Blades proved ineffective, and arrows were of no use, leaving him with no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. With a flick of his left hand, Su Jinhui summoned the sacrificial lantern, biting off a finger to perform the offering. Enveloped in a crimson glow, the giant rat was instantly thrown into a state of panic, squeaking frantically as dark vapors began to emanate from its body, reminiscent of ice melting under an unforgiving sun. "Ah, I knew it. No creature could possibly be so well-rounded. It appears you possess a weakness to light. How unfortunate, for in that regard, I am exceptionally strong." Su Jinhui laughed heartily, one hand wielding the lantern while the other brandished his blade, advancing toward the beast. In less than 3 minutes, the giant rat was decisively beheaded by Su Jinhui, its body dissolving into black water, revealing dozens of multicolored orbs, among which was a silver sphere. Su Jinhui, with little time to spare, collected all the orbs, excluding those of white and green, and glanced at the score displayed on his professional wristband. Just as he had surmised, this giant rat had granted him an astounding 1645 points. It was utterly terrifying. The collective minds of Lin Jianfeng and his companions had become utterly numb, unable to comprehend Su Jinhua's overwhelming strength. With the demise of the giant rat, the onslaught of shadow monsters significantly waned. Seizing the moment, Su Jinhui arranged a circle of lanterns around them, inviting Lin Jianfeng and the others to come in and rest. No potion could compare to the natural restoration of health. Brother Zhao's prowess is truly awe-inspiring. I am deeply impressed, Lin Jianfeng exclaimed sincerely. Su Jinhui kept his eyes closed, smiling as he replied, "Those white and green orbs are of little use to me. Once we are entirely safe, you may take the students to collect them." "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Lin Jianfeng quickly expressed his gratitude. "Actually, my name is Su Jinhui. Zhao Shanhe is the name of a friend of mine." Su Jinhui grinned. "Oh, in that case, I shall call you Little Su." After resting for about 10 minutes, Su Jinhui abruptly opened his eyes and gazed in a specific direction, sensing an unusual aura. He promptly retrieved the golden scales. Although the scales still tipped in his favor, the inclination was slight, suggesting a potential equilibrium. Is it merely a slight advantage? Lin Jianfeng thought to himself in astonishment. A thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and countless monsters seemed to respond to an unseen command, surging from all directions. "Come forth." Su Jinhui felt no trepidation. Gritting his teeth, he bit off 2 more fingers and raised the sacrificial lantern high. Dozens of monsters that charged into the realm of red light let out agonized shrieks, disintegrating into black water before they could draw near. Simultaneously, a massive, shadowy figure descended from the sky. Chapter 51. The tumor in the monitoring center of the Tang City Refuge. Dozens of men and women clad in flickering battle attire entered with synchronized steps, forming 4 silent lines. The foremost man stepped forward and declared, "The Dawn Combat Brigade reports 33 members present, fully assembled and ready for orders." General Li nodded and motioned for a brief pause. "General, what has transpired that summoned us in such haste? Is the monster about to assault the city once more?" Captain Zheng Yang approached General Li, his gaze inadvertently flicking to the massive red dot displayed on the monitoring screen. His brow furrowed sharply. This creature, according to data analysis, appears to be the tumor you encountered last time. In less than a week, its combat power index has surged significantly, General Li stated, his expression grim. The tumor. Zheng Yang's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood that he seemed oblivious to. Just a week prior, the Dawn Combat Brigade had faced a fierce battle against a monstrous tide. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the creature named the tumor, their numbers would not have dwindled from over 170 to a mere 33. That harrowing conflict had cost him his closest comrades and his beloved. Even the brigade leader and deputy had perished. General Li leaned heavily on the table, his voice strained. I originally intended for you to assist a team arriving from outside. But given their unfortunate encounter with the tumor, it would be unwise for you to proceed. He sighed. Unless a miracle occurs, no one can stand against the tumor. This beast must possess a combat power rating of at least 30. A heavy silence of despair and tension enveloped the monitoring hall. On the eastern battlefield of Tang City, Su Jinhui stared gravely at the colossal mass descending from the sky. The creature appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of various monsters and human remnants. A repulsive tumor measuring several meters in diameter. Its extraordinarily thick neck seemed unable to bear the weight of its head, which hung limply. The latter portion of its neck shrouded in darkness, obscuring its true form. Gag. Ugh. Among the ranks, several young women turned pale upon sighting the monstrous tumor, collapsing to the ground in horror, with some even wetting themselves. It was not cowardice that gripped them, but the overwhelming aura of the tumor that induced a visceral sense of discomfort. Teacher Lin, please escort them back the way we came and wait for me with the convoy. Be careful, Su Jinhui. Lin Jianfeng, his face ashen, nodded hurriedly and led the group back, knowing their capabilities were insufficient even for observation. Once Su Jinhui had spoken, he disregarded Lin Jianfeng and the others. One hand raised to wield the sacrificial lantern, the other gripping the resplendent rainbow blade, his full attention fixated on the tumor. This grotesque mass must surely be the king of this domain. Judging by the aura it exuded, its power rating must exceed 25, perhaps even 30. What might be its weakness, and would I be able to sever its neck? As Su Jinhun observed the grotesque tumor, contemplating his strategy, the seemingly seamless mass began to writhe and unexpectedly split apart like petals, revealing fleshy tendrils reminiscent of a flower stamen. 5 towering, black, chrysalis-like entities hung from these tendrils. With a soft, squelching sound, the black chrysalis began to stir, and one by one, they broke free, crashing heavily to the ground. These were 5 beings. 3 parts human and 7 parts monstrous. The candlelight combat suit. Su Jinhun instantly recognized that these 5 creatures were once human. Otherwise, they could not have been clad in decayed candlelight combat suits. With a sharp crack, the 5 monsters brandished their weapons simultaneously. Su Jinhuan's pupils constricted as he leapt back several meters, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Leading the creatures was one wielding a sword and a massive tower shield, flanked by 2 smaller figures, one with a bow and the other with a spellbook. The final duo consisted of one wielding a staff and the other a dagger, the latter vanishing entirely into the shadows as if it had never existed. This was a remarkably well-balanced team of monsters. Tank, mage, healer, archer, and assassin, all present. Die? The sword and shield warrior uttered in human speech, dashing towards Su Jinhun with a flurry of afterimages. Despite being slowed by a crimson light, the assault remained ferociously relentless. Su Jinhun swung his blade to parry the incoming sword strike, but just as he prepared to counterattack, a thunderous roar erupted above him. Countless boulders, each the size of grinding stones, coalesced in the air, summoned forth by the mage within the group as he chanted an incantation. Su Jinhun quickly retreated, attempting to create distance, but the sword and shield warrior struck his shield, unleashing an invisible force that irresistibly pulled Su Jinhun closer. What? A gravitational spell? Su Jinhuan's heart raced in alarm. In the next moment, the boulders began to rain down like a deluge, shaking the ground and creating terrifying craters upon impact. As the dust settled, the sword and shield warrior gazed at Su Jinhun, who had managed to escape using shadow techniques, a twisted and decayed expression devoid of emotion on his face. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a pitch-black arrow split into dozens of dark projectiles, charging toward him like ink splatters. The splitting arrow. Su Jinhun continued to retreat, evading the onslaught of arrows, when an icy chill crept up his spine. King's Cut. With unparalleled combat experience, Su Jinhun instinctively sensed the presence of the assassin. Without turning back, he unleashed a sweeping arc of blade light. Thud, thud, thud. The assassin was caught off guard, instantly obliterated into fragments. The core skill of a divine-class profession, King's Cut, was not something an ordinary foe could withstand. At the Tang City Shelter's monitoring center, everyone stared in shock at the sudden disappearance of a red dot on the surveillance screen. They had managed to eliminate one of the tumor's summoned creatures? How formidable could they be? Though labeled as summoned beings, their combat prowess was on par with any monster rated at 20 points. Zheng Yang's emotions surged as he swiftly eliminated one of the summoned creatures within mere minutes of the encounter. If this team could vanquish two more. General Li fixated on the screen, inhaling sharply, and mused silently. Though I am unaware of your origins, I implore you to persevere. If you manage to slay two more, I shall dispatch the Dawn Combat Brigade to assist you, otherwise. In the eastern battlefield of Tang City, Su Jinhui held his sword across his chest, fixated upon the advancing combination of warriors, mages, archers, and healers. Although they had cunningly dispatched an assassin, the situation remained far from optimistic. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Tactical maneuvering was imperative. A plan had formed in Su Jinhui's mind. Clang, clang. The sword and shield warrior struck his shield once more, enveloping the area in an intangible force. Am I a fool to fall for the same trick twice? Su Jinhui sheathed his lantern and blade, transforming into a cheetah as he fled into the distance, deftly evading the enemy's skills with agile leaps. Once he had created a sufficient distance, Su Jinhui reverted to his human form, raised his hand, and summoned a falling meteor, directing it towards one of the mages with a silent, forceful arrow. The powerful projectile sliced through the darkness, and just as it was about to strike the mage, the sword and shield warrior sensed the impending danger and abruptly hurled his shield into the air. With a thunderous crash, the shield was sent flying. Yet the arrow's force dissipated nearly entirely. Roar! The sword and shield warrior bellowed, brandishing his sword. Su Jinhui scoffed, recalibrating his aim at the group. Let us see how many arrows you can withstand. Chapter 52. The evolving nest in the Tang City Shelter's monitoring center. Another creature had been slain. The onlookers gazed at the screen, witnessing the second red dot vanish, their excitement palpable. If the defeat of one summoned creature could be attributed to luck, then the demise of a second was undeniably a testament to their formidable strength. This fact was indisputable. General Li's spirits lifted as he intently observed the flickering red dots. In a span of merely half a minute, when the third red dot disappeared, General Li decisively issued orders. Captain Zheng Yang, immediately lead the Dawn Combat Brigade to reinforce this team. This may be our sole opportunity to escape this predicament. Yes, Zheng Yang bellowed. And the 33 members charged out of the monitoring center at the swiftest pace. Shortly thereafter, the roar of engines echoed as the convoy sped towards the east. On the eastern battlefield of Tang City, after consecutively eliminating assassins, priests, and mages, Su Jinhui wore a smile. This small squad of 5 was, in fact, quite formidable. They could easily overwhelm any team of 20 or 30 with sheer dominance. Regrettably, they had encountered Su Jinhui, a sovereign capable of single-handedly commanding an army. Not only did he possess exceptional close combat and ranged abilities, but his mobility and adaptability were unparalleled. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Su Jinhui's understanding of combat surpassed that of any adversary. In the face of an evident disadvantage in direct confrontation, he decisively opted for a tactical retreat, transforming into a leopard to create distance, only to launch an attack with a falling meteor of flames. As a result, the 5-member team found themselves in a predicament of being unable to catch up or land a hit, ultimately relegated to a passive state of receiving blows. Victory seemed improbable. Although the sword and shield warrior possessed an extraordinarily robust physique and remarkable regenerative abilities, after enduring a series of relentless assaults from Su Jinhui and suffering multiple arrow wounds, he appeared to be at his last gasp, capable only of a futile roar, posing no threat to Su Jinhui. As for the remaining archer positioned behind, their range was significantly inferior to Su Jinhui's, leaving them with formidable archery skills, yet unable to make use of them. Minutes later, Su Jinhui effortlessly dispatched both the sword and shield warrior and the archer, watching as they dissolved into black water. His gaze then shifted towards the large, grotesque mass partially concealed in the shadows. The 5 monsters he had just slain possessed strength between that of a silver tier and a silver tier candlelight, stronger than ordinary silver tier foes, yet lacking the potency of silver tier candlelight. It seemed this large mass had some form of growth-related ability. Typically, such creatures exhibit poor offensive and defensive capabilities. With a flicker of thought, Su Jinhui transformed into a leopard, swiftly approaching the grotesque mass. Sensing the impending threat, the creature began to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, a multitude of shadow monsters and various creatures surged onto the battlefield, their intent quite clear: to provide the grotesque mass with a chance to escape. This monster demonstrated considerable intelligence, capable of commanding shadow creatures. It was likely responsible for the numerous monster nests in the vicinity. Yet, one had to wonder, what was its true objective in orchestrating such a grand display? Su Jinhui, intent on slaying the grotesque mass, refrained from engaging with the other monsters, instead utilizing the surrounding ruins for continuous leaps, ensuring the mass remained in his line of sight. This pursuit lasted over 10 minutes until the grotesque mass finally halted, retracting its neck slowly, while Su Jinhui, perched atop a 6-story residential building, gained a clearer view of its true form. To call it a form might be misleading. To Su Jinhui, it resembled a massive monster nest forcibly compressed into one entity, occupying an area several times larger than that of a level 2 monster nest. Towering 7 stories high and teeming with various creatures, resembling an imposing wall. As they witnessed the grotesque mass retreat into its nest, they emitted piercing shrieks, rushing towards Su Jinhui in a frenzy. I should have anticipated this, a level 3 monster nest in the throes of evolution. Su Jinhui drew his bowstring, continually felling the oncoming monsters while contemplating. Just as humanity evolves and strengthens, so too do monsters and monster nests, evolving in response to the quantity, quality, and dark energy of the consumed orbs. However, while the evolution from a level 1 to a level 2 monster nest is relatively straightforward, the transition from level 2 to level 3 presents a daunting increase in difficulty, comparable to the ascension of a silver tier. In other words, once a level 3 monster nest completes its evolution, the monster's birth from within will possess a minimum strength equivalent to that of silver tier candlelight. Su Jinhui, unhurried and composed, crushed a purple orb and casually tossed it aside. Instantly, a powerful light, the size of a water tank, appeared at his feet. He pressed down on the switch, and with a resonant hum, a robust beam of light shot towards the monster's lair. Any monster illuminated by this radiant beam was, without exception, instantly transformed into black water. The potency of the purple light source surpassed that of a clustered flashlight by an unimaginable margin. Typically, Su Jinhui would never dare to use such a powerful tool. Boom, boom, boom. After swiftly dispatching several waves of approaching monsters, Su Jinhui quickly retrieved 3 more strong lights and arranged them in a row, directing their beams towards the monster's nest. The horde behind him was closing in. What a nuisance. Ritual. Su Jinhui raised an eyebrow and decisively extracted his left eyeball, subsequently severing his left hand to offer a sacrifice to the lamp of life. He then retrieved a bottle of potent purple medicine and drank it to heal his injuries. Under the red glow of the lamp of life, as long as no monsters with resistance to light or those exceeding 15 minutes appeared, they would face certain defeat. As Su Jinhui sat on the ground to recuperate, the distant sound of engines caught his attention. He turned one of the strong lights towards the source, revealing a convoy of 12 assorted vehicles approaching. Upon being illuminated by the powerful beam, the convoy came to an immediate halt. Were they planning to purify the monster's lair? What an impressive team. You all wait here. I shall negotiate with them. Zhengyang pondered briefly, instructing his team to remain in place before transforming into a bald vulture and soaring towards the rooftop. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Zhengyang was utterly astonished. There was no team to be found, only a strikingly handsome young man who was glaring intently at him. Friend, I mean no hostility. I am Zhengyang, captain of the Dawn Combat Team at the Tang City Refuge. Zhengyang hastily declared his identity. Su Jinhui regarded Zhengyang, now in human form, and replied with a detached "Oh, the monster lair and its spoils belong to me. As for the other monsters, feel free to slay them if you wish. But I shall not claim the spoils." Zhengyang couldn't help but smile wryly. It was clear that this young man regarded him as a brigand seeking to seize the spoils. Acting decisively, Zhengyang retrieved his communicator, summoning his team to gather on the 6th floor. He then conjured a double-edged greatsword, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through a large group of shadowy creatures. Did you single-handedly eliminate the 5 summoned abominations? Though Zhengyang had already deduced that everything occurring here was the work of Su Jinhui alone, he still wished to hear it confirmed. Abominations? Oh, Su Jinhui responded with realization, chuckling lightly. I must say, that name is quite fitting. Indeed, I was the one who dispatched them. Friend, you are truly remarkable. Zhengyang gasped in awe, genuinely impressed. Chapter 53. Entering the nest, receiving Zheng Yang's signal. 32 team members swiftly converged on the 6th floor, tossing grappling hooks and steel cables to the rooftop and climbing up at top speed. As the crowd ascended to the rooftop, their astonishment was palpable upon realizing that their sole ally was merely Su Jinhui. Each individual gaped, eyes wide and mouths agape. What manner of profession could this young man possess, capable of single-handedly vanquishing 5 summoned creatures? Surely, there must be limits to his strength. Zhengyang, feeling a hint of awkwardness, cleared his throat, Now was not the time for idle thoughts. Had they not noticed the monsters charging towards them? They needed to fortify their defenses immediately. Prompted by Zheng Yang's reminder, the group hastily gathered their focus. Several team members, skilled in defense, swiftly employed their abilities to reinforce the six-story building, while others formed small squads of 3 to 5, stationed around the rooftop, ready to eliminate the relentless tide of monsters. It must be said, Zheng Yang's group was indeed exemplary, their military background evident in their combat prowess, far surpassing any team Su Jinhui had previously encountered. Their coordination was impeccable, and with their assistance, Su Jinhui felt an immense burden lift from his shoulders. After resting for a little over 10 minutes, Su Jinhui rose once more, shattering 2 purple orbs to increase the number of strong lights from 4 to 6, thereby hastening the purification process. The creatures within the nest sensed the looming threat, unleashing a cacophony of howls, their assault growing increasingly frenzied. Alas, they could not breach the defensive line. No matter their numbers, they were merely delivering themselves to their demise. As the battle raged on, Zheng Yang suddenly furrowed his brow, turning his gaze towards the nest. As a beastmaster, his instincts for danger were acute, and he sensed something horrifying brewing within. Su Jinhui shared this intuition, standing on 1 foot atop the railing. Fixated on the black water surging forth from the nest, thinking to himself that it was finally unable to contain what was to come. Judging by the aura, the entity's power seemed to rival that of the previous enemy, both hovering around a formidable 30 points. Suddenly, with a thunderous crack, the walls of the nest shattered from within, and a winged humanoid monstrosity clad in tattered battle attire emerged, wielding a battle axe, hovering in the air. Its hollow eye sockets fixated on Su Jinhui and his companions. Oh heavens! Zheng Yang and the others felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of this creature. A young woman in the group could not suppress her tears, exclaiming, "Captain Ding!" To their horror, this being was none other than Ding Hao, the former leader of the Dawn Combat Team. Unbelievably, his corpse had been seized by the previous foe and transformed into a summoned creature. With a ferocious roar, Ding Hao spiraled in midair and swung his axe towards Su Jinhui. The speed was so astonishing that even Su Jinhui felt a surge of trepidation, yet he stood resolute, meeting the oncoming strike with his blade. When the axe met the sword, a shockwave radiated outward, nearly causing Su Jinhui to spit blood. The force was overwhelmingly greater than he had anticipated. His palm shattered, and his right arm felt as if it were about to break. Without a moment to assess his injuries, a thought flashed through his mind, and he unleashed the King's strike once more. Ding Hao was evidently aware of the formidable power of Su Jinhuan's maneuver. As he was propelled backward, a pair of obsidian wings, composed of decayed bones, crossed in front of him, forming a semicircular shield that rendered the blade's glow utterly ineffective. Captain Ding, a gold-class battle Azura, was renowned for his balanced prowess in offense and defense, having been the foremost expert in Tang City during his lifetime. Zheng Yang exclaimed, "Battle Azura?" Su Jinhuan murmured, recalling the accounts of battle Azuras from the Book of Omens, realizing that this confrontation was becoming increasingly challenging. The battle Azura class was universally acknowledged as the elite of all gold classes, excelling in every aspect and possessing an extraordinary ability to fly. Most alarmingly, this profession boasted a lone wolf trait, enabling a 100 enhancement in physical attributes during solitary combat. This was the reason why Ding Hao's strength eclipsed that of Su Jinhuan. Despite the latter being a divine class warrior, Ding Hao staggered, spreading his wings wide, and a multitude of feathers transformed into arrows raining down upon Su Jinhuan. He raised the ceremonial lantern high. Although the crimson light could significantly diminish the speed and impact of the feathered projectiles, it could not wholly repel the assault. The feathers swirled around Su Jinhuan's body as if they were sentient beings. Thud, thud. The highly defensive battle attire of candlelight was soon torn asunder, blood gushed forth, and Su Jinhuan's face bore numerous gashes, dripping with blood, a sight both gruesome and unsettling. Observing this, Zheng Yang urgently summoned the team's healer to tend to Su Jinhuan. The current predicament was one of shared fate. Should Su Jinhuan perish, it was likely that more than half of their 30-plus team members would also meet their demise. "Do not concern yourselves with me. Just hold the rooftop," Su Jinhuan commanded sharply, breaking free from the onslaught of feathers and grasping a steel cable to slide down from the rooftop. "Captain, is he trying to escape?" Such an action inevitably aroused suspicion. Zheng Yang initially shared this thought until he witnessed Su Jinhuan land and seize a shadow creature as a projectile, dispelling his doubts and filling him with elation. This individual was not only extraordinarily powerful and battle-hardened, but also possessed a wealth of knowledge, understanding how to counteract the lone wolf trait of the battle Azura. The trigger for the lone wolf ability was the absence of allies nearby. Thus, by artificially creating allies for the battle Azura, the lone wolf trait would naturally dissipate for a time. This was the primary reason Su Jinhuan hurled the shadow creature. Ding Hao, being merely a corpse controlled by a parasitic tumor, lacked human combat intelligence. After glancing at the shadow creature that had darted past him, he refocused, foolishly charging down to engage Su Jinhuan, oblivious to the fact that his trait had been nullified. Devoid of the lone wolf enhancement, the battle Azura was. Before the king Su Jinhuan, merely a flying grasshopper. As the two clashed once more, Su Jinhuan struck him down with a single blow. To prevent him from escaping the scene, Su Jinhuan formed a hand seal. Shadow technique, binding vines. With a crack, tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring Ding Hao securely. Shadow technique, amplification technique. With a flash of crimson light enveloping Su Jinhui's body, he surged forth, delivering a devastating strike aimed directly at Ding Hao. The blade cleaved through flesh, rendering Ding Hao lifeless in an instant. In the perilous profession of a battle demon, swift resolutions are paramount. Should the opponent's lone wolf characteristics regain their strength, the task of vanquishing them would become insurmountable. Su Jinhui severed Ding Hao's left arm as an offering, quaffing a vial of potent healing elixir. Seizing the moment when the ritual lantern's crimson light blazed with fervor, he stepped boldly into the lair of the monsters, which was already half purified. Heavens! This individual is utterly terrifying. The members of the Dawn team, witnessing the battle from below, gasped in astonishment. How could he dispatch a gold-tier adversary with such ease, as if slaying a mere chicken? On the surface, Zhengyang maintained his composure, yet inside, his emotions surged tumultuously. It became apparent that humanity had evolved to such an extraordinary level. During their confinement in the shelter, they had become a band of frogs oblivious to the world beyond their well. Of course, this was merely Zheng Yang's internal monologue. Had Su Jinhui overheard it, he would have surely roared with laughter. The evolution of mankind was not as exaggerated as he believed. It was merely Su Jinhui's prowess that shone brightly. The frigid winds howled, and monstrous shrieks echoed around. Clutching the ritual lantern, Su Jinhui ventured deeper into the lair, suffused in crimson light. Roar! Roar! The lurking monstrosity within the lair emitted a terrified wail, its massive, tumor-laden form swaying ominously. At that moment, it appeared both eerie and somewhat comical. Chapter 54. Truly infuriating. Su Jinhui observed the creature silently, and with a deft motion, he grasped his fiery red longbow, smiling faintly. You possess no incantations now, do you? Roar. The creature unleashed another furious roar, its grotesque mass crashing down like a small mountain. This was its final offensive maneuver. It was fighting desperately. Su Jinhui held his breath and focused, employing the king's step to evade, before launching the ritual lantern high into the air to decelerate the creature's descent. Simultaneously, he plucked the bowstring, unleashing a torrential barrage of arrows, each striking the creature's form, causing black ichor to splatter. Deprived of its summoned minions, the creature resembled a tiger stripped of its claws and teeth, unable to mount any resistance as Su Jinhui toyed with it at will. This was a battle devoid of suspense. Moments later, Su Jinhui severed the creature's neck with a single strike, and the grotesque mass emitted one final mournful wail before collapsing to the ground, slowly dissolving. Yet, as Su Jinhui eagerly awaited the emergence of luminous orbs, an unfathomable scene unfolded before him. Amidst the expanse of black ichor, not a single orb was to be found. What was happening? Su Jinhui had never encountered such a phenomenon. Even the most mundane shadow monsters would occasionally drop luminous spheres upon their demise. Could it be? Su Jinhui's expression darkened as he glanced at the total points displayed on his professional wristband, a chilling realization dawning upon him. The absence of luminous orbs and points could only signify one thing. This creature was artificially created. You truly are despicable. Su Jinhui's countenance grew exceedingly grim. After a long and arduous day, one feels as though they have drawn water with a bamboo basket, an endeavor in vain. Who could find joy in such a circumstance? On the outskirts of the eastern battlefield of Tang City, a student whispered, Teacher Lin, there has been no word from him for such an extended period. Could something have happened? Lin Jianfeng's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition settling within him. He conceded that Su Jinhua's prowess surpassed human comprehension. Yet the odds of pursuing such a terrifying monster alone seemed dismal. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed without a single signal from the communicator. He feared the worst. One must not become too complacent. With a deep sigh, Lin Jianfeng turned to his students and remarked, Today's events remind us that we must maintain our rationality in all situations. We cannot let our professional strength lead us to believe we are invincible. Such arrogance will inevitably lead to our downfall. The students nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. It appeared that they would not be heading to Tang City after all. Just then, the communicator's green light flickered, interrupting Lin Jianfeng's address. In disbelief, he pressed the communication button, and Su Jinhua's voice came through, Teacher Lin. The path is clear now. Please bring your students over. We are even. Little Sue, are you all right? Lin Jianfeng's hand trembled as he held the communicator. Just a minor danger and a few slight injuries. What of it? I knew you would prevail. We are on our way. Lin Jianfeng exclaimed excitedly, ending the communication. When he turned to look back, he found his students wearing expressions of utmost peculiarity, clearing his throat awkwardly. He thought to himself that everyone is prone to misjudgments at times. On the 6th floor, they gazed down at the vast pool of blackened water that was once the monster's lair, the fleeing creatures, and Su Jinhua emerging from the den. Zheng Yang and his group exchanged silent glances, each lost in thought. Captain Zheng, thank you for your assistance. Su Jinhua expressed his gratitude as he reached the rooftop. Although he could have managed the monster's lair without Zheng Yang's support, it would have required significantly more effort. Little Su, you are too courteous. We hardly did anything. Zheng Yang hastily waved his hand in dismissal. Could you please send a few men to assist the rear team? Su Jinhua briefly recounted Lin Jianfeng's situation, to which Zheng Yang promptly agreed and dispatched a small team for support. What is the current situation in Tang City? Are there many survivors? After the fierce battle, Su Jinhua, feeling somewhat fatigued, munched on rations while engaging in casual conversation with Zheng Yang. Zheng Yang did not shy away from the truth and proceeded to describe the conditions at the Tang City refuge. Indeed, Tang City was a military stronghold, having established a large shelter capable of accommodating thousands. However, the emergence of the Blighted had utterly disrupted the ecological balance of Tang City. Following several waves of monstrous tides, the population had dwindled to less than 1/10 of its peak, transforming it into a small to medium-sized stronghold. Had it not been for Su Jinhui's sudden emergence to eliminate the Chui Lu and cleanse the lair, Tang City would surely have transformed into a monstrous metropolis akin to its neighboring Shangshan City within a fortnight. Was there truly not a single soul left in Shangshan City? Su Jinhui inquired, his expression grave. Shangshan City, a metropolis on par with Guang City, boasted a resident population in the millions. Zheng Yang gently shook his head, stating, to my knowledge, it appears that all are indeed gone. Su Jinhui retrieved a cigarette and took a drag. Before long, Lin Jianfeng and the students arrived at the foot of the building. Zheng Yang extended an invitation, everyone. Having just endured a fierce battle, you must be exhausted. Why not retreat to the shelter for some rest? What say you, Sugo? Of course, Su Jinhui replied readily, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while inwardly pondering the true occupation of the individual lurking in the shadows of Tang City. The ability to control a monster of such caliber as Chui Lu suggested that this person was at least of a gold profession, if not a divine one. Su Jinhui's conviction that this individual was concealed within Tang City stemmed from a shared characteristic among all summoners. The distance between the summoned entity and its host could never be too great. On the journey back, the group's spirits were remarkably high, with some even humming a cheerful tune. This was entirely understandable, for the presence of the colossal monster lair and Chui Lu had loomed over them like a guillotine, ready to fall at any moment. Now that the crisis had been averted, their pent-up tension was released, making it difficult to remain somber. Yet, as he observed the smiles on their faces, Su Jinhui felt a surge of murderous intent and asked, Captain Zheng, do you recall when the monsters first began to besiege the city? Zheng Yang, puzzled by Su Jinhui's inquiry, took a moment to reflect before responding. The initial large-scale gathering of monsters was discovered about a month ago. I was responsible for the patrol team at that time, and I reported the findings. Was there anything unusual occurring at the shelter during that period? Su Jinhui pressed. Unusual? Zheng Yang furrowed his brow, his keen mind as the current commander of the Dawn Combat Corps peaked. He inquired, Su Ge, why do you ask? Is there something I should be aware of? Su Jinhui gazed out the window, his voice low. Chui Lu is not merely a monster, to be precise. It is a creature created by someone. What? Zheng Yang's body trembled in disbelief. Are you suggesting that someone is hiding in the shelter, controlling the monsters to attack the city? Without waiting for Su Jinhui to respond, Zheng Yang continued, Su Ge, do you have any evidence? Su Jinhui pondered for a moment before stating, I personally killed Chui Lu, yet I obtained no spoils. That is the best evidence. Zheng Yang inhaled sharply, his lips moved, but no words emerged. He could not fathom why someone would commit such a heinous act, creating monster lairs to annihilate their fellow humans. Su Jinhui, however, maintained a pragmatic outlook on such matters. Even in times of peace, there exist deviants, let alone in an apocalypse where such individuals attain formidable powers, capable of unspeakable acts. Zheng Yang seized the communicator, realizing that this matter must be reported to the general immediately. Can you ascertain that none of this is orchestrated by the general? Su Jinhui intervened momentarily. Zheng Yang nodded vigorously, asserting, I stake my life on it. It could never be General Li. Despite his many flaws, He is a benevolent man who opened the military camp to shelter countless civilians during the initial chaos of the apocalypse. Furthermore, he is a gold-ranked Snow Bear King, not a summoning type. Regarding Chief Wang, after serious contemplation, Zheng Yang concluded that it could not possibly be him either. His profession is that of a silver-ranked sniper, and he is the father of a fallen female comrade. No matter how deranged he might become, he would never sacrifice his daughter. Upon hearing Zheng Yang's analysis, Su Jinwei ceased his objections, retracting his arm and stating, "Have the general seal off the refuge, allowing entry but no exit. I will devise a plan to unearth this individual." At the Tangqing refuge, in the monitoring center, a triumphant exclamation erupted. They succeeded. "We are saved. Ha. Heaven is aiding us." General Li was visibly exhilarated, laughing heartily. The death of Zhuo Liao signified that the crisis had been entirely averted, enabling him to lead the survivors of the refuge to new cities for a fresh start. Beside him, Chief Wang wore a beaming smile, while tears silently streamed down his cheeks. His beloved daughter had perished in the battle against Zhuo Liao, but now, with vengeance fulfilled, she could finally rest in peace. Ding! General Li grasped the communicator, exclaiming, "Captain Zheng, you performed exceptionally well. Please extend my gratitude to this formidable team." General. Zheng Yang's grave tone instilled an inexplicable chill in both General Li and Chief Wang. "I have an urgent report for you. Zhuo Liao is a summon of a certain individual. This is a man-made disaster." General? The communication abruptly ceased. Inside the vehicle, Zheng Yang appeared astonished as he attempted to reach out to Chief Wang and the personnel at the monitoring center, only to find that none were reachable. Could something have happened to the general? Zheng Yang shook his head vigorously, denying the possibility. No, it cannot be. The general and the chief are inseparable. Given their combat prowess, it is inconceivable that anyone could silently eliminate them. It is absolutely impossible. Zheng Yang's body trembled as he voiced the impossibility, yet a profound sense of unease began to fester within him. Su Jinwei remained silent throughout, deep in thought. If something had truly befallen the general, who could possibly accomplish such a feat, striking down the gold-ranked Snow Bear King, renowned for his toughness and overwhelming vitality, in such a short span? To be fair, even he, unless ambushing, would find it impossible to slay the opponent in a single encounter. However, an ambush presents even greater challenges, as beast-type professionals are inherently sharp and possess an acute sense of danger far exceeding that of ordinary professions. Before long, the convoy returned to the refuge. Although referred to as a refuge, it was essentially a repurposed military base, fortified and renovated to instill a profound sense of security. The dozen or so guards stationed at the entrance welcomed the return of the Dawn Combat Group with joyful expressions, saluting, "Captain Zheng." Zheng Yang nodded silently as he drove into the shelter. Throughout the journey, he observed the residential area, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The inhabitants of this place lived in a state of numbness and fear, yet they never lost their yearning for life. Perhaps it was merely a malfunction in the communication device, Zheng Yang reassured himself. Upon disembarking, Lin Jianfeng and the students were still surveying the surroundings, but Zheng Yang, accompanied by several trusted captains and Su Juhuan, headed directly to the surveillance center. As they arrived at the entrance, a female team member displayed an expression of horror, exclaiming about the overwhelming stench of blood. Zheng Yang, too, caught a whiff of this scent, his fists clenched tightly as he forcefully kicked open the ajar door. The scene that met their eyes left everyone in shock. Numerous personnel in the surveillance center lay scattered, their bodies gruesomely dismembered, entrails strewn about. The advisor Wang had been decapitated, and before the stunned onlookers, an elderly man sat bloodied and slumped on the ground. "General!" Zheng Yang cried out in anguish. Rushing forward, despite sustaining grievous wounds, the general, with his remarkable resilience, clung to life, his organs shattered yet not entirely extinguished. Upon seeing Zheng Yang return, he grasped Zheng Yang's arm, his lips barely moving as he uttered, "Lu Quan." "General, do not speak," Zheng Yang exclaimed, producing a potent purple elixir to administer to the general. "It is futile," Su Juhuan interjected, shaking his head. "The time lapse has severed any hope. Unless one possesses the supreme golden elixir, your efforts will only prolong his suffering, rendering him neither fully alive nor entirely dead." "What?" Zheng Yang wept bitterly. Su Juhuan knelt beside the general, speaking softly, "General, I regret meeting you under such tragic circumstances. To be brief, the one who orchestrated your demise, is it Lu Quan?" The general's lips moved faintly, affirming the truth. "Do you know where they have fled?" "To the upper depths." The general's lips bled as his life force waned visibly. "Be cautious of their strength," he warned. "General, rest assured, I shall swiftly return with their heads to honor your memory," Su Juhuan declared, then executed an unexpected action that took everyone by surprise. He struck the general's crown with a single palm. The general perished instantly. "You, what have you done?" Members of the Dawn battle team, who had followed in, gasped in shock. Zheng Yang, equally stunned, expressed his disbelief. By doing this, the general can suffer less. Su Juhuan, however, kept silent about the truth. Only those slain by the hands of their sovereign could have their skills appropriated. The Snow Bear King, although slightly slower than the cheetah, possessed attributes far superior in various aspects. To allow the general to be buried with him would be a tremendous waste. Who is Lu Quan? Su Juhuan inquired, standing with arms behind his back. How could it be Lu Quan? What right does he have? Zheng Yang clutched his head in agony, overwhelmed by despair. He is merely an ordinary patrol officer, whose corrupt intentions and poor performance have led to multiple rejections from the Dawn battle team. Could he harbor resentment because of this? But why? I do not comprehend. I do not understand. Chapter 56. The proper way to survive the apocalypse 1 month ago, in the Tang City Shelter, residential area. What a bunch of imbeciles. Lu Kuan, what madness are you spouting again? In a spacious and brightly lit barack, ample enough to accommodate 30 individuals. A middle-aged man playing cards raised his head to inquire as Lu Kuan barged in with an expletive. Those worthless fools claim I am a green-class profession with limited combat capabilities and thus cannot join the Dawn combat group. They are not entirely wrong. The minimum requirement to participate in the combat group is to be a blue class. For novices like us, being green class, if we were to join, we would merely become cannon fodder. Lu, why are you so fixated on joining the combat group? We have food and drink. And our work isn't arduous. Life is good as it is. Indeed, let those capable handle the fighting. We can take care of the aftermath, which is far more comfortable. The others in the room chimed in, expressing their satisfaction with the current state of affairs. You don't understand a thing. Lu Kuan retorted fiercely. Not to mention that our living conditions are deteriorating day by day. Do you really wish to remain slaves to them indefinitely? These scoundrels, with their sweet words about what's good for us and our safety, are merely hoarding resources for themselves, leaving us with the white and green balls while reserving the higher-level light orbs to cultivate their own inner circle. At this rate, we will eventually be discarded like refuse. The general never insisted we stay here to assist them daily. That's merely a condition of our residence. If you are so opinionated and spirited, why not leave the shelter and go independent? One person mocked. Lu Kuan rolled his eyes. Am I insane? As a green class, would I even survive outside? They are so powerful, they should protect the weak. Little Lu, one must learn to be grateful in life. An elderly man in the tent interjected. Grateful for what? If you wish to feel gratitude, do so on your own. Hey, why do you speak like that? Seeing no support from his peers, Lu Kuan stepped outside and took a deep drag on a cigarette. Before long, a woman emerged, lowering her voice. Although I think your earlier words were somewhat extreme, I do see some merit in them. We cannot continue like this. However, our luck is abysmal. We are either white class or green class, lacking the capacity to change our fate. That may not necessarily be true, Lu Kuan replied, casting a deep glance at her. Recently, there have been reports of multicolored light orbs that supposedly grant individuals the ability to ascend and attain greater power. If we wish to alter our destinies, we must rely on them. Are you referring to the profession wristbands? But how do we obtain them? By secretly hiding them during the cleanup. A few days later, as they witnessed dozens of shadow creatures dissolve into black water, the members of the search team displayed expressions of disbelief. Little Lu, when did you become so strong? Aren't you a green class? How did you slay those shadow creatures as if they were mere chickens? With his back turned to the crowd, Lu Kuan revealed a sinister smile, then turned around and said, Do you wish to know? I can divulge the secret to you. Quickly, tell us how you accomplished it. The secret is, Lu Kuan licked his lips, suddenly striking out with a blade, severing over a dozen individuals in an instant, leaving them unaware of their own demise. If the combat group learns that there is only one survivor at the scene, the woman said, her brow furrowed with concern. Our lives are no different from ants in the eyes of the combat group. Do you truly believe they care about us? Lu Kuan swiftly removed the luminous orbs from the bodies, handing half to the woman. He said, This should suffice for you to advance to a lantern, right? That's enough. She replied hastily. Although the low-rarity class is quite feeble, it possesses a distinct advantage over a high-rarity class. The requirements for advancement are extremely low. In other words, as long as we find a few skills with a compatibility of over 60, our green class lantern could contend with silver class or even gold class. Lu Kuan laughed heartily. I am beginning to comprehend the correct way to navigate this apocalypse. Haha. At the Tang City Refuge, Su Jinhui, after substituting a series of skills for General Li, calmly inquired, Please provide me with specific information about Lu Kuan. Allow me to explain, the female vice captain interjected. Lu Kuan, aged 25, was one of the individuals who sought refuge in the shelter during the onset of the apocalypse. He has repeatedly applied to join the Dawn combat group. Yet due to his green class status and limited combat capability, he was rejected multiple times by the then leader. Subsequently, search teams accompanying Lu Kuan frequently fell prey to shadow creature attacks, resulting in complete annihilation becoming a common occurrence. However, he and a woman named Huang Feng managed to survive each time. This did indeed capture the attention of Captain Ding, who dispatched personnel for investigation. Yet the final results indicated everything was normal. Lu Kuan is undeniably a green class. Such a fact cannot be fabricated. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhui had formed a hypothesis in her mind and interrupted. Did this incident occur around the time the colorful luminous orbs, or the occupational wristbands, emerged? Indeed, it was only a few days apart. What does this have to do with the occupational wristbands? The vice captain inquired, puzzled. Zheng Yang then stood up, clenching his fists. Lu Kuan is merely a green class. Even if he advances, he could never rival a general. Su Jinhui glanced at him and replied coolly. The green class candlelight certainly cannot contend with a gold class general, but what if he were to become a higher tier green class lantern? Coupled with blue and purple skills that do not require advancement, what could the general use to oppose him? What do you mean? Zheng Yang was perplexed, as were the others. Have you ever seen a tiger cub? Su Jinhui shifted the conversation, gesturing with her hands. A newly born tiger cub is actually about the same size as a kitten. An adult cat could easily kill it. The general is akin to this tiger cub. Although he is a gold class with boundless potential for growth, he cannot overpower Lu Kuan, who is like an adult cat. Are you suggesting that the gold class could ironically be the cause of the general's demise? Do not say that Zheng Yang cannot accept this reality. The others are equally unable to do so. You may interpret it this way, and it would not be incorrect. Success and failure both stem from the golden profession. If the general were a purple tier flame, or if the advisor were a purple tier flame, either one might have led them to victory. Unfortunately, they are both at a foundational level, one gold and one silver, unable to ascend. Su Jinhui sighed deeply, acknowledging the remarkable intelligence of Lu Kuan. However, how could one explain the Zhuliao? Is it a summoned entity controllable by a green tier lantern? Zheng Yang pressed for clarification. Zhuliao? Su Jinhui replied with a hint of derision. I suspect that it is most likely a summoned creature that has gone awry due to a low compatibility rate. Chapter 57. Is this reasonable? Compatibility is a term that arises from the synergy between professions and skills. Su Jinhui seldom mentioned this matter, as he, being a monarch, possesses a minimum compatibility threshold of 100 for any skill. In contrast, for the vast majority of other professions, the minimum compatibility rate is merely 50. A straightforward example would be a mage proficient in spell damage attempting to learn a strength-based skill. Managing to utilize it at all would be a commendable feat. But the potency of the skill would pale in comparison to that wielded by a strength-based profession. Loss of control occurs when the compatibility between profession and skill is excessively low, leading to more severe negative effects, which in martial arts literature is often referred to as losing one's way. A child of 7 or 8 might manage to swing a 50-pound hammer with difficulty. But should one present him with a 100-pound hammer, even if he could lift it, he would ultimately injure himself. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, astonished by Su Jinhui's erudition. Lu Kuan and his companions cannot have gone far. I shall pursue them now and exact vengeance on their behalf, thereby repaying a debt of gratitude to the general. Su Jinhui declared, turning to depart. Zheng Yang hastened after him, his eyes ablaze with fervor, stating, The general has treated me well. I cannot rest easy without avenging this grievance. Brother Su, I shall accompany you. Ma Hong, I entrust the shelter to your management. Ma Hong, the female vice-captain, nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well. The moment Su Jinhui stepped out of the surveillance center, he transformed into a crimson cheetah, while Zheng Yang morphed into a massive bald eagle. The two surged forward, one racing on the ground, the other soaring through the skies. The animal-based professions possess numerous advantages, the most prominent being agility and keen senses. Upon catching the faint scent of Lu Kuan and his group, the cheetah and the eagle, one in the air and the other on the ground, sped toward the darkness with utmost haste. Yet, none could have anticipated that this pursuit would last 6 hours. Zheng Yang descended, his face ashen, reverting to human form. These creatures truly possess the ability to escape. Beyond lies the deep city. Su Jinhui replied affirmatively, the scent stronger than before, indicating they should be nearing. After such an extended chase, I am somewhat fatigued. Let us rest briefly before continuing our journey. Zheng Yang nodded, seating himself upon the ground and swiftly eating his meal. In less than 5 minutes, having finished, he tossed out a military tent and dove inside. Su Jinhui felt no fatigue as he sat by the campfire, leisurely simmering a pot of delectable fish soup. Typically, he was not particular about food and drink, often reluctant to invest time in preparing such culinary delights. However, for reasons unknown, an insatiable craving for fish soup had suddenly overtaken him. After pondering for a while, Su Jinhui surmised that it was likely a manifestation of the Snow Bear King's occupational affliction. The city ruins lay shrouded in darkness, the biting cold wind cutting through the air. The occasional monstrous roars echoed around him, ensuring that this eternal night was anything but lonely. This fish soup was truly delightful. After savoring a hearty gulp of the rich, flavorful broth, Su Jinhui couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. The tofu was cooked to perfection. Had he perhaps unlocked a hidden culinary talent? He fished out a piece of tofu from the pot and placed it in his mouth. The steaming, savory tofu dissolved upon contact, fulfilling his psychological cravings to the fullest. As he continued to eat, an unexpected thought crossed Su Jinhui's mind, prompting him to set down his chopsticks and gaze into the darkness. From that direction, shadows began to emerge, roughly a dozen figures cautiously approaching. They halted several meters away from the campfire, their curious eyes scrutinizing Su Jinhui and Zheng Yang, who had sensed the presence of the living and emerged from the tent. Poised for action. "We mean no harm. We simply caught a whiff of something delicious and came to investigate," spoke the middle-aged man at the forefront, swallowing deeply as he did so. His right hand held a filthy little girl, whose free hand was inserted into her mouth, staring hungrily at the fish soup, drooling profusely. "There's plenty of soup. Come and sit," Su Jinhui invited with a smile, first ladling a bowl for the dirty girl, then extending the ladle to the middle-aged man to serve the others. Thank you," the middle-aged man exclaimed, overjoyed, eagerly distributing the steaming fish soup. "How old is this little girl?" Su Jinhui instinctively reached out to pat the girl's small head. She looked up at him, letting out a huff, ignoring his gesture, and continued to drink the soup, slurping adorably. Su Jinhui couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, you little one, what's with the aloofness? If you're not going to acknowledge me, then don't drink my soup." He was joking, but to his surprise, the little girl extended her empty bowl towards him, as if to say, "If you want tea talk, then I want tea drink." "Hey you." Su Jinhui rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What kind of attitude is that? Where are you two headed?" The middle-aged man inquired. "Up ahead is Shangshan City. It has been overrun by monsters, and there are no living souls left. Do not venture in." He deftly tossed a bag of instant noodles into his bowl, soaking it in the fish soup as he spoke. "We are in pursuit of a group of murderers. Have you encountered them?" Zheng Yang asked. "Murderers? Are you referring to the convoy that passed by a few hours ago?" "They indeed entered the city," came the reply. The middle-aged man nodded gravely, his expression serious. The city was exceedingly perilous, not only due to the multitude of monsters, but also the presence of numerous high-level beasts. We typically dared only to hunt in the outskirts, seeking out smaller groups of monsters. Many teams had ventured into the city before, only to vanish without a trace. We do not drink fish soup for free. If you insist on taking the risk, I can serve as your guide, leading you along a relatively safe route into the city," said the man who introduced himself as Old Zhang, his tone laced with kindness. "No need for such trouble. It's just a bowl of fish soup," Su Jinhua chuckled. "We can manage on our own." Underestimating the monsters in the city could lead to a dreadful demise. The young girl shot Su Jinhua a piercing glance. Unable to resist, Su Jinhua affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, teasing, "Little imp, do you underestimate me too much?" With a swift motion, the girl swatted Su Jinhua's hand away, her eyes wide with indignation. "I detest it when others touch my head. If you dare do it again." "What will you do?" Su Jinhua replied mischievously, not only touching her head, but also deliberately tousling her hair. "You." The girl erupted in fury. Springing to her feet, her fists clenched tightly. At that moment, Su Jinhua noticed the others, including Old Zhang, displaying expressions of terror. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly channeled his strength into the golden scales, the results leaving him astounded. He was only slightly at an advantage. Not long ago, he had purified a monster's lair with a similar assessment. Did this imply that the girl's power was comparable to that of a monster's den? Was that even plausible? "Are you a gold job?" Su Jinhua inquired uncertainly. "Could it be a divine job?" The girl glared at him fiercely. "If you touch my head again, you'll find out what my profession is." "Oh ho." Su Jinhua reached out once more. The girl responded with a look of disbelief. As the girl trembled with anger, on the verge of exploding, Old Zhang suddenly called out, "Lala, don't be impulsive. This big brother is just teasing you." Lala, clearly attentive to Old Zhang, turned to him, unclenching her small fists. She huffed at Su Jinhua. "I dislike you." With that, she ran to Old Zhang's side, glaring daggers at Su Jinhua. Su Jinhua laughed heartily, though a tinge of regret filled his heart. His intentions were not purely mischievous. He had hoped to discover the girl's true profession, but since she offered no opportunity, he let it go. "Captain Zheng, it seems we've rested enough. Let us be on our way," Su Jinhua called to Zheng Yang, bidding farewell to Old Zhang and his companions as he turned and slowly stepped into the shadowy depths of the city of Shangshan. Old Zhang sighed deeply, lamenting, It's hard to dissuade the reckless. I've warned them of the dangers, yet they refuse to listen. Alas, it seems the city of Shanshan will soon gain 2 more vengeful souls. The others nodded in agreement with old Zhang's sentiment, but Lala quietly shook her head, thinking that although the fellow was bothersome, his strength far surpassed any monsters or villains she had encountered before. As Su Jinhui and Zheng Yang proceeded, they soon officially entered the depths of the upper deep city. Before them lay a harrowing scene of charred houses and scattered white bones. The vehicles lining the roadside were mostly reduced to mere frames, with a few still containing contorted, blackened remains. Zheng Yang inspected the ground, noting, these are fresh tire tracks. They have moved ahead. Su Jinhui nodded and retrieved a headlamp from his storage ring for illumination. Old Zhang did not lie. This place is not only teeming with monsters, but their strength is formidable. Be cautious. If danger arises, do not hesitate to flee. Do not worry about me, Su Jinhui cautioned. Zheng Yang managed a wry smile, remaining silent. As the esteemed leader of the Dawn combat team, it was the first time he felt so belittled. Yet, recalling the previous encounter in the monster's lair, he found no words to retort. This is the black water left behind after the shadow monster's demise. It has not fully evaporated. After advancing a bit further, Zheng Yang crouched before a pool of black water and remarked, we are no more than 20 minutes away from Lukuan. Suge? Noticing Su Jinhui's disregard, Zheng Yang looked up in surprise, only to see Su Jinhui gesturing for silence, while simultaneously extinguishing his headlamp. What is happening? Is there something here? I can't sense anything, Zheng Yang pondered, bewildered. Su Jinhui remained silent, lifting the golden balance, which tilted entirely towards the unknown side, signifying an ominous portent. A haunting roar echoed from the distant darkness. Without a word, Su Jinhui transformed into a cheetah and bolted to the side, prompting Zheng Yang to hastily follow suit. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, they finally relaxed, assured that the creature from the shadows had not pursued them. What was that? It was terrifying. Zheng Yang swallowed hard. I do not know, Su Jinhui replied solemnly. In any case, given our current strength, confronting that entity head-on would be tantamount to certain death. Why are there such terrifying monsters? Zheng Yang discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Su Jinhui, however, was unfazed. According to the accounts of Zheng Yang and his companions, Upper Deep City had fallen long ago, with monsters thriving unchecked, free from natural enemies or competing humans. Thus it was unsurprising that formidable beings had emerged. Let us proceed. Su Jinhui reignited his headlamp and continued forward. Within 20 minutes, the golden balance provided another answer. This time, it tilted slightly towards Su Jinhui, indicating a semblance of balance and power. Shall we test the validity of the golden balance's assessment? Su Jinhui mused, contemplating the possibility. He instructed Zheng Yang to take cover while he approached the presence lurking in the darkness alone. Before you stands a grotesque figure, pale as death, with a round head devoid of facial features, its physique comparable to that of an ordinary human. The sole distinction lies in its utter nudity and the absence of reproductive organs, while its limbs are encased in circular skeletal armor. Upon sensing the presence of a living being, this grotesque entity sprang forth with alarming swiftness, launching a fierce punch towards Su Jinhui. How can it react so swiftly? Su Jinhui silently cursed, realizing there was no time to defend himself. He was propelled backward by the force of the blow, crashing through a building. Without a moment's pause, the creature, propelled by its agility, leapt forward to where Su Jinhui had just been. However, upon discovering the absence of his form amidst the rubble, it exhibited a peculiar expression, its minuscule eyes narrowing in confusion. Suddenly, tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring its limbs with an iron grip. The creature was taken aback, and before it could extricate itself, a figure materialized from a swirling mist. Su Jinhui wore a mischievous grin. In a swift motion, he transformed into a massive, snow-white bear, delivering a crushing blow from above. The impact reverberated through the earth. The creature, struck by the bear's paw, was reduced to a grotesque mass, lying motionless in a gaping pit. Is this thing truly so resilient? Su Jinhui mused, astonished. Within moments, the mass began to writhe, rapidly restoring itself to its original form. The creature tilted its head, blinked its tiny eyes, and pointed a finger at the snow bear, beckoning with a gesture. Su Jinhui's heart raced in surprise. Is this a taunt? Does it comprehend human language? Without warning, the creature bent low, revealing numerous orifices atop its otherwise smooth head, expelling clouds of dark vapor. It lifted its head and charged forward with an even greater velocity than before. Bear King as protection. Su Jinhui had anticipated this moment, crossing his arms to form a defensive barrier. No matter how fiercely the creature attacked, the snow bear remained steadfast. From a distance, Zheng Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was unmistakably General Li's skill. When had Su Jinhui acquired it? As Su Jinhui braced himself against the onslaught, he pondered the creature's formidable strength. far surpassing any adversary he had previously encountered. Had he not mastered the complete arsenal of General Li's Bear King skills, he would have been forced to resort to desperate measures to fend off this relentless assault. With a roar that shook the very ground, the Bear King seized the moment as the creature's attack subsided, unleashing a thunderous bellow. Su Jinhui unleashed a powerful sound wave, striking the creature directly. In an instant, the creature was hurled backward, its skin fracturing and releasing a torrent of dark liquid. The roar of the Bear King transcends mere intimidation. It is the sole, devastating skill of the Snow Bear King. In an instant, Su Jinhui executed a flawless transition from offense to defense, relentlessly charging towards the round-headed creature. With a series of powerful strikes from his bare paw, each blow resonated with a thunderous boom as it connected with the creature. Finally, one of the round-headed creature's arms was sent flying, its anguished cries echoing as it hurtled a considerable distance away. How resilient, Su Jinhui observed, watching the creature. Now drenched in black liquid, yet rising once more, his brow furrowed. With a howl, the round-headed creature clutched its severed arm and unleashed a piercing scream filled with sorrow. Su Jinhui paused, contemplating whether the creature was summoning its comrades. At that moment, the golden scales within him tilted towards the round-headed creature, affirming his suspicion. Retreat. Su Jinhui, showing no inclination to linger, transformed into a cheetah and fled, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Mere minutes later, 3 monsters resembling the round-headed creature emerged from the darkness, led by a fearsome, triangular-headed beast. If Su Jinhui were present, he would discern through its aura that this triangular head was the very creature that had once been deemed a harbinger of death. The triangular-headed monster regarded its companion, now oozing black liquid, and a fissure appeared on its otherwise seamless face, revealing a mocking expression. Meanwhile, Su Jinhui and Zheng Yang ran for another half-hour before stopping to rest amidst the ruins. Su Jinhui's expression was one of deep concern. His encounter with the round-headed creature shattered his preconceived notions of the apocalypse. He could not fathom that the enemy possessed intelligence akin to that of humans. Why had I never encountered such monsters in my previous life? Su Jinhui pondered, then chuckled softly. In his past existence, he had merely been an unremarkable purple-tier individual, too timid to venture into perilous zones. To speak frankly, had he encountered a creature of the round-headed caliber, he would have been crushed without a doubt. In other words, such creatures had existed in his previous life, but those who confronted them invariably met their demise. Perhaps through these monsters, one could uncover the secrets of the eternal night. Yet, I am still too weak. I must hasten to elevate my prowess. Little Su, Zheng Yang suddenly interjected, breaking Su Jinhui's train of thought. How did you acquire General Li's skill? Is this the reason you took action against him? Su Jinhui anticipated Zheng Yang's inquiry and, without hesitation, nodded in affirmation. Yes, my profession is that of a golden-class replicator, enabling me to seize the skills of those I defeat. You saw the dire condition of General Li. He was beyond saving, which is why I acted. Su Jinhui spoke his lie with unwavering composure. Zheng Yang sighed, understanding that Su Jinhui was indeed speaking the truth. Captain Zheng, I believe it would be prudent to halt this pursuit, Su Jinhui declared gravely. If there are numerous creatures of the round-headed variety in the city, neither you nor I could withstand them. Zheng Yang raised an eyebrow, poised to utter a few words, but Su Jinhui gestured dismissively. Do not misunderstand me. What I mean is, you should return to Tang City now, and I shall proceed on my own. Having acquired the general's skills, I will undoubtedly seek an opportunity for vengeance. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yang recognized that his presence beside Su Jinhui served little purpose, and with a heavy heart, he acquiesced. Take care, my young friend, until we meet again. With resolute determination, Zheng Yang clasped his fists in salute and turned to depart. Su Jinhui crushed a green orb and drank from its contents, pondering to himself. The quest for revenge on General Li was merely a secondary concern. The immediate priority was to swiftly gather resources. The terror that awaited after ascending to a divine profession was exhilarating to contemplate. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. During this time, Su Jinhui, utilizing the predictive abilities of the Golden Scale, had narrowly evaded 3 life-threatening ambushes, slaying countless monsters and amassing a commendable score of 1,600 points, bringing him significantly closer to his goal. On this particular day, Su Jinhui rested in a shopping mall on the outskirts of the city when he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a distant skirmish. Following the noise, he approached and furrowed his brow. 2 human teams were locked in combat. Among them was a group he recognized, the old Zhang and his companions whom he had encountered in the suburbs just days prior. Originally numbering more than 10, they now stood at a mere 7, struggling to fend off their attackers. The girl known as Lala lay gravely injured in old Zhang's arms, blood trickling from her lips. I shall say this only once more. Hand over the girl. A man growled menacingly. If not, should you fall into my hands, I will make your existence a living hell. Not a chance. Old Zhang, though wounded, maintained a resolute gaze. He glanced at his companions and whispered, I will hold them off. You must take Lala and flee as far as possible. Under no circumstances can she fall into their hands. If the worst should occur. We know what to do, Principal, a tearful woman replied, accepting the unconscious Lala. Go, Old Zhang shouted. After killing so many of us, you think you can escape? Shadows suddenly emerged from nearby buildings, accompanied by sinister laughter. You covet wealth, and thus you deserve this fate. Old Zhang spat through gritted teeth. You old fool. My patience is limited. Hand over the girl, and I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of cruelty and suffering. The speaker was evidently the leader of the pursuers, his laughter echoing ominously. Why are you targeting this innocent child? Su Jinhui emerged from the ruins. His expression one of curiosity. Oh. Both parties were taken aback by the unexpected presence of a third individual, momentarily stunned. Old Zhang rubbed his eyes. Astonished that Su Jinhui had survived in the city for so long. Both surprised and anxious, he urged, You, the fish soup guy, this is not your concern. You should leave. Do you know each other? Since you're here, don't go. The man waved his hand dramatically, commanding, kill. Whoosh. Two dark figures silently lunged towards Su Jinhui. These two were the elite of the team. Be careful, fish soup guy. They are very, Old Zhang exclaimed. Before he could finish, Su Jinhui's arm trembled, and with a flicker of blade light, the two shadows were reduced to a pile of flesh, crashing to the ground. Very what? Su Jinhui asked with a radiant smile. Chapter 60. The Yangshan stronghold in eerie silence enveloped the scene, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. Witnessing several of his trusted generals effortlessly slaughtered by Su Jinhui, the leading man's pupils constricted, his gaze turning fierce as he coldly scoffed. You dare to kill even those from our Yangshan stronghold? Boy, even if you sprout wings, you will not escape this time. Su Jinhui cast a sidelong glance at him. Summoning the falling fire meteor with a swift motion, raising his hand to release an arrow without hesitation. The leading man, horrified, quickly sidestepped and bellowed, Everyone, attack. Leave no one alive. Instantly, more than 10 individuals charged forward. Without auxiliary skills, he realized he was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, that arrow would have surely been his end. There was no way to evade it. Unperturbed, Su Jinhui approached Old Zhang and the others, switching from bow to blade, contemplating quietly. Initially, he had constructed an entire suite of ranged skills around the falling fire meteor, but after raiding General Li's White Bear King's 5 skills at the Tang City Refuge, his archery prowess had significantly diminished. It seemed there was no need to use the falling fire meteor in the short term. As his thoughts raced, beams of light surged towards him. Su Jinhui advanced rather than retreating, meeting the assault head-on. With a sweep of his long knife, he shattered the beams one by one. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the nearest adversary. That man had no chance to scream. His heart was pierced by a single thrust. Retrieving his long knife, before the corpse even hit the ground, Su Jinhui dashed towards another foe, severing his head cleanly. Old Zhang and his companions watched in stunned silence. Exhilarated, they had personally experienced the strength of their opponents. Why, then, did they seem so sluggish against the fish soup guy who dispatched them with such ease? In less than 2 minutes, all 10 assailants lay dead, more than half dismembered, while the remainder had their hearts pierced. However, the leader who had issued the attack order remained unscathed, having sensed the formidable enemy, and fled as Su Jinhui mercilessly eliminated his subordinates, wiping the blood from his blade. Su Jinhui was in no hurry to pursue. He glanced at the young girl, offering a smile. Hey, girl, it's good to see you again. Do you remember me? The little girl, Lala, was indeed gravely injured, yet her wounds were not fatal. Amidst the chaos of her escape, jolted and accompanied by the tumult of the struggle, she unexpectedly regained consciousness, her large, glistening eyes fixated on Su Jin. Tears began to cascade uncontrollably from her eyes, resembling pearls rolling down her cheeks. Su Jin was taken aback. Why are you crying? I haven't done anything to provoke you. My sister was killed by bad people, and my brother is dead too. Wah! Lala wailed, bereft of her parents, brother, and sister. Her cries, mingling with her tears and traces of blood, tugged painfully at the heartstrings of those who witnessed her anguish. Old Zhang sighed heavily, first expressing his gratitude to Su Jin before explaining. Lala's brother and sister were members of our group, who recently fell victim to an ambush. Their demise shrouded in mystery. Su Jin sighed as well. He was unsure how to console a child, so he shifted the conversation towards the situation at the Yangshan stronghold. Old Zhang slammed his fist against the wall in frustration, declaring, 50 miles east of Shangshan City lies Wuyang Mountain, the site of the Yangshan stronghold, where a horde of inhuman beasts congregates. They prey on weaker factions, slaughtering all the men and subjecting young women to unspeakable horrors. What do they want with a little girl? Su Jin's eyes glinted ominously. They have their sights set on Lala's profession. She is a gold tier, Old Zhang revealed. No longer wishing to conceal the truth from Su Jin, it became apparent that Old Zhang's group originated from a private kindergarten in Shangshan City. As the principal, he was surrounded by teachers and security staff from the institution. When the apocalypse struck, they were in the midst of a lesson when a golden sphere descended upon Lala's head. Our kindergarten once had over 100 children, Old Zhang lamented. Sinking to the ground, evidently stirred by painful memories. He covered his face, weeping. It's a pity I lack the power to protect the children. I could only watch helplessly as they were taken away by monsters. Director, you mustn't blame yourself. We all share the responsibility, someone nearby offered consolation. If it weren't for Lala, we would have perished long ago and would not be here now. Old Zhang wiped his tears, gazing at Lala, who had tears on her face, yet still used her small handkerchief to dry her own. He forced a smile, more sorrowful than tears could express. It's all right. I'm fine. Lala is truly brave. Embracing Lala, they both wept in each other's arms. Do you have a fixed stronghold? Su Jin inquired. Yes. In a small town on the west side of the city. We venture out periodically to hunt for supplies. Oh, then you should return to the town. I will take care of the Yangshan stronghold matter, Su Jin replied, noticing Lala's furtive glances at him. He smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Lala, be sure to protect the director and your brother and sister. I will return shortly to make you some fish soup, all right? At the mere thought of delicious fish soup, Lala nodded eagerly. Fish soup is tasty. Lala loves it. Well, it seems our little glutton is quite easy to please, Su Jin remarked. Fish soup, brother? What fish soup, brother? I'm also the lamb chop brother. He corrected her playfully. Oh, Xiaosu's stronghold at Yang Mountain is vast and teeming with experts. You must not act impulsively. Come back to the town with us. Old Zhang expressed his concerns for Su Jinhui's safety. In his heart, Su Jinhui, no matter how formidable, was still just one person. Even if he could face 10 opponents, that was already his limit. To challenge the stronghold alone would be akin to courting death. Su Jinhui merely smiled and reassured them, saying, It's fine, just be careful on your way back. With that, he ceased further conversation and transformed into a red leopard, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. What a beautiful cat, remarked Lala with a cheeky grin. Old Zhang replied helplessly, That is not a cat, it is a leopard. Before the apocalypse, Wuyang Mountain was a renowned tourist attraction in Shenzhen. Now it had been fortified into an impregnable stronghold. Guard towers were erected every few steps along the hundreds of meters from the foot to the summit. Hey, Lu Gu, why did you return alone? Where are the others? A man on watch, noticing Chun Lao Lu's disheveled return, displayed a puzzled expression. They had set out with a large group. They're all dead. If I hadn't run fast, I would have met the same fate. Chun Lao Lu hastily wiped the sweat from his brow, steadying himself as he observed the flickering lights at the stronghold's peak and ascended the steps. Before long, in a grand hall that once housed a statue of Buddha, several men and women clad in combat attire adorned with flickering flames emerged from behind. One of them, with a furrowed brow, inquired, Lao Lu, what on earth happened? How did your team almost get annihilated? Boss, you must avenge our brothers. Chun Lao Lu cried out, embellishing the tale of their misfortunes. The leader, seated at the center, toyed with a peculiar string of beads shaped like eyeballs as he listened to Chun Lao Lu recount the events. The beads glimmered ominously red as his fingers passed over them. To dispatch a search party so effortlessly, rendering you powerless, indicates that this person possesses considerable strength. At the very least, a silver rank in combat. The man spoke slowly. Lao Lu, he continued. Yes, boss. Chun Lao Lu straightened up immediately. You are usually so cautious in your actions. How could you be so careless at a critical moment? You must never divulge information about our Yang Mountain stronghold in his presence. The man had a dignified appearance and a gentle tone. However, Chun Lao Lu felt as if a demon was whispering in his ear as he absorbed these words. Trembling, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Hastily explaining, Boss, given the circumstances, we hadn't even engaged in battle. I had no idea he was so powerful. I truly did not mean to. Please spare me. Are you worried that this man will come to Yang Mountain to cause us trouble? Asked a woman of above-average beauty, her voluptuous figure straining against her combat attire. Her position next to the man indicated her high status within the stronghold. There is nothing to be concerned about. With a light chuckle, the man mused that the Yangshan stronghold was as solid as a fortress. Not even a minor silver rank could breach it. Even if divine beings were to descend, they would meet their demise. His irritation stemmed from the fact that Lao Lu had provoked an inexplicable enemy for the Yangshan stronghold. Please, spare me, boss. I acknowledge my mistakes, Chun Lao Lu pleaded, bowing repeatedly, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Enough, the man waved his hand. In light of your previous contributions to the stronghold, I shall grant you clemency this time. Rise. Thank you, boss. Chun Lao Lu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death, bowing several times before retreating to the side. Brother Lu, should that man truly come seeking us, may I witness the prowess of your team? The man inquired of the man named Lu on his right. Lu let out a hearty laugh. Worry not, Tang Lauda, I would never disappoint you. He gestured to the tower-like insignia emblazoned on his chest, indicating the seriousness of his words. Meanwhile, a lithe red leopard sprinted through the darkness, following the scent of its prey, soon arriving at the entrance of Wuyang Mountain. Su Jinhui reverted to human form, glancing at the watchtower that stretched from the foot of the mountain to its peak, contemplating. These people certainly know how to choose a stronghold. There is but a single path here, elevated and defensible, making it difficult to assault. Unless one can fly, it would be nearly impossible for a monster to ascend from the foot to the peak. Lost in thought, Su Jinhui approached. The sentinels in the first watchtower quickly spotted him, brandishing their weapons and demanding, "Who are you, and what brings you to our Yinshan stronghold? Speak. I have come to stir trouble." Huh. Su Jinhui chuckled, drawing his long blade and spilling blood on the spot. Since he sought trouble, mercy was not an option. Minutes later, at the Yinshan stronghold's plaza, the atmosphere was tense. Hundreds of stronghold members stood ready. The news of an impending invasion had spread throughout. Just as they pondered the origin and number of their foes, a solitary figure ascended the steps with measured strides. "Oh, so many people," Su Jinhui observed. "Boss, that's him." Chun Lao Lu, emboldened by the presence of his comrades, pointed at Su Jinhui and shouted, "You little beast! Driven by greed, committing murder and lewdness. How dare you come to our stronghold? Are you tired of living?" Su Jinhui cast a disinterested glance at the theatrical Chun Lao Lu. Choosing not to rebut his baseless accusations, he had no inclination to reason with the dead. His gaze eventually settled on a group of 3 men and 2 women seated in grand chairs, exuding authority. "Come at me together. Let us save some time," Su Jinhui declared, unsheathing his long blade and swinging it a few times. "How intriguing." Tang Lauda chuckled lightly. "You all heard him. Since he has invited you to join forces, let us not disappoint our friend." The crowd exchanged glances, revealing sinister smiles. "Kill!" A voice rang out, and in an instant, the throng surged towards Su Jinhui, a torrent of skill attacks raining down upon him. With a swift movement, Su Jinhui evaded the onslaught, leaving behind a series of afterimages. As he wielded his long blade, those who confronted him were swiftly reduced to mere chunks of flesh. "It's that move again. He used that same technique before." Chun Laolu gasped in astonishment. Such formidable swordsmanship. One of the burly leaders among the 5 narrowed his eyes and commented, "Not only is it powerful, but it also possesses a wide area of effect. It's at least a silver-grade skill, perhaps even bordering on gold-grade." "Lao Mo, are you feeling restless again?" Tang Lauda smiled slightly as he noticed Lao Mo grinning foolishly at him. "No rush. You will have plenty of opportunities to showcase your skills." As the two conversed, dozens had already fallen to Su Jinhui's blade. Against this group of blue-class fire-wielders, Su Jinhui slaughtered them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. "Kid, you are too arrogant. Everyone else, step aside." At that moment, a figure leaped out from the crowd, not tall in stature, but wielding an exaggeratedly large hammer. Upon hearing the man's commanding shout, the crowd hastily retreated. They all knew that once Han Fengzi went berserk, his attacks were indiscriminate. A purple-class fire-wielding berserker? Su Jinhui cast a glance, quickly grasping the essence of Han Fengzi's profession. Han Fengzi, however, was not one for idle chatter. He swung his massive hammer and charged at Su Jinhui, his eyes turning a fierce crimson as he ran. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing a violent gust as he swung the hammer sideways. Su Jinhui's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Han Fengzi, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "The skill of Wild Frenzy is quite impressive. I shall claim it for myself." "What?" Han Fengzi was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to strike, but before he could act, Su Jinhui's long blade cleaved him in two. Grasping Han Fengzi's head, Su Jinhui extracted the skill before crushing the skull with a firm grip. Such a brute force profession was exceedingly easy to deal with. Captain Han has been slain instantly. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Captain Han could traverse through hordes of shadow monsters. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the crowd felt their throats tighten, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Chapter 62. The Bear King and the Fist Emperor. Su Jinhui's gaze swept across the assembly. Nearly everyone instinctively took a half-step back. The shock and fear in their hearts indescribable. To them, it was acceptable for Han Fengzi to lose, even to die. But he must never be killed in such an instant. The impact of this scene was overwhelmingly intense. Only then did they realize that this young man possessed absolute power. I have repeatedly warned Han Fengzi not to flaunt his 3 tricks as if he were invincible, and indeed, it has come to pass. After Old Mo, one of the 3 men and 2 women, finished speaking, he rose to his feet and smiled at Boss Tang. "Let me take my turn. If I don't act soon, I fear I may lose my restraint. Boss Tang chuckled and waved his hand, as you wish. With a hearty laugh, old Mo propelled himself into the air, leaping several dozen meters, akin to a human cannonball crashing into the heart of the battlefield. Though his hands were empty, the sense of oppression he exuded was unmatched, dwarfing even a dozen of the most fervent adversaries. Su Jinhui had noticed old Mo early on, observing him keenly. With a slight smile, she mused, though you haven't ascended. Your imposing presence suggests you are a golden class. Old Mo clenched his fists, his voice somewhat subdued. The materials and points required for ascension are vast. It is not something easily achieved. However, while I may not be able to ascend, defeating you will be effortless. Su Jinhui laughed heartily, sheathed her sword, and stretched her arms, thinking, can one not show off? Old Mo's eyelids drooped slightly as ripples began to form beneath his feet, a terrifying power surging rapidly within him. When Brother Mo strikes, he is invincible. That young man is doomed. The onlookers erupted in cheers, fully aware that the outcome was sealed. No one could withstand more than 3 moves under Old Mo's might. Not even monsters could survive, let alone mere mortals. Old Mo, that lad looks delicate, if possible. Incapacitate him and leave him for my amusement, a voluptuous woman called out. Old Mo paid no heed, and when he raised his gaze again, it was filled with an unadulterated thirst for battle. Kill. With a single step, Old Mo unleashed a straightforward punch. The momentum was commendable. Su Jinhui silently praised him as she dodged backward. Old Mo's fighting style was remarkably antiquated, reminiscent of a boxer from peaceful times, relying heavily on straightforward jabs, hooks, and crosses. Compared to the vibrant array of skills, his approach seemed rather mundane. Yet, Su Jinhui knew that each punch he threw had the potential to shatter an entire residential building. If her guess was correct, Old Mo's profession was that of a golden-class powerhouse known for his strength. After unleashing dozens of attacks that Su Jinhui deftly evaded, Old Mo furrowed his brow and paused. Are you planning to continue dodging until I tire? Su Jinhui chuckled, you misunderstand. I've refrained from striking because I fear a single punch might end your life. I wish to enjoy this a bit longer. Laughter erupted among the crowd at Su Jinhui's words. Despite continuously evading, her bravado made her seem defiant. Boss Tang, seated comfortably, rested his chin on one hand, fiddling with his beads, a smile gracing his lips. I implore you, do not hold back. Please end me, Old Mo said with a teasing grin. While he had seen many boastful individuals, he had never encountered anyone quite like Su Jinhui, who boasted without any semblance of humility. That was your assertion, Su Jinhui retorted, shaking her head. Suddenly, she shifted her form, exclaiming, here I come. So swift. Before Lao Mo could gather his thoughts, he lost track of his opponent, sending a surge of panic through him. With all his might, he swung his arms backwards. A thunderous boom reverberated in the air. Lao Mo felt an excruciating pain in his right arm, as if he had struck something metallic, nearly fracturing a bone. Upon closer inspection, he saw Su Jinhui, whose right arm had unexpectedly transformed into a furry, beastly limb, thicker than a grown man's waist. Ah, this is the man from the stands. Of the Lu surname, narrowed his eyes, recognizing the golden profession, the Snow Bear King. Is he in the same line of work as General Li? Tang Laoda turned his head. The man, Lu Kuan, was none other than the third in command who had fled here and joined the Yanshan stronghold. As the one who had personally slain General Li, he was exceedingly familiar with the Snow Bear King's abilities, and thus recognized him instantly. How intriguing. Lu Kuan chuckled to himself, witnessing a rare occurrence of a repeated golden profession. Lao Mo had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Both were power types, the king of fighters versus the Bear King. On the battlefield, Su Jinhui shook his bare arm, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Inwardly, he mused, wild and ferocious. A crimson light erupted from beneath Su Jinhui's feet, enveloping him in a surge of battle intent, transforming Lao Mo into a massive red dot, while everyone else became mere silhouettes in red. This was the reason why Han Fengzi would indiscriminately attack once he made a move. He was not truly mad. Rather, this skill blurred the lines between friend and foe, replacing all with red dots. Puzzled, Lao Mo thought. The opponent was clearly a beast-type profession, yet he felt an uncanny resemblance to Han Fengzi. Lost in thought, Su Jinhui had fully transformed into a bear, charging towards him. Battle! Lao Mo howled towards the heavens, advancing rather than retreating, channeling his strength into his right arm to deliver a solid blow. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was engulfed in smoke. Each collision of fists echoed with thunderous sounds. Both Su Jinhui and Lao Mo entirely abandoned defense, engaging in a fierce exchange. After a flurry of over 10 strikes, Lao Mo began to falter. However, being in the heat of battle, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he continued to clash with Su Jinhui for another 7 or 8 punches. but the pain surged in his temples, and his arms felt as if they would shatter. This cannot continue. I truly might perish. A wave of dread washed over Lao Mo, and thoughts of retreat began to form. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Just as the notion of fleeing took root in his mind, his punch weakened, a fact Su Jinhui keenly sensed. With a fierce roar, the Snow Bear King lunged forward, his massive frame disappearing from its original position. Again, that enigmatic footwork. Lao Mo was taken aback, and as he pivoted, he crossed his arms to assume a defensive stance. In the next moment, a bear paw struck down heavily upon his arms. Boom. Lao Mo was sent flying without a doubt. While still airborne, a sudden sense of pressure surged from behind him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he could not turn in time and could only brace himself against the incoming bear paw with his back. Smack! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Not only was Old Mo's spine shattered, but his very organs were instantly reduced to a pulp, leading to his immediate demise. No, this cannot be real. Brother Mo. Oh heavens, Brother Mo. After a brief silence, chaos erupted among the crowd, as they stared in horror at the deviant who had slain Brother Mo and was intent on severing his head to hold it aloft. Chapter 63. Encountering me. You are unlucky. Su Jinhui was certainly not a deviant, nor did he possess any peculiar predilections. He merely held Old Mo's head to inspect it, searching for any skills within the King of Fighters skill list that could synergize with his own abilities. It was somewhat difficult to choose, for I could readily utilize most of these skills. Fortunately, Su Jinhui did not suffer from indecision, and after careful consideration, he selected 3 out of 5 golden skills, further enhancing the defensive capabilities of the Snow Bear King. Upon completing the skill acquisition, Su Jinhui casually discarded Old Mo's head onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot as he observed the 5 spectators. The leader, Big Tang, showed no signs of entering the fray, while a younger man on the opposite side stood up, grinning, and declared, "This Snow Bear King appears to be somewhat stronger than the one I previously vanquished. I shall have a go at him. I want him alive." Big Tang's gaze was venomous as he spoke. Understood. Lu Kuan stepped slowly into the arena, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women, all of whom were rather unremarkable in appearance, easily lost in a crowd. At the moment Lu Kuan's group entered the battleground, a name quickly flashed through Su Jinhui's mind: Lu Kuan. Unlike others who had ascended, these 5 wore battle attire adorned with mysterious lanterns instead of the usual flickering flames, with Lu Kuan's apparel being even more extravagant, resembling a towering lighthouse. A lighthouse? Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes. Could it be that your surname is Lu? Lu Kuan was taken aback, surprised that Su Jinhui knew his surname, and curiously inquired, "You know me? Who are you?" Su Jinhui laughed heartily. "I am Su Jinhui, hailing from Tang City." Tang City? The 4 behind him gasped in astonishment. Tang City was hundreds of kilometers away from Yang Mountain, and it was clear to even a fool that this was no coincidence. Lu Kuan laughed heartily. "I see, your assault on Yang Mountain is a ruse. Capturing us is your true objective. But why have I never encountered you before? You can't possibly be General Li's illegitimate son, can you?" Lu Kuan scrutinized Su Jinhui, increasingly convinced of his guess. Although the 2 bore few physical similarities, their temperaments were strikingly alike, both exuding an indefinable aura of dominance. "Do you truly believe yourself to be of such importance that I would traverse great distances to seek you out?" Su Jinhui retorted with a cold smile. In truth, he had indeed come to eliminate Lu Kuan, but he denied it simply to avoid indulging Lu Kuan's pretentiousness. Lu Kuan pinched the bridge of his nose and replied in a similarly mocking tone, "Indeed. How could individuals of your lofty status as golden professionals deign to regard us mere green professionals as anything more than weeds by the roadside, trampled at will? Do not forget, I have the power to defeat General Li, and I can just as easily vanquish you." With that, Lu Kuan suddenly stepped forward, his body radiating a dazzling white light, causing all other illumination to pale in comparison, illuminating the entire Yangshan. This is the brilliance of the lighthouse. So bright. It resembles daylight. What is his profession? How terrifying he appears. When did such a leader arrive at Yangshan? As the crowd gasped, Big Brother Tang ceased to toy with his beads, straightened up, and silently mused. It seems Lu Kuan speaks the truth. Even I must avoid the sharpness of this aura. This is the advantage of a rare low-tier profession. Their ascension is far swifter than that of ordinary professions. Buzz. Upon witnessing Lu Kuan's movement, the 4 individuals also ignited with light, assuming battle stances. Today, I shall reveal to you a harsh truth. Even a green-tier profession, if its realm is sufficiently high, can slay a gold tier. Lu Kuan laughed maniacally, raising his hand to unleash a beam of light. Su Jinhui remained silent, instantly transforming into the Snow Bear King, crossing his arms over his chest to withstand the oncoming beam of light with his physical might. Although the terrifying beam was met with the formidable strength of his bare arms, its power remained undiminished, pushing Su Jinhui backward, struggling to hold his ground. Simultaneously, 2 men and 2 women leapt into action, resembling 4 spheres of light rushing forward. We have previously battled the Snow Bear King and are aware of the skills this profession possesses. You are doomed today. Haha, perish. The 4 launched their simultaneous assault. For beams of light hurtling towards him. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the Snow Bear King was struck squarely, his body perforated with several holes. Lu Kuan dissipated his radiance, turning gracefully to declare, encountering me is indeed your misfortune. Excellent. Big Brother Tang rose, laughing heartily and clapping his hands. From this day forth, Brother Lu, you shall be my second in command at the Yanshan stronghold. Lu Kuan smiled slyly and gestured respectfully towards the platform, poised to deliver a few flattering words when he suddenly heard his companion exclaim in shock, "He is not dead." Lu Kuan spun around abruptly, only to find Su Jinhui standing intact a short distance away, while the fallen Snow Bear King was merely a large piece of deadwood. Phew! Su Jinhui wiped the sweat from his brow. The power of the lighthouse is indeed formidable. Even a 30-foot monster struck by it would likely lose half its life. It must be said, General Li did not die in vain. Who could have anticipated that a green-tier profession could wield such power, rivaling that of divine skills? Once it ascends to the lighthouse, Lu Kuan was left with countless questions in his mind. Was he not the Snow Bear King? How could he possess a technique of substitution? However, Su Jinhui shifted the topic, flicking his fingers, even if you ascend to the lighthouse. A green-tier profession ultimately remains a green tier. The ceiling is simply too low. Less chatter. Lu Kuan huffed coldly, swinging his fists. 2 beams of bright light manifesting around his fists. This is sufficient to eliminate you. Whoosh. Su Jinhui's figure flickered, stepping with a regal gait to the side of one of the men, transforming into a giant bear and delivering a swift blow. Ah, so fast. The man was taken aback, instinctively crossing his arms to shield himself. Yet, it was of no avail. Boom. His body was reduced to mere flesh, splattering the nearby woman with gore. Stunned, she turned to flee, only to collide head-on with a colossal bear. A cold, anthropomorphic smirk appeared on the bear's furry visage, followed by a second strike. Slap. The woman's head shattered like a watermelon, her headless corpse staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground. In an instant, having lost 2 teammates, Lu Kuan could not help but draw a sharp breath. He was utterly bewildered. General Li was the Snow Bear King, and the man before him was also the Snow Bear King. Why then did their methods of attack differ so drastically? This was no clumsy Snow Bear King, but rather a fierce tiger imbued with both speed and lethality. Bang! Bang! Another 2 bear paws struck down, claiming the lives of the remaining man and woman on the spot. Su Jinhui reverted to human form, smiling as he remarked, Lu Kuan, I rather enjoyed your earlier audacious demeanor. Did you not wish to kill me? Come then. You. Lu Kuan seethed through gritted teeth. Do you truly believe I cannot slay you? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be at the Beacon Realm. Howl. Lu Kuan spread his arms wide and once more howled at the heavens. However, this time Su Jinhui denied him the opportunity, swiftly appearing before him and delivering a resounding slap across his face. What a joke. Lu Kuan was left dazed, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. You're simply out of luck having encountered me. Su Jinhui spread his hands, returning the words back to him unchanged. Chapter 64. The Duel of Masters now. Look at the camera. Yes, maintain that pose and do not move. Move and you shall perish. Su Jinhui activated the camera on his communicator, capturing a photograph of Lu Kuan, which he promptly sent to Zheng Yang. Whether Zheng Yang would receive it was beyond his concern. He had fulfilled his promise and avenged General Li. Please don't kill me, I beg you. Lu Kuan, now stripped of his earlier arrogance and confidence, knelt on the ground like a bullied wife, his face smeared with blood. Was that creature named Chui Lu your doing? Su Jinhui did not rush to end his life, as he had several questions that required elucidation. Lu Kuan hurriedly replied, It's not my fault. Chui Lu was indeed summoned by Huang Feng at first, but when she ascended to the Lantern Realm, the summons became uncontrollable. Indeed, it had spiraled out of control. And then, you fled. But why did you kill General Li and those staff members? Lu Kuan hastily knelt before Su Jinhui, pleading, I had no idea what I was thinking at the time. It was as if I was compelled to lead a slaughter at the monitoring center. I suspect I was being controlled by something. I swear, I am telling the truth. Su Jinhui chuckled softly, I believe you. Lu Kuan's eyes brightened, but as he raised his gaze, a long knife pierced through his heart. I believe you, but I never said I would spare you. Su Jinhui sheathed his blade, casting not a single glance at Lu Kuan, for that man was utterly dead to him. As for the peculiar utterances he had just spoken, they were nothing more than the ramblings of a psychologically twisted individual who had suddenly acquired supernatural abilities, using murder to flaunt his combat prowess. Merely a manifestation of human nature. Nothing extraordinary. Remaining composed, he certainly lived up to the stature of a leader. Su Jinhui's gaze shifted to the 5-person seating arrangement, now lacking 2. Oh. Tang Laoda slowly rose. I have always found Lu Kuan's rare ascension to be dubious, and it seems I was right. May I inquire how to address you, my friend? My surname is Tang, given name Tianhao, and here I am respectfully referred to as Tang Laoda, the leader of the Yanshan stronghold. Su Jinhui smiled warmly. Tang Laoda possesses remarkable magnanimity. I have slain so many of your men, yet you harbor no resentment. Resentment? Why would I be angry? Tang Laoda chuckled. Filth deserves to perish. Is this not the new order of the apocalypse? Indeed, Su Jinhui applauded. Quite right. Tang Laoda grinned, and then, with a hint of audacity, inquired. Su, what brings you to the Yanshan stronghold? If your purpose was to eliminate Lu Kuan, then that goal has already been accomplished. And there is no need for further conflict. You may descend the mountain at your leisure. Or do you harbor ulterior motives? Do you seek to administer justice and uphold righteousness? Su Jinhui waved his hand dismissively. I am not nearly as noble as you suggest. I am no hero. Oh, then what is your intention? Tang Laoda squinted. Filth deserves to perish. Those words were yours. Su Jinhui spread his hands. Very well. Tang Laoda's earlier friendliness vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. I admire your candor, Su. Let us dispense with idle chatter and discover who among us is truly the filth. After you. Su Jinhui clasped his fists. After you. With a swift motion, Tang Laoda summoned a resplendent blade that shimmered with ethereal light, clearly a weapon of considerable rarity. Su, be cautious. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. Should I strike too hard and injure you, please bear with it. That sentiment applies equally to Tang Laoda. Su Jinhui erupted in laughter, transforming into the king of bears. Behold my blade. Tang Laoda ceased his prattle, unleashing a flurry of blade lights that shot forth like arrows. Sizzle. The blade lights tore through the night sky, accompanied by the sound of slicing air. Su Jinhui crossed his arms, employing the king of bears' protection, allowing the blade lights to strike against his thick fur. Defending alone will not secure victory. Tang Laoda grinned wickedly as he charged forward, the immense blade glowing brilliantly, evidently gathering power for a formidable strike. In the blink of an eye, Tang Laoda closed the distance, and the blade came crashing down. Mountain splitter. Su Jinhui understood that he could not withstand this blow head-on. With a thought, he activated the king's stride, maneuvering behind Tang Laoda for a sudden strike. Roar. The bear's paw missed its mark, and in an instant, Tang Laoda stood in the very position Su Jinhui had occupied moments before, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Su, do you mistake me for Mo? If I were so easily deceived by you, how could I possibly be the leader of this stronghold? Su Jinhui nodded, supporting himself with both hands on the ground, and let out a ferocious roar. Roar. The Bear King bellowed. A surging wave of fierce energy rushed forth, startling Tang Laoda, who quietly braced himself, plunging his colossal blade into the earth, forming a blade shield. The energy wave was immediately split in two by the blade shield, expanding harmlessly to either side, leaving Tang Laoda unscathed. With a crack, having successfully defended against the attack, Tang Laoda withdrew his giant blade, propelling himself forward like a meteor. In midair, he unleashed a flurry of dozens of slashes, creating a dazzling display of overlapping and intricate sword lights that left onlookers in awe. Su Jinhui's body swayed once more, vanishing from sight. The king's steps perfectly compensated for the Snow Bear King's clumsy shortcomings, yet simultaneously, the exertion required to perform the king's steps drastically increased. Thus commenced an intense clash between man and bear. The crowd watched with wide eyes, transfixed by the flickering lights on the battlefield, their astonishment beyond words. This was the epitome of a true master duel. At this moment, the attention of everyone at the Yanshan stronghold was solely fixated on the battlefield, oblivious to the large group of shadows swiftly approaching the mountaintop, resembling a moving cloud of darkness. Bang! After countless clashes, the man and bear momentarily separated. Sweat beaded on Tang Laoda's forehead, and he shouted in exhilaration, "What a thrill! Alas, if only you desired to be my friend. We could share drinks and rest side by side tonight." Su Jinhui chuckled, swaying slightly, as a ripple of golden waves emanated from beneath his feet. This spectacle caught Tang Laoda off guard. This was clearly old Mo's skill, the Emperor's fighting spirit. How could Su Jinhui wield it as well? The Emperor's fighting spirit. One of the core enhancement skills of the King of Fighters, which significantly boosts various physical attributes at the cost of stamina. Tang Laoda's pupils constricted as he observed the Snow Bear King, who had just unleashed the Emperor's fighting spirit, now with blood-red eyes and a frenzied aura, resembling a madman on the battlefield. Wild fury. Tang Laodao felt utterly bewildered. Just as he was lost in thought, the snow bear, having empowered itself with two formidable enhancements, had already dashed to his front, paw raised for a strike. Blade shield. Boom. It was futile. Tang Laodao, along with his blade, was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn, what terrifying power. I can't defeat him without using my ultimate move. Tang Laodao was horrified, disregarding the blood on his face as he struggled to rise, instinctively touching that strange bracelet. What surprised Tang Laodao was that Su Jinhui chose not to pursue the advantage, instead directing his gaze toward the entrance of the Yangshan stronghold. Chapter 65. The monster tide approaches. Su Jinhui transformed back into human form, his expression grave as he looked toward the entrance of the stronghold. Just moments ago, as he prepared to eliminate the formidable Tang Laodao, the legendary golden scales, which had remained nestled within his being, abruptly tilted to the right. Though it returned to its original position in an instant, the brief deviation compelled him to halt his impending actions. As an artifact of mythical status, the golden scales could not possibly malfunction. Thus, what did this sudden shift signify, if not the approach of something capable of utterly overpowering him? Why this unexpected pause? Was it an attempt to humiliate me? Seizing the opportunity while Su Jinhui had ceased his assault, Tang Laodao consumed a vial of potent purple elixir. Monsters! The monsters are attacking. A voice cried out amidst the crowd, immediately followed by a swarm of shadowy creatures surging forth like a locust plague. Damn it! Why must the monster tide come at this moment? A wave of alarm surged through Tang Laodao as he glanced at Su Jinhui, who also regarded him. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "There is but one road to the Yangshan outpost, given the circumstances. I suggest we temporarily set aside our enmity and unite to repel the monster tide." Agreed. Su Jinhui responded with a smile, approaching Tang Laodao. "There is no deep-seated hatred between us. Let us first fend off the monsters." Indeed, Tang Laodao nodded firmly, yet inwardly he scoffed, discreetly grasping a bead from his bracelet and hurling it at Su Jinhui with great force. Almost simultaneously, Su Jinhui's right arm transformed into a robust bear's limb, striking towards Tang Laodao. The result was a collision that erupted in a violent explosion of smoke and debris. As the dust settled, Tang Laodao laughed heartily. "Fool, you think you are worthy of partnering with me? Having fallen victim to my energy bead, even if you were the king of snow bears, or the king of snow dragons, you would." His taunts were abruptly interrupted as his pupils constricted in shock. Emerging from the cloud of dust was none other than Su Jinhui, clutching an ancient lantern in his left hand, its red glow enveloping him. His right arm, however, was entirely absent, blood streaming profusely from the wound. "What is the matter? Why have you stopped speaking?" Su Jinhui poured a vial of purple elixir into his mouth, his gaze sweeping over Tang Laodao's bracelet. If his judgment was correct, this bracelet was indeed a remarkable artifact, as the force of the golden skill had not been sufficient to sever his arm. "I don't believe you can evade me twice." Tang Laodao crushed another bead, and a flash of red light surged forth, dramatically amplifying his aura, at least by 30%. "Die?" Tang Laodao cast aside his genteel facade, charging forward with a massive blade. "Retreat." With only one arm, Su Jinhui understood that a direct confrontation was ill-advised. More critically, lurking within the throng of shadowy creatures was evidently a beast of overwhelming strength. Su Jinhui executed a series of royal strides, plunging into the crowd, while Tang Laodao, despite his desire to pursue, found himself impotent, forced to watch Su Jinhui escape. His expression hardened as he declared, "Once I deal with the monster tide, I shall return to settle our score. Remain calm, everyone. Form ranks to fend off the enemies." Tang Laodao bellowed. The distinction between having a commander and lacking one is stark. Not long ago, a chaotic crowd was swiftly stabilized under the leadership of the formidable Tang and the last two women in the five-person command. There were subtle indications of pushing back the encroaching monstrous tide. "Boss, is it wise to leave that young man unattended?" inquired a woman with a striking figure. "It is of no concern. He is gravely injured and will require some time to recuperate. For now, we must focus on vanquishing the monsters," Tang replied. "Understood." As Tang led the entire fighting force of the Yangshan base against the monstrous tide, Su Jinhui sprinted deep into the base, reaching the rear mountain area. Confirming that no one was pursuing her, she stowed her lantern and glanced around before entering a warehouse. Upon opening the door, her brow furrowed in dismay. This was no warehouse. It was clearly a prison, housing hundreds of disheveled women, some even pregnant. The stench was unbearable due to the confined environment, where so many were forced to eat, drink, and relieve themselves in close quarters. Upon noticing her entrance, the women emitted terrified shrieks. "You truly deserve to die," Su Jinhui remarked, producing some white and green luminous orbs to toss to the unfortunate women. "Here, There is food, clothing, and heating equipment. The women exchanged glances, hesitating to approach the offerings, fearing it was merely another cruel twist of the game. Not long ago, a few guards had feigned compassion, providing some food, only for several women who ventured forward to be taken away. They were returned half dead, and soon after, they succumbed to their injuries. Seeing their indifference, Su Jinhui chose not to press further and exited the warehouse. The odor was more repugnant than a cesspit. After consuming 2 bottles of potent healing elixir, she sat on the ground, visibly healing at a remarkable pace. Hearing rustling behind her, she turned to find the group of women trembling as they emerged from the warehouse. Upon confirming that only Su Jinhui stood at the entrance, they wept with joy and beckoned their companions to join them. Do not approach yet. The shadow monsters are attacking the base. Whether you fall into the hands of the shadows or these people, the outcome will not be favorable, Su Jinhui cautioned. Benefactor. The women pleaded, collapsing to their knees. We beseech you, can you take us away from this dreadful place? Here, we endure a fate worse than death. They do not even regard us as human. Following the direction pointed out by one of the women, Su Jinhui discovered that the warehouse was ominously referred to as a livestock pen. With a heavy sigh, she replied, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to lead you out. I can only promise to try. At the entrance of the Yangshan base, a fierce battle raged on. Despite the numerous fighters and their seamless cooperation, they struggled to completely repel the monstrous tide, as countless shadow monsters surged forward, interspersed with numerous elites and leaders. Turn on the lights. Tang, the leader, let out a commanding shout, and a dozen colossal searchlights flickered to life, akin to a multitude of luminous swords that swiftly eradicated a substantial number of shadowy beasts. Even some of the elite, powerless against the brilliance, were swiftly vanquished. Bring on as many as you dare, Tang declared with a triumphant smirk. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the darkened sky, and Tang's heart sank as he realized the impending danger, hastily instructing his men to be vigilant against aerial assaults. Illuminated by the searchlights, dozens of grotesque avian creatures with wingspans exceeding 5 meters lunged ferociously toward the colossal lights, crashing into several of them with a resounding clamor, shattering them upon impact. Damn it, when did these shadowy beasts evolve the ability to fly? Tang cursed under his breath, turning to the woman beside him. Linyu, quickly, safeguard these lights. Received? Replied Linyu, her fiery form transforming into a majestic griffin, her body cloaked in black save for her pristine white claws. With a resounding cry, the griffin soared into the fray, leading a squad of fierce avian warriors into a fierce aerial battle against the shadowy birds. From a distance, Su Jinhui's eyes gleamed with envy. This was the very skill he had long coveted. The snow-treading griffin, an extraordinary avian beast, was a silver-tier class, renowned for its exceptional agility and offensive and defensive capabilities, often humorously referred to as a little golden class. Su Jinhui's admiration for this profession stemmed from an encounter in a previous life, where he had witnessed a snow-treading griffin stand its ground against a formidable foe, skillfully engaging in combat before ultimately retreating with ease, thanks to its remarkable maneuverability. What Su Jinhui valued most was not the griffin's defensive prowess, but its unparalleled speed. With sufficient agility, he believed he could maintain control over any adversary, striking when he wished and retreating at will. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coursed through his mind. However, he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to observe, as the dangerously enigmatic creature had yet to reveal itself. Alongside Linyu in the aerial skirmish were other avian warriors, yet their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the griffin. Faced with the onslaught of shadowy birds, one solitary bald eagle was swiftly torn to shreds by the overwhelming numbers. The aerial battle raged fiercely, while the ground combat was equally fervent. As the tide of shadowy beasts surged, the defensive formation at Yangshan Outpost began to show signs of fatigue, gradually yielding ground. Not everyone could afford the potent purple elixirs. The green and blue potions offered but a meager replenishment of stamina. Tang seemed to sense the escalating crisis. After a moment's contemplation, he shattered a third energy gem and hurled it into the throng of creatures. With a deafening explosion, flames engulfed over 100 shadowy beasts, alleviating the pressure on their defenses to the greatest extent possible. The bracelet, capable of serving as both a weapon and a means of augmenting oneself, bears a resemblance to a charged energy bracelet. In a previous life, Su Jinhui often found herself perusing the Book of Omens during moments of leisure, acquiring a rudimentary understanding of the classes and artifacts contained within. Through the characteristics of the items, she swiftly discerned their classifications. The fierce battle raged for approximately 10 minutes, with the tide of monsters visibly waning. Just as the onlookers prepared to celebrate their resounding victory with champagne, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The black water on the ground began to morph into a dark mist, converging towards a singular point. Boss Tang, observing the gathering of the dark mist, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. An unprecedented sense of oppression emanated from the darkness, leaving him cold and clammy. He hastily signaled Lin Yu to come closer, bracing for a potential escape. Suddenly, the presence within the darkness ceased its absorption of the black mist and emerged, flanked by a host of grotesque leader monsters. Su Jinhui's pupils constricted as she recognized the creature's form, strikingly similar to the monster she had faced not long ago in the depths of the city. The only distinction was that the head of this creature was an irregular diamond shape, with its arms riddled with orifices, unlike the one she had previously encountered, which had orifices on its head. Attack! Boss Tang commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to engage, while he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yu, who nodded solemnly. A group of bewildered subordinates immediately launched their assault. However, their skills failed to inflict any damage on the creature, unable even to breach its imperceptible shield. The diamond-headed entity advanced slowly, entirely disregarding those around it. Suddenly, a fissure opened in its pallid face, and its pea-sized eyes fixated menacingly on Boss Tang. Run! Boss Tang, gripped by an inexplicable terror, seized Lin Yu's arm. The latter, a decisive individual, transformed into a snow-leaping griffin and soared into the sky. The diamond-headed creature emitted an indecipherable sound, raising its arm and aiming a finger at the griffin. Countless tendrils of black mist surged from the orifices in its arm, converging at its fingertip. With a thunderous roar, a black beam pierced through the snow-leaping griffin, sending it plummeting headfirst. The entire sequence unfolded with such suddenness that even Su Jinhui found herself momentarily stunned. What manner of skill was that? Reality offered no respite for her contemplation, as she morphed into a cheetah and raced toward the griffin's descent. A few leaps later, she arrived at the scene, only to witness Lin Yu's grand chest pierced through, blood gushing forth. She was on the brink of death, while Boss Tang had vanished without a trace. Clearly, in the instant of the griffin's fall, Boss Tang had chosen to abandon his companion and flee. Help! Help! Lin Yu pleaded, blood streaming from her mouth. Su Jinhui, with a swift motion, put an end to Lin Yu's suffering. Just as she transformed from the griffin back to her cheetah form, a chilling laughter echoed in her ears. The diamond-headed creature was tilting its head, observing her. This was no place to linger. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Without uttering a word, Su Jinhui turned and fled. In a swift motion, he rushed towards the edge of the cliff, preparing to leap when he noticed Tang Laoda clinging to the rocky wall, desperately descending. Tang Laoda, startled, thought to himself that something was amiss. Su Jinhui, however, chuckled and remarked, Tang Laoda, you can't fly, can you? Damn it. Do you think you can? Tang Laoda retorted angrily, only to witness Su Jinhui transform into a snow-clad griffin, its powerful claws reaching for the rock above him. No, don't, he cried out. With a mighty grasp, the massive rock shattered, and Tang Laoda screamed as he plummeted into the abyss, a dull thud echoing through the forest moments later. Turning back, he saw the angular-headed figure standing at the cliff's edge, staring intently at him for a few moments before leaping into the void. Black mist pouring from the air holes in its arms, forming a pair of dark wings. Are you challenging me? Su Jinhui gasped in shock, swiftly descending to Tang Laoda's lifeless body to snatch away the energy manual before taking flight in a random direction. As the griffin soared further away, the angular-headed figure let out a strange cry, and air holes appeared in its legs, propelling it forward with astonishing speed until it matched the griffin's pace. Incredible! How can it be so fast? Su Jinhui cursed under his breath, spiraling back to the ground. Before the angular-headed figure could land, he crushed 2 energy orbs and tossed them aside. Unfazed by their nature, the figure reached out to catch them. Boom! A fiery explosion engulfed it. Not only did it survive, but it emerged relatively unscathed. Su Jinhui felt a pang of anxiety as he watched the angular-headed figure, slightly injured, emerge from the billowing smoke. Its expression twisted with rage, black mist spewing from its every pore. I need to get out of here. This creature is beyond my current capabilities. Transforming into the Snow Bear King, Su Jinhui turned to flee. A piercing scream erupted from the angular-headed figure as it swiftly pursued him. 2 hours later, Su Jinhui, drenched in sweat, found himself in an open field. The long chase had left him exhausted, forcing him to pause for rest. He retrieved a bottle of potent purple medicine and drank deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Why won't this nightmare end? As he saw the angular-headed figure approaching through the darkness, the usually composed Su Jinhui felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 67. No mere coincidence, Su Jinhui had considered confronting the angular-headed figure, but upon seeing the precarious balance of life and death represented by the golden scale within him, he ultimately dismissed the thought. The risk was too great. But how could he possibly shake off this relentless pursuer? After a brief respite, he transformed once more into the snow-clad griffin and took to the sky, soaring away just before the angular-headed figure arrived. After approximately another hour, Su Jinhui descended into the ruins of a once thriving town, slipping into a dilapidated building with only 3 walls remaining. He was utterly perplexed as to how the angular figure could consistently shadow him. Several times he had managed to shake it off, yet it would soon reappear, relentlessly tracking him. What method could it possibly employ to locate him? Could it be the scent? If that were the case, Su Jinhui retrieved a bottle of air freshener from his storage ring, and with a spirit of experimentation, he sprayed a generous amount over himself. Approximately 10 minutes later, the angular figure indeed re-emerged above the desolate town, surveying the lifeless landscape with a furious roar. The previously moribund town, upon hearing that menacing cry, was suddenly besieged by countless shadow creatures emerging from the surrounding darkness. Clearly terrified of the figure above, they all prostrated themselves, including the more formidable elites and leaders among them. The angular figure was unmistakably their sovereign. Roar! Roar! After gesturing vehemently, the shadow creatures swiftly dispersed, vanishing in an instant. The angular figure circled the sky for a time, finding nothing, and ultimately departed in frustration. Su Jinhui, concealed within a nearby high-rise, observed the entire scene, feeling a mix of relief and self-reproach for having taken so long to realize that he had been tracked by scent. Had he utilized the air freshener sooner, he could have evaded this terrifying entity long ago. However, it had evidently been communicating with other shadow creatures, recruiting them for the hunt. Recognizing the urgency of his situation, Su Jinhui transformed and plunged into the pitch-black sky on his snow-lined griffin. Hours later, in the western part of the desolate city, a forsaken town occasionally flickered with light, indicating the presence of inhabitants. As soon as Su Jinhui landed, he encountered an acquaintance, Old Zhang, who was on night watch. Old Zhang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Little Su, it's you. Are you all right? Was it a close call? How is the little girl?" Su Jinhui smiled and inquired. She's truly recovered. Thanks to her profession, her physical resilience surpasses ours. She keeps asking where you went. That little glutton has been craving your fish soup. Su Jinhui chuckled heartily as he entered the town's stronghold with Old Zhang. "Big brother Jinhui, you're back." As soon as Lala saw Su Jinhui, her face lit up with joy, and she even altered her form of address. "Yes, have you been waiting anxiously? I'll make you some fish soup." "Yay, Lala loves fish soup." She clapped her hands in delight. Su Jinhui affectionately ruffled her hair, asking Old Zhang to assist him in preparing the meal. "Little Su, you've been gone so long. Where did you go? You didn't really venture into the Sheep Mountain stronghold, did you?" Old Zhang inquired curiously, having difficulty believing that Su Jinhui would dare storm in alone. "Indeed, I did go there and even eliminated the stronghold's leader, a fellow named Tang Tianhao." "If I recall correctly," Su Jinhui replied nonchalantly. "What?" Old Zhang's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, You killed Tang Tianhao? He is the top expert in this area. Why are you so agitated?" Su Jinhui inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Little Su, did you see any women at the Yangshan outpost?" Old Zhang forced himself to suppress his inner turmoil and asked in a hushed tone. "Lala's mother may have been captured and taken there." Su Jinhui furrowed his brow. "I did see some women, but when I left the Yangshan outpost, it was under siege by monstrous tides. I was being chased by a formidable beast and barely managed to escape. Given how much time has passed, I fear Su Jinhui did not believe that those women, reduced to slavery, could have survived. In fact, based on his understanding of the monsters, he surmised that there would be no survivors left in the entire Yangshan outpost." Old Zhang lowered his head and sighed deeply. "The soup is almost ready. You can serve it." Su Jinhui filled a bowl for himself, finishing it in a few swift gulps before turning to leave. "I'm feeling a bit fatigued. I'll rest in the next room. Please do not disturb me unless it is urgent." Old Zhang readily agreed and directed Su Jinhui to an empty room. Once back in the room, Su Jinhui lay on the bed, playing with his energy-storing bracelet. True to its name, this bracelet could store the wearer's power through twisting, capable of holding up to 9 orbs. These orbs could be used as projectiles to inflict significant damage on foes or crushed for a temporary boost of approximately 34% in combat prowess. Though the effects of the orbs could stack, they would incur diminishing returns. Even if all 9 were used at once, the maximum enhancement would only reach 60%. It was indeed a strategically valuable artifact. Su Jinhui pondered whether he could confront the diamond-headed creature with the enhancement from the energy-storing bracelet. As he twisted the bracelet, he closed his eyes in contemplation. The diamond monster and the round-headed creature he had encountered in Xinshang City were evidently of the same species. Yet the former was exponentially stronger. Why had the diamond creature suddenly appeared at the Yangshan outpost? Could it all be mere coincidence? No. Su Jinhui sat up, his eyes gleaming with insight. He recalled a despairing catastrophe that had unfolded in his previous life. In that life, Several top-tier experts had banded together to construct a vast sanctuary capable of sheltering hundreds of thousands, including many elite experts. Theoretically, this sanctuary should have been impregnable. Yet shortly after its completion, it fell victim to an attack by an unknown entity. In a single night, nearly everyone perished in a bloody battle, with only a few fortunate souls managing to escape. These survivors conveyed a chilling message to the world: light can dispel darkness. Yet it may also attract even more formidable dark beings. Lu Kuan. Su Jinhui narrowed his eyes. This monstrous tide was no coincidence. It was highly likely that Lu Kuan's beacon had drawn the diamond-headed creature here. But from where did this creature emerge? Surely it did not simply materialize out of thin air. Never mind. This was not something I could investigate at present. The urgent matter at hand was to elevate my status swiftly. Su Jinhui let out a sigh. Compared to these bewildering creatures, his strength was somewhat lacking. After resting for a night in the small town, he was awakened the next morning by a cacophony of sounds. Peering out the door, he discovered that old Zhang and his group were confronting another assembly of unfamiliar faces. Chapter 68. Slaying the red attire. Su Jinhui approached old Zhang, instinctively ruffling the little girl's hair, perhaps due to the adage of taking advantage of others. Although the girl still appeared somewhat displeased, she did not resist Su Jinhui's gesture. After inquiring with old Zhang, he learned that the strangers before them were from another survivor team nearby, with whom they had previously interacted, trading some supplies. Today, they sought to invite old Zhang to join them in purging a level 3 monster lair. Old Zhang was, to put it charitably, cautious, less charitably. He was timid and averse to conflict. Given their considerable losses and the few remaining members, how could he possibly agree? However, when the opposing party offered a condition, requesting to borrow the little girl, Lala, as a primary combat asset, the argument ensued. Brother Zhang, since our leader has decided to purify the level 3 monster lair, he must possess confidence. How could he endanger Lala? If you're worried, why not accompany us? The speaker, Huang Jingyu, bore an expression of exasperation. Old Zhang shook his head vehemently, repeatedly asserting that they would not go, insisting that they should not expect to take Lala away. If Lala leaves, and we encounter a monster attack, what shall we do? Old Zhang, why are you so stubborn? Another voice chimed in. We've already stated that borrowing Lala is a precaution. It's likely she won't even need to act. Can you truly purify a level 3 lair? Su Jinhui's eyes sparkled with interest. It was widely acknowledged that the higher the level of a monster lair, the greater the probability of encountering advanced luminous orbs. If they indeed possessed such capability, he would be keen to join them for some supplies. The young man, Huang Jingyu, scrutinized Su Jinhui, while Su Jinhui clasped his hands in greeting, stating, I can accompany you. Ha, ha, ha. The group surrounding Huang Jingyu erupted in mocking laughter upon hearing Su Jinhui's self-recommendation. My friend, you may have misunderstood. We require reinforcements of silver rank or higher, not just anyone off the street. Are you truly strong? The young man spoke with an air of arrogance, raising an eyebrow. Without further ado, Su Jinhui drew forth a meteor arrow and shot it into the distance. As the meteor struck the ground, it erupted into a sea of flames. Instantly, Huang Jingyu and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this strength sufficient? Su Jinhui fixed his gaze on the young man. The young man swallowed hard, sheepishly retreating into the crowd, rendered speechless. Regardless of Su Jinhui's profession, the display of power he had just exhibited undoubtedly granted him the qualification to enter the elite assault team. The large-scale remote killing skills leave one in a state of bewilderment. Huang Jingyu clasped his fists towards Su Jinhui, proclaiming, Brother Su, with your participation, our endeavor this time is undoubtedly secure. Brother Jinhua, a little girl tugged at Su Jinhui's sleeve. Are you going to slay monsters? Can Lala accompany you? You wish to join? Su Jinhua was momentarily taken aback, while old Zhang quickly interjected, Lala, why would you follow your brother Jinhua to battle monsters? Lala can protect brother Jinhua, and then he can frequently prepare soup for me, the little girl replied, playfully wiggling her fingers, revealing her greedy nature. Su Jinhua chuckled heartily, embracing the little girl. All right then, but you must ensure my safety. Yes, the little girl nodded earnestly. Old Zhang, let us all go together. As the weather grows colder and the monsters become increasingly formidable, our only chance of survival lies in relentless combat. Su Jinhua discerned old Zhang's hesitance and kindly extended a way out. Very well. Since you, Brother Su, have suggested it, we shall go together. Old Zhang hastily agreed, taking the opportunity to save face. Huang Jingyu chuckled. Welcome, welcome. There's no time to waste. Let us hasten to join the main force. Thus, the group boarded a van heading towards the assembly point. Su Jinhua, cradling the little girl, shared the vehicle with Huang Jingyu. The little girl, perhaps having had a restless night, soon dozed off, leaving a trail of drool upon Su Jinhua's shoulder. Naturally, Su Jinhua paid no mind to such trivialities and inquired about the third-tier monster layers from Huang Jingyu, who was forthcoming with information. Rest assured, Brother Su, our leader is exceedingly fair. Rewards are bestowed for contributions and penalties for misdeeds. The more effort one exerts, the larger their share, which is why the brothers willingly follow him. Su Jinhua nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the convoy arrived at the gathering point. Upon disembarking, Su Jinhua noted the considerable number of individuals present, at least 200, engaged in commerce across the expansive open space. Leader, Huang Jingyu led Su Jinhua and old Zhang to a woman, respectfully announcing, "This time, we not only have Zhang Heng and Lala, but we also have this esteemed brother Su, a formidable hunter." The woman turned, appraising Su Jinhua with a discerning gaze. He narrowed his eyes. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, as if she had stepped from a painting, her figure strikingly alluring. The deceased Lin Yu, though attractive, paled in comparison to the divine form before him, her perfect curves igniting boundless imagination. Unfazed by the attention of others, she showcased her ample bosom for all to admire. "Zhan Hongzhuang," she introduced, extending her hand to Su Jinhua. Her small hand was cool to the touch, smooth yet imbued with strength. "Su Jinhua," he replied, "welcome." Zhan Hongzhuang retracted her hand and said, "Regarding the general details of this assault, De Huang has likely already informed you, so I shall refrain from being overly verbose. As the saying goes, those who exert the most effort shall reap the greatest rewards. However, let it be known that should anyone dare to engage in treachery or betray their allies on the battlefield, I shall not show mercy. Rest assured, Boss Zhan, we are well aware of your character. Yet, I still wish to confirm one matter." "Ah, Gong Matsi, what is it that you wish to ascertain?" The lecherous man with a face full of pockmarks grinned widely. "You previously stated that whoever can defeat you in a fair fight, you would become that person's woman. Is there any truth to this?" Zhan Hongzhuang smiled alluringly. "Indeed, those were my words. Do you wish to test that claim?" Gong Matsi grinned broadly, drool trickling down the corners of his mouth. Under the peony, one dies a ghost, yet remains flamboyant. "I have never had the pleasure of sleeping with a beauty like you, Boss Zhan, so of course I wish to try. Shall we proceed now?" Zhan Hongzhuang deliberately straightened her posture, her ample bosom visibly quivering. "Is it convenient?" Gong Matsi wiped the drool from his lips. "Since not everyone has arrived yet, and idleness yields nothing, Gong Matsi, if you are interested, why not have a spar?" Zhan Hongzhuang chuckled lightly and strode towards a nearby open area. As she passed by Gong Matsi, he, driven by some inexplicable impulse, reached out and smacked her backside, inhaling deeply afterward. "What is your hurry?" Zhan Hongzhuang turned her head, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "If you manage to defeat me, I promise to fulfill your every desire." Chapter 69, The Secret of Gong Matsi. "Very well. I adore the audacity you possess, Boss Zhan." Gong Matsi laughed boisterously, and the drool that had just been wiped away began to flow anew. It is difficult to fathom how one person can be so thoroughly depraved. Word spread that someone was challenging Zhan Hongzhuang, prompting the nearby spectators to gather around the open space. Among them were many of Zhan Hongzhuang's hastily recruited allies. Though they knew of her extraordinary strength, they had never witnessed her in action. Thus, the opportunity to behold her prowess was simply too enticing to resist. Su Jinhui was no exception, clutching a young girl as she followed closely behind. "Boss, although Gong Matsi is repugnant, his strength should not be underestimated. Silver Job, be extremely cautious," Huang Jingyu whispered as he trailed alongside Zhan Hongzhuang. Zhan Hongzhuang wore a nonchalant expression, acknowledging his words with a nod. Upon reaching a spacious area, Zhan Hongzhuang exchanged glances with a young girl beside her, who nodded in response. With a firm stance, the girl summoned a square arena that rose from the ground. Zhan Hongzhuang leaped gracefully to one corner of the platform and declared to Gong Matsi, "Falling off the arena means you lose." "Not a problem. Heh heh. Gong Matsi wiped away his drool as he climbed onto the platform, his beady eyes gleaming with lewd intent, greedily surveying Zhan Hongzhuang's form. Old Zhang, observing nearby, remarked quietly, "Gong Matsi gained notoriety when the deep city fell. He is a glutton for lust, asking every young woman he encounters if they wish to accompany him to bed, often willing to barter various resources for such favors. However, his personal reputation is significantly better than those at the Yangshan stronghold. At most, he is known for his shameless persistence, yet I have never heard of him coercing anyone. As for this so-called Slayer boss, she has only recently emerged near the upper deep city, and scarcely anyone has witnessed her in action. So, you possess no knowledge of their professions. Only some personal secrets?" Su Qinhui found this somewhat amusing. Old Zhang's face turned crimson. "Indeed, I lack sources of information in that regard. Su Qinhui allowed the young girl to perch on her shoulders, smilingly remarking, as for this Slayer boss, while we may temporarily set aside her prowess, she is undoubtedly clever. Gong Matsi is likely to suffer a significant setback. Old Zhang exclaimed, Xiao Su, have you discerned something? There is something amiss with that arena. After Su Qinhui spoke, she ceased to elaborate. In truth, the moment that girl conjured the arena from thin air, Su Qinhui was certain that Zhan Hongzhuang would be victorious. For while the arena appeared unremarkable, it was constructed from a realm teeming with unknown capabilities. That girl belonged to the Lord class. Although her quality could not compare to Wu Yu's domain master, a realm is a realm, and within her domain, a lord often possesses the ability to defeat foes beyond their rank. Gong Matsi appeared to be challenging Zhan Hongzhuang. Yet he was actually contending with both Zhan Hongzhuang and this lord girl. Upon the arena, Zhan Hongzhuang flexed her limbs and cheerfully inquired, Gong Matsi, do you prefer passivity or proactivity? Gong Matsi was momentarily taken aback, licking his lips and emitting a sinister chuckle. I am not particular, Slayer Beauty. What about you? As for me, Zhan Hongzhuang replied, raising a slender finger to her lips and licking it. I enjoy being proactive. Just as Gong Matsi was about to respond foolishly, he suddenly perceived a blur before his eyes. Zhan Hongzhuang had vanished without a trace, and a gust of wind rushed toward him from behind. Ah, so swift. Gong Matsi exclaimed in astonishment, hastily dodging. Yet Zhan Hongzhuang granted him no opportunity, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks akin to a tempest. Despite Gong Matsi's desperate efforts, he remained ensnared within her relentless assault. Slayer boss, please ease up. You're too fierce. I can't withstand this. Gong Matsi cried out. Bang. A kick sent Gong Matsi hurtling backward. Just as Zhan Hongzhuang prepared to follow up, she noticed Gong Matsi's form suddenly inflating like a balloon, transforming instantaneously from a lecherous middle-aged man into a muscular figure with an impressive eight-pack. Gripping his staff, he cackled, Slayer boss, if I lacked any skill, how would I dare challenge you? Do you think my silver-class candlelight was earned frivolously? Do you know the price I have paid to ascend in rank? Zhan Hongzhuang raised an elegant brow. Gong Matsi, I recall your profession being that of a mage. When did you switch careers? I have never changed my profession. Gong Matsi replied, shaking his head, I am merely a melee mage. Whoa. Gong Matsi thrust his staff into the ground, cackling maniacally, multiple enhancements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Gong Matsi was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of shimmering colors, each hue bestowing upon him a temporary enhancement that lasted for several minutes. Su Jinhui, watching from the sidelines, was utterly entranced. The phenomenon of multiple enhancements was nothing short of extraordinary. The disparity in combat prowess between those who possessed such abilities and those who did not was monumental. How would Zhan Hongzhuang respond to this? To Su's astonishment, Zhan Hongzhuang calmly retreated a couple of steps, and with a flick of her arm, conjured a magnificent ghost-headed greatsword. With a seductive smile, she declared, the warm-up is over. Let us engage in earnest. As she stepped forward, a wave of energy surged across the arena, her formidable aura radiating outward. The spectators gasped in awe. Attack! Gong Matsi shouted, charging towards Zhan Hongzhuang with open arms, and the two collided in an instant. The clang of blades and fists created a dazzling display of sparks, making it nearly impossible to discern a victor. How formidable! Truly, Zhan Hongzhuang is a woman of unparalleled strength. Yet, one could not help but wonder why Gong Matsi also exhibited such prowess. While one could label Gong Matsi as lewd, none dared to call him weak. After all, a man who brazenly propositioned women for companionship would surely have been dispatched if he lacked strength. The audience buzzed with speculation. Su Jinhui was perplexed. The power Gong Matsi displayed far exceeded his understanding of the silver job's intensity. He felt an unsettling conviction that, had he been in the arena facing Gong Matsi without the aid of extraordinary items, victory would be elusive. There must be a secret behind Gong Matsi's capabilities. Su's gaze shifted to the young woman nearby, who was manifesting her domain. She seemed to sense Zhan Hongzhuang's waning advantage and, with a decisive stomp, unleashed a skill. At that moment, Zhan Hongzhuang was struck in the abdomen, propelling her backward several meters before she steadied herself. Gong Matsi licked his lips, relishing the taste of victory. Delicious. Zhan, you are destined to become mine. Zhan Hongzhuang, firmly planting her right foot on the ground, retorted with a cold smile. This is just the beginning. Let us see who wins first. Kill. Gong Matsi howled, launching a frenzied assault on Zhan Hongzhuang. This was no sorcerer. He was evidently a street brawler skilled in the art of brute force. The more Su Jinhui observed, the more peculiar it seemed. It was not until Gong Matsi's combat attire was torn asunder during another clash, revealing the totem on his arm, that Su experienced a moment of clarity. Gong Matzi's fortune was remarkable. Where had he acquired such a trait? Chapter 70. The statistical megascreen. The full designation of the trait is special abilities and anomalous characteristics. This phenomenon exists in a realm between skills and talents, being significantly more powerful than both. Yet it carries a considerable flaw. It imposes certain behaviors or personalities upon the individual. In his previous life, Su Jinhui had encountered individuals possessing traits, often multiple, and without exception, their personalities and behaviors were extreme and aberrant. Take, for instance, the figure of Gong Matzi within the arena. A typical man, even in the prime of his life, would not be reduced to drooling at the sight of a beautiful woman. Yet, Gong Matzi not only drooled but also exhibited peculiar speech and behavior, descending into an extreme of lewdness. Consequently, Su Jinhua speculated that this trait bestowed upon Gong Matzi, which contributed to his aberrant character, was undoubtedly linked to his lasciviousness. Regrettably, such a trait is not akin to a skill that can be seized. Otherwise, one might have wished to witness what abilities Gong Matzi had sacrificed so much to acquire. As Su Jinhua pondered this, an unprecedented clash erupted between the two combatants in the arena. Despite Gong Matzi's formidable nature, he could not withstand the secret alliance of Zhan Hongzhuang and the Lord's Maiden. After a swift maneuver, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhan Hongzhuang also sustained minor injuries during the fierce battle, her upper garment torn extensively, revealing her silhouette. With a grotesque chuckle, Gong Matzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward. Get lost. Zhan Hongzhuang advanced instead of retreating, her voice low yet commanding. With a flourish of her ghostly blade, she summoned a gust of wind that enveloped Gong Matzi, subsequently hurling him off the stage. The onlookers, bewildered, applauded Zhan Hongzhuang's victory, yet she felt a sense of vexation within. She was aware of Gong Matzi's strength, but had not anticipated it to such an extent, nearly resulting in her own downfall. Boss, are you all right? Huang Jingyu rushed to Zhan Hongzhuang's side, draping a silver cloak over her shoulders. Zhan Hongzhuang nodded. Consuming a vial of potion to replenish her stamina, her gaze fixed upon the still groggy Gong Matzi, who was wiping drool from his lips. With a twisted grin, Gong Matzi leered. Hee, I lost, and I accept my defeat. But you are destined to be mine, and I shall challenge you again. Once the assault is over, I shall be at your service. Zhan Hongzhuang waved her hand, signaling the young women to dismantle the stage, her eyes scanning the surroundings as she inquired, Is everyone present? Most have arrived. Shall we continue waiting? Someone responded. No more waiting, Zhan Hongzhuang asserted, her hands resting upon her blade as she announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the level 3 monster lair is unlike any other. The creatures within, both in quantity and quality, far exceed those of a level 2 lair. Prepare yourselves mentally. There is still time to reconsider. Once battle commences, one side will surely face annihilation. Those unwilling to participate may leave now. Should hostilities ignite, do not expect my blade to grant you permission to flee. Boss Zhan, let us not squander time. We came here with the intent to fight, not to leave empty-handed. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Moments passed, and witnessing that the assembly showed no inclination to depart, but instead brimmed with fighting spirit, Zhan Hongzhuang laughed heartily. In that case, everyone follow me. With a resounding hum, a kaleidoscope of luminous skills was unleashed, converging into a radiant expanse. The team of over 200 promptly advanced towards the lair. Su Jinhun and Lao Zhang, along with others, walked in the midst of the group, appearing rather inconspicuous. After a brief passage, they beheld the enormous monster lair. Goodness! This structure nearly rivaled a commercial skyscraper. How could there be such a disparity between the second and third levels? Even 10 second-level lairs bound together could not compare in scale. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Su Jinhun cast a glance at the monster lair, his brow furrowing slightly. While he had encountered third-level monster lairs before, the magnitude of this one was truly unprecedented. The unusual circumstances hinted at an underlying danger. This assault was likely more formidable than anticipated. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. As a noble raptor, the snow lion griffin, he could swiftly abscond should the situation turn dire. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a slender man beside Zhan Hongzhuang brandished his staff, sending rippling golden waves through the crowd. Simultaneously, a colossal virtual screen materialized in the air. Before the battle commenced, he requested everyone to log their personal information for post-battle score tallying. Anonymity was permitted, aliases or initials were acceptable, but once logged in, alterations midway were impossible. After a brief explanation from Zhan Hongzhuang, she raised her arm adorned with a professional wristband, directing a beam of light into the screen, which then displayed the character along with the numeral 000, indicating the initial score. This contraption resembled a peculiar artifact, an enormous statistical screen devoid of offensive or defensive capabilities, solely for large-scale tallying. Su Jinhun stroked his chin thoughtfully. With Zhang Hongzhuang setting the precedent, the others began to log their information, the majority opting for initials or numbers. Occasional duplicates were inconsequential, as the panel served merely for statistics. Ultimately, the scores would reflect on each individual's professional wristband, making cheating or impersonation impossible. Little girl, what name do you wish to choose for yourself? Su Jinhun gently lifted the girl from his shoulder. She giggled, biting her finger, and raised her small arm. A flash of light revealed the name Jiang Shaolai Loves Soup on the grand screen. Initially, the names logged were quite ordinary, until one appeared, Jean Beauty. I want you to salivate. Those who had long dwelled in shadowy environments, stifled for so long, began to unleash their creativity in naming. Names like My Neighbor is a Fool, 99th Eating Excrement, 100 Purple Balls for a Golden Ball, and 18 centimeters online dating, filled the atmosphere with joviality. Su Jinhun also registered a simple name, First. With a total of 247 participants, this aligned closely with his expectations. Zhang Hongzhuang, glancing at the total number, pondered silently about how many would survive this endeavor. With all preparations complete, Zhang Hongzhuang declared, "Let us begin." Countless beams of light surged towards the monster lair. In this contemporary era, individuals have emerged from a period of rigorous trials, surpassing their initial capabilities in both personal strength and resources. At this juncture, no one relies on mere flashlights. The least among them wield blue searchlights, while some affluent individuals brandish impressive purple floodlights, inciting envy among their peers. Under the piercing illumination, the monstrous lair slowly begins to dissolve, accompanied by a cacophony of unrest from within. With a resounding crash, a colossal entity extends a myriad of enormous tentacles from the rooftop. Chapter 71. The confrontation begins. These tentacles, entirely obsidian in hue and as thick as barrels, entwine around the lair's walls, gradually descending until an extraordinarily large head becomes visible, resembling that of a gargantuan octopus. Crack, crack. Numerous onlookers swiftly directed their searchlights towards the great cephalopod, yet it became evident that the creature possessed formidable resistance to light, as the beams merely grazed its surface. The light source remained focused on the lair, but most of these high-tiered monsters exhibited a considerable resistance to illumination. With a commanding shout, Zhang Hongzhuang hefted her ghostly blade and advanced, surveying the crowd as she called out, "A few frontline fighters, join me in striking it down." Instantly, over 20 individuals emerged from the throng, comprising men and women of various ages, all bearing an unmistakable characteristic. Their weapons appeared remarkably heavy, and many carried shields, instilling a profound sense of security. Forward, Zhang Hongzhuang led the charge towards the colossal octopus that had already descended from its lair, with the others hastening to follow. Simultaneously, vibrant hues of light flickered above their heads. Soon, the group of over 20 engaged in a concerted assault on the giant octopus, each displaying their unique prowess, swiftly drenching the area in dark ichor. The adage that strength in numbers prevails proved true as Lao Zhang rubbed his eyelids and murmured, "Be cautious. Other monsters are emerging. Range support, and we need reinforcements at the front." Despite Zhang Hongzhuang being a woman, she was well versed in the dynamics of team battles, orchestrating the chaos with remarkable precision. Many of the monsters pouring forth from the lair's apex were vanquished before they could even approach the octopus, obliterated by the mages and archers positioned behind. Monsters began to emerge relentlessly from various points of the lair, with scarcely an appearance of the lowest-tier shadow creatures. Instead, they were predominantly humanoid beings adorned with tentacles. This type of creature collectively bore the name Shadow Demon, possessing individual strengths several times that of the shadow creatures. The most apparent distinction was that slaying a shadow creature yielded a mere 0.001 points, while defeating a shadow demon granted a substantial 0.05 points. "I want to slay some monsters too. Let me at them." The young girl, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, her small face alight with eagerness. "No rush. Just wait a moment," Su Qinhui replied, hands tucked into her pockets, unhurried to join the fray. "We are merely at the beginning. A Tier 3 monster lair is not so easily purified. The creatures emerging now are hardly worth mentioning." Glancing upwards, one could see the leaderboard on the colossal screen continuously shifting, names fluctuating as the points behind them increased with each passing moment of battle. Zhang Hongzhuang indeed possessed remarkable skill, having nearly accrued 10 points in such a short span. Su Jinhui nodded quietly. Boom, boom, boom. The massive squid, outnumbered, transformed into a puddle of black water after being besieged for 7 or 8 minutes. The dozens of luminous spheres it released soared towards the grand statistical screen in the sky, displaying their quantity and color beneath the total number of combatants in the bottom right corner. Old Zhang, I'm taking the girl for a stroll nearby. Don't wander off, Su Jinhui announced, shouldering the little girl and veering to the left. Old Zhang was left bewildered. Stroll? Are you mistaken? This is a siege battle. Do you think you're taking her to a children's South amusement park? He wished to intervene. But Su Jinhui moved with such swiftness that he vanished in the blink of an eye. The fighting on the front line grew increasingly intense, while the assaults on either side of the lair were considerably more relaxed. Su Jinhui reached the left side of the lair and stood firm, swiftly brandishing the meteor arrow, releasing a barrage of 10 arrows towards the lair. The creatures, startled by the flames, erupted in fury, charging from every level and raining down upon the ground, coalescing into a monstrous tide. Little one, take them down, Su Jinhui encouraged, patting the girl's head. She giggled and, amidst a shimmering dance, transformed into a beast towering over 3 meters, her scales glinting with a chilling luminescence. A scale dragon. It was Su Jinhui's first time witnessing the little girl in action, and he nodded in approval. No wonder old Zhang and the others had survived for so long, with a golden rank dragon type. They were essentially invincible unless faced with particularly formidable foes. The scale dragon's characteristics were strikingly apparent. Thick skin, abundant blood, and an impenetrable defense, essentially a colossal meat shield. The scale dragon swaggered toward the shadow creatures, devouring them one by one, while the shadows struggled to inflict even minor damage on its scales. With the little girl engaged, Su Jinhui would not remain idle. He deftly plucked the bowstring, using the meteor arrow to assist the scale dragon, each arrow often obliterating a dozen shadow creatures. The points continued to rise steadily. The battle raged fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The siege team achieved a remarkable feat. Not a single participant had fallen. All 247 remained alive. A level 3 monster lair is nothing extraordinary. It looks somewhat terrifying, but in reality, it's just that. The atmosphere was buoyant, and they were blissfully unaware of the danger approaching. Su Jinhui keenly sensed something amiss and glanced toward the rear of the crowd. Within him, the golden balance tipped sharply to the right, though it quickly regained equilibrium. What is that? Be cautious, something terrifying approaches. At Su Jinhui's warning, the crowd hastily dispersed. Just as they moved away, the ground was torn asunder, and a multitude of massive black centipedes, each over 10 meters long with pincers thicker than a man's legs and razor-sharp teeth extending a foot long, surged forth. As the black centipedes emerged from the crevice, they swiftly darted towards the crowd with astonishing speed. A few mages and priests, slightly delayed in their reactions, were seized in an instant and torn to shreds. Warriors, come with me for reinforcements, Zhan Hongzhuang bellowed, leading a dozen warriors to the rear of the formation to contain the onslaught of the centipedes. Yet, Su Jinhui's gaze remained fixed not on the centipedes, but on the hidden entity beneath the fissure. Child, return. I shall lead you to confront the monstrous creature. Su Jinhui called out to the young girl, who obediently transformed back into human form, allowing Su Jinhui to take her hand and rush towards the crevice. What are you doing? Hey, don't be reckless, Zhan Hongzhuang shouted urgently as she noticed Su Jinhui pulling the girl towards the opening. At that very moment, dozens of even larger centipedes crawled out from the gap. Unlike their predecessors, this new swarm was not composed of solitary individuals, but merged into a singular entity, atop which sat a humanoid monster adorned with numerous tentacles sprouting from its round head. It bore a resemblance to a diamond-shaped head, yet lacked its formidable strength. They belonged to the same race. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Su Jinhui. If I cannot slay the larger one, can I not at least vanquish this smaller foe? With quickened steps, Su Jinhui approached the throng of centipedes, transforming into a magnificent snow-white bear mid-stride. With a powerful swipe of its paw, it effortlessly crushed the head of one centipede. Following this, it charged towards the tentacled monstrosity, radiating a dazzling array of colors as various enhancements surged within the Snow Bear King. Imperial Combat Aura, Wild Fury, Strength Augmentation. In an explosive moment, as the bear's paw struck, it unleashed a tempestuous gale, shredding 7 or 8 centipede heads into fragments. Chapter 72. Unforeseen Changes in Team Combat. Is that the Snow Bear King? Zhan Hongzhuang stared, bewildered, at Su Jinhui, who was now directly engaged with the tentacled adversary. Her mind swirling with questions. She had encountered the Snow Bear King profession before, but why did this individual's prowess appear so extraordinarily formidable? It felt as though, aside from their physical resemblance, they belonged to entirely different species. Boss, it seems there is a problem ahead. Huang Jingyu's warning interrupted Zhan Hongzhuang's thoughts. She turned to see another crevice forming approximately 10 meters from the lair, from which emerged numerous black beetles the size of bowls. These beetles possessed an eerie ability to bypass magical shields, leaving many victims mangled beyond recognition. Those are shadow mist beetles. Magic is ineffective against them. We must employ physical attacks, Zhang Hongzhuang shouted, prioritizing the immediate threat over Su Jinhui's side. After dispatching a few centipedes, she dashed back to the front line. Meanwhile, Su Jinhui had officially engaged in battle with the tentacled creature. Bolstered by multiple enhancements, Su Jinhui gained the upper hand, pushing the tentacled foe into a series of retreats. Its dark blood gushing forth. Yet strangely, the golden scales continued to display an equilibrium, leaving Su Jinhui somewhat perplexed. Despite her overwhelming advantage, how could it still be evenly matched? Could it be that the tentacled head had a second phase? As she pondered this, she suddenly witnessed the battered tentacled head emit a furious roar, forming a shield before it while a row of vents opened up on either side of its face, beginning to absorb a substantial amount of dark energy to replenish its strength. Indeed, there was a second phase. Su Jinhui felt a chill run down her spine, snorted coldly, and charged forward, her massive paws striking with ferocity. The force behind her blows was so tremendous that they could reduce buildings to dust, let alone the hastily formed defensive shield, which shattered within moments. Following this, the Snow Bear King pounced on the tentacled head, unleashing a barrage of relentless strikes upon its skull. It was only when the golden scales returned to balance that Su Jinhui ceased her assault and reverted to human form, observing that the tentacled head had been transformed into a mushy mass of black sludge. Wow, the bear is amazing. The little girl clapped her hands in delight. Having remained perched on Su Jinhui's back throughout the battle, Su Jinhui chuckled, about to say something, when suddenly an uncontrollable force surged from within her, revealing the Book of Omen. The thick tome floated in midair, slowly turning to a specific page, and then absorbed the entire mass of black sludge. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of when she had captured Wu Yu's divine sphere. Once the absorption was complete, the Book of Omen flew back into Su Jinhui's body, concealing itself once more. Su Jinhui furrowed her brow slightly, a bold hypothesis forming in her mind. Could it be that only spheres or monsters of a certain caliber were deemed worthy by the Book of Omen? Yet, upon further reflection, this notion seemed flawed. Although the tentacled head was formidable, it was not particularly extraordinary, at least not in her eyes. After all, it was merely a level 30 monster. Su Jinhui glanced up at the giant screen, noting that the first place had swiftly surpassed the second, now occupying the top position on the leaderboard. With the crowd bustling and the atmosphere chaotic, Su Jinhui found it inconvenient to examine the Book of Omen. So she carried the little girl and dashed toward the front lines. The battlefield was a scene of desolation and despair, filled with anguished cries. The warrior class remained unaffected, their formidable defenses coupled with heavy shields rendering them nearly impervious to the dark mist beetles. Conversely, the hunter class, known for their speed, managed to evade the onslaught. While the mages suffered the most misfortune, lacking mobility and defense, their protective spells proved ineffective against the beetles, resulting in gruesome injuries and the deaths of at least a dozen. Mages, fall back. Little girl, go and bite them, Su Jinhui shouted, urging the little girl to join the fray as she herself drew her long knife and entered the battle. As a resilient scaled dragon, the little girl was a natural counter to the beetles, and upon her arrival, she turned the tide, attracting hundreds of dark mist beetles seeking to scratch her. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hongzhuang and the others brightened with hope and immediately launched a counterattack. Within minutes, they finally quelled the chaos brought forth by the beetles. It should be over, right? The nest has fallen silent. Have we triumphed? Compared to the fervor just moments ago, the people now appeared disheartened, their voices barely above a whisper. The emergence of centipedes and beetles has resulted in over 30 fatalities and hundreds injured, leaving only 212 survivors. We must seize the moment to rest. Healers, expedite your treatments and buffs. This is merely the beginning. What lies ahead is far more formidable. Zhang Hongzhuang, breathless and drenched in sweat, approached, her bosom rising and falling with each labored breath. She clasped her fists before Su Jinhui, exclaiming, Su, you are impressive. Su Jinhui glanced at her and returned the gesture. Is there something you need, Zhang? Your combat prowess is renowned. The Snow Bear King possesses remarkable mobility. Should any urgent situation arise, I hope you can lead the mobile unit to provide support. Post-battle, there will be additional points for the unit leader. No problem. Su Jinhui shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the trivial points. He preferred to aim for something substantial. Lala, are you all right? Old Zhang and the others hurried over, relieved to see Lala unharmed. The young girl, biting her fingers and giggling, exclaimed, These monsters are so weak. I can take them down one by one. With the powerful dual gold classes of the Scale Armor Dragon and the Snow Bear King, victory is assured. Zhan Hongzhuang shifted her gaze from the young girl, contemplating. There was little time left for the people to rest. In fact, less than 10 minutes had passed when chaos erupted once more within the now quiet nest. The tension in the air was palpable. Yet, unlike before, this time, although numerous shadow demons surged from the nest, they were not attacking. They were fleeing. It seemed that some terrifying creature had emerged from the depths of the nest. A leader class, the man-eating flower. The previously arrogant young man now wore a serious expression, stating, its affixes include light resistance, physical resistance, magic resistance, enhanced movement speed, splitting, and man-eating amplification. 6 affixes for a leader? Zhan Hongzhuang felt a surge of anxiety. Su Jinhui's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. It turned out the young man was an observer. The silver class? Observer, a level 0 support role, lacking any offensive or defensive capabilities. Its sole purpose being to identify the affixes on monsters, assisting allies to exploit weaknesses. This role is indispensable in a large team. Zhan Hongzhuang's team was indeed well suited for large-scale combat, comprising a leader, a statistical giant screen for anomalies, and an observer. No wonder Zhan Hongzhuang could immediately discern that the shadow beetles ignored skill shields. Chapter 73, The Team Battle of Dual Leaders. Boom. At that moment, dozens of vines, as thick as adult arms, erupted from within the nest, thrashing about chaotically. These vines stretched on endlessly, with flower buds the size of basins at their tips, which immediately began to prey upon the fleeing shadow demons upon their emergence. The seemingly unassuming bud, at the moment of its unfurling, revealed its serrated fangs. As soon as the shadow demon was ensnared, it succumbed instantly, being gradually devoured and subsequently transported back to the core, concealed within its lair via the tendrils. This entity had the audacity to sequester its essence within the nest. It appeared that without vanquishing these diminutive man-eating flowers, it would be arduous to coax it out. Zhan Hongzhuang hefted her ghostly blade and bellowed, warriors, take your positions at the forefront, while ranged classes unleash your might. Be wary of its mandibles. Do not fall victim to its bite, for it likely harbors some form of paralyzing toxin. Though this was merely a hastily assembled battalion, those who had survived to this point and possessed the audacity to engage a level 3 monster's lair were far from weaklings. Upon receiving their orders, they quickly formed ranks. The small vine-like man-eating flowers, having hunted the nearby shadow demons, twisted and lunged towards the crowd. Strike with unyielding ferocity. With Zhan Hongzhuang's command, a myriad of colorful skills descended upon the vine-like man-eating flowers like a torrential downpour. Despite their attributes of physical and magical resistance, it did not render the collective onslaught of the warriors ineffective. The man-eating flowers could not withstand the barrage and were swiftly obliterated into fragments, proving far easier to handle than the dark mist beetles. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as the lair was shattered from within by an enormous entity. An extraordinarily large and grotesque flower emerged from the shadows, its body entwined with hundreds of black tendrils that swayed with the breeze, exuding a foul stench. Everyone, be cautious. Zhan Hongzhuang positioned her blade across her chest, adopting a battle stance. However, the man-eating flower did not rush to attack. Instead, it remained stationary for an extended moment, leaving the group perplexed regarding its intentions. Do not panic, remain calm, and respond to the unforeseen with steadfastness, Zhan Hongzhuang whispered. After a couple of minutes, the colossal, tightly closed bud suddenly blossomed, expelling a dark orb that ascended towards the heavens. Was that a skill or something else? Bang! The black orb erupted in midair, and immediately, a torrential downpour of black rain descended. This rain is suspicious. Raise your shields. Zhan Hongzhuang's warning came just in time. Yet the black rainfall descended with such swiftness that many were drenched before they could raise their shields. This feels dreadful. The rain is toxic. Hurry, priests, cleanse me. Those who were caught in the downpour felt an immediate reaction. Their skin erupted in rashes, rapidly decaying at a visibly alarming rate. Within the ranks, numerous healing classes, upon witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to purify the afflicted. However, to their astonishment, the purification skills, which typically could alleviate most toxins, proved utterly ineffective at this moment. Not only could they not heal the injured, but they could not even prevent the decay of flesh. Why has purification failed? Zhan Hongzhuang exclaimed, this is dire. Zhan Hongzhuang hurriedly glanced over, only to witness a once beautiful woman kneeling on the ground, wailing in agony. Having reacted too slowly, she was drenched in a torrential black rain. Her face now grotesquely melted to the point where her bones were visible. I don't want to die. Help me. The woman's voice abruptly ceased as she collapsed, breathless. Panic spread like wildfire. Damn it. I've traversed vast rivers and mighty seas. I refuse to be extinguished by rain. Determined not to succumb easily, a man let out a furious roar and, with swift resolve, severed his decaying arm. In the distance, Su Jinhui silently commended him. This fellow was truly fierce. Ah, the rot has ceased its advance. This tactic proves effective. The man, reassured of his own well-being despite the pain, urged others, quick, swiftly cut away the rotting flesh. The rest, witnessing this, immediately turned their attention to themselves. Some hacked at their arms, while others chopped at their thighs. In the face of mortality, what were limbs worth? The paramount concern was that with the grand purple medicine, any lost limbs could be restored in no time. However, not everyone struck by the black rain was afflicted solely in their limbs. A dozen men and women whose heads and chests had been corroded awaited their demise in despair. The stronger their vitality, the longer they endured the torment, the more agonizing their suffering became. Damn it! Zhang Hongzhuang cursed vehemently. Join me. As long as we shatter this monstrous flower, we shall surely dispel the poison. A throng of enraged individuals surged towards the man-eating flower. Yet, this battle was far from easy. The current iteration of the man-eating flower was entirely unlike the exposed vine variant. It was impervious to blades and fire, and its attack speed was astonishingly swift. Despite enduring a barrage of assaults, it merely sustained superficial wounds. If the smaller vine variant proved so formidable, one could only imagine the challenge posed by the main body. Why is it so resilient? We can't seem to land a blow. Anxiety gripped their hearts. Not far off, Su Jinhui's gaze traversed the battlefield, settling upon the opening of the lair. He keenly sensed that a creature of equal caliber to the man-eating flower lurked within. A double-headed leader. But why did it choose to hide rather than engage alongside the flower? Did this imply that its combat prowess was lacking, perhaps merely a support-type creature? If that were the case, it could elucidate why the black rain's corrosion was so challenging to purify and why the man-eating flower's form was so resilient. Regardless, there was no time to linger. He would investigate further. Hold on tight, little one. I shall take you to confront the great beast. Su Jinhui patted the girl's leg and, with a swift transformation, became a majestic snow griffin, soaring forth like an arrow aimed at the creature's lair. Zhang Hongzhuang, engaged in a strenuous battle with the man-eating flower, suddenly spotted Su Jinhui and the girl on his back soaring overhead, momentarily taken aback, unable to resist rubbing her eyes. Wasn't he the Snow Bear King? How could he transform into a snow griffin? What exactly was his profession? In a flash, Su Jinhui arrived at the breach of the damaged lair, his gaze sweeping across the scene. Indeed, he spotted a grotesque creature with a bloated belly and a disproportionately large head, swaying a flag-like object. The ground beneath it rippled ominously, clearly indicating that it was bestowing some form of enhancement upon the man-eating flower. Startled by Su Jinhui's sudden appearance, the creature hesitated momentarily before turning to flee. Dream on. With a sharp command, Su Jinhui transformed his arm into a powerful bear's limb and charged in front of the monster, delivering a crushing blow. With a resounding crash, the creature was reduced to mere pulp before it could even react. The greater the auxiliary class, whether human or monster, the more negligible their offensive and defensive capabilities. As both the flag and the monster dissolved into a pool of black water, the anguished cries of those tormented by the toxic rain suddenly diminished. They discovered the pain had lessened, and under the healer's purification, their wounds began to mend. Look, the first place score has surged by 35 points. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the giant screen. It must have been the griffin from earlier. What had it done? Without the benefits from the large-headed monster, the combat effectiveness of the man-eating flower drastically plummeted. Zhang Hongzhuang, with a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes, severed a vine of the flower and shouted to Su Jinhui. Brother Su, thank goodness for you. There would be time for gratitude later. The battle was far from over. Su Jinhui leaped down from the breach, transforming into the Snow Bear King upon landing, and aimed a heavy strike at the core of the man-eating flower. Chapter 74. The conclusion of the team battle. At this moment, the core of the man-eating flower had lost all the enhancements from the large-headed creature, significantly weakening its defenses. Even during its prime, it would not withstand the full force of Su Jinhui's assault as the Snow Bear King. The Snow Bear King and Su Jinhui represented two distinct classes. The latter, bolstered by various enhancement skills, unleashed a combat power several times greater than that of an ordinary Snow Bear King. With a thunderous sound, the core of the man-eating flower was blasted apart as if it were mere tofu, black water splattering everywhere. Su Jinhui did not pause, continuing to strike, each blow inflicting immense damage upon the flower's core. Minutes later, the battle against the man-eating flower concluded. It was a resounding victory devoid of suspense. As the primary contributor to the flower's demise, Su Jinhui's score soared to 85, while Jean was a distant second at 19, a testament to his overwhelming lead. Everyone, take this time to rest and heal. We cannot predict if more monsters will emerge. Jean Hongzhuang approached Su Jinhui, her gaze filled with undeniable flirtation. With a coy smile, she inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend? If I do, I'll say so. If not, what is there to discuss?" Su Jinhui, having experienced life anew, was unperturbed by such topics. He believed companionship was preferable but not essential. He boldly gazed back at her, captivated by her fair and rounded figure. A true test of resilience for any man. "If not, do you think I'm appealing?" Jean Hongzhuang deliberately straightened her posture, showcasing her physical attributes. "And what if I already do?" Su Jinhui chuckled lightly. "Would you mind having another girlfriend?" Jean Hongzhuang smiled radiantly. "I merely wish to associate with a man robust enough to safeguard me, regardless of who he may be." Su Jinhui laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Jean Hongzhuang's slender waist, marveling at her figure, which displayed no excess flesh. "I have no objections. Once the purification concludes, let us find a place to delve deeper into our acquaintance." "Agreed." Jean Hongzhuang suppressed her laughter, glancing at the nest that was gradually dissolving. "We've only purified half of it, and fewer than 200 remain. I wonder what kind of monsters will appear next. If we encounter a particularly troublesome creature that you cannot handle, come to me. I shall protect you." "All right." Jean Hongzhuang gently swatted away the increasingly insistent hand, giggling as she turned to leave. "So soft and tender, truly exquisite," Su Jinhui mused. The young girl appeared bewildered, thinking Su Jinhui was referring to food, and curiously asked, "Brother Jinhui, is it time to eat?" "Always thinking of food, you little glutton. Once this is over, I shall treat you to a grand feast," Su Jinhui said, pinching the girl's rosy cheeks. Hooray! Just as Su Jinhui and Jean Hongzhuang had surmised, this level 3 nest siege was only halfway through. As the nest continued to dissolve under the illumination, energy began to accumulate within, evidently nurturing a more formidable entity. 2 hours later, as the structure of the nest melted down to less than 15% of its original form, the ground began to tremble, and massive fissures appeared without warning from all directions. "Stay clear of those cracks. If my guess is correct, this should be the nest's final struggle before purification," Jean Hongzhuang shouted, leading the crowd to evade the fissures. A potent aura emerged, and not just one. Su Jinhui's expression turned grave as he sensed several unusually strong presences. 1, 2, 3, 4. His curiosity was piqued. He had participated in level 3 monster nest assaults in his previous life. There was certainly difficulty involved, yet it should not reach this level of challenge. It felt as though the difficulty of the apocalypse had elevated several tiers since his rebirth, transforming from ordinary to nightmarish. Crack, crack, accompanied by a series of peculiar sounds. Numerous monsters began to surge forth from the fissures: shadow demons, dark mist beetles, mosquito-like creatures, centipedes, and snakes, an overwhelming swarm, thick and relentless. "Retreat to the open area," Jean Hongzhuang commanded, leading the way backward, her peripheral vision inadvertently catching Su Jinhui's resolute stance. He showed no intention of retreating, standing firm against the tide of encroaching monstrosities. Strength is indeed present, yet it is overly ostentatious. Such individuals rarely endure for long. Jean Hongzhuang sighed inwardly, recognizing that Su Jinhui's flamboyance was feigned, while her own was inherent. In this apocalyptic world, where death looms at every turn, those who are excessively showy often possess formidable power. Buzz! A strange red light suddenly radiated from Su Jinhui, expanding outward in a 50-meter diameter. All creatures that ventured into this crimson expanse emitted anguished cries, dissolving into pools of blood. A few monsters capable of resisting the red light met their demise at the claws of the scaled dragon. Jean Hongzhuang inhaled deeply. Indeed, those who flaunt often possess undeniable strength. "Why aren't you coming out?" Su Jinhui shouted, glaring at a fissure. Rumbling, for figures gradually emerged from the crack. Among them, Su Jinhui recognized one, the round-headed creature encountered not long ago in Shangshan City. Judging by its position, it appeared to be the weakest of the four, with a triangular-headed monster standing at the forefront. The overall forms of these creatures resembled those previously seen atop the centipede. Is this the final confrontation? The young observer from the Dark Demon clan suddenly trembled, mechanically turning to Jean Hongzhuang and stammering, "Boss, run." "What?" Jean Hongzhuang was taken aback. "They are beyond our capabilities." The young man swallowed hard. The 3 round-headed demons are rated at 50 points, and that triangular head is at least 60. No sooner had he spoken than the young man let out a horrific scream, abruptly soaring into the air as if seized by an invisible force. Jean Hongzhuang gasped in horror. "Xiaoyang!" Xiaoyang screamed again, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his body transforming into a mist of crimson, splattering Zhang Hongzhuang and Huang Jingyu, who were in close proximity, with blood. The triangular head slowly lowered its arms, tilting its bizarre head, beckoning to Su Jinhui. Lord, construct a stage for me. Su Jinhui's expression turned grave as he called out to Zhang Hongzhuang. The young lord responded promptly, pushing her palms forward, and an arena of square dimensions abruptly rose from the ground. Little girl, go find Sister Zhang. Be good, Su Jinhui urged, gently pushing the young girl aside before leaping onto the stage and beckoning to the triangular head. The triangular head emitted a strange sound, and the 3 round-headed monsters took to the air, descending onto the platform in succession. Chapter 75, 3 against 3. Such disregard for martial ethics, engaging in a group fight. Su Jinhui regarded the 3 round-headed creatures with a sense of incredulity. Yet, it mattered little. After a period of skill reconfiguration, his combat prowess had increased manifold. Even if he were to retreat, he could escape the scene. The high mobility of the Snow Griffin was his greatest asset, allowing him to advance or retreat with ease. However, Dark Demon Clan is a rather casual name for a race. Are they serious? Su Jinhui licked his lips with determination, as Su Jinhui assumed a battle stance. Preparing to face the trio of round-headed monsters, a figure descended onto the arena. It was none other than Zhang Hongzhuang. Gripping her ghostly blade with a fierce expression, she proclaimed, 3 against 1 is rather unfair. Allow me to assist you. Zhang Baobei, I come to your aid. Following Zhang Hongzhuang, Gong Matzi also leapt onto the stage, wiping the corners of his mouth and asserting, 3 against 3 is only fair. Su Jinhui regarded the two with a deep gaze. Aware that this was not the moment for bravado, they were all 50-point monsters. Are you certain you can handle it? Are we to forfeit the fight simply because we lack confidence? Zhang Hongzhuang replied earnestly. Even if we are an impromptu team, we cannot allow you to face them alone. Zhang Baobei is absolutely right. Gong Matzi chimed in, adding, if we win, will you sleep with me? Zhang Hongzhuang shot him a glare. Do you think this is the appropriate time to discuss such matters? Hee, it's better to clarify certain things early, he retorted. Zhang Hongzhuang rolled her eyes, saying, if you wish to sleep with me, that is fine, but you must first vanquish that triangular-headed monster. I'll accompany you for 3 days and nights, allowing you to do as you please. Gong Matzi hesitated. That guy is incredibly strong. I might not fare well. Though he was indeed lecherous, he was not foolish. Then you have no one to blame but yourself. The opportunity is yours, and if you fail to seize it, that's on you. Zhang Hongzhuang replied with a cold laugh. At that moment, as the two conversed, the triangular-headed monster flicked its fingers, commanding the 3 round-headed beasts to charge at them. Kill! Roar! Su Jinhui howled towards the heavens, transforming into the Snow Bear King, charging head-on as his massive paws collided with the fist of a round-headed monster. With a resounding crash, the round-headed creature emitted a muffled grunt, its body flying backward, a crack appearing along its arm, dark fluid splattering. Opting for a singular skill as his primary attack and utilizing other skills to support it proved to be the most scientific strategy indeed. Su Jinhui silently affirmed his approach, recognizing its validity. Observing the round-headed monster rising once more, the Snow Bear King swayed his body, employing the kingly stride to approach its side, delivering a powerful strike. The round-headed monster crossed its arms for defense, yet the Snow Bear King's blow far exceeded its defensive capabilities, sending it flying once again. This time with dark fluid spewing from both arms. Onlookers around the arena were left in astonishment. This is a 50-point monster. How could it be so easily overwhelmed? The terror was palpable. No wonder he dared to challenge the triangular-headed beast alone. Its might was indeed fearsome. Damn, when compared to others, one must perish. When comparing goods, one must discard the inferior. The combat prowess of the original golden rank is far superior to that of the purple rank. I once faced a 30-point monster and fought for 800 rounds before ultimately fleeing. It seems I must find a way to attain the golden rank. Go, Brother Jinhui. A young girl cheered, clapping her hands. In stark contrast to Su Jinhui's overwhelming advantage, Zhang Hongzhuang and Gong Matzi found themselves equally outmatched, albeit in a decidedly disadvantageous position. In truth, the two individuals were not lacking in strength. Not only did they hold the position of primary silver rank, but each also possessed unique artifacts and characteristics. Alas, the comprehensive power of the 50-point monster far surpassed theirs, rendering their struggle exceedingly arduous and fraught with peril. After merely a dozen exchanges, Zhang Hongzhuang spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, her arms seemingly broken, and lifting her weapon became an arduous task. How could it be so formidable? Without unleashing a secret technique, victory was utterly unattainable. With fiery determination igniting in her eyes, Zhan Hongzhuang gritted her teeth and twirled her ghostly-headed blade, exclaiming, "Nightmare Ascension." Suddenly, a pair of emerald green eyes manifested upon the blade's edge, and a surge of peculiar energy coursed through Zhan Hongzhuang's body, green veins rapidly spreading throughout her form, transforming even her eyeballs to a sinister hue, resembling that of a malevolent specter. The ghostly-headed blade was not merely a weapon, but an extraordinary artifact known as the Nightmare Ghost Blade, endowed with the ability to temporarily elevate one's realm. Perish. With a violent tremor of her arm, Zhan Hongzhuang delivered a powerful strike to the chest of the round-headed monster, and with a sickening sound, it was cleaved in two. Its upper and lower halves severed apart. Gasping for breath, Zhan Hongzhuang immediately dispelled her powers, crouching on the ground, panting heavily. While the Nightmare Ghost Blade possessed unparalleled might, its cost was exorbitant, inflicting both mental and physical torment upon the user for an extended period due to the backlash of the nightmare's power. Truly, you are the woman I adore. Zhan Baobei, you are simply exceptional. Gong Matzi could not contain his exuberance upon witnessing this. Zhan Hongzhuang cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Spare me your flattery. You merely desire to bed me. Do not tarnish the meaning of love. That is not how it is." Gong Matzi shouted while dodging the monster's attacks. "It is precisely because I love you that I wish to be with you." Alas, Gong Matzi was sent flying by a punch, losing 7 or 8 teeth, his face a mask of blood. "Damn it. I had no intention of using this technique. You have forced my hand." Transformation activated. Gong Matzi screeched, abruptly bursting forth in a golden radiance that repelled the round-headed monster, revealing subtle changes occurring within his form. Now enveloped in the golden light, Su Jinhui crushed the monster's head into a pulp with a single kick while glancing over. Emerging from the golden luminescence was a tall, slender man with flowing hair. He was striking, exuding an air of cool confidence. The man surveyed Zhan Hongzhuang with elongated eyes and, with a hint of resignation, stated, "My apologies, Captain Zhan. Influenced by my characteristics, I am unable to control my actions. If I have offended you, please do not take it to heart." Zhan Hongzhuang chuckled in disbelief. "You must be Gong Yunsheng. I have seen your television dramas." Gong Yunsheng offered a faint smile, surprised that someone still remembered him. "Watch out." Zhan Hongzhuang shouted loudly. Gong Yunsheng caught a glimpse of the attacking round-headed monster, a smirk crossing his face as he advanced rather than retreated. With a swift hand strike, he cleaved the monster in two. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Su Jinhui was left in stunned disbelief. "So powerful. This power has been amassed through my romantic entanglements with 137 women. Swapping it for 50 points. One must ponder whether this is a gain or a loss." Upon uttering these words, Gong Yunsheng's body began to weaken, his face contorting into a lewd expression marred by pockmarks. "Why are there no points displayed?" Su Jinhua gazed at the colossal screen above, a sense of foreboding rising within her. The 3 round-headed creatures were undeniably deceased. Clap, 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 clap. At that moment, the triangular-headed figure, who had been silently observing, clapped his hands with vigor, swiftly appearing on the stage, his gaze coldly sweeping over the trio. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot from the triangular head's eyes. Gong Mazi instinctively attempted to evade, only to discover, with horror, that he was frozen in place, bound by an unseen force. "This is bad." Thud. The radiant energy pierced through Gong Mazi's skull, causing him to collapse, eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Chapter 76. The Omnipotent Triangular Head. Su Jinhua could not suppress a gasp of dread. Gong Mazi's prowess was well acknowledged, standing out even among the silver-class warriors, yet he had not even a chance to resist against the triangular head. How could this triangular head be so formidable while the golden balance rated them as equals? Su Jinhua began to contemplate a possibility. This triangular head must possess the ability to interfere or disguise its true nature. Its points and race could very well be fabrications. "We must flee. This creature is beyond your capabilities." Su Jinhua called out to Zhan Hongzhuang. Zhan Hongzhuang offered a bitter smile, expressing her desire to escape, yet questioning where to go. Su Jinhua was taken aback and turned to look behind them, her pupils constricting in alarm. Unbeknownst to them, the arena had vanished, the audience also gone, and they found themselves inexplicably situated within a city shrouded in darkness, amidst the ruins. The collapsed buildings lining the street were eerily familiar, resembling a certain commercial district of Shangshan City. "Is this an illusion?" Su Jinhua furrowed her brow deeply, pinching herself. The pain radiating from her leg confirmed this was no mere illusion. Creak, creak, creak. A slow and ominous footfall echoed from the dimness ahead. As the triangular head emerged from the shadows, its minuscule pupils glimmering with a disquieting light. This was too bizarre. Su Jinhua promptly retrieved the sacrificial lantern, biting off a portion of her pinky finger as an offering. Only when the crimson glow enveloped both her and Zhang Hongzhuang did Su Jinhua feel a slight sense of reassurance. Few skills could silently penetrate the red light to harm her. Suddenly, the triangular head grinned, raising a hand to gesture behind him. Su Jinhua was bewildered but turned to look nonetheless. Upon doing so, she was struck with astonishment. The urban scenery was in a state of constant flux, and the audience had reappeared amidst the ruins of Shangshan City, not as living beings, but as grotesque corpses in various states of decay. Even the young girl, Jiang Xiaola, lay in a pool of blood. When did it make its move? Is this truly not an illusion? Su Jinhua found himself questioning his own perceptions for the first time. The future loomed before him. The triangular-headed creature suddenly spoke in human tongue. In a moment of disorientation, Su Jinhua felt darkness envelop him, and he found himself back on the arena, with Zhang Hongzhuang beside him, while Gong Mozi's head lay shattered on the ground, lifeless and beyond revival. What did you just witness? Su Jinhua inquired uncertainly. I saw numerous corpses, Zhang Hongzhuang replied, her face ashen. Is that our future? At that moment, the triangular-headed entity stirred its limbs and suddenly stomped down. With a resounding crack, the arena shattered, causing the nearby girl to cough up blood and fall backward, with Huang Jingyu hastily catching her. One stomp was all it took to obliterate the domain. Show me the extent of your strength. Su Jinhua gritted his teeth, transforming into the Snow Bear King as he charged at the triangular-headed creature, unleashing a flurry of strikes, all of which were effortlessly blocked. Its speed and strength matched his own. It was on par with the diamond-headed creature that had previously pursued him. It possessed camouflage, could cast mind-altering illusions, and wielded skills akin to creating clones. Its combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Where could its weakness lie? Su Jinhua pondered as he attacked. He firmly believed that every creature had a vulnerability, and once discovered, victory would be assured. The only question now was whether his opponent would grant him that opportunity. While Su Jinhua engaged in a fierce battle with the triangular-headed creature, Zhang Hongzhuang returned to the crowd and raised a vial of potion to her lips. This monster is far too powerful. Su Jinhua may not be its match. Lao Huang, bring out the fragment. What? Huang Jingyu was taken aback, his expression grave. Zhang, the fragment is our lifeline. Are you certain we should use it? In times like these, you still hesitate? If Su Jinhua is defeated, how many of us will survive? Zhang Hongzhuang urged. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Jingyu retrieved a fragment of a stone tablet from his storage ring, roughly the length of an adult's arm. The stone was covered in moss and fissures, exuding an aura of age, yet it appeared perilously close to crumbling. Zhang Hongzhuang grasped the fragment, cutting her palm to allow it to greedily absorb her vitality. After consuming a significant amount of her blood's essence, the fragment emanated a haunting glow. It can probably only be used 2 or 3 more times, Huang Jingyu sighed, imitating Zhang Hongzhuang as he utilized his own blood to empower the fragment. Without the miraculous power of this stone, their team would have been consumed by the monstrous tide long ago, and they would not have survived to this day. This was also the reason Huang Jingyu hesitated to use it. With each activation, the fragment's condition deteriorated further. Those wishing to survive, step forth and offer your blood. Zhang Hongzhuang called out to the onlookers. The crowd glanced at one another, and without much hesitation, they stepped forward to contribute their blood. Given the current circumstances, if this Tier 3 monster lair cannot be purified, then all prior efforts will have been in vain. As the remnants of the stone tablet absorb an increasing amount of blood, the radiance it emanates grows ever more profound, akin to the ritualistic lantern of sacrifice. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Su Jinhui is struck by a powerful punch. Staggering back several steps, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he nearly coughs up blood. Fortunately, the Snow Bear King possesses a robust physique. Had it been another class, their organs would have surely been shattered by such a blow. Does this creature truly lack any weaknesses? Su Jinhui exhales a heavy breath, his gaze flickering as he observes the levitating triangular head. With a sudden motion, the triangular head spreads its arms, revealing numerous orifices along its limbs, which begin to voraciously inhale a substantial amount of dark energy. 2 swirling masses of black vapor coalesce in its palms, exuding an aura that sends chills down one's spine. It seems the creature is prepared to engage in earnest. Thus, it is prudent to strike first. With a focused thought, Su Jinhui crushes a power-accumulating gem, instantly filling his body with an overwhelming force. Do not presume I shall allow you to complete your accumulation. King Strike. The Snow Bear King springs into action, wielding its arm as a blade and launching a ferocious attack, enveloping the triangular head in a vast arc of sharp energy. Unperturbed, the triangular head raises its right hand, sending the black energy mass hurtling towards Su Jinhui. The two forces collide, dissipating silently in midair. The strength of that energy mass rivals my enhanced King's strike. Su Jinhui muses, his brow furrowing in concentration. Su Jinhui now? At that moment, he hears the voice of Zhang Hongzhuang from behind. Turning swiftly, he sees her hurling an object towards him. It is a fragment of a shattered stone tablet, heavy in his grasp. A flicker of recognition crosses his face. The aura emitted by this fragment resonates eerily with that of the ritualistic lantern. His heart swells with joy as he recalls what it is. Chapter 77. The Shell Curiosities. Much like the diverse array of professions, can be categorized into several major types. Among them, the most prevalent are sacrificial artifacts, which provide temporary enhancements in abilities through the offering of designated items. The ritualistic lantern in Su Jinhui's possession is one such artifact, and the fragment thrown by Zhang Hongzhuang is similarly a sacrificial curiosity, known as the blood offering tablet, capable of granting its wielder enhanced abilities through the absorption of blood. The sole drawback of this artifact is its consumption of copious amounts of blood each time it is utilized, making it challenging for a single individual to execute a sacrifice. Collaboration among many is essential, rendering it less practical than the ritualistic lantern. Thank you. Su Jinhui expresses his gratitude to Zhang Hongzhuang before turning his attention back to the triangular head hovering above. At that moment, the other black energy mass in the creature's grasp has fully formed, measuring 3 meters in diameter, and it is hurled towards Su Jinhui with great force. The blood offering tablet and the ritualistic lantern not only belong to the same category of artifacts, but also share an identical nature, achieving a compatibility rating of 100%. When utilized separately, they can only exert 50% of their potential. However, when combined, Su Jinhui calmly integrates the lantern with the fragment, and a bizarre crimson light erupts at the moment they make contact. The crimson sphere enveloped Su Jinhun entirely, rendering the events within invisible to outsiders. A dark mass struck heavily against the red orb. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as a violent shockwave swept through the vicinity, causing many onlookers to struggle to maintain their footing. The power of this event was utterly terrifying. Could he possibly survive? Huang Jingyu raised his arm to shield himself, attempting to discern the happenings on the battlefield, but all he could see was a tumultuous cloud of dust. The triangular-headed creature observed the dust cloud from above, a glint of ferocity flashing in its narrow eyes. It had realized that Su Jinhun was still alive and that even its own techniques had failed to breach the enigmatic crimson sphere. Whoosh! The orb suddenly ascended, aligning itself parallel to the triangular-headed creature. From within the sphere, Su Jinhuan's voice emerged. Wait until I finish speaking before you make your move. What I wish to convey is that if the two forces combine, the resultant power is far more complex than a mere sum of 112. The triangular-headed creature clearly struggled to comprehend this statement, grappling with the meaning behind Su Jinhuan's words. Su Jinhun, however, was not inclined to grant it much time. The moment the red sphere ruptured, a giant bear with blood-red fur lunged toward the triangular-headed creature. The creature was taken aback, attempting to pry away the bear's massive paws from its shoulders, but to no avail. The strength of the crimson bear was overwhelming. Roar! The bear's gaping maw opened wide, crushing half of the triangular-headed creature's head in a single bite. Yet, no black liquid flowed forth. It appeared as if the creature were merely an empty shell. Su Jinhun was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. What exactly was this triangular-headed being? Was it also a summoned entity? While Su Jinhun remained in shock, the uncontrollable power within him surged forth once more. Having experienced it twice before, he knew without doubt that it was the Book of the Progenitor Gods. The thick ancient tome burst forth from Su Jinhuan's body, hovering above the triangular-headed creature's corpse, its pages unfurling and engulfing the entire body within. Once this was accomplished, the pages closed and returned to Su Jinhuan's form. The secrets contained within the Book of the Progenitor Gods were innumerable, and he would need to dedicate time to study them thoroughly. As Su Jinhuan's thoughts settled, he descended back to the ground. Is it over? Zhang Hongzhuang cautiously surveyed the surroundings. If all went as expected, it should indeed be over. Su Jinhun chuckled heartily, but then expressed a hint of regret. However, I must share some unfortunate news. What is it? The blood offering tablet cannot be retrieved. Su Jinhun spread his hands, and to prove he was not lying, he tore open his shirt, revealing a peculiar stone tablet tattoo on his chest, from which dangled a flickering lantern. How did you manage this? Zhang Hongzhuang inquired, perplexed. Can the broken tablet be utilized in such a manner? It's a long story, one I cannot explain in a brief moment. Perhaps later, when time allows, I shall elaborate. The original intent of Su Jinhui was that, after the fierce battle, he had expended considerable energy and required time to recuperate. However, unexpected thoughts arose in Zhang Hongzhuang's mind as she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What's the rush? Are you afraid you won't get to eat? Rush? Not get to eat? Ha ha ha." Su Jinhui quickly grasped the situation and burst into laughter. Huang Jingyu, standing nearby, was genuinely anxious and pressed forward, saying, "Brother Su, you cannot be so careless. The blood sacrifice steel is our life-saving trump card. You must devise a way to retrieve it. Why are you consuming everything? What purpose does that serve?" In truth, the blood sacrifice steel belonged to Huang Jingyu. "Old Huang, broaden your perspective. If it weren't for Su Jinhui, that triangular-headed foe would have obliterated us long ago," Zhang Hongzhuang advised. "Broaden my perspective? I am merely clinging to the remnants of the steel for survival," Huang Jingyu replied, looking despondent. "How about this?" Su Jinhui, not one to take advantage of others, promptly offered compensation. "I shall give you luminous orbs as restitution." With that, Su Jinhui waved his hand and produced dozens of purple orbs. So many. Zhang Hongzhuang was taken aback. Huang Jingyu was even more astonished, having never witnessed such an abundance of purple orbs from a single individual. What exactly was this person engaged in? Realizing there was no point in further inquiry, Huang Jingyu accepted the orbs and retreated to rest. Truly unable to retrieve it, Zhang Hongzhuang puffed her chest out, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Su Jinhui coughed lightly, affirming, "Indeed, I cannot retrieve it." Hee. Zhang Hongzhuang laughed as she walked away. "Brother Jinhui is amazing." The little girl rushed over, and Su Jinhui embraced her warmly. "Of course, I will prepare a delicious meal for you shortly." Yay. With the demise of the triangular-headed adversary, this arduous three-tiered dungeon siege officially came to a close. Ultimately, the team of over 200 had purified the dungeon at the cost of 59 lives. During the awarding of merits, Su Jinhui, as the foremost achiever, naturally received the most luminous orbs as spoils, 1 gold and 2 silver, complemented by the profit from the blood sacrifice steel. The arrangements for post-battle were the responsibility of Zhang Hongzhuang, and Su Jinhui chose not to interfere. He, along with the little girl and old Zhang, sought out an abandoned residence nearby to prepare a meal. Before long, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the small courtyard. "It has been ages since I savored such cooked food. Would you mind sharing a table?" Zhang Hongzhuang, accompanied by Huang Jingyu and the young lady lord, entered. "I anticipated your arrival and prepared a large pot for you to enjoy." Su Jinhui smiled, pointing at the large cauldron. "I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so remarkable. This tastes delightful." Zhang Hongzhuang tasted the meat soup and gave a thumbs up, urging Huang Jingyu and the young lady lord, "Don't just stand there, hurry and eat." A group gathered around the campfire, reveling in food and drink, the atmosphere joyfully buoyant. Throughout the meal, everyone tacitly chose not to mention the fallen comrades from the battlefield. They had grown numb to the countless lives lost along their journey. Chapter 78, The Pinnacle of Life. This sumptuous feast lasted nearly 2 hours. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the young girl was taken away by old Zhang to rest, while Su Jinhui rose to head towards the side room in the small courtyard. Zhang Hongzhuang hesitated for a moment upon seeing Su Jinhui returning to her chamber, and then followed suit. Su Jinhui cast a glance at the voluptuous woman, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Are you in a hurry? If not, we can discuss this tomorrow. I am quite fatigued today." Zhang Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow. "Good night." Su Jinhui, with a decisive slam, shut the door, leaving Zhang Hongzhuang outside in a state of bewilderment. Throughout her life, she had always been cherished and adored, never having been the one to face rejection. Experiencing such a firm dismissal left her momentarily disoriented. Taking out a mirror, she muttered, "What went wrong? I was merely being normal. What urgency are you talking about? Go satisfy yourself." With a frustrated stomp, Zhang Hongzhuang stormed off. Su Jinhui, being a young man of typical disposition, naturally harbored strong physiological needs. Yet, he understood the importance of restraint and prioritized the pressing matter at hand, examining the changes in the Book of Prophesied Gods, for it pertained to life and death, allowing no room for negligence. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, Su Jinhui took a deep breath, gently tapped the stone tablet tattoo on his chest, and summoned a mini sacrificial stone tablet in a fused state, placing it as a decorative item on the side. This fusion granted him internal capabilities, making it more convenient to use. Yet the numerous cracks on the blood sacrificial tablet necessitated a continuous absorption of his blood for repair. He feared he might eventually be drained to a husk. The internal capabilities were a product of integrating similar extraordinary objects, allowing for oral concealment within the body, thus enabling automatic use in combat at the mere thought, streamlining the process significantly. Once the mini tablet was set aside, Su Jinhui proceeded to retrieve the Book of Prophesied Gods. As he unfolded the thick pages, he discovered the information about the two absorbed monsters within the central pages. One was named Dark Soldier, its form during absorption resembling black, viscous sludge, yet it was displayed in full glory within the book, exuding an air of dominance. The other, a triangular-eyed entity, was dubbed Dark Vanguard Spirit. Su Jinhui nodded to himself. Dark evidently referred to the species of these beings, while Soldier and Vanguard denoted their status within the hierarchy, correlating to their power. As for Spirit, it implied that this triangular-headed creature was merely the spiritual manifestation of a vanguard, akin to a clone in his understanding. What did refinement and extraction signify? Su Jinhui noticed that beneath the illustrations of the two monsters, there were 4 shimmering words alongside a black inscription. Upon touching them, a surge of related information flooded his mind, as if it were an innate ability. Does this mean I am about to ascend? Understanding refinement and extraction filled Su Jinhui with immense joy. The essence of refining lies in the ability to transmute the creatures depicted in illustrations into luminous spheres of unknown rarity and quantity. Extraction, on the other hand, entails the random acquisition of certain skills from these illustrated monsters. Upon completion of the extraction, the creature's depiction will be utterly depleted of energy, rendering it incapable of further refinement or subsequent extractions. As for the final aspect, it pertains to the inability to utilize a new ability due to insufficient energy from the Book of Prophesied Divinity. According to the enigmatic information swirling in his mind, Su Jinhua discerned that whether he chose to refine or extract, a portion of energy would invariably be absorbed by the Book of Prophesied Divinity. This seemed only natural, for one must pay interest when borrowing. Thus, a slight absorption of energy posed no issue. Yet, Su Jinhua found himself troubled, pondering whether to refine into the spheres required for ascension or to extract skills. The skills of the triangular-headed creature were particularly enticing. Gently tapping the table, Su Jinhua engaged in earnest contemplation. In terms of combat, the current battle form of the Snow Bear King was already deemed impeccable, and with the assistance of the sacrificial steel, acquiring additional skills would merely be embellishments. Ascension, however, promised a qualitative enhancement. Ultimately, he resolved to opt for the more strategic choice. Regardless, ascending was paramount, for the divine candlelight would allow him to remain invincible for an extended period. After a moment's deliberation, Su Jinhua made his decision and promptly chose to refine. The first creature he refined was the Dark Soldier. The illustration shimmered as if engulfed in a blaze, and within 5 minutes, the depiction turned dark, revealing 3 silver spheres. Silver materials? Su Jinhua picked up one of the silver spheres and widened his eyes in astonishment. This silver sphere was purely a material for ascension, devoid of any class, abilities, or resources. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the dilemma of a golden sphere that might represent an esteemed class he would be reluctant to part with. Su Jinhua nodded to himself in approval. Next, he refined the Dark Vanguard Spirit, and as Su Jinhua had anticipated, this spirit transformed into 2 golden spheres. Thus, he had made significant progress towards ascension. With just 5 more golden spheres, he could elevate to candlelight. It was exhilarating. Su Jinhua seldom resorted to profanity unless overwhelmed by emotion. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door startled Zhang Hongzhuang, who immediately sat upright and brandished her ghostly blade across her chest. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Who?" "It's me, Su Jinhua," came the voice from outside. Furrowing her brow, Zhang Hongzhuang approached the door and opened it, questioning, "What is it?" Su Jinhua entered the room with familiar ease, stating, "I was worried you might be anxious, so I came to check on you." "Humph." Zhang Hongzhuang scoffed coldly, "Disappointment awaits you. I am not anxious in the slightest." "I am," Su Jinhua replied, extending his arms, and Zhang Hongzhuang naturally settled into his embrace, her face adorned with a flirtatious smile. "I am not a woman of frivolous disposition. Not to worry, I am a man of casual inclination." After an eternal night, dawn had become a distant memory. People had been bereft of sunlight for several months. Su Jinhua lay sprawled across the bed, allowing Zhang Hongzhuang to rest her arm upon him, gently caressing the stone steel tattoo upon his chest. "Do not rub it. This is not a callus that you wish to erase, is it?" Su Jinhun beams with joy. There are 2 great delights in life: the night of the bridal chamber and the moment of achieving scholarly success. Tonight, Su Jinhun revels in both. How could one not feel elated? Regardless of the veracity of your words, the remnants of the steel are in your possession, which is certainly preferable to being with Huang Zhengyu, who, despite his many admirable qualities, is rather stingy and verbose whenever I seek his assistance. My statement is a blend of truth and fiction. Su Jinhun has resolved to confide in Zhang Hongzhuang. It is possible to retrieve it. Yet the remnants of the steel have already fused with my extraordinary artifact, rendering them inseparable. Of course, I do not intend to separate them.